I'm still alive. Jiang Ye abruptly sat up, drenched in cold sweat, his eyes flickering with a mix of hatred and disbelief. He grasped the communicator beside him. November 30th, 2044, 23:55. Indeed, not only was I alive, but I had also returned to 5 minutes before the launch of chaos. A surge of excitement washed over Jiang Ye's cold and handsome face. In his previous life, he had fallen victim to a trap set by his enemies. He had been besieged by numerous powerful beings dispatched by several noble families, ultimately meeting his demise. In his final moments, he clung to a sliver of hope, forcefully sacrificing his life to refine the fragments of a time-space artifact he had obtained from an ancient ruin. He never expected it would truly grant him a rebirth. Jiang Ye took a few deep breaths, picked up the gaming helmet he had prepared earlier, and awaited the countdown. He needed to devise a careful plan, utilizing his foresight of the game's trajectory to alter the future. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 49 seconds, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 1, 0. December 1st, 2044, midnight, chaos officially launched. At this moment, countless eager players surged into the game, unable to contain their anticipation. What most players were unaware of was that when chaos descended upon reality, their lives would be irrevocably transformed. In chaos, one could acquire intoxicating powers, even unlocking the secrets to eternal divinity. Yet for many, it was merely a harbinger of catastrophe. Demons ravaged the land, blood flowed like rivers, and noble families oppressed the masses, leading to shattered lives. These upper-class families, it seemed, had discovered means to acquire cheat codes within chaos, enabling them to gain top-tier talents right from the start, thereby placing them far ahead of all other players. Once chaos merged with reality, these families, leveraging their overwhelming strength and considerable influence, swiftly established an oppressive regime. They indulged in excess, their desires and malevolence swelling to unprecedented heights, treating ordinary citizens as mere fodder for their whims. They could slaughter civilians at will, seizing wives and daughters without remorse. In his previous life, Jiang Ye was a 7th-tier powerhouse and the leader of a resistance faction. However, each of those noble families could easily dispatch dozens of 7th-tier warriors at a moment's notice. Despite the resistance's flickering flame of rebellion, they were nothing more than ants struggling to survive. With a tumultuous heart, Jiang Ye watched the opening animation of chaos. The scenes were monumental and diverse. At times, he found himself soaring above the heavens in a realm of light at others, amidst fiery stars under a starry night. And sometimes he was engulfed in a boundless sea of blood and the depths of the abyss. This was the world of chaos, of which previous players had barely explored a fifth. As the scene concluded, a grand hall emerged in his view, shrouded in endless mist that exuded an aura of mystery. In the mist, a voice, as if echoing from an ancient time, resonated. "Descendant, welcome to Chaos. Please select your initial profession." With that, 4 towering humanoid silhouettes emerged from the fog. They bore various forms, some wielding colossal swords and shields, others raising staffs and chanting incantations, while some held daggers with grace, accompanied by immense wolves. These represented the 4 initial professions of chaos: warrior, mage, ranger, and priest. Within the game, an infinite array of professions awaited, all evolving from these 4. For instance, a mage could later specialize as an elemental mage, warlock, or Taoist, or transition into support roles like priest or banner bearer. Rangers could become assassins, archers, or trappers, while priests could evolve into seers or summoners. Moreover, under certain conditions, players could even unlock unprecedented professions based on their unique talents. In essence, within the chaos lay limitless possibilities. This was the promotion released before the launch of chaos. Thus, the majority of players were nervously and eagerly choosing their desired professions, a decision that would significantly influence their future paths. However, when the system notifications sounded, Jiang Ye did not hesitate to utter a cryptic phrase: "Ibora si famiho." The syllables sounded peculiar, bearing no resemblance to any language for Blue Star. Yet, when spoken by Jiang Ye, they flowed with an uncanny fluency, as though he had practiced them countless times. The mist fell into silence for a brief moment. Just as Jiang Ye began to feel anxious, the ancient voice resonated once more. It appears you are a descendant favored by the cosmos. Now, please articulate your wish. Success. Jiang Ye's heart soared with joy. In his previous life, he had saved a dying, mysterious figure who had worked in an institution dedicated to studying chaos. This individual possessed knowledge of many secrets and had been silenced as a result. Before perishing, the mysterious figure revealed to Jiang Ye the cheat codes held by the noble families and some even more astonishing secrets. The mysterious figure explained that these codes were an ancient language derived from the world of chaos, capable of communicating with the supreme will, referred to as chaos language. When arranged and combined, they could yield extraordinary effects. Thanks to these exceedingly rare codes, the members of those noble families acquired invaluable top-tier talents, all rated S level or higher, with some even attaining greater status. It should be noted that in his previous life, Jiang Ye had only obtained a B level talent, which was already an exceptional rarity among ordinary players. In the future, when chaos merged with reality, the first powerhouse of Sequence 001 wielded the most advanced code, rumored to possess the singular SS level talent. Given Jiang Ye's 7th tier strength at that time, he would likely be unable to withstand even a glance from his opponent. Yet, that mysterious figure had imparted numerous codes to Jiang Ye, including the one belonging to 001. Jiang Ye had practiced all the codes countless times, committing them to memory. Thus, as long as Jiang Ye recited them now, he could claim the extraordinary talent that rightfully belonged to 001. However, recalling another secret entrusted to him by the mysterious figure, he resolutely began a new incantation. Once again, strange and obscure syllables emerged, and soon, the mist responded. This time, the voice within the mist seemed to carry a hint of emotion. Descendant, you appear to have a deep connection with chaos. The Supreme will has heeded your call, and you shall receive a new gift. Jiang Ye clenched his fist, elated the mysterious figure had indeed spoken the truth. Cheat codes could be fused. The phrase he had just uttered was a request to merge the cheat codes, representing the highest secret that had never been attempted before, as conveyed by that mysterious figure. Upon making this choice, all the cheat codes he had mastered would become void. You have acquired the unparalleled talent Pangu, bloodline unique. The path of power from the ancestral deity, Pangu, shall protect you. At this initial stage, the talent's effect. For every point of damage you receive, your strength will permanently increase by 1. Chapter 2. I am the Night Emperor. Upon witnessing the extraordinary talent effect manifesting on his interface, Jiang Ye's breath grew heavy with excitement. At first glance, the description of this talent made him question the clarity of his vision. For every point of damage sustained, his strength would be permanently enhanced by an equivalent amount, a perpetual augmentation with no upper limit. This implied that as long as he was not instantaneously vanquished, his power would know no bounds, perpetually escalating throughout the course of battle. Imagine, as Jiang Ye's adversaries engaged with him, they would gradually realize that his strength was intensifying, his attacks growing increasingly formidable, culminating in their defeat by a single blow. What a terrifying experience that would be. The fundamental attributes in the realm of chaos are fourfold, commonly referred to as the 4 dimensions: strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Each attribute holds its significance. Yet it is the strength attribute that unequivocally provides immediate combat prowess. No matter how high one's spirit attribute may be, without wielding a staff or mastering skills, such advantages are rendered futile. Conversely, even with the most rudimentary gear, a high-strength attribute can obliterate foes with a mere punch. Thus, this talent, in the eyes of the seasoned Jiang Ye, was nothing short of a miraculous boon. The SSS-class talent previously possessed by player 001 had circulated some exaggerated information, yet it paled in comparison to the Pangu bloodline. This talent belonged to a conceptual realm, devoid of logic and limitations. Furthermore, the system's description contained much implicit information. Firstly, the mention of Stage 1 indicated that this talent was merely in an incomplete state, and what other formidable effects might emerge upon further unlocking remained shrouded in mystery. Another pivotal piece of information was the reference to Pangu. In his former life, Jiang Ye was among the elite players of the civilian resistance, privy to many secrets within the game. He was aware that numerous legendary deities from the real world were indeed existent. They resided within the chaos, possessing boundless might that mere mortals could not dare to behold. In his previous life, anything even remotely associated with divinity attracted a frenzy of top-tier players vying for it. The infinite lifespans and immense powers of these gods were fervently coveted by the aristocracy. Even the weakest demigods within the chaos deity system could effortlessly obliterate the most formidable players. Meanwhile, those beings with specific divine names in reality were entities that players could only worship. For instance, the celestial beings of Daxia, the eight-headed serpent and divine maiden of Sakura, and the angels and fallen demons of the West. The truly supreme deities, such as the three pure ones, Buddha and God, were beyond comprehension and gaze. And Pangu, what level of divinity does that represent? In the Daxia pantheon, he is the primordial ancestor, the ultimate origin before the chaos was formed. A being whose magnificence commands reverence from even the gods themselves. Having lived a second life, Jiang Ye took a few deep breaths, suppressing his exhilaration. This was merely the beginning. Before acquiring the power to upend reality itself, he must tread each step with caution. After securing his talent, it was time to select a profession. Without hesitation, he chose the warrior class. Naturally, with such a talent, the warrior profession was the obvious choice. While a high-strength attribute could also make a ranger formidable with a nimble approach, he had previously walked the path of a warrior, and the direct and overwhelming style suited him best. At last, the voice echoed, "Descendant, please confirm your title." This was the moment to choose his ID. In his past life, he had unknowingly used his true name, unaware that chaos would later intertwine with reality. After provoking the aristocratic powers, his real identity was discovered, leading to significant complications that hindered his progress in the game. Although he believed that, upon the fusion of reality, his strength would surpass all, the might he wielded within chaos would not translate until that fusion occurred, necessitating a name change. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ye settled upon his title for this life. "I am the Night Emperor." A flash of determination and dominance flickered in his profound gaze. Acutely aware of the tyrannical greed of the aristocracy, he harbored no illusions of mercy. This time, he would eradicate them completely, eliminating the greatest bane of humanity. Only by uniting in the face of the future onslaught of monsters could they strive for survival. "I am the Emperor of Heaven, destined to slay all enemies in this world." Having completed this final step, the system interface materialized before him. Descendant, Night Emperor level, 0 profession, warrior attributes, strength 10. Agility 7, Constitution 9, Spirit 6 health, 100 mana, 50 revives, 2 innate talent, Pangu bloodline, supreme level stage 1, descendant, selecting your place of arrival at random. The current location for arrival, origin continent, Spirit Wasteland, trial village number 00097. As the words resounded, Jiang Ye felt a jolt, his body being torn by the fabric of space. In the next instant, he found himself within a village. He stood upon cracked, gray earth, gazing up at a sky laden with dark clouds. Every sensation mirrored that of reality. It was only upon the fusion with reality that people would come to realize that chaos was indeed a tangible world. This realm was known as the Origin Continent, an expanse of immeasurable size, with countless unknowns beyond its land. The Spirit Wasteland was a surrounding zone within the continent, characterized by its barren environment. It served as the birthplace for all players, hosting numerous trial villages. Although it could be likened to a novice village in other games, within the Chaos world, trial villages held considerable significance. In his previous life, some players had only just departed from the trial village to the main city when the game fused with reality. And some, having exhausted their revives, were unable to re-enter the world of chaos. Consequently, many forum users had vehemently criticized the extreme difficulty of chaos. Here, even the weakest monsters posed a challenge that a new player could not tackle alone. Suddenly, a multitude of players appeared beside Jiang Ye. Judging by the trial village's number, it seemed he had entered the game relatively early. On the dilapidated streets, villagers with gaunt faces and vacant expressions regarded the suddenly appearing players with an air of indifference. The novice players curiously surveyed their surroundings, buzzing with excitement, creating an atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. Wow, this feels so real. The texture of the ground. And there's even a faint scent of mud in the air. What kind of next-gen black technology is chaos employing? I just pinched myself, and the sensation was completely authentic. I can hardly wait to experience the combat feedback system. Just be careful not to hit too hard, and end up in pain. By the way, where can we accept quests in this village? Chapter 3. Irascible Villagers. Some novices were still reveling in the verisimilitude of the chaotic world, even approaching the villagers to scrutinize the coarse texture of their skin, which only elicited glares of resentment. Players accustomed to gaming conventions immediately sought out avenues for acquiring quests. Thus, their experimentation began. Some attempted to ingratiate themselves with the villagers through camaraderie, while others brazenly flirted with the young village maidens. One individual, after failing to elicit any information from a villager despite persistent questioning, succumbed to malice and shoved the villager. Unexpectedly, the seemingly emaciated and tattered villager possessed formidable strength, retorting with a resounding slap. Smack. -99. The player was sent sprawling 3 meters, his mouth erupting with a mlang of shattered teeth and blood. He lay stunned for a couple of seconds before the searing pain jolted him into a cacophony of screams. Aya! The other players recoiled in unison, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the villager. Those who had been pestering the other villagers scurried away like startled rabbits, fearing a similar fate. Heavens, that's terrifying. How can these NPCs be so volatile? Ouch. Considering this game's pain feedback, no wonder that guy's screaming so much. The villager cast a disdainful glance at the assembled players, sneering. The village elder called you outsiders saviors who can cleanse this world, but you're so weak. Bah. He spat on the ground before turning and departing, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Observing the scene, Jiang Ye chuckled inwardly. The chaotic world's rules differed from reality. This realm teemed with immense energy. While players could not directly absorb it, the natives, under its influence, possessed strength equivalent to at least a level 20 player. Even the most ordinary villager. Otherwise, how could they withstand the beasts and monsters that roamed the desolate borderlands? At this stage, players were no match for them. That single slap alone inflicted more than enough damage. Had the trial village's rules not forcibly locked the player's health to 1 point, he would have squandered a resurrection opportunity. Moreover, the trial village harbored more formidable entities than just ordinary villagers. Jiang Ye recalled a previous incident where a third-tier player inadvertently obtained a trial village teleportation scroll, allowing him to return to the village. Upon his return, he sought to plunder the villagers' gold, initiating a bloody massacre. However, he was instantly obliterated by the village elder, who materialized out of nowhere and struck him down with a single blow after he had killed only 1 villager. This revelation sent shockwaves through the forums, as players had generally assumed that the trial village's strongest entity was only around the first tier. They believed that any second-tier player could easily dominate the village upon returning. However, the third-tier player's failure dispelled this notion. Coupled with the extreme rarity of trial village teleportation scrolls, others abandoned their plans. It was not until the game merged with reality that players discovered the village elders each possessed a land deity spirit tablet. They were, in fact, land temple guardians. What were temple guardians? They were attendants of deities, capable of wielding divine power. Even a sliver of divine power sent shivers down the player's spines. Many 8th-tier powerhouses were grateful they had not attempted to antagonize them, as incurring their wrath would have been disastrous. Many players were still reeling from the aftereffects of that slap, while some of the more astute individuals had gleaned information from the villagers' words. Village elder? Outsiders? Saviors? I get it. The key to obtaining quests lies with the village elder. Let let's go find him. Realization dawned upon the crowd, and they surged toward the village center en masse. Although they did not know the village elder's precise location, they surmised that the tallest and most well-preserved structure would be the place to start. Don't shove me. Damn it, which scoundrel stepped on my shoe? I almost twisted my ankle. As any seasoned gamer knew, seizing the initiative at the start was crucial. A head start translated to continued success. Jiang Ye shook his head, abstaining from the frenzy and heading toward the village's outskirts. While the players were correct that the village elder would assign quests, he considered it inconsequential to his immediate goals. Tackling monsters first and accepting quests later was equally viable. However, monsters had respawn timers and would dwindle in number as they were hunted. In his eyes, these creatures were walking attribute points, and he could not allow others to claim them first. The trial village was essentially a village enclosed by a low, rudimentary earthen wall. Beyond the wall lay a boundless wilderness dotted with withered trees and weeds. As soon as Jiang Ye exited the village, he heard the distant howls and snarls of wolves. He drew the standard issue white sword of the warrior class and proceeded in the direction of the sound. The sword possessed no attribute enhancements and served merely to extend his attack range and facilitate skill execution. His skill panel currently featured a basic warrior skill, horizontal/LV1, warrior, unleashes a sweeping horizontal strike with a bladed weapon, dealing 1 times the user and oppo's strength as physical damage. Cooldown, none mana cost, 20 in the world of chaos, everything was authentic, even though skills and attributes were quantified. Basic warrior skills like horizontal slash, which did not require incantations, had no cooldown. However, there was a hidden proficiency attribute. A novice's horizontal slash would be slower and more limited in angle. However, for a 7th-tier warrior like Jiang Ye, horizontal slash was second nature, allowing him to execute it with various nuances. He could even use the sword defensively, holding it horizontally to block attacks. Under the somber sky, Jiang Ye traversed the landscape until he reached an earthen mound. A robust wolf-like creature perched atop the mound, its head snapping toward the sound of the approaching figure. Its fur was a tawny color, and its claws were stained with dried blood and dirt. Its turbid eyes betrayed a savage and chaotic disposition. Roar! The lupin beast glared at the intruder, snarling and pawing at the ground, poised to pounce. Jiang Ye recognized this creature as a common, low-level beast from the spirit wilderness, a wasteland wolf. Wasteland wolves varied in strength, but the weakest were at least LV3. Wasteland wolf LV3, health, 150 skills, tier. Pounce. These seemingly simple skills could spell disaster for a LV1 warrior if the wolf managed to close in and land both attacks. As for a mage with the lowest constitution stat. Chapter 4. Creating unique skills and weapon blocking. The hidden resistance would also be diminished. With a single strike from the wild wolf, one would fall into a state of severe injury and impending death. A mage in this dying state is rendered incapable of casting spells, effectively awaiting demise. In this game, every player begins with 2 resurrection chances, except for a select few who have awakened talents related to resurrection. The rest are left with merely these 3 lives. Once depleted, they signify the end of one's account, with no possibility of creation anew. As the game converges with reality, others may gain feedback from their characters. However, these individuals remain ordinary, destined for a grim fate, either perishing at the hands of monsters or becoming slaves to noble factions. Thus, when these novice players first encounter the wild wolf, they shall truly experience the authenticity of chaos, a mere novice monster effortlessly capable of bringing about their demise. It is only after some players pay the price of their lives that they will consciously seek to form teams and cooperate. In his recollection from his past life, the first kill of the wild wolf was achieved by a 5-man squad. The current squad can comprise a maximum of 5. It is said that those 5 had noble backgrounds and possessed extensive experience in virtual games, which enabled them to secure the first kill. However, in this life, Jiang Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. All first kills shall belong to him. Any coveted gaming resources or high-level rewards desired by noble factions will not be easily obtained. For now, let us focus on the first step. Jiang Ye grasped the hilt of his sword, pointing it directly at the wild wolf. Sensing the battle intent radiating from him, the wolf's eyes glinted with ferocity as it let out a furious roar and leaped down the slope, lunging towards Jiang Ye. This attack utilized its inherent skills, exuding a terrifying ferocity. The wild wolf's size is comparable to the largest wolves on Earth, measuring nearly 2 meters in length. Its menacing aura is even more pronounced. For an average person, such an attack would leave them paralyzed with fear or in a state of panic. Yet for Jiang Ye, it was hardly a notable encounter. However, he did not underestimate the situation. Regardless of his extensive experience and extraordinary talent, he understood the necessity of proceeding with caution. In his memory, the resurrection chances within the game play a vital role at several critical junctures. They must not be squandered on mere wild monsters. With a roar, the distance from the slope, initially 5 to 6 meters, closed in an instant to mere centimeters. The wild wolf leaped into the air, its gaping maw filled with jagged teeth aimed at severing the intruder's head. Jiang Ye's eyes, deep as the cosmos, reflected no emotion as he took a slight step back, facing the wild wolf head-on. As the distance continued to diminish, his focus sharpened to its utmost. In that moment, the beast's roar and the winds of the plains fell silent. Only precise calculations and instinctual reflexes occupied his mind. Just as the wild wolf's fangs were about to envelop Jiang Ye's visage, he moved. With a seemingly effortless motion, Jiang Ye raised his sword. The plain sword was perfectly positioned across the path of the wild wolf's attack, and whether by design or serendipity, the timing of his strike coincided with a brief pause in the wolf's momentum. The concept of momentum is a nebulous one, yet it undeniably exists. Every action, every skill executed by both players and beasts possesses a form of momentum, which could also be referred to as a flaw. Capturing this momentum is a challenging endeavor, achievable only if one's mental attributes vastly exceed those of the opponent or if one possesses certain unique talents or skills. Jiang Ye did not fall into either category. His ability to perceive the wild wolf's momentum stemmed purely from his exceptional mastery over his own physique, combined with his proficiency in weaponry. In other words, his action was not a genuine capture of momentum, but rather a form of anticipation. In many respects, anticipation is even more challenging than capturing momentum. In his past life, due to starting at a disadvantage compared to noble factions, he found it increasingly arduous to level up beyond the 7th transition. To bolster his strength, Jiang Ye devoted most of his energy to mastering body control and weapon proficiency. His efforts bore fruit, leading him to develop several formidable practical skills. This is the allure of chaos. When one delves deeply into a particular aspect, there lies a chance that their research may crystallize into a skill. Rather than solely relying on skill books or the class transfer sanctuaries in the main city for learning. Furthermore, self-created skills exhibit a remarkable affinity with the user, often yielding effects of 150 or even 200. Naturally, creating such skills is exceedingly difficult, and individuals like Jiang Ye were few and far between in his past life. At that time, his self-created skills allowed him to rival certain average 8th transition top-tier experts. Yet, when besieged by noble factions, he found himself powerless. Thus, in this life, Jiang Ye profoundly understands that level and attributes form the foundation of everything. Jiang Ye's abrupt sword strike seemed to activate an invisible switch. The wild wolf's ferocious aura was disrupted, its body crashing heavily against the sword without causing the slightest tremor, which appeared rather peculiar. You have triggered weapon blocking, perfectly evading the wild wolf's attack. Congratulations, you have comprehended the self-created skill, weapon blocking. Weapon blocking, description, utilize your weapon for an impeccable block, slightly enhancing the success rate of the block. Cooldown, none consumption, none splendid. A gleam of joy flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. Weapon blocking was the first self-created skill he realized in his previous life, marked by its relatively low difficulty, and many strong players possessed it. However, few could utilize it with true finesse, and he was among the elite. The skill's effectiveness varied greatly. Some might comprehend it, yet their practical activation rate could be dismally low. In Jiang Ye's hands, this skill was nothing short of divine. During his duels with other melee practitioners of the 7th transition, when his opponents relied solely on normal attacks, his block success rate soared to an impressive 90. He successfully deflected their attacks, prompting them to unleash their skills, only to have Jiang Ye counter several of those as well. With his level of mastery, using weapon blocking meant that players of similar levels could hardly inflict damage upon him with normal attacks unless they were attacking in numbers. To his surprise, this immensely practical self-created skill was successfully comprehended on his very first attempt, an unexpected delight. At this stage, Jiang Ye stood alone in his ability to employ such a technique. Moreover, from the skill description, the advantages of self-created skills are evident. There is no cooldown, nor does it require mana consumption. He can activate this skill an unlimited number of times. A spark of brilliance flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Initially contemplating how to prudently leverage his Pangu bloodline talent, he now felt an immense increase in his margin for error with this life-saving skill. His growth rate would also be significantly enhanced. As Jiang Ye pondered, his hands remained in motion. Chapter 5. Slaying the Wild Wolf. With a deft execution of the warrior's fundamental skill, the horizontal slash, Jiang Ye unleashed a devastating blow. The wild wolf, suspended momentarily in midair, found the blade's glimmer slicing through its neck. Critical hit triggered, dealing -22 damage. With Jiang Ye's strength attribute of 10, augmented by the 1 multiplier of the horizontal slash, the damage totaled 11. Although the wolf's momentary stiffness was fleeting, Jiang Ye's keen eyesight and experience allowed him to seize the opportunity. Thus, a critical hit was triggered, doubling the damage. Such a strike would likely be unattainable for other novice players, who might not even survive a bite from the wild wolf. This moment showcased another formidable hidden effect of weapon block. Upon a successful block, the opponent experiences a brief stiffness, creating an opening for a lethal counterattack. In the fierce duels among experts, this stiffness can represent countless fatal vulnerabilities, potentially turning the tide of battle. Unless the opponent possesses an exceptionally robust constitution capable of negating the stiffness effect, the wild wolf, though stronger than Jiang Ye, clearly lacked the fortitude to be immune. With a critical hit inflicting 22 damage, novice players would likely struggle to inflict such damage in a one-on-one confrontation before succumbing to the wolf's bite. The wild wolf, at level 3, boasted a substantial health pool of 150 points, underscoring the daunting challenge of this chaotic encounter. The wolf's fur was cleanly severed at the neck, blood gushing forth. Its bewildered gaze lingered for a moment, clearly unable to fathom why its assured assault had failed, only to be injured by this human. However, the wolf's limited cognitive capacity prevented it from pursuing this line of thought further. In the next instant, it emitted a more frenzied howl and lunged forward once more. Understanding the wolf's attack patterns, Jiang Ye relaxed completely. Generally, monsters do not unleash skills in rapid succession. They too possess a resource bar or cooldown periods, albeit invisible to players. As a novice creature, the wild wolf's attributes and weaknesses had long been analyzed by players from previous lives. The pounce ability typically activates only when both parties are in a standoff or when the player is oblivious to the wolf's presence. Thus, as long as the player maintains continuous movement, the wolf struggles to execute this skill. The wolf's other ability, bite, requires the success of the pounce to trigger. Therefore, as long as Jiang Ye managed his distance wisely, the wolf's attacks would be unlikely to find their mark. His objective was singular, to awaken his supreme talent. Although the Pangu bloodline's effects dictate that the higher the damage received, the greater the enhancement of his strength attribute. The current lack of defensive measures necessitated a more cautious approach. Jiang Ye's strategy was to evade the wolf's skills while deliberately absorbing its normal attacks, thereby controlling his health within a safe range. As the wolf lunged again, Jiang Ye opted not to block, but instead twisted his body sharply to evade the claws aimed at his abdomen. The sharp talons shredded his gray tunic, leaving 3 shallow gashes along his ribs. The marks were not deep, with blood slowly seeping forth, precisely as Jiang Ye intended. Familiar pain coursed through him, yet he seemed oblivious. By avoiding all vital areas, he minimized the damage from the wild wolf to the utmost. Sustaining physical damage, minus 15 health. Health reduced by 15, triggering the Pangu bloodline. Permanently increasing strength by 15. Although anticipated, witnessing the sudden rise of his strength attribute from 10 to 25 still sent a jolt through Jiang Ye's spirit. Truly, the supreme talent was overwhelmingly potent. Permanent attribute points are typically acquired through leveling up, with each level granting a warrior 5 strength points, 5 constitution points, plus an additional 5 free points shared among all classes. Having endured this blow, which barely constituted a light injury, Jiang Ye directly gained 15 strength. Now, as he gazed at the charging wild wolf, his eyes sparkled with the fervor of impending power. This was no mere wolf. It embodied an endless source of strength attributes. With a swift motion, he executed weapon block to intercept the wolf, seizing the moment of its brief paralysis to deliver another horizontal slash. Critical hit triggered, inflicting minus 55 damage. A figure far exceeding the previous damage erupted forth. The wild wolf yelped in agony, its health plummeting by over half as 55 points of damage compounded with the earlier 22 points. After this decisive strike, Jiang Ye realized, shaking his head, I almost forgot. I can't let you perish in just 3 strokes. It would be too wasteful. Given the current amplification of his strength, one more precise strike would surely end the wolf's life. Utilizing resources efficiently was Jiang Ye's guiding principle. Thus, he resolved to adopt a strategy of gradually inflicting damage, maximizing his gains from this encounter. The wild wolf, oblivious to the nuances of human thought, felt no fear from the pain coursing through it. Instead, it became more ferocious, intensifying its assault. Continuing with his earlier plan, Jiang Ye maintained his distance, ensuring the wolf had no opportunity to execute its pounce. For each of the wolf's ordinary claw strikes, he skillfully avoided vital areas while absorbing the damage. A peculiar scene unfolded on the barren plains. The wild wolf was being led in circles by Jiang Ye, as if on a string. Even when it managed to land a strike, the wounds were merely superficial. Typically, novice players at this stage would suffer over 30 points of health loss from a direct hit by the wolf. A combination of pounce followed by bite would likely result in instant death. Only Jiang Ye, reborn with knowledge of past encounters, could consistently mitigate the wild wolf's attacks to their least damaging areas. Minus 15, minus 15, minus 15. Health diminished by 15, triggering the Pangu bloodline, granting a permanent increase of 15 strength. Before long, Jiang Ye's health reached 25 points. At this juncture, he had withstood 5 of the wild wolf's attacks, accruing a remarkable total of 75 strength points. He could endure one more strike, but given the proximity to the village and the myriad unknown threats lurking nearby, he deemed it unwise to take excessive risks. Thus, he resolved to conclude the encounter here. Weapon block, paralysis, horizontal slash. The familiar and practiced motions flowed effortlessly into action. This time, perhaps due to the significant increase in his strength attribute, the unremarkable plain sword gleamed with a newfound brilliance. Whoosh. Critical hit triggered, inflicting -187 damage. 85-1. 1-2. The wild wolf's head was flung high, and before it could fall, a spurt of foul blood drenched the parched grass. Its mouth gaped wide in a snarl, eyes reflecting confusion and rage, much like moments before. Yet, mere seconds later, its body crumpled to the ground. You have slain a level 3 wild wolf. In quick succession, a cascade of notifications erupted in Jiang Ye's ears. Chapter 6. The Imperial Clan, Emperor Tian. Congratulations, Ascendant, Knight Emperor, for becoming the first player to vanquish a monster in chaos, earning the innate talent, Hunter's Vanguard. Congratulations, Ascendant, Knight Emperor, for being the first player to slay the Desolate Wolf in chaos, achieving the Desolate Wolf First Kill accolade, and earning the right to wear the corresponding badge. Monster rewards 10, and you have received a bronze-level treasure chest. These achievements will be announced globally after the system's announcement concluded. Billions of players across the Blue Star Nation simultaneously received this global notification in their respective languages. Upon hearing the announcement, countless players inside and outside the trial villages halted in shock. Some players, engaged in a tense standoff with the Desolate Wolf, became distracted by the announcement, providing the wolf with an opportunity to inflict severe wounds or even to slay them. A cacophony of lamentation erupted. Damn it! Is this Knight Emperor from the Great Xia? Which clan does he belong to? How could he steal the thunder from me? Saint Adam. By the heavens. Knight Emperor? What a commanding Eastern name. He must be the heir of a financial magnate from our great Han Ming kingdom. Alas, I am guilty, for I could not offer the monster's first kill to my revered emperor. Outside trial village number 00001, a formidable 5-member team was hunting a desolate wolf. As the final fireball struck the wolf's head, its health bar depleted, and it collapsed. However, the global announcement had already sounded a mere 10 seconds prior. The expressions of the 4 team members turned grim as they knelt before the tall, young man at the center, who wielded a staff. Young master, it is our failure. Please punish us. This tall youth was imposing, his features fierce, with phoenix-like eyes radiating nobility and dominance. His thin lips were pressed into a cold, unyielding line. If Jiang Ye were present, he would instantly recognize him as the future powerhouse, Sequence 001, the heir to the Imperial Clan, Emperor Tian. In the annals of history, the bloodshed endured by humanity was partly wrought by the chaotic monsters, but equally by the forces of the clans he led. They had long anticipated the merging of the game with reality, thus colluding with foreign elites and nobility to extract power and immortality from chaos. Using billions of citizens as a reservoir of blood and resources, suppressing information, and disregarding the rampant monsters, all to remain celestial beings. This was a nightmarish hellscape, a terrifying spectacle that tormented all living beings. Emperor Tian and Appo's expression remained as placid as water, devoid of any visible emotion. Yet, the 4 loyal subordinates, trained from childhood by the Imperial Clan, sensed the smoldering fury within their master, nearly on the verge of eruption. The 3 men and 1 woman trembled as they knelt. This was the future master of the Imperial Clan, destined from birth to be the ruler of the Great Xia, despite being in his early 20s. His esteemed lineage and the regal authority instilled in him since childhood imbued him with an overwhelming presence. A mere glance from him could compel their immediate demise. With no room for hesitation, an ideology ingrained in them since youth, Emperor Tian stood in silence, absorbing the global announcement for several moments. As the atmosphere around him thickened with a palpable stillness, he finally spoke, his voice laced with mockery and a chilling coldness. Half an hour ago, the majority of the codes held by our Great Xia clans became ineffective, forcing us to activate the remaining backup codes. Mere moments later, I was robbed of my first kill. Ah, yes, this individual is known as Knight Emperor. Emperor Tian's laughter was a frosty whisper, as if the offense of losing the first kill paled in comparison to the affront of this name. Players in later generations would come to understand the extent of Emperor Tian's arrogance. Anyone among the great Xia players with Emperor in their ID would be relentlessly hunted down by him after the game merged with reality, with none managing to escape, all meeting a tragic end. One of these unfortunate souls was the third heir of a prominent clan, though not one of the four major clans. It was a powerful entity with a long-standing grip on significant power. When the clan's elders failed to intercede on his behalf with Emperor Tian, they cast him out, allowing him to be dealt with by Emperor Tian. The reason was simple. Among the four major clans, the imperial clan reigned supreme. Since the establishment of the Great Xia 3 centuries ago, half of the seats in the highest council have forever belonged to the imperial clan and its vassal families. In other words, though there are four major clans, only through an alliance of the other three could they maintain a semblance of balance against the imperial clan, let alone the despairing might of Emperor Tian after the merging of the game with reality. This was a presence so formidable that all insurgents had no choice but to acknowledge its overwhelming power. Were it not for the myriad internal conflicts within the clan forces, the rebels would have long since collapsed. Emperor Tian was known for his infamous declaration that encapsulated his extreme arrogance. "I am the emperor. I am heaven." He demanded that all acknowledge him as the sole monarch, declaring that there could be no other emperor in this world. His absolute power sustained his hubris. Angering him could lead to a bloodbath. Even the clans would find no refuge, let alone the commoners whom the clans deemed expendable. Now, a person named Night Emperor had usurped the honor and prestige that rightfully belonged to him. Emperor Tian was on the brink of losing control over his emotions. The four kneeling before him trembled in trepidation. Among them, a strikingly beautiful woman, favored by Emperor Tian in more intimate settings, mustered the courage to speak. "My lord, could it be that the other major clans are secretly conspiring against us?" Emperor Tian scoffed. "Them? A mere woman from the Moron clan, and the two worthless Y and L clans, who have long been beneath my heel, dare to covet what belongs to me?" The enchanting woman, Shimei, whose allure ignited desire, quickly replied, "My lord, your insight is unparalleled. I am in awe." The other three exhaled in relief. Emperor Tian's willingness to speak indicated that their lives were not in immediate peril. Fortunately, with Shimei's beguiling presence, they had escaped the threat of execution. Emperor Tian's thin lips parted slightly, his cold voice continued. "However, their associates may not be as restrained. Relay my orders. Summon the imperial clan members for a clandestine online council within Chaos. Triple the resources for the imperial clan's exploration forces, and accelerate the original schedule by half." Chapter 7. The Gift of Destiny. The Achievement of First Kill. It is imperative to shorten the journey to the main city, for the true fortune in Chaos begins to reveal itself only at this stage. I shall witness, once the Imperial Legion is in position, and I unleash the might of this SSS-level talent. Who would dare defy me, D. Tian? Yes, the four of them hastily accepted the command, promptly conveying D. Tian's will throughout the entire faction. Within the faction, apart from the current leader, D. Tian holds the highest authority, and even the elders must comply. D. Tian suppressed his fury. To him, this was merely a minor episode on his path to supremacy, unworthy of his concern. As he gazed at the text on his panel, the phrase appeared, "Primary talent, D. Ming, SSS level unique." A cruel and icy smile curled upon his lips. "The little thief who stole from me. I had not anticipated that the backup code would awaken this supreme talent within me. Loss in one realm, gain in another. This truly belongs to me. A sign from the heavens. I am the one destined by the imperial mandate." Outside the trial village number 00097, beside a mound of earth, Jiang Ye observed a chest glowing with a bronze metallic hue, slightly taken aback. In his previous life, he had never achieved the first kill, but he recalled that the first kill of the wild wolf had yielded only a black iron chest. After all, the wild wolf was merely a novice monster, challenging yet limited. Chests typically emerged from defeating dungeons, secret realm bosses, or certain special creatures. Thus, while first kill rewards could be significantly enhanced, the probability of the wild wolf dropping a bronze chest was exceedingly low. Could it be that, influenced by the Pangu bloodline talent, his hidden luck attribute had been amplified? Jiang Ye pondered. In Chaos, there exist numerous attributes that are not displayed on the panel but are nonetheless real. Among them, the luck attribute is paramount. Not to mention, it profoundly impacts the drop rates of defeated monsters, which is astonishing in itself. Indeed, There are players with such an extraordinary level of luck that they encounter events akin to those described in novels about favored children of destiny, such as stumbling upon an unclaimed treasure chest in the wild or discovering the tomb of an ancient powerhouse after falling off a cliff. Logically speaking, the fact that he could acquire an unprecedented supreme-level talent, even with the potential influence of cheat codes, attests to his exceptional luck. However, this was not of immediate importance. For a newcomer, a bronze chest was still quite remarkable. Yet, what truly captivated Jiang Ye was that secondary talent. Every player receives a primary talent upon entering the game. In the previous life, player forums categorized talents from lowest to highest as F, E, D, C, up to SSS level. Absent cheat codes, the maximum attainable talent was a level, with a probability of less than 1 in 100,000. Families with cheat codes often secured at least A-level talents, with a substantial chance for S-level. This discrepancy explains why, once the game merged with reality, powerful factions could easily trample the common folk. The initial gap was simply too vast. However, talents are not exclusively obtainable at the game's onset. There are exceedingly rare opportunities to acquire what are known as secondary talents during gameplay. The Hunter's Pioneer is a commendable example of a secondary talent. Jiang Ye glanced at the panel, and indeed, a new entry appeared under secondary talents. Hunter's Pioneer A level. You inflict 30 damage to all non-human entities. Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. Although he now possessed a supreme talent that surpassed SSS level, it did not diminish his appreciation for other talents. Talents function as a permanent buff. As long as they yield positive effects, the more, the merrier. Furthermore, despite the Hunter's Pioneer being merely an A-level talent, his previous life only afforded him a B-level talent, and he had not secured any secondary talents at all. This meant that, solely due to this secondary talent, his starting point had already eclipsed that of his previous life. Additionally, talents, much like skills, can yield effects that exceed their original levels if they align well with the user. With a 30 damage increase, Jiang Ye's margin for error while drawing aggro would be considerably higher. If he could subsequently acquire a talent or skill that enhances survival, it would be even more perfect. Were it not for the restriction regarding non-human entities, this talent would undoubtedly qualify as S-level. Next, Jiang Ye adorned himself with the badge. Chaos features an achievement system, with each achievement corresponding to a unique achievement badge. Badges can confer specific effects, akin to equipment, albeit with greater specificity. At that moment, a fierce wolf head insignia materialized on the left side of Jiang Ye's chest. A new section appeared on the panel. Achievement badge. Wild wolf fear upgradable. Description: a ferocious wolf seems to be afraid of you. You instill a certain dread in wild wolves of levels not exceeding your own by 10 levels. When facing wild wolves, you inflict 10 damage and receive minus 10 damage. Upgrade conditions: defeat 10 wild wolves of levels not lower than your own. Jiang Ye's lips twitched. What does this badge's name and description signify? The will of the heavens and chaos has taken on a playful tone. As for its effects, it is better than nothing. The benefit lies in the fact that this badge is upgradable. Such badges are rumored to have a high ceiling. Jiang Ye felt a pang of nostalgia. In his previous life, his starting point had been so low that he had never encountered such high-tier items. No wonder those noble factions scorned the pursuit of self-created skills. Indeed, relying solely on attribute suppression was sufficient to crush the competition. Finally, he turned his attention to the bronze chest. Though his expectations for this chest were the lowest, the customary rituals must still be observed. In his previous life, there was a tradition of praying to the deities that symbolize luck or wealth in one's homeland before opening a chest, hoping for a glimmer of divine assistance. Of course, most of the time, this was merely psychological comfort. This world is home to many deities, yet they seldom heed the prayers of those outside their faithful followers. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by the noise. Jiang Ye rubbed his hands together and murmured, "O wealth-delivering child, O God of wealth, O gods of fortune and prosperity, open for me the chest." He brushed his hand across the chest, dispelling its magical barrier, and its contents immediately burst forth. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Wild Wolf Leather Armor, Bronze. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Wild Wolf Twin Blades, Bronze. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Wild Wolf Footwear, Bronze. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Wild Wolf Fangs 100. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained item, Wolf Attracting Incense. With a total of 5 chimes, 5 items emerged, 3 of which gleamed with a bronze radiance. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened. It seemed his luck truly was exceptional. The level of the chest often indicated the quality of its treasures. Chapter 8. 3 pieces of equipment. Experience critical hit. The bronze treasure chest signifies that it contains at least 1 bronze item. The potential to yield 3 bronze items indicates an exceptionally high drop rate, nearly reaching its limits. Barring a few rare exceptions, such as a bronze chest unexpectedly yielding a silver item, commonly referred to among players as breaking the limits. However, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Jiang Ye began to examine the details of the 4 items he had acquired. Wild Wolf Leather Armor, Bronze, Description. Part of the Wild Wolf set level, limited to LV3 and above class. Warrior. Ranger Attributes. 15 Physical Defense. Wild Wolf Twin Blades, Bronze. Description. Part of the Wild Wolf set level, limited to LV3 and above class. Ranger Attributes. 10 Physical Penetration. 15 Attack Speed. Wild Wolf Footwear, Bronze. Description. Part of the Wild Wolf set level, limited to LV3 and above class. All attributes. 15 Movement Speed. Jiang Ye's expression remained neutral as he assessed the 3 bronze items, their attributes aligning with his expectations. Even if he had slain the initial monster, it was merely a wild wolf, and the likelihood of obtaining extraordinary items remained limited. He was aware that the wild wolf set consisted of 5 pieces, capable of forming 2 complete sets, restricted to use by warriors or rangers. When assembled, the set granted a minor skill, which held little significance for him. Thus, he did not intend to pursue the remaining pieces. For now, he could utilize the leather armor and footwear, planning to sell them, along with the twin blades, at a later time. At this stage, it would be exceedingly challenging for other players to obtain equipment from the wild wolf. Only a select few might be fortunate enough to encounter a treasure chest that yielded items. Jiang Ye suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial aspect. If he were to sell these items, they would undoubtedly become the most sought-after commodities in the current market. This meant they would likely fall into the hands of the aristocratic factions. In his previous life, players frequently traded their finds to these factions, primarily because they were willing to pay generously and perpetually monitored the virtual market. When they encountered items they desired, they often acquired them at a premium of over 20% above market value. At that time, most players regarded chaos as merely a game. Before the game merged with reality, numerous unusual signs had already begun to emerge in the real world. However, due to the official suppression of information and media misleading the public, aside from a few discussions on niche forums, the majority of players paid little heed. Consequently, many common players who had experienced significant fortunes in the game sold their quality gear and items to the aristocracy in exchange for substantial sums of money. One player even sold a starry item for over 100 million currency units, instantly catapulting him into a life of luxury and admiration. As he was hailed for his industriousness and chaos and for selling his gear to wealthy patrons, thereby embarking on the path to wealth. However, when chaos merged with reality, these individuals soon discovered they had been thoroughly deceived. Wealth, in the face of extraordinary power, became utterly meaningless. With the emergence of superhuman abilities, the strong acted with impunity, and the existing monetary system collapsed. By that time, people realized that what they had once pursued had turned into mere scraps of paper. All precious resources became concentrated in the hands of the aristocracy, who, once lofty in the old era, became even more formidable and unassailable in the new era. Thus, it would be unwise to sell these items, as it would merely fuel the advancement of the aristocratic factions within chaos. Jiang Ye concluded that any equipment he acquired in the future, which he could not utilize, should be dismantled for materials or preserved for his future team. His starting point in this life far exceeded that of his previous one, and he was confident of becoming an overwhelmingly powerful presence. However, he did not wish to act as a solitary rogue. His experiences in establishing a resistance faction in his past life taught him the importance of having a trustworthy organization. This was not solely for the sake of military support, but rather to delegate numerous tasks to others, saving him considerable time. Valuable information could be gathered more efficiently by a team than by an individual. Nonetheless, this endeavor required careful planning. The reach of the aristocracy extended far and wide, and establishing a faction necessitated ensuring the loyalty and reliability of its members, a process that must be undertaken gradually. As for the remaining 2 items, one was a collection of 100 wild wolf fangs. While this item held no immediate utility for players, it could be delivered to NPCs as part of a quest. The quantity was quite substantial, typically Defeating a single wild wolf yielded only 3 to 5 fangs. Jiang Ye recalled an opportunity in Trial Village and planned to explore it upon his return. The final item was a consumable. Wolf Calling Incense, consumable item, when ignited. It attracts all wild wolves within a certain radius and increases the probability of elite-level wild wolves appearing. It can be used repeatedly until the incense burns out. This item proved to be quite useful, possessing a value that, to Jiang Ye, surpassed that of the 3 bronze items combined. With the Wolf Calling Incense, the efficiency of utilizing the Pangu bloodline would significantly improve. Jiang Ye remembered that he had yet to check a personal announcement. Ding! You have slain a LV3 wild wolf. First kill. Your current level is LV0. You have triggered a solo kill experience reward, an overlevel kill experience reward, and a first kill experience critical hit reward. You have gained 4,102 experience points. You have reached LV8. You have received 40 free attribute points. Excellent. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated that slaying a wild wolf would directly trigger a 10-fold first kill critical hit. The original 100 experience points, when combined with the 3-fold rewards, had granted him a remarkable 4,000 experience points. At this level, he would likely remain unmatched for at least 2 days. Rising 8 levels had granted him 40 points in strength and constitution attributes. Additionally, with 40 free attribute points, Jiang Ye pondered briefly before allocating them entirely to agility. Strength already had a natural enhancement and was sufficiently high. Adding more could lead to an extreme imbalance in his 4 attributes, adversely affecting his movement and coordination. He recalled players who had pursued such an extreme build, investing all their attribute points into strength. When the game merged with reality, they found themselves injuring themselves due to their inadequate constitution. Constitution relates to hidden resistances, control durations, and health regeneration. And Jiang Ye did not wish to raise it excessively for fear that he would become entirely defenseless against the wild wolves. Mental attributes pertain to mana recovery, and magical output. Currently, Jiang Ye possessed only the horizontal slash skill, which he did not frequently utilize, rendering further investment unnecessary at this time. Agility is linked to bodily coordination, attack speed, and reflexes, which would aid Jiang Ye in better kiting monsters and maneuvering while also being beneficial for employing his own versatile skills. Having finished allocating his points, Jiang Ye donned the 2 bronze items. Chapter 9, Collective Discussion. No adding friends. Looking at his refreshed status panel, Jiang Ye noted, Descendant, Knight Emperor level, LV8 occupation, warrior attributes, strength 125, 1075 40, constitution 49, 940, agility 47, 740, spirit 6 health points, 25 500, 100, 40, 10, mana points, 50-50 revival count, 2 heavenly talent, Pangu bloodline. Supreme level stage 1. Every point of damage you sustain permanently increases your strength by 1. Later talent, Hunter's Vanguard A-class. You deal an additional 30 damage to all non-human entities. Achievement badge, Fearsome Wolf upgradable. You instill a degree of intimidation in wolves that are no more than 10 levels below you. When facing wolves, your damage dealt increases by 10, while damage received decreases by 10. His current panel could be deemed quite luxurious. With an attack power of 125, he could easily dispatch the earlier wolf with a single punch. Who else at level 8 could boast both a later talent and an achievement badge? Jiang Ye looked up and surveyed his surroundings. By now, the sky had darkened. The cycle of day and night in chaos mirrored that of reality. Once night fell, the number of monsters in this wilderness area would multiply, and elite creatures would appear with greater frequency, potentially posing a threat to him. Additionally, with only 25 health points remaining, he recognized the inherent risks, despite his significant attribute enhancements. Today was merely the first night. There was no need to rush. He still had several key and hidden areas in the trial village to explore. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye turned back. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the earthen walls of the trial village. Along the way, he encountered numerous players returning to the village, many of whom appeared pale and wounded. Some bore expressions of despair, clearly just revived from death. After a day of mutual acclimatization, the players spontaneously gathered in the village center to discuss their experiences. Oh my goodness, the pain in this game feels too real. My wounds are still throbbing. It's unbearable. Damn. I gathered 4 people to form a 5-man team, thinking we could easily hunt a wolf. Who knew we ended up getting mauled, and one poor guy didn't make it and had to revive in the village. Sigh. I must have seen at least a dozen people die to wolf attacks. The game's difficulty is way too high. Even a novice monster makes us break a sweat. Is there a kind soul with healing potions? I'm in critical condition and can't do anything. Every 3 steps I take, I have to pause for breath. Healing potions? Did you manage to kill a wolf? The wolf fangs can be exchanged for medicine with the village chief. If you haven't, I suggest you just self-destruct. In your severely injured state, it's hardly different from dying. Wasting time is futile. Amidst the crowd, some players wore expressions of sorrow while others beamed with joy. You are all so foolish. Why rush into the wilderness right away? Shouldn't you be helping the village chief and villagers with their tasks? Huh? What do you mean? Oh, great one, enlighten us. When I approached the village chief, he praised me as a brave warrior slaying monsters and assigned me a task to kill a wolf. I thought it would be simple, but ended up using one of my revival opportunities. It's no wonder. You all lack patience. In this game, you must interact kindly with NPCs to uncover unexpected discoveries. If you chat a bit more with the village chief, he'll give you miscellaneous tasks, like cleaning rooms in the village center or moving heavy objects. Other villagers also have such tasks. I worked hard all day and leveled up to level 2. Tomorrow, I'll team up to hunt wolves. The players who had been battered by wolves finally realized their missteps. Ah, so that is how it is. No wonder I felt the task was impossible. I should have sought ways to level up within the village first. Those who had successfully leveled up today began to exchange friend requests. Those who achieved this milestone were elite players, potential allies for the future. Observant players. After a day of gameplay, discerned that in chaos, a lone wolf strategy was unfeasible. A reliable team was essential. As for those who recklessly charged in at level 0 and were left bloodied, they were deemed not worth engaging with. Hey bro, you're level 1 too? Let us add each other as friends and team up tomorrow. I'm a level 1 warrior, fully invested in Constitution. Ready to be a meat shield and draw the wolves aggro. Any level 1 mages or rangers, come at me. We already have a 4-man setup here. A level 2 warrior. A level 1 warrior and mages and rangers are also level 1. We just need a priest. The priest's initial skill is a buff that can inspire all teammates, including themselves, which is quite useful. By the way, who is that Night Emperor? When the first kill announcement came out, I had already died to a wolf and revived in the village. How did he manage that? I'm not sure. I looked up that ID. And it belongs to a player from our great Xia. He must be from a prominent family, likely with 4 top-tier boosters. Leveling up at lightning speed before heading out to achieve the kill. Sigh, these powerful families are enviable. Why wasn't I born into one? However, one must admit, this young master is quite impressive. He achieved the first kill of the inaugural monster in Chaos. There are certainly many distinguished players vying for it globally. Yet it ended up with our great Xia. Is it possible that Night Emperor accomplished the kill solo? A curious passerby inquired, prompting laughter from the rest. With such a ridiculously high difficulty, a solo kill? No way. Unless he is cheating. True. On his way back, Jiang Ye had already concealed his ID and temporarily stowed his equipment in his backpack, knowing that being seen might incite chaos. He also set his friend request settings to decline all requests while only accepting text messages. He had overheard many discussing Night Emperor. Although, logically, it would be exceedingly difficult to trace someone's real identity through their character in Chaos. These powerful families could likely obtain such means, including cheating codes. Thus, he chose to remain discreet about his whereabouts in the game. As for his appearance, Chaos reflected one's real-life visage, leaving no room for alteration. He would have to acquire a disguise or a means to alter his features in the future. Given the multitude of players in the trial village, the chance of encountering someone familiar was quite low. At that moment, a male player spotted Jiang Ye and his eyes lit up. With striking good looks and an extraordinary demeanor, Jiang Ye's behavior of concealing information struck this player as characteristic of a significant figure. He approached with a smile. Hey buddy, I'm Wang San, a level 2 warrior. How about we add each other as friends? Chapter 10, Etiquette of the Continent. Social players. Is it appropriate to form a team tomorrow? I am in need of one more person. Jiang Ye glanced at him and replied coolly, thank you, but no. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Wang San felt a bit awkward, rubbing his face and giving a wry smile. At that moment, 2 young men and a woman in their early 20s approached from behind. The girl bore a resemblance to Wang San, her appearance rather delicate. The 2 young men stepped forward, curious, and asked, Brother Wang, who is that person? Your friend? Wang San shook his head. No, just an unfamiliar person. I wanted to add him as a friend, but he declined. Oh, The three were somewhat surprised. The girl said, "Cousin, with your level, there are not many in the entire trial village, yet that person is so arrogant." Wang Xin chuckled lightly. "Qian, do not underestimate others. He might be a top-tier expert." The girl, referred to as Qian, appeared skeptical and remarked, "He refuses to reveal any information. How can you be sure he is an expert? Perhaps he is just pretending." Wang Xin shrugged. "Just a hunch, who knows?" Disregarding this minor episode, Jiang Ye continued on his way to the center of the village, seeking the assembly hall. This place served as the heart of the trial village, boasting a much cleaner and more orderly structure compared to the crude, thatched huts and mud houses where the villagers resided. It was at least built from bricks. The trial village was situated in the spirit wasteland, plagued by monster invasions throughout the year and lacking channels for external communication, which had perpetuated its impoverished state. The assembly hall had 2 stories and was not particularly large. Jiang Ye ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked rhythmically on a wooden door. "Knock, knock." An elderly voice soon called from within, "Please enter." Upon pushing the door open, Jiang Ye found an old man with white hair, adorned with a small, earthy yellow round hat. Hunched over a table engrossed in a book, he was savoring its contents, occasionally smacking his lips as if lost in the exhilarating narrative. This was the village chief of Trial Village number 00097, appearing somewhat eccentric. Players later learned that NPCs in Chaos with some formal identity were far from ordinary. Jiang Ye was well aware of this, thus he did not dare to be negligent. Recalling his memory, he made an unusual gesture. He crossed his arms, placing his left arm over his right, folded across his chest, and performed a unique salute. He spoke, "Respected village chief, may the divine be with humanity." The village chief, with small bright eyes, smiled and replied, "May the divine be with humanity." "Young newcomer, I did not expect you to understand the etiquette of the origin continent. Quite impressive." Ding, the village chief Lu Zhang's favorability towards you has increased by 20, current favorability, friendly. You have unlocked the favorability system. Favorability affects all aspects of your interactions with others. Please continue to explore. Indeed, Jiang Ye's recent actions, the salute and the proclamation, were a consensus among players from his previous life. When one assimilates into the cultural environment of the origin continent, mastering various etiquettes and communication techniques, and applies them, NPCs will be more comfortable engaging with you, potentially increasing favorability. In Chaos, all beings are sentient, possessing their own thoughts, preferences, and inclinations. Favorability is categorized into multiple levels, starting from neutral, with positive and negative paths. The upward trajectory includes friendly, close, affectionate, and steadfast companions, among others. Different interpersonal relationships, such as friends, lovers, and mentors, will yield distinct titles for favorability. Conversely, descending paths encompass indifference, dislike, hatred, hostility, and deep enmity. Favorability directly dictates NPCs' attitudes towards players. For instance, an NPC with a level of hatred may spit at players or hurl insults, while one with hostility may directly attack. Moreover, favorability involves unique opportunities, hidden quests, and especially pertains to certain special NPCs with unique identities or extraordinary powers. Cultivating good relations with them equates to having a formidable ally, the potential benefits of which are immeasurable. In the realm of human interactions, such dynamics are unavoidable. Thus, some players in the past specialized in social routes, diligently navigating the intricacies of human relationships. A post circulated on forums, whether genuine or not, detailed the preferences and taboos of dozens of unique NPCs. It must be said, NPCs of some standing are indeed challenging to please. Some possess peculiarities or unpredictable moods, leaving players bewildered as to how they might have offended them. Once, a seasoned social player shared his experiences and insights on courting a beautiful yet icy mentor at a major city's vocational temple. His account spanned over 100,000 words, filled with twists and turns that captivated readers, leaving them breathless. The player exhibited an exceptional spirit of exploration, spending 6 months observing the icy mentor before devising 4 distinct plans, each accommodating various potential reactions from her. He executed these plans with precision, promptly adjusting based on her responses. Despite this meticulous approach, he ultimately incurred the cost of 1 revival. However, diligence pays off. 3 months later, the player's favorability with the icy mentor ascended to an affectionate level, leading to a romantic relationship. From her, he obtained a remarkably powerful hidden class and an S-tier latent talent. After the game merged with reality, he became a renowned figure within the resistance. A focal point for the aristocratic powers, recognized as an 8-turn powerhouse. Many players aspired to replicate his success, hoping for a meteoric rise. Yet, upon attempting to emulate his methods, they discovered why he had shared such invaluable experiences in detail. Theory and practice are entirely different realms. And relying on others' fortunes is indeed a skillful endeavor. The universal etiquette Jiang Ye employed is one that others would eventually master, rendering it unremarkable. He currently held an advantageous position. Upon witnessing so many discourteous newcomers, the village chief Lu Zheng was unexpectedly delighted to encounter someone well-versed in etiquette, which undoubtedly contributed to his favorability rising to friendly. With this newfound favorability, matters would become more manageable. Jiang Ye continued his performance, his gaze shifting slightly, tinged with melancholy, and spoke with a somber tone. Village chief, as I traversed here, I observed the townsfolk suffering from relentless monster invasions, unable to live peacefully. It truly pains my heart. His delivery was measured, expressing sorrow without veering into excessive dramatics. Chapter 11. The Village Chief's Past. A Hidden Quest. Upon hearing these words, the village chief, Lu Zheng, was deeply moved. Ah, young man, you possess a remarkable sense of empathy. It seemed that Jiang Ye's words had stirred memories within him, prompting him to express the emotions that had long resided in his heart. In my youth, I hailed from the Dan prefecture of the Southern Flame Kingdom. My homeland was ravaged by war and beastly disasters, reducing towns to mere ruins, and my parents perished at the hands of monstrous fiends. After a long and arduous journey, I found myself here, and it has been a full 60 years since. He lamented the fact that the vile creatures of this continent showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, their numbers increased year by year. Some old friends from afar even suffered the fate of their nations being annihilated, entirely overtaken by demonic forces. Jiang Ye felt a stirring within him. The information conveyed by Chief Lu Zheng was substantial. Firstly, he hailed from the Southern Flame Kingdom, a land Jiang Ye recalled as being home to a high-level, oversized dungeon. Moreover, the capital of the Southern Flame was one of the player's main cities. Though it was short-lived, ultimately destroyed for reasons he could not clearly recollect amidst the myriad of significant events on the origin continent. Furthermore, Lu Zheng's mention of the increasing number of monsters and countries falling to dark forces seemed intricately linked to the imminent calamity heralded in the first act of chaos. In a year's time, the realms of chaos would merge with reality, unleashing a torrent of monstrous beings that would wreak havoc across the land. NPCs in the game do not speak frivolously. Lu Zheng's remarks suggested that he likely held vital clues to significant events, perhaps even a hidden quest. However, there was no rush to pry too deeply at this moment. Jiang Ye nodded in agreement, striving to encourage the elderly chief to continue his tale. Lu Zheng was presently enveloped in nostalgia, and it would be unwise to interrupt this reflective mood. You are indeed correct. I once had a friend who also fell victim to a monster. I can relate to your sorrow. This statement was not merely flattery. In his past life, several of Jiang Ye's subordinates and friends had met their demise at the hands of these vile creatures. Jiang Ye patiently listened as Lu Zheng shared his story, but the subsequent details were largely mundane and offered little in terms of useful information. After half an hour of reminiscing, Lu Zheng finally sighed, placing a hand on Jiang Ye's shoulder, and said, "Young man, not far from the village, the wild wolves possess moderate strength, making them suitable for a fledgling adventurer like yourself to test your mettle. Should you wish to undertake this challenge, I can provide you with some assistance." Jiang Ye understood immediately. This offer was likely contingent upon having unlocked the favor system and achieving a friendly rapport with Lu Zheng, which most players would not have done. Should he pursue this line of conversation, the chief would probably lend him a piece of black iron weaponry with the condition that ownership would be granted upon slaying the wild wolves, but would be reclaimed if he failed to do so within a specific time frame. However, Jiang Ye had no need for such a weapon and thus chose not to engage in that topic. He nodded and replied, "Upon witnessing the state of the village, my heart could not remain still, and I took it upon myself to educate those beasts." "Oh, is that truly the case?" Lu Zheng asked, startled. Jiang Ye recognized the opportune moment and produced the 100 sets of wild wolf fangs from his possession. As Lu Zheng took them, he gasped in astonishment. 100 fangs from the wild wolves. While they pose little threat to me, I am well aware that very few of these adventurers possess the capability to defeat even one, let alone such a significant number. Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Lu Zheng exclaimed. In light of this, I have a rather challenging commission that I would like you to consider. Of course, I am eager to assist. Jiang Ye declared confidently, whatever you require, leave it to me. Lu Zheng nodded, saying, when I first fled to this village, I lost a wooden plaque that I had brought from my homeland. I know where it lies, but I am unable to leave the village. If you would be so kind as to help me retrieve it, I would be most grateful. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Hidden quest. The village chief Lu Zheng's wish description. Assist him in retrieving the wooden plaque he carried in his youth, likely located near the wild wolf den. Quest reward. Unknown time limit. 3 days upon receiving the quest notification, Jiang Ye silently clenched his fist. His goal was within reach. He understood that this was the greatest opportunity associated with Lu Zheng. To have received this quest, 2 prerequisites must have been met. First, he had to cultivate a friendly rapport with the chief. Second, he needed to demonstrate his prowess. Only by elevating their relationship could Lu Zheng confide in him. Only by proving his strength would the chief entrust him with this quest, for Lu Zheng would never risk a player's life unnecessarily. After all, the Wild Wolf Den was no trivial matter. Although the quest did not explicitly state it, it was evident that to retrieve the plaque, one would have to defeat the Wild Wolf King, the first boss of Chaos, a formidable foe far beyond that of ordinary wild wolves. This hidden quest bore a unique nature. Before the time limit expired, Lu Zheng would not offer this quest to any other player. Once the quest was completed, this storyline would vanish entirely. Lu Zheng's hidden quest had not been disclosed in forums or player groups in his previous life, as each trial village chief was unique, with differing experiences and backstories that led to varying hidden quests and triggering conditions. Most village chiefs had likely never had their hidden quests activated. Despite over 1 billion players having joined at the outset, many of whom were talented, intelligent, and resourceful, the initial channels for information were severely limited, making it difficult to uncover such quests. Jiang Ye's successful activation of this quest was a testament to his personal experience and some degree of trial and error, though he did not dare to guarantee success. Nevertheless, fortune appeared to be on his side. He grasped Lu Zheng's gnarled hands earnestly and declared, "It has always been my desire to locate the Wild Wolf Den and eradicate those beasts. Helping you with this task is but a trifling matter. You can count on me." Lu Zheng nodded repeatedly, a look of satisfaction evident on his face, clearly pleased with Jiang Ye's response. Ding. Favorability with Village Chief Lu Zheng 15. Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy. Indeed, in the real world, laying a solid foundation could lead to such effortless increases in favorability through a mere exchange of words. Who does not appreciate sweet words of praise? At that moment, Lu Zheng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, old age makes one forgetful. My memory has failed me." He produced a small porcelain vial from his robe and handed it to Jiang Ye. "Here, take this. You must have sustained some injuries while hunting the wild wolves." Chapter 12. The True Blood Revitalizing Pill. Wangsan assists in delivery. Although these medicines cannot be deemed miraculous remedies, they are certainly commendable when used properly. Village Chief Lu Zheng of Trial Village number 00097 has initiated a gift to you. You have acquired True Blood Revitalizing Pill X10. The Blood Revitalizing Pill? A splendid item indeed. Jiang Ye picked it up to examine. True Blood Revitalizing Pill, Grade 8. Description: the genuine premium among blood revitalizing pills, with formidable healing capabilities. Upon use, it restores 20 of total health and provides a continuous recovery of 50 health points per second for 10 seconds. There is a 30 chance to eliminate ordinary bleeding effects and a 15 chance to alleviate minor internal injuries. This is not merely an ordinary blood revitalizing pill, but a premium variant signified by the prefix true. Typically, such a designation implies an upgraded or supreme edition, while a truncated version would bear the prefix pseudo. Consumable items like elixirs differ from equipment, categorized into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 the highest. Ordinarily, players would need to reach the main city to access elixirs. Acquiring merely a bandage from the village chief or villagers is the most one could hope for, which hardly qualifies as a valuable item. The basic effect of such a bandage is to restore approximately 10 health points per second for a duration of 5 seconds. It is precisely due to the good rapport cultivated with the village chief and the acceptance of a hidden quest that Jiang Ye could procure such a remarkable item. The Grade 8 Blood Revitalizing Pill not only offers a substantial restoration amount but also features 2 recovery modes, initially boosting health by 20, followed by a gradual recovery. This immediate elevation of health can be life-saving in critical moments, rendering it exceedingly valuable. Furthermore, it also possesses the ability to cleanse negative effects. This grade 8 healing potion will remain relevant to players even upon reaching their second or third class transitions. Once the market system within the game is established, a single vial's price could rival that of silver or even gold. Moreover, in the early to mid-game, such potions are scarce despite their value. Although the main city sells these elixirs, they are exorbitantly priced and come with purchasing restrictions. When NPC factions like Lingdan Pavilion or Chongqing restock, wealthy players often purchase them in an instant. Noble factions may even monopolize the market, threatening any players who dare to compete with them. Only in the later stages will some players unlock secondary professions such as alchemist or pharmacist, gradually leading to a modest production of potions among the player base. However, the quantity entering the market remains limited due to the high barriers associated with these advanced secondary professions. Even upon obtaining the requisite items for class transition, players may face steep prerequisites and costs for learning. As a result, alchemists among the players are frequently courted by noble factions and guilds, serving them exclusively. In other words, only they can afford to cultivate alchemists. Considering this, Jiang Ye felt it imperative to acquire a related secondary profession or to forge strong ties with NPCs possessing such skills. Elixirs are a strategic resource, especially for teams and guilds. Safeguarding the true blood revitalizing pills, Jiang Ye solemnly declared, "Rest assured, I shall handle this." After departing the council hall, he resolved not only to accomplish the task, but to do so promptly and efficiently. The speed of task completion influences evaluations, particularly in hidden quests that delve into character backstories and personal emotions. Initially, he contemplated staying within the village for safety. However, with the acquisition of the grade 8 healing elixir, he could no longer afford to play it safe. With a sense of determination, he decided to act tonight. Jiang Ye chuckled inwardly, realizing that the noble factions would likely find it difficult to sleep tonight. The moniker Night Emperor would not only leave them astounded but soon become a source of nightmares. Striding towards the village outskirts, he noticed that most villagers had already retired for the night. The few who remained on the streets expressed clear irritation at the players, having endured enough of their antics for one day. Initially, players had aimed to maximize their time gathering resources and gaining experience points, but now they were met with disappointment. Nevertheless, most chose to remain online. The world of chaos is mesmerizing, even for those simply wandering within it. Presently, it was merely a rudimentary trial village. Once they ventured into the outer world, the spectacle would be overwhelming and captivating. Some players might even emerge as dedicated tourists. Before leaving, Jiang Ye requested a farmer's straw hat from the village chief, donning it atop his head. Although not classified as equipment, it offered a modicum of concealment. He sought a secluded route devoid of crowds as he made his way outside the village. Previously, a player had attempted to explore at night, but was quickly frightened back. The howls of wolves, which were only faintly audible during the day, became chillingly clear at night, echoing ominously near the earthen walls. Their haunting calls suggested an impending assault on the village. Players who had already exhausted a resurrection opportunity during the day kept their distance, while others hesitated to venture out. Everyone had learned to exercise caution. No one wished to squander their lives, losing their chance to experience chaos. Walking out through the main path would attract too much attention, so Jiang Ye opted for a less conspicuous route. Emerging from a cow shed, Wang Xin appeared with a cheerful demeanor, his clothes carrying the peculiar scent of hay mixed with cow dung. The continuous mooing from behind him suggested that he was in high spirits. Just a few hours earlier, his cousin and two friends had logged off due to unforeseen circumstances, agreeing to return the next morning to hunt wolves. He continued to explore the village alone, engaging with villagers and uncovering various aspects, even venturing into the notoriously foul-smelling old latrine. After a thorough exploration, he stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. A villager's cow was experiencing difficulties during delivery and was at a loss for how to proceed. This cow represented the entirety of his wealth. Should it fail to deliver a calf or, worse, perish from complications, he would be left destitute. The family relied entirely on this cow for their livelihood. Wang Xin immediately volunteered to assist. In reality, he had studied nursing in college, and, while he hadn't pursued a career as a male nurse, the knowledge lingered in his mind. During practical classes, he had learned about simulated delivery. Though this was for a cow, both are mammals. So he decided to give it a try. Who knows, perhaps he would succeed. With a wealth of RPG gaming experience, he intuited that this was a random quest, and completing it might yield delightful rewards. After a strenuous effort, he successfully delivered the calf, much to the villager's immense gratitude, which indeed led to a hidden quest. The villager recounted how his father had fallen prey to wolves in the past. If Wang San could retrieve a wild wolf's fang for him, it would provide solace to his father's spirit, and in return, he would gift Wang San a treasured family tome. Initially, Wang San pondered what kind of book it could be, but upon opening the quest details, he was astonished. The book turned out to be Chapter 13, Wang San's Fortuitous Encounter, a nighttime expedition. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a class change item for a hidden priest profession. Overjoyed, Wang San's hands trembled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly accepted the quest. This was indeed a hidden profession. What a stroke of luck. Anyone familiar with RPGs understands the significance of such a hidden class. Although it was a priest class, the game system assured him that there were no restrictions on class changes before the first transfer. One could even transition from a warrior to a priest. The mere thought of a hidden profession was exhilarating. The quest required him to retrieve a wolf fang, which essentially meant he had to hunt down a wild wolf. He was already preparing to undertake this task the following day. If Jiang Ye were to witness this quest, he would undoubtedly express his astonishment at encountering a mere villager capable of accepting such a task. Wang San must truly be the child of fortune. Though acquiring the class change item was just the beginning, there were still numerous challenges ahead. However, quests related to hidden professions were exceedingly rare, and their triggering conditions were often incredibly stringent. In Jiang Ye's previous life, he knew few individuals who possessed hidden professions. This rarity was compounded by the fact that information about them was seldom disseminated. Few would be foolish enough to broadcast such matters. Keeping a card close to one's chest provided a distinct advantage in critical moments. However, upon reflection, it was clear that Wang San's ability to trigger this quest was no mere coincidence. Firstly, he had fortuitously encountered the villager during a moment of distress with her cow. Had the cow perished, this quest line would have been irretrievably lost. Secondly, he had to possess the knowledge to assist with the birthing process. Luck and timing certainly played significant roles. Wang San prioritized his upcoming wolf hunting expedition above all else. Unlike his cousin and other friends, he was genuinely intent on becoming a professional player in chaos, hoping to transform his life and accumulate wealth through it. This groundbreaking game, participated in by billions globally, concealed immense commercial potential. It was rumored that many large corporations had already announced collaborations with Chaos, launching various merchandise and numerous promotional activities. These enterprises spanned diverse industries: automobile, entertainment, consumer goods, esports, sports, and large-scale manufacturing, all backed by significant powerhouses. Furthermore, it would not be long before official professional leagues were established, even a global league involving various nations. At that point, the elite players of Chaos would likely find themselves capable of manifesting fortunes in the millions. Professional players and gaming celebrities would have earning potentials measured in the hundreds of millions. Thus, Wang San understood the importance of seizing every opportunity. As long as it remained a game, one must adhere to the logic of the game. A swift step leads to many swift steps. This was a reflection of reality as well. Securing this hidden profession could not guarantee reaching the pinnacle of skill, but attaining a competitive level was certainly within reach. Therefore, he planned to log off and consult with his two friends and cousin about how to coordinate their efforts for the wolf hunt. This endeavor must not falter. If they proved unreliable, he could always recruit other players he had met in the village, ensuring the team's configuration was sound. While mentally strategizing, Wang San looked up to see a tall figure in a straw hat quickly passing around a corner ahead and swiftly exiting through an inconspicuous gap in the village's earthen wall. Wang San furrowed his brow, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this figure, as if he had encountered them before. He stood still, pondering for a long while, feeling increasingly vexed by his inability to recall. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind from earlier in the day. Yes, Wang San slapped his forehead. It was that person who had refused his friend's request. It had been a minor incident, yet the individual's distinct aura and solitary demeanor piqued his curiosity. He hadn't taken the rejection to heart. He was not one to harbor grudges. However, his meticulous nature meant that even a brief encounter left an impression. It quickly dawned on him who this person was. Jiang Ye's actions sparked a deep intrigue within him. Why would he venture out into the darkness on a moonless night, unafraid of the wild wolves lurking outside? Just listening to the howls made it evident that the number of wolves was staggering. Surely, he wasn't seeking a death wish. Could it be that his instincts were correct, and this individual was indeed a master? Yet, no matter how skilled one might be. Facing numerous monsters alone in such darkness was implausible. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wang Sen followed suit, cautiously approaching the small exit bordered by a fence. Peering outside, he was met with an impenetrable darkness where the wind and wolf howls intertwined, creating a chilling symphony reminiscent of wailing spirits. In the blackness, he could discern no human figures. Never mind, he thought, retreating his steps. Venturing out now would surely be tantamount to courting death. It was best not to involve himself in others' affairs. Wait. Wang Sen suddenly halted, a pensive expression gracing his features. Could this person be the Night Emperor mentioned in the global announcement earlier? The only information available was that the Night Emperor was confirmed to be a player from the Great Xia. When he had encountered this individual, they appeared to have just returned from the wilderness. Considering the timing, it seemed plausible. Wang Sen contemplated for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. His reasoning, while seemingly sound, was fraught with too many leaps of logic. There were numerous individuals concealing their identities, and the number of players returning to the village from the wild at that time was countless. How could he possibly pin it on the Night Emperor? Though this person's behavior was unusual, he was merely one among countless villagers in this testing village. There were many who exhibited distinctive behaviors. Wang Sen felt as though he was becoming a bit obsessed. Shaking his head to clear his mind before retracing his steps to log off and focus on the important matters for the following day. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had left the village and was traversing the wilderness under the night sky. With no moon illuminating the scene, the surroundings were engulfed in utter darkness, rendering it impossible to see even one's outstretched hand. For those timid of heart, the incessant wails would paralyze them with fear. Yet for Jiang Ye, navigating such an environment was routine. In truth, as the game merged with reality and monsters rampaged, the situations in the real world were far more bizarre and terrifying. Many cities had transformed into ghost towns, concealing lethal dangers at every turn. Nevertheless, the current darkness posed its own challenges. Before reaching a physical constitution of over 100, human eyes could not see well at night. Only upon surpassing that threshold could one barely make out objects 3 meters ahead. Chapter 14. The Chandelier, Amplified Carnage. And so, Jiang Ye brandished a chandelier, its light stretching 10 meters ahead, illuminating the path. The kerosene burned, its glow battling the encroaching darkness. Old-fashioned chandelier, description, an antiquated lamp used for illumination. Ensure it is filled with oil and kept clear of water. A mundane item, devoid of special attributes, serving merely as a light source. Yet, in the heart of the night, it proved invaluable. Upon learning of Jiang Ye's nocturnal departure, village chief Lu generously lent it to him, meticulously replenishing the kerosene in the copper reservoir. It would burn for over an hour. Jiang Ye, with lamp in one hand and blade in the other, advanced toward the epicenter of the wolf howls. According to the habits of the wild wolves, they collectively prowl and howl around their den at night, signaling to other creatures to keep out of their territory. Thus, locating the most concentrated area of their howls would lead to their lair. However, this also meant facing an onslaught from a multitude of wild wolves. Jiang Ye's pace was measured and steady as he proceeded along his chosen route. The signs of wild wolves were far more prevalent at night than during the day. As expected, the howling grew closer. He could sense the presence of wolves stalking him. Their eerie, phosphorescent eyes followed his every move in the darkness. Were it not for the deterrent effect of the wild wolf aversion badge, these beasts would have already pounced. Now, they were hesitant, their limited cognitive abilities unable to comprehend the source of their fear. Yet, their actions were undeniably cautious. However, Jiang Ye knew that the deterrent was not absolute. The deeper he ventured, the sooner the wolves would succumb to their primal urges and launch an assault. Soon, Jiang Ye entered a dirt path flanked by thickets. A rustling sound grew louder, approaching from the distance. It was the sound of four-legged creatures running on the earth. The sound came from Jiang Ye's left rear. Clearly, several wild wolves had already detected him, and this was the first to attack. Jiang Ye didn't even turn his head, continuing his advance. Relying solely on his hearing and experience, he could construct a mental image, precisely calculating the distance between himself and the wolf, and the angle of its impending attack. Those players with sufficiently high mental attributes in his past life could even possess a third eye, relying on superperception to see more clearly than with the naked eye. However, such measures were unnecessary to deal with mere wild wolves. Closer, ever closer. 3 seconds later, Jiang Ye felt the air behind his left ear compress violently. This indicated that the wolf had leapt into the air, aiming for his neck. Now, Jiang Ye retracted his left shoulder inward, and with a flick of his right wrist, He slashed upward with his blade. Schlack. The unremarkable white sword, enhanced by Jiang Ye's 125 points of strength, still generated a gust of wind. A flash of cold light pierced the darkness as the sharp edge swept across the wolf's body from below. Mid-leap, the wolf's vulnerable abdomen was fully exposed to the blade. Before its claws could touch Jiang Ye's shoulder, its entire abdomen was torn open. Organs and blood gushed out, and the wolf collapsed. With a thud, it twitched, whimpered, and its ferocious gaze turned vacant. It was done for. You struck a vital point. You triggered the Hunter-Pioneer talent. You triggered the badge bonus. You dealt 350 damage. You have slain a LV5 Wild Wolf, obtaining Wild Wolf Fangs 4, Wolf Pelt 1, Wolf Meat 3. You gained 50 experience points. High-level experience penalty. The blade did not strike the wolf's neck, but the wound across its abdomen still counted as a vital hit, triggering a critical strike for double damage. Coupled with the Hunter-Pioneer and Wild Wolf aversion bonuses, this was further amplified by 40, dealing 350, 125 to 1, 4 damage. This wolf was a LV5 creature. Against the LV3 wolves of before, this would have been enough to kill 2. Killing a LV3 Wild Wolf solo originally yielded 100 experience points. But due to Jiang Ye's LV8 status, the experience penalty halved the amount gained. If the level difference was too great, killing monsters would only yield drops. With no experience gained, even the drop rate would decrease. Otherwise, high-level players who couldn't defeat advanced monsters would come to farm beginner monsters for experience, leaving nothing for the new players. Killing the wolf with a single strike, Jiang Ye didn't even turn his head, never breaking his stride, utterly nonchalant. He would not stop until he found the wolf's den. The death of one wolf did not deter its kin. The released scent of blood only excited them further. Soon, the familiar sound of pursuit returned. Jiang Ye could clearly hear that this time there were 2. From the left rear and the right rear, forming a pincer movement. As pack animals, the wild wolves undoubtedly knew how to coordinate. When attacking a relatively powerful lone creature, they would use alternating howls and attacks from different directions to disrupt the enemy's senses and distract them. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a cold smile. To think they could use such a method against him was naive. Foolish prey would remain in place, allowing themselves to be put on the defensive. Clever prey would strike first, turning the tables, thus becoming the hunter. Jiang Ye naturally belonged to the latter. Of the 2 wolves, the one on the right was closer. He would start with it. His advancing body twisted abruptly, changing direction and striding toward the right. The distance between him and the wolf on the right rapidly closed, soon reaching about 3 meters. It looked as if he was charging into the wolf, while another wolf pursued him from the other side. Oh whoa! The wolf on the right, seeing the human charging at it, howled excitedly. It would tear the human before it to pieces. Jiang Ye's expression was indifferent. Killing such monsters now was truly somewhat dull. Drawing his sword, he executed a simple forward thrust, timed perfectly with the wolf's acceleration. From the side, it looked as if the wolf had charged directly onto the blade, utterly bizarre. Thud! The advancing blade pierced through the wolf's open mouth, skewering its head. He then pulled it out, not even glancing at it, and with a flick of his wrist, a cold light flashed. The longsword slashed across the neck of the other wolf charging from behind. The strike was swift and ruthless, severing half of the wolf's head. The smooth, even cut revealed the swordsman's exquisite skill. The body, with its head dangling, continued forward several meters due to inertia, colliding with the corpse of its companion. Blood then spurted out like a small fountain. 2 strikes, a double kill, and the system notifications only just now sounded. Critical hit triggered. You dealt 347 damage. Critical hit triggered. You dealt 350 damage. You have slain a LV4 Wild Wolf, gaining 45 experience points. You have slain a LV6 Wild Wolf, gaining 60 experience points. Chapter 15, The Wild Wolf King. Surrounded. In mere moments, 2 strikes were executed, totaling less than 2 seconds. Jiang Ye found himself dispatching these ordinary wild wolves with the ease of chopping vegetables. After slaying these 2 beasts, the lurking wolves nearby exhibited a noticeable wariness. While there had been a slight intimidation factor earlier, the presence of 3 mangled corpses of their kin on the ground amplified their trepidation. Even with their limited intelligence, the wild wolves had developed a sufficient caution. Jiang Ye understood that this was only temporary. As he drew closer to the wolves' lair, these creatures would inevitably become increasingly agitated until they crossed a critical threshold. He had refrained from utilizing his Pangu bloodline to eliminate the 3 wolves, deeming it inefficient and a waste of time. He planned to harvest rewards when he confronted the pack. For over half an hour, a tranquil phase ensued. Jiang Ye traversed the desolate plains until he soon encountered a grove of dead trees. The sensation of being scrutinized returned, and he realized he was nearing his destination. Upon entering the woods, the howls of wolves ceased, but upon closer inspection, the subdued breaths of the beast were quite evident in the dim silence. Jiang Ye focused on the densest cluster of trees, where the terrain undulated amid overgrown grass. According to his experience, this was likely the wild wolf's den. He took a few steps, and soon, a wild wolf leaped forth, then another, and another, until over 20 wolves emerged in succession. Jiang Ye surveyed his surroundings and realized that, unbeknownst to him, the wolves had encircled him completely. He understood that he had arrived at the right place. The area ahead must indeed be the wolves' lair. Among them, there must be a leader orchestrating their movements to minimize casualties. Concentrating their strength before the den, they were prepared for a decisive battle. The pack was eager to engage, occasionally emitting low growls, yet they displayed a remarkable restraint compared to their earlier counterparts, maintaining a tacit equilibrium with Jiang Ye, as if waiting for something. Jiang Ye, fully aware of the situation, refrained from rushing into an attack and instead leisurely flexed his wrists. He contemplated whether he could awaken a self-created skill from his previous life when the battle commenced. Before long, a new commotion arose within the pack. Several wolves, seemingly receiving a signal, retreated to the sides of the path. A particularly large wolf, significantly larger than its kin, strode forward. Its pace was unhurried, starkly contrasting with the other frenzied wolves. Not only was it larger, but it bore a strikingly dark red mane encircling its neck. Its gaze fixated on Jiang Ye, imbued with a hint of human-like mockery and cruelty. Alert! You have discovered the current area boss, Wild Wolf King. Please exercise caution. Jiang Ye remained unperturbed, examining the information about the Wild Wolf King. Wild Wolf King boss, level, LV 20 health, 3,500 skills, Wild Bite, Rapid Charge, Moon Summon, Frenzied Blood truly. It was a creature of the boss template. As a novice boss in the eastern nations of Chaos, the Wild Wolf King was renowned in his past life, alongside the Goblin Chieftain and Viper King from other regions, forming the trio of formidable novice bosses. Each possessed unique attributes and challenges. The Wild Wolf King excelled with balanced tactics and a substantial health pool. Unlike ordinary wild wolves, which relied solely on melee attacks, the Wild Wolf King wielded control and transformation skills. A shared characteristic among these three bosses was the possession of leader skills, special skills unique to pack-dwelling bosses that, when activated, could bestow buffs upon the entire tribe. This was not merely an additive effect, but an exponential enhancement, rendering this encounter a nightmarish experience for players. In his previous life, many players failed to conquer this challenge, had it not been for the requirement of defeating the Wild Wolf King to access the main city. It was likely that over 80% of players would have remained trapped in the trial village. Jiang Ye recalled that he had to toil for nearly 2 months to finally defeat the Wild Wolf King. Remarkably, he was now attempting this challenge on the very first night of entering the game. He remembered the intricate details needed to confront the Wild Wolf King, but this time he was alone, having previously formed a group of 5. He needed to maintain unwavering focus and proceed with caution. After a brief standoff, the Wild Wolf King made its move. However, instead of launching a direct assault, it let out a long howl towards the sky. This call, emanating from the leader of the pack, seemed to trigger some switch, unleashing the pent-up restlessness of the wild wolves in an instant. With a resounding roar, the pack surged towards Jiang Ye like a flood unleashed. This was the nature of wolves. As their leader, even if the Wild Wolf King believed it could easily tear this human apart, it would first allow its kin to initiate the attack. The cacophony of their charge reverberated like the beating of drums, fierce and relentless. Their bared fangs and ferocious gazes locked onto their target. The wild wolves had received their king's command and were determined to tear this human to shreds, offering his blood and entrails as a tribute to their ruler. The ambush unfolding in the dead woods lacked an audience, yet it was thrilling enough. Here they came. Jiang Ye, undaunted, bore an excited smile. Tonight, he would hunt with abandon. He placed a lantern on the ground, illuminating a radius of darkness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the first wild wolf charged into the illuminated circle, he remained motionless. The second, third, 8, 9, and then a dozen wild wolves surged forth. Jiang Ye silently calculated, clutching the true vitality pill gifted by village chief Ru. Not far off, the wild wolf king observed this scene with a hint of confusion. With its intelligence, it found the human's seemingly passive behavior perplexing. It had witnessed Jiang Ye dispatch 3 of its kin and knew he was no feeble human. The wild wolves, however, were oblivious to such thoughts. Their singular focus was on one objective: tear him apart. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his back as the first attack landed. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. Soon after, he felt blows to his ribs, shoulder, chest, and thigh. The wild wolves surrounded him, viciously tearing at him. You received bite damage. Health minus 35. Talent. Pangu bloodline activated. Your strength 35. You received bite damage. Health minus 30. Talent. Pangu bloodline activated. Your strength 30. Realizing he was completely engulfed in the frenzied assault of the wild wolves, Jiang Ye began to execute evasive maneuvers within a limited range. Chapter 16. The Intervention of the Heavenly Path. The Surge of Power. It is not for the purpose of fleeing, but rather to evade fatal injuries and prevent severe harm. Although the sensation of pain is genuine, he, having been tempered by the chaos of his previous life, can entirely disregard such discomfort, maintaining an unwavering calm and focus. Amidst the tumult, Jiang Ye brandished his whiteboard sword, not with the intent to slay the feral wolves, but rather to block their attacks as they unleashed their skills. Weapon block successful. Weapon block successful. Weapon block failed. You have suffered bite damage. Health minus 70. In such a chaotic scene, Jiang Ye's weapon blocks could not guarantee absolute effectiveness. On one occasion, he was struck by a melee skill from a feral wolf, resulting in a splash of crimson blood. His health diminished rapidly, yet his expression grew increasingly exhilarated. Observing the exponential rise of his strength attribute, Jiang Ye let out a maniacal laugh and bellowed, "Damn it! Have you all not eaten well? Put in some effort. Stop treating this like a mere tickle." Although the pack of wolves could not comprehend his words, the nonchalant demeanor of this human only served to incite their fury. They became increasingly frenzied, lunging at Jiang Ye from all directions, eager to tear him apart. Yes, now this feels right, ha ha ha. Jiang Ye was drenched in blood, appearing almost mad. Not far away, the Wolf King stared in disbelief. Was this human truly insane? Engaging in self-harm? Jiang Ye watched as his health rapidly approached the predetermined threshold he had set. With a total of 500 health points, he was now left with less than 100, while the Pangu bloodline had granted him a staggering increase of 401 points to his strength attribute. It was time. With a flick of his wrist, he consumed the True Vitality Pill. Consumed True Vitality Pill, health increased by 100. The effects of the pill were immediate, raising his precarious health level slightly. Furthermore, for the next 10 seconds, he would regain 50 health points per second. Although it seemed somewhat wasteful to use such a potent medicine at this level, Jiang Ye felt no regret. After all, it was a gift from others, so why not utilize it freely? His strength attribute continued to surge, but Jiang Ye suddenly noticed a troubling trend. The rate of his strength's increase was gradually slowing. While maneuvering through the throng of wolves, he perused the system information and uncovered a crucial insight. The subsequent damage inflicted by the same wolves resulted in diminishing returns on the strength attribute gain. However, when he sustained damage from wolves that had not previously attacked him, the strength increase remained consistent with the damage received. In other words, repeated damage from the same source diminished the effect of his innate talent. Was it as if the will of the heavenly path within the chaos had imposed a patch to restrict his growth rate? This thought surfaced in Jiang Ye's mind. He was aware that within the realm of chaos, not only did true deities exist, but also the heavenly path, which governed all. The change in his talent could only be interpreted as an intervention by the heavenly path. The necessity for intervention by the heavenly path indicated that the Pangu bloodline had completely surpassed the limits of this world's system, necessitating oversight. Yet constrained by regulations to intervene only within a limited scope. Was his talent truly that extraordinary? If the heavenly path were to take on a human form, Jiang Ye could almost sense the exasperation upon its visage. Nevertheless, this limitation posed little concern. His growth rate had merely been slightly tempered from boundless speed to still incredibly rapid. At worst, he could simply engage in more monster hunting in the wilderness. There would still be future conflicts among players. Was he to fear a shortage of attribute points? He just needed to avoid exploiting a single sheep to gain an unfair advantage. With this realization, Jiang Ye's lingering doubts dissipated. Observing the slowing increase of his strength attribute, he resolved to take action. The Wolf King had sensed something amiss. If it unleashed its leader's skill, blood frenzy, Jiang Ye's health would certainly falter. After all, With only 500 total health points, and the true vitality pill having a 30-second cooldown, he could not afford to be reckless. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him over the past minute, he glanced at his stats. The system notifications had been incessantly ringing, which he had silenced. But the actual figures still astonished him. Strength, 750. In such a brief moment, his strength attribute had skyrocketed from 125 to an astonishing 750, a six-fold increase. If other players were to witness such numbers, they would likely be left utterly dumbfounded. His health continued to dwindle. Yet he clung to life thanks to the regenerative effects of the true vitality pill. No longer dodging, he extended his left hand to grasp a feral wolf that was gnawing at his right shoulder. With a fierce tug, he slammed it to the ground. The sound of crunching echoed as the wolf's skull was obliterated by his overwhelming force. The other wolves remained oblivious to this scene, continuing their frenzied assault. Jiang Ye roared, abandoning any semblance of strategy, and wielded his sword with wild abandon, each swing effortlessly cleaving a wolf in two, were it not for the game's mechanics. One strike could have felled multiple foes simultaneously. However, his other hand delivered powerful blows, creating gaping holes regardless of where they landed, dispatching feral wolves in an instant. The efficiency remained astonishing. Blood and entrails flew as Jiang Ye unleashed his fury. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, as if he himself were the beast. Feral wolves were hurled away from the encirclement, landing several meters away like ragdolls. Upon hitting the ground, their bodies twitched involuntarily due to nerve reactions. But they had already perished the moment Jiang Ye struck. With his strength attribute soaring to 750, dispatching ordinary feral wolves was akin to a dimensional shift in power. He silenced all system notifications and immersed himself in the carnage. The exhilaration of mowing down foes was an experience he had never encountered in his past life. The Wolf King roared in frustration, finally unable to restrain itself, though it could not fathom why this human had suddenly become so formidable. The rapid demise of its kin was overwhelming, leaving it in a state of shock. Now, the forest floor was stained with blood, littered with the carcasses of dozens of feral wolves, all robust members of the pack. The loss was devastating for their kin. It was worth noting that this territory harbored more than just their clan. The Wolf King howled to the heavens, its deep crimson fur glowing as if illuminated by a blood-red light. The leader's skill, Blood Frenzy, was activated. Upon invoking this skill, the attributes of all surrounding feral wolves would be amplified, including health, strength, agility, and more. Chapter 17, Mutual Struggle, Slaying the Wolf King. However, it soon became evident to the Wolf King that it was too late. Apart from the 4 elite wild wolves standing ready by its side, the remaining wolves that had charged forward to encircle him had perished without exception. From the moment the human had struck, less than 30 seconds had elapsed. It roared in fury, prompting the 4 elite wild wolves to leap into action. At this moment, Jiang Ye was drenched in blood, as if he had been submerged in a pool of it, having just vanquished a pack of wolves, despite most being experienced. Approximately 7 or 8 of them were at level LV8 or higher. The accumulation of their defeat allowed him to ascend 3 levels, reaching level 10. Jiang Ye allocated all 10 points of free attributes to his constitution, enhancing his health regeneration and resistance. What lay ahead was a fierce battle, necessitating some margin for error. He then turned his gaze towards the elite wild wolves. Each of the 4 was an LV-15 elite foe, given his current health. Sustaining damage from them posed a significant risk. He could not afford to engage recklessly as before. With a sardonic glance at the Wolf King, he mused that had it not been for the Wolf King's penchant for sending its subordinates to their doom one by one, his conquest of the wild wolf den would not have been so effortless. This tendency was a common flaw among leaders that would not perish alongside their underlings. Observing the elite wild wolves, which had grown noticeably larger and quicker, Jiang Ye took a step back, executing a precise horizontal slash aimed at the wolf's neck. Critical hit triggered. You dealt 2,310, 752 1 points of damage. You have slain an LV-15 elite wild wolf, earning 2,000 experience points. 12 wild wolf fangs, 4 wolf claws, and 3 thick wolf skins. Against the level 15 elite beast, he delivered a lethal strike with a single sword. The Wolf King was utterly astonished. The ability to slay one of the few elites in its clan signified a real threat to its life. Jiang Ye understood the necessity for swift resolution. He positioned his sword to successfully block an attack from one of the elite wild wolves. Then, he surged forward. delivering a powerful punch that obliterated another elite wild wolf whose vision was obstructed. Even without the 10 damage boost from the horizontal slash, it sufficed to deplete its health. After the punch, he swiftly swept his sword once more, following through with the momentum to pierce the eye of the last elite wild wolf. In the dim light, barely illuminated by the chandelier, it seemed as though 2 lightning bolts had flashed by. After a flurry of strikes, all 4 elite wild wolves lay lifeless. The total of 8,000 experience points propelled Jiang Ye to level 13. He once more allocated all free attribute points to his constitution. Previously, he had not sustained damage from these elite wolves. And with the continuous recovery effect of the true blood pill, his health surged to 600 points. His total health, bolstered by the increase in constitution, reached a remarkable threshold of 1,000 points, 500, 5010. The cooldown for the true blood pill had not yet expired, so he could not consume it again. But 600 health points were sufficient. The Wild Wolf King was now consumed with rage, having lost all 4 of its trusted subordinates without the chance to intervene. Skills that would not normally manifest had been prematurely activated by the Wolf King. With a sudden rush, its body propelled forward like a cannonball, crashing into Jiang Ye. The surrounding air was compressed violently, causing a stinging sensation on Jiang Ye's skin. Goodness, the Wolf King is truly enraged. It seeks to deliver a decisive blow. Jiang Ye realized that retreating would serve little purpose. As a boss-type creature, the Wolf King's attacks and skills were exceedingly difficult for him to block with his weapon at this stage. In truth, such a creature should not be soloed by players at the Trial Village stage. Not even those with SSS-grade innate talents could accomplish this feat. While its health was not exceptionally high, the presence of the pack of wolves, combined with its leader skills, made it formidable. When its health fell below a certain threshold, it could unleash the Moon Call, transforming into a werewolf form. In this state, its health and attributes would see a substantial increase, especially under the cover of night. This was why solo players could not conquer the Wild Wolf King, no matter how strong, even in a one-on-one scenario. They could only force it into its werewolf form before meeting their demise. This was the consensus among players in his previous life. However, Jiang Ye was the sole exception. He could amplify his power attributes to an unimaginable level for his rank. As long as his strength was sufficiently high, he could rapidly deplete the boss's health, thereby preventing it from entering a state of rage. Thus, Jiang Ye's strategy was singular, to confront it head-on. He unleashed both his sword and fist. The blade aimed at the Wolf King's throat while his fist struck its abdomen. Critical hit triggered, dealing 1,700 points of damage. Critical hit triggered, dealing 1,520 points of damage. Simultaneously, the Wolf King's sharp claws left 3 deep gashes on his chest. Minus 570. Jiang Ye's complexion paled as he fell into a state of severe injury. Yet, the Wolf King was dimming. Its nearly 2.5-meter form crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain, sending dust swirling into the air. Phew, that was indeed perilous this time. According to Jiang Ye's prior calculations, he should have been able to withstand a normal attack from the Wolf King without issue. However, the damage taken exceeded his expectations, leaving him with a mere 30 health points remaining. The plan was to trade injury for injury, while simultaneously executing 2 attacks to ensure the Wolf King's swift demise. True to its nature as a boss, its defenses were significantly higher, where he had dealt over 2,000 damage to the elite wolves. His strikes against it were reduced by several hundred. Nevertheless, the combined damage surpassed the Wolf King's 3,000 health points, resulting in its demise. The reason Jiang Ye dared to take such a risk was due to his self-created technique, Mutual Struggle Passive. Description: you can simultaneously launch attacks with both hands while wielding weapons. This self-created technique surpassed the caliber of weapon blocking by numerous degrees. Once mastered, the efficiency of output doubled, establishing a new martial paradigm, the dual-wielding style. In his previous life, only a handful of players could grasp the mutual struggle technique. Jiang Ye had endured great hardships to comprehend it after the game merged with reality, yet before he could find a suitable secondary weapon, he fell victim to a trap set by a powerful faction. Had he not, his combat prowess would have soared, allowing him to reverse kill even those of higher ranks. Perhaps he could have escaped then. Initially, Jiang Ye had not anticipated awakening this transcendent self-created technique at this stage, but amidst the battle with the wolf pack, inspiration struck. Suddenly, he unleashed mutual struggle. It was only after slaying the pack of wolves and checking the system notification that he realized he had indeed activated this passive divine skill. Thus, when facing the Wild Wolf King, the the situation simplified significantly. With both hands engaged, he unleashed a torrent of damage that overwhelmed the foe. The Wild Wolf King, even in its final moments, likely could not comprehend how it had been slain so swiftly. As thoughts raced through his mind, a brilliant light erupted from the Wolf King's corpse, accompanied by a resounding announcement. You have slain the boss, Wild Wolf King, LV-20. Chapter 18. The Boss's First Kill. Once again, it is he. Ding. Adventurer, you have accomplished the first kill of the boss, the Howling Wolf King, and have received a substantial reward. You have obtained a silver chest X1. You have gained 30,000 experience points. You have reached level 20, attaining the limit for your first class advancement. The remaining experience is stored in a temporary experience pool. Please complete your second class advancement within 30 days. What follows is a grand global announcement. Congratulations to the adventurer, Knight Emperor, for achieving the first kill of the boss, the Howling Wolf King. The first kill leaderboard has been unlocked. You have earned the achievement badge, Trailblazer. The global announcement echoed 3 times, resonating in the ears of every player online in chaos. Everyone was left in astonishment. And this global announcement had an even greater impact than the first. The newly established Chaos Global Player Forum was akin to a bomb detonating. The posts in public areas and various national forums surged to over 1 million per second. Wotifa? It's Knight Emperor again? How does this fellow manage it? Are the Eastern players colluding with Chaos? I, Steel Brother, feel ashamed before His Majesty the Emperor. If this individual from Daxia snatches the lead again, I shall commit seppuku. Indeed, Knight Emperor truly brings pride to our Galaxy Galley clan. Hurry up. Daxia is the ancestor of Galley. We got the lineage wrong. If the first kill earlier that day was due to players' general lack of awareness and the discussion not being as fervent, then this boss's first kill left everyone completely incredulous. 2 first kills by the same person, and within a span of less than 12 hours? In no time, various speculations and serious opinions emerged. I believe Knight Emperor must be using cheats. How is this even possible? I can't even dare to fight ordinary monsters right now. What nonsense about cheats? The loading of Chaos doesn't even contain data packets, and no backend can be detected. Players cannot access the data. How could one cheat? I feel quite proud. Have you seen the newly emerged first kill leaderboard? Only Knight Emperor's name adorns it. Indeed. For a Daxia player to achieve this first kill is certainly better than anyone from other countries doing so. Knight Emperor must surely hail from some prominent family within the nation. The influence of Chaos is destined to be epic-making, and the aristocracy has long since entered the fray, making it impossible for ordinary players to compete. Amidst the discussions, an analytical post quickly surged to the forefront within a minute, garnering millions of likes. In-depth analysis of the secrets behind Knight Emperor, focusing on sharp insights, debunking myths, continuously updated. The poster's ID is Daxia Zhuge. Daxia Zhuge, first floor dear friends. After experiencing today's 2 global announcement bombshells, I believe you have all directed considerable attention towards the same individual. That is our post as protagonist, Knight Emperor. Following the morning's announcement of the first kill, I pinned some analyses. Upon hearing about the boss's first kill, my immediate reaction was, it's him again. Simultaneously, various possibilities and thoughts collided in my mind, and I unearthed some revelations that I simply must share. My analysis may contain many subversive ideas, but please trust me. Continue reading, and you shall alter your perspective. First, let me clarify a small rumor. Knight Emperor is absolutely not using cheats. Regarding Chaos, I possess some authority to speak. I participated in the preparatory work before Chaos was launched, and I can responsibly assure everyone that cheats cannot exist in Chaos. Even the most powerful officials from various nations cannot genuinely interfere with the operation of Chaos. For those who doubt, you may check my personal credentials. Is that true? Officials from various nations cannot interfere? That sounds exaggerated. I just checked. This individual is a seasoned expert in the gaming field and has official certification. I also looked it up, and indeed, I initially thought this person was just an ordinary high-level player, but it seems he is quite remarkable. I investigated further. Daxia Zhuge has participated in the development of numerous generations of games, holding a high status in the industry, yet has never revealed his true identity. It is said he is quite young. If that is the case, then his credibility does lend some weight. The revelation of Daxia Zhuge's identity attracted more players, and beneath each of his posts were countless comments. Daxia Zhuge, second floor of course. Debunking rumors will not eliminate all doubts. I can only say that you will believe in time, and there is no need to dwell on it now. Let us return to the main topic concerning the question of whether any player could complete a boss first kill on the first day. My answer is that in Chaos, anything is possible. If Chaos were merely a game composed of various data, achieving such an accomplishment would be utterly impossible. But this is Chaos. There are things I cannot explicitly state. Everyone who has entered Chaos should have their own experiences. Is this truly just a game? If this is not merely a game, then anything could happen because reality does not abide by logic. It only adheres to probability. Events with a non-zero probability will inevitably occur at some time and to some person. Upon hearing this, many felt a sudden clarity. Wow, that makes sense. Reality does not adhere to logic. It indeed speaks only of probability. I am somewhat perplexed. If Chaos is not a game, then what could it possibly be? To be honest, I sensed something amiss when I entered the game. Don't you all find Chaos too realistic? Can cutting-edge technology truly achieve this? I share that sentiment. I came across a post today suggesting that Chaos is actually a real world, and we players descend in the form of souls. It sounds a bit mystical, but I genuinely believe it. I do not think a game could reach such a level of realism. Daxia Zhuge's seemingly casual remark resonated with many. Previously, they had thought their ideas somewhat absurd, thus rarely expressing them. Now, with an authoritative figure voicing it, they all eagerly concurred. Daxia Zhuge, third floor now. Addressing the third question regarding Night Emperor, which prestigious clan does he belong to? Many players were intently watching. This was the answer they were most curious about. During the previous first kill analysis, some speculated on the possibility of Night Emperor being the heir to one of the prominent families. The heir of the Muron clan is female, thus eliminated. Among the remaining 3 clans, the majority believed he belonged to the imperial clan Ditian, accounting for over 50%. Approximately 40% believed he belonged to the Yi or Li clans. Others speculated he might hail from other prominent families. Daxia Zhuge swiftly provided his answer. My analysis is that Night Emperor absolutely does not originate from any prominent family in Daxia. Upon this declaration, Chapter 19, Analytical Post, Daxia Zhuge. Suddenly, it ignited a tremendous uproar. Not from a noble background? That seems rather far-fetched. The original poster is merely seeking attention. I have concluded. To be frank, I was somewhat skeptical about the first 2 points, but this one feels a bit implausible. I am not disparaging the original poster. Let us analyze this rationally. Players are allowed to obtain a random talent at the start, correct? Most, including myself, possess talents rated B or lower. It is said that there are several higher levels of talents, but the awakening probability is exceedingly low. Assuming this Night Emperor boasts a top-tier talent, how could he achieve such extraordinary speed in securing a boss's first kill without the support of a powerful team and resource investment, and single-handedly at that? I consider myself a seasoned player, having witnessed many impressive feats, yet this surpasses my comprehension. Goodness, your words made me realize that the Night Emperor has indeed soloed the boss. This is simply outrageous. A friend of mine, a top-tier player, informed me that even defeating a regular wild wolf requires a team effort, let alone a boss. It seems impossible unless the Night Emperor's attributes are magnitudes higher than ours. Daxia Zhuge, 4th floor. I am aware that my viewpoint will generate considerable skepticism, so do not rush to judgment. This post merely conveys my personal bias, and if you doubt it, treat it as a mere joke. My assertion that the Night Emperor does not hail from a noble lineage is straightforward. His ID raises questions. An ID with issues? Many passers-by, poised to exit, paused in surprise at this statement. They had anticipated Daxia Zhuge would thoroughly analyze the possibility of soloing a boss, yet he suddenly made such a remark. What could be wrong with an ID? Curiosity compelled them to read further. Daxia Zhuge, upon reading my statement, you must be perplexed, fret not. The reason I am certain the Night Emperor is not from a noble family is simple. The offspring of nobility would never dare to adopt such an ID. I have some understanding of the noble circles. Everyone knows the Emperor of the Imperial clan, who frequently graces television screens. This individual possesses an exceedingly arrogant demeanor, dismissive of all, with a temperament that is volatile and unpredictable, unlike his public persona. Previously, he declared that no one in the noble circles should bear the character in their name within Chaos, or he would not rest easy. Thus, I can assure you that no noble offspring would dare to provoke this curse. At least publicly, they would avoid inciting his wrath. Even the heirs of the other 3 great clans would adhere to this. As for the authenticity of my claims, well, consider it a tale to enjoy. Should further information regarding the Night Emperor arise, I will update accordingly. For now, this shall suffice." After this statement, there were no further messages from Jiang. However, his words escalated the post's popularity, catapulting it to the top of the player forum. Even many international players flocked in, utilizing translation tools to observe the spectacle. The emperor's temperament is volatile. He is so arrogant as to forbid others from incorporating emperor in their names. Alas, I seem to have stumbled upon a significant secret. It sounds a bit absurd, yet I find myself inclined to believe it. Consider this. Who among us in Xia would dare to casually discuss the heirs of the four great clans? I recall someone vanished simply for such discussions. Moreover, this concerns the heir of the foremost clan. Jiang is not an ordinary individual. His audacious claims lead me to believe he is not merely speaking for effect. In Xia, the capital city, within a cluster of buildings in the suburbs, in a room adorned with understated yet refined decor, a youthful gentleman with a delicate appearance and glasses gazes at the screen, where comments continuously refresh, shaking his head with a smile. He lifts his teacup, taking a sip, then sends off the final sentence, stretching lazily. Merely a moment away from chaos, and I already feel out of sorts. It is indeed more comfortable within. He gently taps the tabletop twice. An elderly gentleman enters the room with a warm smile. The young man gestures, saying, "Grandfather Fu, could you assist me with something?" The elder, referred to as Grandfather Fu, approaches amiably, pushing the young man's wheelchair from behind. He remarks, "Young master, the elder has requested that you rest more and balance work with leisure." The young man scoffs, "Do not heed that fellow. Being in chaos is far more enjoyable than reality. By the way, Grandfather Fu, please arrange for a few people downstairs to manage the trivial matters at home. You should join me in playing chaos." "Oh," Grandfather Fu responds, surprised, "I am over 70, while I feel quite youthful. I doubt I can grasp the complexities of a young person's game." The young man waves his hand dismissively. "Not at all. You shall see once you try. Others may not play as well as you. Do you recall our past battles? This game resembles warfare, slaying foes." The elder's eyes brighten. "Then I must indeed give it a try. Haha, I will train you." "Oh no, I mean slay foes. I possess a wealth of strategies." "Strategies? Young master, I do not comprehend. What does that mean?" "It means intelligence." "You understand intelligence, yes?" "Understood. Understood. With intelligence, one can seize the initiative." "Exactly." Their voices gradually faded into the distance. At this moment, within the capital city, in the area occupied by the four great clans, this locale is habitually referred to by locals as the Royal City. It implies a residence for the affluent aristocracy. Of course, this is merely an exaggerated term. Xia has long entered a new era, although many remnants of the old times persist. Yet, at least outwardly, one must consider the sentiments of others. The Royal City is open for free entry. However, the staggering price of over 500,000 per square meter renders it unattainable for ordinary wealthy individuals. The accompanying commercial districts exhibit exceedingly high consumption standards. One could say this is a deliberately crafted enclave for the noble families, catering to their every need. Even among the pedestrians, the number of young, beautiful women exuding the charisma of internet celebrities far surpasses those outside. At Tianfeng Tower, the pinnacle of high-end dining within the city, entry requires prior reservation, and only the affluent or prestigious may enter and exit. Currently, within the topmost floor, which is not open to the public, 3 exceptionally poised young individuals occupy the prominent seats in a suite adorned with decor reminiscent of ancient royal palaces. An array of impeccably chosen attendants, varying in physique, appearance, and demeanor, continuously move in and out of the suite, serving meticulously prepared dishes and delicacies from Tianfeng Tower. Among the 3 young individuals, the one seated at the head is a woman. Though youthful, her countenance radiates an exquisite grace and unparalleled elegance. Her skin is as fair as jade, and her elongated neck accentuates an innate nobility. With a straight nose and subtly pursed lips, her enchanting phoenix eyes reflect both allure and an appropriate degree of authority. Chapter 20. The Heir of the 3 Clans. Morong Shue's thoughts. This woman is the sole female young master among the various clans of the Great Xia, Morong Shue. She is also the young master of the Morong clan, one of the 4 major clans. The Tianfeng Tower is a gift from her grandfather, the previous clan master, Morong Shan, given to her at birth, symbolizing the noble destiny of the Tianfeng. The 2 young men beside her hold equally esteemed status. To her left is Yi Chun, the young master of the Yi clan, whose ethereal appearance in white attire makes him strikingly handsome. earning him the title of the most beautiful man in the aristocratic circle. With a gentle demeanor and a constant smile, he resembles a refined gentleman, easily endearing himself to strangers. However, beneath this charming facade lies a devil cloaked in human skin. In a previous life, after the merging of games and reality, the Great Xia entered a period of oppressive rule by the aristocrats. During that time, Yu Qin's actions were notoriously brutal, surpassing even Di Tian. He not only exploited the common people, but also relished in torturing and humiliating them for his amusement. To satisfy a peculiar obsession, he often ordered the capture of families, compelling them to turn against one another. If they refused, he would kill them on the spot or publicly humiliate wives and daughters before their husbands, ultimately killing the women and reveling in the hollow despair of the men. Many acquaintances of Jiang Ye met their demise at Yi Chen's hands, and the subsequent ambushes were also linked to the Yi clan. In this new life, these aristocrats have become his targets for vengeance. With Yi Chun and Di Tian at the forefront, the opulent facade of the aristocrats is built upon the suffering of the masses. In the looming darkness where humanity teeters on the brink of annihilation due to demonic forces, the aristocrats not only shirk responsibility, but also seek to coexist with these demons, relegating countless lives to eternal despair as fuel for the illusion of a prosperous era. The cries of the suffering go unheard, and thus Jiang Ye shall be their voice. To Murong Shue's right sits Li Qingtsong, the young master of the Li clan. He is an imposing figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with sharp features that exude a strong sense of authority. Compared to the other aristocrats, he resembles a soldier. In fact, the 4 major clans hold considerable influence in the military, with the Di clan at the forefront, followed by the Li clan. Li Qingtsong has been training in a special department since he was 12, rumored to have participated in secret battles, accumulating numerous lives lost. He has returned to the capital specifically for the launch of Chaos, organizing the Li clan's forces to engage in the game's strategy. Once the banquet is assembled, Murong Shui nods, signaling the attendants to exit the hall. This 25 or 26-year-old woman, already exuding the demeanor of a leader, raises her noble head and speaks calmly. Brothers, what are your thoughts on the Night Emperor? Though she is a woman, her character is more assertive than many men, and her methods towards commoners are equally ruthless. She prefers directness over circumlocution. Li Qingtsong's expression remains impassive as he lifts his teacup and takes a sip, commenting, "Excellent tea. The leaves from Yungu Mountain, at an elevation of 5,000 meters, aged for at least 10 years in warm jade, are worth their weight in gold. After spending so many years in that harsh place, I nearly forgot the origins of such a delicacy." Murong Shui lowers her gaze, not responding. To the left, Yi Chen claps his hands and laughs, attempting to lighten the mood. The treasures of Tianfeng Tower are indeed rare, but today, Sister summoned us for a serious discussion. Allow me to lead the conversation. The Night Emperor cannot possibly be Di Tian. Oh, Murong Shui raises an eyebrow, inquiring, "What makes you say that?" Yi Chen replies with a smile, given Di Ji's temperament, if the Night Emperor were him, he would undoubtedly announce it with great fanfare. Yet, there has been no commotion at all. From my sources, Di Tian seems to be in a rage, and many subordinates within the Di clan have suffered because of it. Thus, I speculate. While Li Qingtsong, who had been drinking tea as if in a trance, suddenly scoffs, "Little Chun, can you not be so foolish? Just because you were slapped a few times by Di Tian in your youth, does it delight you that he has lost face?" Initially calm and composed, Yi Chen's expression changes abruptly at this remark. A flicker of venom flashes in his eyes, and his demeanor twists momentarily. Struggling to suppress his ire, he retorts, "Li Qingtsong, don't speak as if you are unaffected. If it weren't for you being oppressed by Di Tian in the capital, would you have hidden away in that wretched place for so many years?" With a crash, tea splashes as shards of the cup fall from Li Qingtsong's strong hands, stained with blood. He grits his teeth. "Yi Chen, if you dare speak nonsense again, I will crush you." Yi Chen sneers, unafraid, about to retort when Murong Shui suddenly interjects, "Enough." Her expression unwavering, she states, "Brothers, I did not invite you here to witness a verbal spar." The two fall silent. Although Murong Shui is a year or two younger, their gathering represents the forces behind them. Much of the pressure the Di clan has exerted on the other clans in recent years has been borne by the Murong clan, thus elevating Murong Shui's position slightly above theirs. Their previous behavior was unbecoming of their status, leading them to acquiesce. With a slight softening of her expression, Murong Shui continues, "We are all aware of the significance represented by chaos. Initially, everything was proceeding according to plan, but recently unforeseen changes have arisen. First, there were issues with the code. Though we four clans have backup codes, the losses remain severe. After entering the game, the emergence of the Night Emperor adds to our complications. If he truly is Detion, it would be manageable, but what if he is not? Yi Chun and Li Qingsong's expressions shift simultaneously, grasping Murong Shue's implication. As the most powerful and esteemed individuals in this nation and even across Blue Star, their understanding of chaos far exceeds that of ordinary people. Though its origins remain elusive and beyond their influence, chaos likely harbors humanity's ultimate desires, evolution and immortality. This temptation, one that even the feudal emperors of history could not resist, lies before them. How could they allow others to covet it? The commoners may serve as their fodder, but only fellow aristocrats are worthy of sharing this secret. If the Night Emperor is indeed Detion, it implies that the ultimate mystery remains monopolized by the aristocrats, merely under the continued suppression of Detion and the D clan. After all, it has always been this way, no matter how oppressive. The D clan must maintain a balance with the others. They cannot all perish together. But what if the Night Emperor is not Detion? Or worse, what if he is not even a member of the aristocracy? A chill runs through Yi Qin and Li Qingsong simultaneously. Chapter 21. Ambition. The nemesis of the wild wolves. From their elite upbringing, the two individuals immediately sensed the looming danger amidst the limited information available to them. If the Night Emperor was not a member of the aristocracy, it would imply one significant truth. This matter had transcended the control of the noble families. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. What lay beneath? Was there more yet to surface? As they pondered, a chill ran down their spines. They did not naively dismiss this as mere coincidence like some foolish scions of noble houses. Since the failure of the cheating codes, doubts had already begun to fester within the aristocracy. Now, with the emergence of the Night Emperor, only a fool would think there was no connection between the two. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Qingsong spoke first. If this is indeed the case, I believe we should summon Emperor Tian for a discussion. Although I personally harbor disdain for him, the gravity of this situation far surpasses the internal conflicts among our four noble families. Beside him, Yi Qin's expression shifted, and though his lips moved slightly, he ultimately refrained from speaking. However, Murong Shui shook her head and replied, I understand your point, brotherly. In fact, I have previously attempted to communicate with Emperor Tian, but his response was vehement, making effective dialogue impossible. Yi Qin scoffed, saying, as I suspected. He previously declared that no one should bear the title with the character Emperor in their name. Now that the Night Emperor is gaining prominence, he must be seething with impotent rage. Murong Shui remained non-committal and continued, I do not know how Emperor Tian intends to respond, but we must prepare for the worst. There are two possibilities. Either the Night Emperor is from outside our circle, or he is none other than Emperor Tian himself, leaving us bewildered by the ensuing reactions. Regardless of the scenario, our three families must form an alliance post-haste. I have a premonition that the balance among the noble families may very well be shattered due to the chaos, necessitating early preparations. Li Qingsong and Yi Chun grasped her meaning. The cooperative relationship among the three families in reality must now be mirrored within the realm of chaos. This was not only to continue resisting the imperial clan, but also to address the unforeseen variables. Thus, the connections among the three families needed to be re-established and strengthened, forming a genuine alliance. On this point, Yi and Li shared Murong Shue's perspective, though negotiations would be required regarding resource allocation and benefit distribution post-alliance. Despite representing their respective noble families, such strategic matters necessitated the gathering of clan leaders and elder councils for deliberation. After further discussions, Yi Qin and Li Qingsong decided to take their leave, agreeing to reconvene with the core senior members of each family at a later time. Murong Shui accompanied them to the door and remarked, as for the true identity of the Night Emperor, while the rules of chaos impose constraints, investigating remains quite arduous. However, I hope you will increase your manpower. The Murong clan will also be vigilant. Of course, we won't forget that. Yi and Li responded with knowing laughter. Li Qingsong made a gesture across his throat and said, rest assured, once we locate him, we shall ensure his entire family vanishes from reality. He then turned to Yi Qin, adding, and you, Little Qin, if things escalate, remember to clean up after the media companies you control. Yi Qin's countenance darkened as he retorted, do I need your reminder? I can handle the cleanup myself without your boorish interference. And kindly speak with more respect. Watching their departing figures, Murong Shue's gaze was indifferent. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the entire capital, her phoenix eyes deep with resolve, murmuring to herself, the imperial clan? Their century-long reign must come to an end. Unbeknownst to anyone, the ambitions of this young noblewoman extended far beyond merely becoming an unprecedented matriarch of her clan. She sought to reclaim the imperial throne and don the imperial robes. In a small southern city thousands of miles away, a youth with an honest demeanor was on the phone, but the person on the other end interrupted him in a frenzy. "Hey Wang, you must check the forum. It's explosive news." The earnest youth paused, asking, "What forum? What are you talking about?" "Oh, the Chaos Game forum. Hurry and look." Realizing what was being referred to, the youth quickly hung up the phone, activated his virtual display, and was immediately confronted with the headline, "Solo Boss Kill. Night Emperor." How could it be him again? "Wang, if we could add him as a friend and build a rapport, that would be fantastic." Many top streamers and marketing companies are scrambling to connect with him, hoping to ride his coattails and uncover commercial value. Unfortunately, he's blocked us and never responds to messages. As the voice on the phone continued to ramble, Wang Xin suddenly hung up, a thought striking him. He recalled the figure he had seen in the game an hour earlier. The timing matched, and a solo kill? Could it be? An absurd notion began to take shape in Wang Xin's mind, growing increasingly tangible. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, he had a flash of inspiration. "I think I may have a way to verify this." He hastily donned his gaming headset and re-entered the world of chaos. In the trial village number 00097. 20 miles outside the village, in a grove of withered trees, Jiang Ye surveyed the ground littered with wolf carcasses, wrinkling his nose at the lingering stench of blood. Although the wild wolves had not all been slain, the sudden death of their king had evidently terrified them, leaving them too intimidated to attack. Thus, he leisurely began to inspect his spoils. First, he came across an achievement badge. The former title of Fearful Wild Wolf had transformed into Nemesis of the Wild Wolves. Nemesis of the Wild Wolves description. All wild wolves harbor a profound reverence for you, and other wolf-like creatures will also be affected to some degree. Effect. Ordinary wild wolves cannot inflict harm upon you, and the probability of wild wolves submitting to you has significantly increased. Upgrade conditions. 1. Tame a wolf-like creature with a growth potential of no less than Tier 2, 0-1, 2. Slay 20 elite wolf-like creatures at or above your level, 0-20. It appeared quite promising. Initially, Jiang Ye thought the badge's potential was too limited, but its upgrade had expanded its influence to encompass all wolf-like creatures, including some remarkably formidable monsters. Moreover, it could be further upgraded. The probability of taming wild wolves had also increased considerably, which aligned perfectly with Jiang Ye's intentions. Although wild wolves were not powerful in combat, their agility made them suitable for reconnaissance and scouting. Their weakness in combat was only relative to him. For other players, they remained a fearsome presence in one-on-one scenarios. Furthermore, the existence of a long-standing population indicated a significant point. Chapter 22. The Vanguard. The Heavy Axe. Their team collaboration and adaptability. When their numbers swell, they become a formidable force not to be underestimated. The first kill of the boss granted him a new badge. The Vanguard. Description. Only those who are swift can return laden with spoils. Effect. When you engage in dungeons, instance raids, and boss battles, your drop rate experiences a slight enhancement. The probability of triggering hidden mechanisms is also modestly increased. Upgrade conditions. Complete 2 first clears of dungeons or bosses, 0-2. What a treasure! Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The increase in drop rate is commendable, but the enhancement of the probability to trigger hidden mechanisms is of paramount importance. The various hidden mechanisms within Chaos are quite esoteric, intricately linked to luck attributes, yet not solely dependent on them. For instance, in certain dungeons and instances, there are always 1 or 2 individuals capable of uncovering unknown areas, yielding unexpected rewards, while others, despite their diligent searches and exhaustive efforts, find nothing. Moreover, this badge can also be upgraded. Just considering this Vanguard badge, Jiang Ye felt that defeating the Wild Wolf King was already worthwhile. Next, he turned his attention to the silver treasure chest. In subsequent encounters, players defeating the Wild Wolf King would only receive bronze chests. A single team defeating the same boss multiple times might even end up with only black iron chests. The silver chest is a reward for the first kill of a boss. Upon opening, 5 items emerged, and this time, luck was average, yielding only 1 silver item. There was also a bronze item, while the remaining 3 appeared to be various materials. Jiang Ye examined them one by one. First, he encountered a wild-looking long axe. Wolf's Maw Heavy Axe Silver. Restrictions: Warrior, level LV 15 and above, Strength Attribute 100 and above. Attributes: Strength 50. Traits: 1. Basic attacks have a 25 chance to trigger a shatter effect. The higher your strength attribute compared to the enemy, the greater the triggering probability. Shatter ignores shields. 2. While wielding this weapon, it possesses inherent area damage. Current weapon durability: 150-150. Upon seeing this silver weapon, Jiang Ye promptly discarded the plain white sword he had been using. The plain weapon, aside from its infinite durability, was utterly useless. The majestic long axe now graced his hands. The axe handle bore an engraving of a wolf's head, with one edge sharp and the other heavy, adorned with a blood groove that exuded a faint scent of blood. This weapon truly resonated with Jiang Ye. Given his current strength, wielding swords felt somewhat too light. This axe, due to its weight, even required a certain strength attribute. Other players, even if they met the level and class requirements, would struggle to wield it. An increase of 50 points in strength was manageable for Jiang Ye, especially considering the 2 traits listed below. Traits function as passive skills for the weapon, a feature exclusive to silver tier items and above. At the next tier, the emerald tier, active skills will emerge. Any weapon from that tier will become standard for players at the 7th transmutation. As for weapons of even higher levels, they are typically held by aristocratic factions. Weapons, among equipment of the same level, are inherently the rarest of commodities. The 2 traits are of utmost value to Jiang Ye, particularly the area damage trait, which liberates him from the previous constraints of only being able to attack a single enemy. As long as foes fall within the weapon's range, damage can be inflicted, albeit with reductions based on circumstances. Generally, weapons reaching the silver tier possess this trait, further exemplifying the realism of the chaos world. The shatter trait, which counters shield skills, serves as a weakened version of true damage. It is better than nothing. Another item is a bronze piece, part of the Wild Wolf set. Wild Wolf Great Hat Bronze. Restrictions: all classes, level LV 5 and above. Description: the 4th piece of the Wild Wolf set. Attributes: 10 physical defense, 5 spirit. Jiang Ye donned the hat, the thick wild wolf fur cascading down from either side, resembling a nomad. Among the remaining 3 items, there were both props and materials. Spine of the Wild Wolf King material. Description: one of the most valuable bones from the Wild Wolf King, notable for its hardness and resilience. It can serve as a primary material for weapons and armor of silver tier and below. Requires mastery of the secondary profession, blacksmith refiner. Wolf bone flute item, consumable. Description: this sound closely resembles our king. Upon use, it mimics the voice and aura of the Wild Wolf King, reducing the wariness of its kin. Usage: 3-3. Moonlight blood item, one-time use. Description: the secret of the Wild Wolf King's transformation into a werewolf. Upon consumption, one enters a beastly form for 1 minute, gaining substantial boosts based on current level and attributes, and upon effect expiration, one immediately enters a severely wounded state. Jiang Ye scoffed. None of these 3 items were of any use to him. The spine of the Wolf King is a decent material, but he already possesses a weapon, and he is not a refiner to make armor. Moreover, he estimated that he would soon replace all his gear. The moonlight blood, a drop of deep crimson tinged with a pearlescent hue, emanated a potent aura. However, its use would incur a debuff, and Jiang Ye certainly would not utilize it. Furthermore, given his attributes, the power boost from consuming this drop would be minimal. He decided to store these 3 items in his personal warehouse for future collective resources when he forms a legion. In terms of experience, the first kill of the boss granted substantial experience, propelling Jiang Ye to a first transmutation limit. Before he could complete his second transmutation in the main city, he would be unable to level up further. Any excess experience would remain in a temporary experience pool. If he failed to complete the job change within 30 days, the temporary experience pool would automatically clear. After ascending 7 levels, his free attributes reached 35 points. This time, Jiang Ye allocated all his attribute points to spirit. The rapid growth of strength was rather exaggerated, making him feel a slight sluggishness in his movements. This sensation, while insignificant to the average player, felt akin to having a small stone in one's shoe for Jiang Ye, who operated within a finely tuned system. It was quite uncomfortable. To eliminate this sensation, no single attribute could be excessively low. Moreover, increasing spirit attributes could enhance his mana pool, preparing him to learn and master more skills in the future. After equipping the 2 new items, Jiang Ye accessed his personal panel. Descendant, Knight Emperor. Level, LV20. Class, Warrior. Attributes, Strength 1405, Constitution 134, Agility 47, Spirit 46. Health, 725, 1350. Mana, 450. Physical defense, 25. Movement speed, 115. Revives, 2. First talent, Pangu bloodline, Supreme Phase 1. Each time you sustain a point of damage, your strength increases permanently by 1. Second talent, Hunter's Vanguard A-Class. You deal 30 damage to all non-sentient beings. Achievement badge, Bane of the Wild Wolf. Description: all wild wolves regard you with profound awe, and other wolf-like creatures will also be somewhat influenced. Chapter 23. The Den of the Savage Wolves. The Wolf King's Offspring. Effect: ordinary savage wolves can no longer inflict harm upon you, and the likelihood of their submission to you has significantly increased. Upgrade requirements: 1. Tame a wolf-type creature with a growth potential of at least Tier 201. 2. Slay 20 elite wolf-type creatures of a level not lower than your own, 020. Forerunner. Description: only those who act swiftly may return laden with treasures. Effect: your loot rates during secret realms, dungeons, and boss battles experience a slight enhancement. The probability of triggering hidden mechanisms is marginally increased. Upgrade requirements: complete 2 first clears of secret realms, dungeons, or bosses, 02. Equipment: Wolf's Maw Heavy Axe, Silver. Savage Wolf Great Hat, Bronze. Savage Wolf Leather Armor, Bronze. Savage Wolf Footwear, Bronze. At this moment, a sense of fullness enveloped him. In terms of attributes, everything was satisfactory. However, the strength attribute was truly exceptional. After enduring a blow from the Savage Wolf King, it surged by over 500 points, nearing the monumental threshold of 1500. It was comparable to the third-tier warriors or rangers of his past life. Of course, his overall attributes fell slightly short. In the realm of chaos, each class advancement resulted in substantial increases. Take warriors as an example. Even generic classes such as shield warriors, knights, or heavy warriors, upon completing their second transition, could effortlessly dominate level 20 ordinary warriors yet to undergo their second transition. This is even more pronounced for those formidable hidden classes. As one progresses further, leveling becomes increasingly arduous. It is not that the experience from monsters is insufficient, but rather that the growth curve of monsters far surpasses that of players. Monsters at Tier 5, equivalent to player 5th transitions, can easily obliterate players of the same level. When the first act of chaos, the rampage of monsters commences, these creatures can effortlessly defeat players of Tier 5. They are akin to genius protagonists from novels. Thus, upon reaching the 5th transition phase, players must devise ingenious methods to enhance their strength. This serves as a testament to the extraordinary nature of the Pangu bloodline. Jiang Ye felt that in this life, he would soon witness vistas unseen by anyone in his past existence. Beyond the 9th transition, however, it was premature to dwell on such thoughts. Having slain the Savage Wolf King, he had yet to uncover the wooden plaque spoken of by the village chief, Lu Zhang. It appeared that it must lie within the den of the Savage Wolves. Jiang Ye found this curious. In his past life, he and his teammates from the trial village had conquered the Savage Wolf King and ventured into the den, yet found nothing. This was likely related to the first kill and the acceptance of the village chief's hidden quest. He stepped over the numerous wolf carcasses and descended the steep slope. Navigating past several large stones, he noticed the vegetation on the mountainside was particularly lush. As he brushed aside the undergrowth, a dark cave entrance came into view. Ding! You have discovered a new scene, the den of the Savage Wolves. Jiang Ye understood that this was a notification indicating a scene had been discovered for the first time by a player. The world of chaos was vast beyond comprehension, with even the origin continent remaining largely unexplored. In his previous life, he had bravely ventured into some distant and unknown territories, hearing such notifications on several occasions. However, a new scene did not necessarily equate to fortune. Most caves were merely that, a cave. The den extended downward at an incline. From the entrance, he could see only about 3 meters deep. The cave was not spacious, and the air within was somewhat damp. Jiang Ye squeezed inside. With the Wolf King deceased, the adult savage wolves had likely fled long ago, posing no further threat. He raised his lantern to illuminate the path ahead. After traversing several meters, several forks in the path emerged before him. Jiang Ye picked up a few heavier stones and tossed them into the various openings. Listening carefully to the echoes, he discerned the sounds, and chose one path to continue onward. The Wolf King must reside in the deepest recesses of the cave. His pace slowed as he navigated the cave, and after about 2 minutes, he emerged into a considerably larger space. It was several times wider than before. At his height, he could stand upright without having to stoop. He lifted the lantern and scanned the surroundings, noting that the temperature here seemed warmer than outside. No wonder the Wolf King had chosen to nest here. To the right lay the pelts of many unknown creatures, piled together with a large mound of hay, forming a comfortable nest. This was the resting place of the savage Wolf King. Soft rustling sounds intermittently filled the tranquil cave, standing out in the stillness. Suddenly, a female wolf darted out, but instead of attacking Jiang Ye, she lowered her front legs in an act resembling a human kneeling. Her eyes bore no malice. Instead, they conveyed a sense of pleading. Her fur was sleek and appeared more refined than that of the other savage wolves. Jiang Ye knew she must be the mate of the Wolf King. Approaching the warm nest, he spotted 2 plump little creatures still squirming with their eyes closed. Perhaps due to their mother's departure, they began to whimper. The mother wolf did not turn back, her body trembling slightly. As Jiang Ye drew nearer, the 2 wolf pups shrank back in response. This was the effect of the badge of the Wolf King Slayer. From the perspective of the savage wolves, Jiang Ye had become a figure even more awe-inspiring than the Wolf King himself. Gently, Jiang Ye scooped up one of the wolf pups. Ding! You have discovered the Wolf King's offspring, a boss template with Tier 2 growth potential. Current taming does not require the beast tamer profession conditions. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. It seemed to be a subsequent reward for the first kill of the boss. In his previous life, he had not encountered any Wolf King offspring within the den, neither 1 nor 2. However, there had been no reports on the forums of anyone taming Wolf King pups. This was likely due to the influence of the badge of the Wolf King Slayer, which surprisingly nullified the profession restrictions. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Normally, taming creatures within chaos was a skill reserved for the priest's subsequent second transition profession, the beast tamer, and the process was quite cumbersome. Finding pups with strong potential was exceedingly rare. Thus, the beast tamer was a profession that required substantial backing from powerful factions to thrive. 2 pups with Tier 2 potential could potentially be nurtured to level 29, especially as they were of the Wolf King's boss template. This was worth far more than golden artifacts. Jiang Ye lifted both pups, causing the mother wolf's gaze to turn frantic, yet she dared not act. Jiang Ye chuckled. No need to be anxious. Let's make a deal. I won't harm you, but I will take your 2 children with me, where they will live in comfort and abundance. What do you say? As he spoke, he waved the 2 wolf pups in his hands. Initially, the mother wolf looked on with uncertainty, but then it seemed she understood. She howled softly, soothing the pups, and approached to lick them, as if bidding farewell. Remarkably, the 2 pups quieted down and burrowed into Jiang Ye's embrace. A notification chimed in his ear. Ding! The Wolf King's offspring too have initiated a bond with you. Do you accept? Chapter 24. The cub recognizes its master. The remains of Lu Zhang. Of course, acceptance was inevitable. With a mere thought, Jiang Ye formed a contract under the auspices of chaotic will. Ding! Congratulations on establishing a master-servant contract with the 2 cubs of the Wild Wolf King. Contract space has been activated. A dark space, the size of a bedroom, materialized in the void, creating an ethereal connection with Jiang Ye. This contract space resided within the void realm. With a mere thought, he could summon the contracted creatures to traverse this boundless expanse. However, he himself could not yet enter it. As the void realm was an infinite space, this was but an infinitesimal grain of sand within it. As the strength of the contracted creatures grew, so too would the contract space expand. Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the wild wolf's nemesis was remarkably potent. The contract established was a master-servant agreement, not a mere partnership contract, which represented a significant difference. A partnership contract imposes weak constraints. Should the contracted creature deem its current situation insurmountable, it may refuse to engage in battle. Moreover, the master must expend considerable effort to maintain the creature's loyalty. Otherwise, should loyalty dip beneath a certain threshold, the creature could escape or even attempt to slay its master. In contrast, a master-servant contract signifies unwavering loyalty, prohibiting any thoughts of defiance. Upon the establishment of the contract, the 2 cubs became notably affectionate towards Jiang Ye, playfully pawing at his collar. He opened their status panels. Contract Beast, Wild Wolf, Level 0, Template, Boss Level Stage, Juvenile, Energy Supplementation can accelerate growth, Attributes. Skills. It seemed the two wolf cubs had only recently been born and lacked combat capability. Energy supplementation could indeed expedite their growth? Jiang Ye pondered this and retrieved moonlight essence. As soon as he drew it from the system space, the two cubs began to whimper eagerly. Jiang Ye searched for a water source within the cave, diluted the moonlight essence, and fed them each a small portion. The cubs smacked their lips and swiftly settled down as the notification of growth accelerating appeared on their panels. Jiang Ye's heart swelled with understanding. It was indeed effective. This drop of essence was rich in energy and would likely last a considerable time. At that moment, the mother wolf, having seen her offspring settled, cast a lingering glance before departing the cave. Jiang Ye decided not to return the cubs to the contract space just yet. It was dark and barren within, which could adversely affect the state of the contracted beasts, especially such young ones. He tucked the cubs into his clothing, allowing their heads to peek out, and continued his search within the spacious cave. After a fruitless search lasting several minutes, he furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings. The task indicated that this was the lair of the wild wolves, yet he had found nothing after a thorough inspection. Could they be in another cave? Based on Jiang Ye's experience, while this was a possibility, it was highly unlikely. He resolved to search again. Perhaps there were areas he had overlooked. Jiang Ye roamed the vicinity, inspecting every nook and cranny of the space, even overturning the Wolf King's nest, yet still found nothing. Wait. Suddenly, Jiang Ye realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Upon entering this cave, he had felt a distinct warmth emanating from within. The question arose, where was the source of this heat? Jiang Ye concentrated, standing still in various spots to discern the temperature differences. Minutes passed, and then, this was it. He stood before a section of the earthen wall that appeared no different from the others, yet it radiated a palpable warmth. Surely, the heat source must lie within. Excitement coursed through him, akin to unearthing a hidden treasure. He drew his heavy axe, and, with a powerful swing, struck down. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated through the cave, causing it to tremble momentarily. A large chunk of the earthen wall crumbled away, and fragments cascaded to the ground. The warmth intensified, confirming he had struck the right spot. To prevent a cave-in, he moderated his strength and focused his strikes, chiseling away methodically. With his enhanced strength, it took merely 5 strikes before the wall shattered, revealing a hollow space beyond. Indeed, a hidden sanctuary. Jiang Ye kicked aside the remaining debris and stepped inside. What lay before him astonished him. The chamber was not large, square in shape, yet at its center stood a platform made of earth, atop which rested a figure. To be precise, it was a skeletal remains. Though it was a skeleton, it exuded an aura that was not one of fear. Each bone emitted a faint, ethereal glow that illuminated the small chamber, and the warmth emanated from the skeleton itself, radiating a gentle, comforting heat. As Jiang Ye approached, he quickly noticed an object hanging from the skeleton's neck. Reaching out, he grasped it, a wooden token. He had found it. Ding! You have discovered the extraordinary object, the Land Temple Order. Land Temple Order? Jiang Ye was taken aback and glanced at the description. Land Temple Order, extraordinary object, description, an item bound to the temple priest Lu Zhang. It allows invocation of the power of the land deity, enabling the construction of temples and command over the surrounding area. Its applications are boundless. So this was indeed a treasure. Jiang Ye felt a surge of astonishment. He had heard that only a select few influential factions possessed such items. To possess this token signified a priestly identity, granting the ability to harness divine power. What did divine power entail? Even the servants of the highest deities wielded strength that could crush the most formidable foes. No player in the previous era had ever attained such a level of power. It was known that even the most constrained deities, such as the lowest tier, land deity, fell within the realm of true deity, supported by the incense of worship, enjoying an extended lifespan. This was the aspiration of powerful factions. However, the Land Temple Order did not belong to him. Its acquisition would come at a significant cost. From every possible angle, Jiang Ye resolved not to consume this item. Establishing a good rapport with a temple priest would prove far more advantageous. Although the actions of temple priests were heavily restricted at this stage, once the game merged with reality, a priest could designate a temple area. If he could invite a priest to construct a temple at his own stronghold, he would reap immense rewards, free from the fear of being robbed. Since the Land Temple Order belonged to the village chief Lu Zhang, could it be that this skeleton was Lu Zhang's mortal remains? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a beam of light erupted from the wooden token, striking Jiang Ye's brow. A series of images flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Moments later, as Jiang Ye absorbed the scenes, his expression grew complex. He had just witnessed the life of Lu Zhang. In life, he was a native of Dan Prefecture in the Southern Flame Kingdom, who, beset by war and famine, lost his entire family and was forced to flee his homeland. He journeyed with a band of refugees, leaving Dan Prefecture and the Southern Flame Kingdom, eventually arriving in what is now the Lingwang domain. Here, the group of refugees found themselves targeted by bandits, and the blades of slaughter fell upon these displaced souls. Chapter 25. The Earth Spirit Pearl, an act of self-recommendation. In a bid to protect a few women and children from his hometown, the young Lu Zhang bravely stepped forward and met his demise at the hands of bandits. The situation was chaotic, and his compatriots could only hastily bury him, intending to return later for a proper interment. However, when some returned to search for his resting place, it was as if it had vanished. It turned out that Lu Zhang's actions during his lifetime had been recorded by the celestial mandate during the once-in-300 years divine appointment, and thus he was enshrined as a land deity, incorporated into the ancestral worship. Yet, his lingering spirit could not relinquish its earthly ties, preventing him from fully ascending to divine status. Consequently, he could only serve as a temple guardian, safeguarding the local populace. So it was. Jiang Ye let out a long breath. Lu Zhang was merely a spirit, and he was not just a temple guardian, but a true land deity. This revelation was astonishing. He had inadvertently formed a bond with a genuine deity. Following his rebirth, aside from inheriting the Pangu bloodline, there was no better news than this. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Lu Zhang, once the latter returned to his divine position, Jiang Ye would have a formidable ally. He carefully secured the wooden plaque, at which point the skeleton seemed to undergo a transformation, gradually disintegrating into luminous points that slowly vanished into the ether. Jiang Ye understood that this signified a part of Lu Zhang's lingering attachment had been released. The ancestral worship required the relinquishment of the physical form, as the body represented attachments and desires. Among the countless luminous points, one suddenly darted towards him. Ding! You have triggered a hidden mechanism, receiving a divine gift. Did the prior actions of the foreigner bear fruit? Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy as he examined the so-called divine gift. Wu Tu Ling Zhu Rare Artifact Description, a fragment of the divine power of the land deity, imbued with remarkable abilities. Upon use, it activates earth escape techniques, enabling concealment and large-scale teleportation. It indeed appeared to be quite beneficial. This spirit pearl would allow him to traverse the earth, facilitating teleportation within a designated range. It would prove immensely useful for fleeing, infiltrating, or in certain exceptional scenarios. After thoroughly searching the small space and discovering nothing more of significance, Jiang Ye decisively departed. Upon exiting the cave, he returned to the trial village. The surroundings were eerily silent, with all the wild wolves paralyzed in fear, not daring to move until Jiang Ye was completely out of sight, at which point they fled in trembling disarray. By the earthen wall of the village, Wang San, hiding beneath a thatched eave, fixated intently on the narrow path. At long last, a familiar figure emerged. It was him, truly him. Wang San's eyes widened. Indeed, it was the person he had encountered earlier that day. He could now affirm that this was no mere coincidence. The individual was none other than the Night Emperor, whose actions had stirred a great uproar in the outside world. Wang San stepped forward in excitement, but quickly hesitated, his face a mask of conflict. Although he yearned to latch onto this powerful figure, rushing forward felt inappropriate. Watching Jiang Ye's silhouette grow distant, Wang San's expression was one of deep turmoil. He had always trusted his instincts, which now told him this could be the most significant opportunity of his life. Enough of this. One must try to know. He resolved to pursue Jiang Ye. Big brother, wait. To avoid drawing the attention of nearby players, Wang San lowered his voice significantly. Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of this individual. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as the one who had wished to befriend him earlier. With nothing to fear, he halted and inquired, "What do you need?" Wang San stammered, "Big brother, I wish to follow you. Will you accept me as your subordinate?" As a subordinate? Jiang Ye appraised him closely, quickly grasping the current situation. This person had likely deduced his identity as the Night Emperor from subtle clues. Although discovered earlier than anticipated, it was within Jiang Ye's expectations. Given the global announcements, it was improbable for his identity to remain entirely concealed. However, being identified in a game was a different matter than in reality. There was no need for concern. He chuckled lightly and asked, "Why would I take you as a subordinate?" Seeing Jiang Ye's willingness to engage in conversation, Wang San recognized this as a rare opportunity and took a deep breath to calm his nerves. He proceeded, "From my perspective, I know it is exceedingly difficult to achieve success in chaos alone. One must have a formidable organization to rely upon. Truth be told, if I had the capability to establish such an organization myself, I would not consider submitting to another. However, I understand my limitations. And meeting someone of your caliber is a stroke of fortune. If you have ambitions to develop your own power, I am willing to be your vanguard." He spoke earnestly, adding, "From your viewpoint, when considering subordinates, two factors must be evaluated: their utility and their loyalty. The latter requires time to prove, but I believe I can demonstrate the former now." "Oh," Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. "How do you intend to prove that?" From Wang San's words, Jiang Ye discerned that he was an astute individual, yet proving his worth before Jiang Ye was no simple feat for an ordinary person. "Big brother, I will share my task information with you." Wang San revealed the hidden task information for Jiang Ye's inspection. Jiang Ye's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he read the details. Priestly hidden profession, breaker shaman? The task information included a brief introduction to this profession. Any legion that possesses a breaker shaman becomes unstoppable, able to take on 10 foes alone, while also boasting formidable single-target combat capabilities. This fellow was indeed fortunate. Jiang Ye regarded Wang San anew. Encountering such an opportunity in the trial village was nothing short of remarkable. This profession, as indicated, was an exceptionally powerful team-oriented role. Given his aspirations to build a force, the inclusion of such a profession would be invaluable. One couldn't deny that Wang San's earlier remarks had, to some extent, swayed his opinion. Whether for personal enhancement or to contend with the established powers, a robust organization was essential. Furthermore, the very foundation of forming an organization rested upon mutual benefit, making the assurance of loyalty an unrealistic expectation. Jiang Ye suddenly felt that his plans were somewhat overly cautious. Those established factions were likely already beginning to strategize their power structures. Certain timelines indeed warranted advancement. However, it was still premature to accept Wang San outright. Hidden professions were not easily acquired. He pondered for a moment before stating, "First, send me a friend request." Wang San was elated, promptly agreeing and hastily sending the request. Jiang Ye accepted, and Wang San's eyes sparkled as he saw the Night Emperor's ID in his friend list. Chapter 26, A Cycle of Time. A shocking discovery. Although he had been certain in his heart, Wang San was still quite exhilarated. Jiang Ye raised his hand and said, "Do not rush. First complete this task. Then contact me." Wang San nodded vigorously. "I understand, boss." Jiang Ye glanced at him but refrained from correcting his address. The task of completing this hidden profession would require considerable time, and it was appropriate to offer some assistance. It was a gesture of goodwill on his part. He took out the wolf-bone flute that had emerged from the silver treasure chest and handed it to Wang San. This item was of no use to him, and lending it to Wang San seemed fitting. If Wang San truly managed to acquire this hidden profession, it would affirm his worth as he had claimed. "The Night Emperor has initiated a borrowing request. Do you accept?" This was one of the system's features after becoming friends. One could initiate borrowing or gifting through the chaotic will. The borrowing could be time-bound, and if the time elapsed, the item would automatically return to its original owner's inventory. However, once the game merged with reality, these functionalities vanished entirely. Wang San promptly accepted, and, upon inspecting the effects of the wolf-bone flute, his eyes widened in astonishment. This item was extraordinarily powerful. No wonder it belonged to a top-tier player who had soloed the world's first boss. Seeing that the borrowing term was set for 1 week, Wang San understood that this was a test set by the Night Emperor. He clenched his fists, thumped his chest, and declared, "Brother, if I cannot accomplish this with this item, I would have no face to claim I wish to follow you. Await my news." Jiang Ye nodded. "Then I shall await your message." With that, he departed. Wang San hastily began to plan his actions. The hidden task's target location pointed to one of the 3 main cities in the eastern region, the capital of the Mang Kingdom. He had a week to level up to meet the city's teleportation standards and complete the task. Time was indeed tight. Jiang Ye arrived at the village's council building and ascended to the 2nd floor, only to find a sign hanging at the entrance of the village chief Lu Zhang's room. "Sleeping, please do not disturb." It dawned on him that NPCs also required rest. He wondered how long Lu Zhang would sleep. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared on Jiang Ye's panel. The physical indicators of the incarnate have fluctuated. Please log off to rest and replenish nutrients. Well, prior to the integration of the game with reality, time spent in chaos was indeed limited. Prolonged duration could overwhelm the physical body in reality. Thus, he decided to log off. Jiang Ye removed the virtual helmet and stood up to stretch his somewhat stiff body. His stomach grumbled with hunger. He exited his room and rummaged through the refrigerator for some instant food to heat up. The spacious 300-square-meter apartment felt empty. He was all alone. It was the only inheritance left by his parents, alongside several million in savings. As long as he lived modestly, it would be a comfortable life in this second-tier coastal city. However, after the game merged with reality, this once prosperous and beautiful city quickly descended into a nightmare. Or rather, the entire Blue Star was similarly afflicted, unable to escape its fate. Enormous biological entities in the sea were corrupted into monsters, and within days, the city transformed into a hellish realm. The legion controlled by the aristocracy, upon entering the city, did not bring salvation. Instead, they heralded more terrifying demons. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the densely packed skyscrapers and the surging crowd below, Jiang Ye vowed to turn the tide and prevent such tragedies from occurring. Perhaps he could not save many, but he would ensure that his hometown remained a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ye settled into a reclining chair, reflecting on every significant timeline from his previous life. The integration of the game with reality would occur a year later. However, the feedback of abilities from the game into reality had already shown early signs. In approximately 3 months, several super enterprises in the country specializing in genetic biology would announce significant discoveries. They would introduce a concept termed new humanity, characterized by individuals possessing extraordinary physiques capable of effortlessly breaking world records in events like the squat and deadlift. In truth, this was the aristocracy's initiative, leveraging players who had gained strength feedback from chaos. Concurrently, they would utilize media to continuously promote the superiority of new humanity, distinguishing it from ordinary people, while recruiting volunteers willing to become part of this new breed, thereby dividing the populace. Behind the scenes, however, various inhumane experiments were conducted, and those ordinary citizens who sought to change their fate through volunteering rarely survived. The aristocracy harbored numerous secrets, and even after a long time, Jiang Ye remained oblivious. For instance, how they managed to achieve strength feedback ahead of schedule and what experiments were conducted on the recruited volunteers. In his past life, he had discovered and dismantled such laboratories, but invariably, the opposing side had destroyed all equipment and records during their retreat. He only knew one thing. Aside from the initial cheat codes, the aristocracy held many secrets regarding chaos that provided them a significant advantage, while others, including early players like himself, remained in the dark. At this moment, Jiang Ye felt an intense sense of crisis. Merely being ahead in the game was far from sufficient. He was uncertain how much of a butterfly effect his rebirth would trigger, but he was certain that the various aristocratic factions had placed the name Knight Emperor on their priority targeting list. If he could not learn of the methods for early feedback on strength in due time, he could be in grave danger at any moment. Jiang Ye furrowed his brow, contemplating which directions to pursue next. Just then, his expression shifted to one of confusion as his hand reached into his chest pocket while murmuring, "What is so jarring?" Upon retrieving the object that felt uncomfortable, Jiang Ye's eyes widened in shock, his heart racing. What is happening? Why can I see this in reality? In his hand was a crystal-clear orb, exquisitely shaped, with an unknown internal structure, through which a swirl of earthy yellow gas flowed and rolled, appearing quite dreamlike. Jiang Ye could scarcely believe it and looked around, as if to confirm that he was indeed in his real home. After a moment, he accepted this reality. It was, astonishingly, the Earth Spirit Pearl. After a brief moment of disbelief, Jiang Ye quickly regained his composure. The appearance of the Earth Spirit Pearl in reality was assuredly not coincidental. Thus, what was the reason it could manifest in reality? What was the medium? Jiang Ye tested other objects and equipment, but none reacted. Therefore, the answer must lie in the distinction between the Earth Spirit Pearl and other items. Divine power? Indeed, it could only be that. The uniqueness of the Earth Spirit Pearl lay in its embodiment of the power of Earth. Chapter 27. Cousin Jiang Shao. Could it truly be you? Even the faintest trace of divine power belongs to a divine entity. This implies that the divine artifacts from the Chaos realm, or the powers of the deities, can traverse the two realms without restriction. But what of the deities themselves? Having determined the path, the next step is to seek opportunities for verification. I have already established a preliminary friendly relationship with a local priest. It won't be long before I discover the truth. Jiang Ye pondered as he rose to tidy up the dishes. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Jiang Ye approached the living room and opened the door to find a youthful, bright face, strikingly resembling his own. "Brother," the owner of the voice exclaimed with delight, her tone melodious like that of a lark. Her casual attire, a white t-shirt and denim jeans, along with her neatly cropped hair, suggested a tomboyish appearance. Were it not for her exquisite features, Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mixture of emotions. Having been reborn, he had forgotten that he still had family in this world. His uncle and aunt had looked after him considerably after the passing of his parents, and he had shared a close bond with his cousin. However, when the apocalypse began, they fell victim to the monstrous creatures that plagued the world. He could still recall his cousin, bloodied and collapsed in his arms, as he wept helplessly. Now, witnessing her vibrant smile, the pain from those buried memories tightened around his heart once more. Jiang Shao scrutinized him with suspicion, waving her hand before his eyes. "Hey, brother, have you been gaming all night again?" Without awaiting his response, she slipped off her shoes and dashed into his room. "Let me see. Oh, the floor is covered in takeout boxes. I told you not to buy these instant meals from the supermarket. They're loaded with preservatives." A few minutes later, Jiang Ye observed Jiang Shao bustling about, tidying up the house. He swiftly approached her and snatched away the pair of smelly socks she was holding. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Leave those be. I'll clean up myself later." Jiang Shao, with a look of disdain, yanked the socks back. "You always say that. I came over today, and the garbage in your room has multiplied again." As she tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine, she continued, "My parents suggested you come live with us in Jiang Ye. You should really consider it. There are plenty of empty rooms. They're worried about you living alone, and it can be quite lonely at home. Having you there would liven things up." Jiang Ye chuckled awkwardly, but did not respond. His uncle and aunt treated him as their own, yet he had grown accustomed to his solitary existence. Although Jiang Ye is the most upscale residential area in Donghai City, with each household exceeding 500 square meters, it could never compare to the comfort of his own 300 square meter abode. After a moment of reflection, he inquired, "Is uncle home recently?" "It has been a while since I visited them." Jiang Shao shook her head. "Dad only returned home 4 or 5 times last year. He said business in the capital is particularly demanding." The mention of the capital stirred something within Jiang Ye. Some memories were hazy, but he vaguely recalled that in his previous life, his uncle's company headquarters had relocated there, only to face fierce competition shortly thereafter. The situation escalated, and not long after, he returned to Donghai. They had met once for dinner at his uncle and Apos' house, where his uncle and Apos' pallor had been alarming. At the time, Jiang Ye had assumed it was merely a bout of bad mood, but in hindsight, it seemed likely that his uncle was suffering from some ailment. Shortly after, his uncle's family had perished at the hands of the monsters. Reflecting upon it now, it appeared there was an unseen hand orchestrating all these events. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jiang Shao clapped her hands and exclaimed, "By the way, brother, you've played Chaos, right? I remember you were a gaming prodigy." Jiang Ye nodded. "Yes, I've played. What is it to you? I thought you weren't into gaming." He recalled that his cousin typically favored sports, tennis, cycling, swimming, but gaming had never been mentioned. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clung to his arm. "Chaos is unlike any other game, right? All my classmates and friends are playing it. I've heard that there will be many job openings targeting Chaos players during the school recruitment. If you're not playing Chaos, you'll be left behind. By the way, what level are you at now, brother?" "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Ye recalled that many companies had indeed begun to venture into the Chaos market. Of course, they had no inkling that the game would eventually merge with reality. The commercial prospects of Chaos were immense, capable of spawning an entirely new industry around it. The streets and the internet were rife with related promotions, leading to a surge of game studios and teams emerging, many transitioning from unrelated fields. This was undoubtedly supported by the influential families, who sought to promote Chaos for a larger player base, facilitating their future harvest of profits. After all, the vast origin continent would yield far greater efficiency with more people gathering opportunities and treasures. In this context, it was no surprise that university students like Jiang Shao were taking up Chaos. She was a senior at Donghai University, Jiang Ye's alma mater, residing at home when not in class. In response to her inquiry, Jiang Ye contemplated and replied, "My level. ISNT very high, probably just around 20 levels. Haha. Jiang Shao burst into exaggerated laughter, nearly shedding tears. Brother, how did I never realize you had such a sense of humor? The best players at our school are only at level 3, and I've heard there are professional teams interested in them. If anyone can reach double digits now, it's likely only that Knight Emperor. At this, Jiang Shao suddenly paused, turning to Jiang Ye with an incredulous expression as if she had stumbled upon a great revelation. Brother, could it be that you are the Knight Emperor? Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. This was a blunder indeed. However, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, grinning as he replied, Why yes, that's me. Just tell everyone how impressive your brother is. As expected, the carefree Jiang Shao took it in stride, responding, Hee. If you really are the Knight Emperor, I can't call you brother anymore. I'd have to call you father. Be careful, or uncle might hear and give you a beating. Brother, let us add each other as friends in the game. The strongest player I mentioned earlier is my roommate. She's the president of the gaming club. She has even been approached by studios to join. Chapter 28, The Divine Mark. The Bond of Friendship. At present, I am contemplating the prospect of establishing a studio if my endeavors in chaos yield favorable results, perhaps by soliciting some funds from my parents to set it up. With my roommate overseeing operations. Brother, you should join us then, becoming the sole male member of our studio. Jiang Ye felt a wave of exasperation. His sister's thoughts were rather erratic. He hastily changed the subject, urging her to share her ID so he could add her later. Sure, my ID is Jiang Xiao. Don't forget to add me. To prevent Jiang Shao from pestering him to play chaos, Jiang Ye claimed to be exhausted after an all-nighter gaming session and sent her home. However, she insisted that staying at home was dull and requested to spend the night at his place. Jiang Ye relented and provided her with a vacant room before retreating to his own for some much-needed sleep. The following morning, Jiang Shao received a message indicating that their newly formed studio was assembling a team to tackle the Wild Wolf Challenge, prompting her to hurry home. It appeared she had designated her home as the temporary base for the studio, gathering her friends and classmates together. After completing his morning routine and a light breakfast, Jiang Ye re-entered the realm of chaos. Upon arrival, he found the village chief awake. The elder greeted him with a nod and a smile, gesturing towards a steaming teapot on the table. I just brewed some hot tea. Do give it a try? Jiang Ye chuckled. Take your time with the tea. Look what I brought back. He handed over the wooden plaque with a grin. Lu Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly spilling his tea. Trembling, he accepted the plaque. A myriad of complex emotions flashing across his face, nostalgia, sadness, joy, reluctance, and guilt, all culminating in a long, heartfelt sigh. He caressed the wooden plaque, murmuring, It has been hundreds of years since I left my homeland. I wonder how it is faring now. Hearing this, Jiang Ye tentatively inquired, Elder Lu, are you considering a return? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zheng's expression relaxed, as if a weight had been lifted. Yes, I shall return. After safeguarding this place for centuries, it is time I attend to my homeland. It is my duty. At that moment, a notification echoed in Jiang Ye's mind. Ding. Hidden task. Lu Zheng's emotional resolution has been completed. You have participated in the land deity's restoration journey. You have received the divine mark. The divine mark? What could that be? Jiang Ye glanced at the interface. Divine mark. Incense and fire godland description. You are marked by the incense and fire god, allowing you to harness divine power under certain conditions. Jiang Ye's heart soared with joy. He had never encountered such a thing in his previous life. Although the specific functions remained unclear, the description alone hinted at the extraordinary nature of the divine mark. It signified that the deity regarded him as one of their own. Though Lu Zheng had previously held the title of a divine official, his unwavering devotion kept him in the spirit wasteland to protect the villagers for centuries, delaying his return. Now that his burdens were lifted, he was ready to reclaim his role as the land deity of his homeland. Jiang Ye's involvement in this process meant he had touched the cause and effect of the deity's restoration, and such a connection was invaluable. At that moment, another notification sounded. Ding. The land deity Lu Zheng's affinity for you has increased by 100, reaching the level of close friends. Previously, Jiang Ye's relationship with Lu Zheng was friendly, but it had now escalated 2 levels to the status of close friends. This relationship was akin to a cherished companionship, uniquely characterized by their generational gap. To elevate a relationship with a divine official to such a level was a feat Jiang Ye believed he alone had achieved in both this life and the last. Indeed, this was a genuine deity. Despite the numerous restrictions of the incense and fire god, It remained a formidable presence within the pantheon. To Jiang Ye, who was but a newcomer, this connection felt almost surreal. The rewards from this endeavor were astonishing. Lu Zheng now regarded him with a warm demeanor. Previously, he had appeared as a kindly elder, but now he felt like a true friend, affable and at ease. He clapped Jiang Ye on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Ye, I will soon set off for Nanyan. You now possess the qualifications to travel to the main city. What are your plans?" Understanding his implication, Jiang Ye replied, "With you around, I shall undoubtedly choose the Nanyan Imperial City." Lu Zheng nodded with a smile. The Nanyan Imperial City is called Liang. Merely a few hundred miles from Lidanzu. We can look out for each other. The three major capital cities in the Eastern Kingdoms are Nanyan, Mang, and Jiang. In his past life, few players opted for Nanyan, as the background introduction during city selection highlighted its challenges. Nanyan bordered the regions of the Southern Kingdoms, embroiled in perpetual conflict, placing players on the front line against adversaries from nations like Kongke and Baixiang, who were notoriously treacherous. Furthermore, Nanyan's northern frontier was home to the infamous 10,000 Demon Mountains, stretching for thousands of miles and inhabited by countless demon clans, which frequently invaded the villages and cities of Nanyan. Thus, Nanyan was inherently disadvantaged, and even the main city of Liang had been destroyed. Initially, many players chose Liang City, but most either became too frightened to leave their homes or were forced to accept the solitary option of changing their main city. However, such changes were limited by player numbers and required substantial resources and connections, often necessitating bribes to the administrative officials of Nanyan's Ministry of Household Affairs to open transportation channels. Even if one managed to escape the 10,000 Demon Mountains through sheer luck and reach the other two nations, they would still be considered illegal residents, facing hostility from local NPCs and risk expulsion or imprisonment if discovered. In the game, imprisonment was a serious consequence, with players often spending months behind bars, effectively ruining their progress. As for escaping prison, it was a near impossibility without significant strength. Yet, despite these myriad challenges, Jiang Ye's first choice remained Liang City in Nanyan. He had two compelling reasons. First, Nanyan faced numerous external threats, akin to a double-edged sword. While its drawbacks were overwhelming for the average player, the advantages included abundant opportunities for training, experience, and resource drops, benefits that would be magnified for Jiang Ye, especially as he sought to establish his own power. Secondly, the protection of a local deity was an irresistible boon. To hesitate in the face of such a blessing would be foolish, especially given the support of the land deity. Chapter 29. The Mask of Transformation. The main city of transport. Within the divine hierarchy, each deity possesses its unique powers. Deities like the land god, while not immensely powerful, oversee their domains, protect the people, and uphold the law, possessing the power of guardianship. With such a being safeguarding their stronghold, one can rest assured when confronting formidable foes akin to deities. In essence, the land remains stationary. Other deities or clerics, however, do not linger in one place. For instance, the rain god, although a sanctioned deity, is mercurial in movement, and their limited powers render them less helpful even if one were to befriend them. Thus, Jiang Ye contemplated establishing his stronghold in Dan Prefecture when conditions permit. After a brief exchange, he recalled a crucial discovery and pondered before asking, "Brother Lu, do you know why items infused with divine power can traverse between realms?" Upon hearing this, Lu Zheng's expression grew conflicted, and he pondered. "It is not that I wish to withhold the answer from you, but the will of the heavenly Tao forbids me from speaking it. However, I can provide you with a hint. Remember this phrase. Pure substances float above, while turbid ones sink below, if the turbid is to float. A grand vessel is required." Jiang Ye committed this phrase to memory, understanding that Lu Zheng likely could not divulge more. Yet, the statement was sufficiently clear for him to decipher. Lu Zheng continued, "However, my brother, I cannot assist you with this matter. I must strive to help you in other ways. You should be gaining recognition among the descendants. Some admire you, but naturally, others harbor jealousy. Here, take this." He extended his hand, weaving several magical seals in the air. Suddenly, a thin, transparent mask materialized in his palm, which he offered to Jiang Ye. Curious, Jiang Ye received it. Mask of Transformation item. Description: a mask constructed from incense power. Wearing it allows one to change all appearances. What a splendid item! With this, he could customize all aspects of his appearance, including ID, appearance, and gear. Lu Zheng's divine powers did not encompass illusion or dream, and the energy required to condense such a mask would surely be considerable. Jiang Ye promptly expressed his gratitude. Lu Zheng then added, "By the way, my brother, before I return to Dan Prefecture, I will visit Liang City to speak with the head of the academy there. When you arrive, remember to mention my name." Jiang Ye eagerly agreed, recognizing the advantages of having connections. The academy was akin to the class transition temple for players. Not only did players rely on the academy for their class transitions, many indigenous human tribes within the chaos also pursued studies there. The head of the academy was likely a cleric overseeing the powers of scholarship and arts, and Lu Zheng's personal visit would certainly earn him respect, significantly increasing the chances of unlocking hidden classes. Aside from a few rare-related quests, the academy served as a pathway to acquire hidden classes, though the success rate was notably lower. In his previous life, he had never heard of any player establishing a good rapport with the academy's head, as such NPCs were inherently averse to the descendants. Were it not for the constraints of the heavenly Taoist rules, they would not permit players to transition classes at all. After conveying everything, Lu Zheng rose and walked down with Jiang Ye, stating, "The time has come. I must depart. Brother, we shall meet in Dan Prefecture in a few days." Jiang Ye clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "See you in Dan Prefecture." Lu Zheng smiled, waved his hand, cast one last glance at the village, and then turned to leave, his figure slowly dissipating into the ether. Indeed, the wanderer, after 300 years, never forgets the path home. Jiang Ye ventured in another direction, donning the mask of transformation and altering his appearance. What ID should he choose? After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened as he devised a clever idea. Since his original ID was imposing, he would create a contrast. His new name would be Teletubby. Ha! Jiang Ye laughed heartily at his ingenious choice. At that moment, a beam of light appeared in a clearing not far from the village council hall. This was the teleportation array leading to the 3 main cities. Players reaching level 10 could gain the right to teleport. Once teleported, unless one obtained the exceedingly rare Trial Village teleportation token, they could never return to the Trial Village. With Jiang Ye now at level 20, he far exceeded the teleportation requirements. However, before proceeding, he intended to glean a bit more from the village. Jiang Ye roamed the village extensively, conversing with every NPC, including but not limited to Aunt Wang by the roadside, Blacksmith Zhang, Tailor Li, Carpenter Lu, and Butcher Wang. He accepted various quests from them. Due to his close relationship with the former village chief, the NPC's affinity towards him increased, reaching a friendly level. Without this rapport, securing these quests would not have been so effortless. The tasks were straightforward, mostly involving assisting neighbors with minor chores or retrieving lost children from the small forest to the east of the village. No hidden quests triggered, but Jiang Ye did not press the issue. While hidden quests hold great value, they must be pursued efficiently. Spending excessive time on elusive possibilities would likely yield little more than wasted effort. Moreover, the trial village offered limited opportunities for discovery. After completing the tasks, Jiang Ye assessed his rewards. You have received 20 pieces of fine iron. You have received 100 strands of silk. You have received 50 copper coins. You have received 10 pieces of superior pear wood. You have received an ancestral jade pendant. Not too shabby, though not particularly useful to Jiang Ye. Several items were foundational materials. Once he reached the main city and rented a storage unit, he could store them for future use when his team had the appropriate crafting specialists. All right, on to the next stage. Jiang Ye clapped his hands and stepped into the teleportation array. Descendant, you meet the teleportation criteria. Current available teleportation regions: Great Wilderness City, Wudu, Liang City. Please select. These 3 cities were the capitals of the Mang Kingdom, Jiang Kingdom, and Nandian Kingdom. In his previous life, Jiang Ye had chosen Great Wilderness City, but this time, his choice would differ. I choose Liang City. Main city selection confirmed, proceeding with teleportation. A powerful sensation of spatial tearing enveloped his body as Jiang Ye vanished from his original location. A flash of white light passed, and when he opened his eyes again, ding! You have entered a new area, the imperial capital of Nanyan, Liang City. He found himself in a large courtyard, with the ground paved with thick blue stone slabs. Chapter 30. Departure from Liang City. The commander of the Imperial Guard. Outside the courtyard, the sounds of pedestrians and vendors filled the air. A continuous din. Various types of buildings stood in close proximity, delineated into distinct areas: theaters, tea houses, stables, inns, granaries, and pawnshops, all serving their respective purposes. The pedestrians and the servers in front of the shops appeared relatively well-groomed, their expressions relaxed and spirits high, far surpassing those of the villagers in the trial village. Observing this bustling scene, one might assume that the southern Yin kingdom enjoyed prosperity. However, geographically, it was at a disadvantage, rendering external trade and communication cumbersome. Economically, it paled in comparison to the Mang kingdom and was even further behind the Jiang kingdom. Yet, Liang was undeniably the imperial capital. Beneath the emperor's gaze, the sufferings of the populace could not be overlooked. Even the skeletal remains by the roadside had likely been cleared away. The local customs and cultural nuances were distinctly characteristic of the region. In his previous life, Jiang Ye primarily resided in the Mang kingdom, situated in the northern frontier where the climate was frigid. During winter, the roads were often deserted, and the wilderness bore a desolate visage. The local architecture was predominantly solid and heavy, largely constructed from wood, with thick walls to retain warmth. Regrettably, many met their demise due to the harsh cold. In contrast, the southern Yin territory was quite different. Looking down the street, most buildings were constructed from stone and were relatively thin, designed for both ventilation and fire prevention. Given the hot climate, areas piled high with dry kindling risked spontaneous combustion. The lush vegetation allowed for many large trees to flourish even within Liang City. Just as Jiang Ye contemplated venturing into the streets to enjoy the scenery, a sudden commanding voice interrupted him from behind. "You there, come here." The tone was decidedly unfriendly. Jiang Ye turned to see several officials clad in light gray uniforms, with swords at their waists, approaching from the back of the courtyard. One of them, a robust man with bushy eyebrows, pointed at Jiang Ye and barked, "You must be the newly arrived descender. Come along, you need to register at the government office." Realizing the implication, Jiang Ye understood that new players must register to prevent the influx of unregistered individuals. NPCs at government offices typically displayed a rather unwelcoming demeanor towards players, a fact Jiang Ye had grown accustomed to. He bore no ill will, responding with a smile and indicating his willingness to comply. Engaging in conflict with government NPCs was hardly a wise choice. Seeing Jiang Ye's cooperation, the sturdy official's demeanor softened slightly, and he led him to the government courtyard. Upon entering, the official approached a tall, stout middle-aged man with a square face and a robust physique, bowing in respect. "Sir, this is the first descender to arrive in the city. He has been brought here." The middle-aged man nodded and replied, "Very well, you may leave." "Yes." The officials displayed a respectful demeanor, indicating the man's high status, likely their superior. Once the officials departed, the middle-aged man stepped forward to examine Jiang Ye, his expression neutral as he remarked, "To be the first to arrive here, you must be an extraordinary individual among descenders. I anticipate your future accomplishments. However, heed my warning. Do not provoke trouble, or your identity as a descender may not be safeguarded." This was indeed a stern admonition. Jiang Ye recognized it as a standard procedure. Had he not been the first to reach the main city, he likely would not have encountered this individual, and the previous official's attitudes would have been even more disdainful. Noticing Jiang Ye's lack of protest, the middle-aged man was about to speak again when his expression suddenly shifted in surprise. "The divine mark? You have a connection with the true god of Southern Yin?" His demeanor transformed into one of warmth and friendliness as he patted Jiang Ye's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, why did you not mention this sooner?" Those blind officials failed to recognize it, and if they had offended you, it would have been quite unfortunate. Jiang Ye found it amusing, yet somewhat surprising that this middle-aged man could discern the divine mark upon him. This indicated that he was indeed a high-ranking official of Southern Yin, likely of considerable status. Within the country's official hierarchy, certain ties with the divine were inevitable, as positions bore the collective will of the populace, whether they belonged to divine or secular officials. Particularly, local deities and city gods maintained certain connections with the regional authorities. Though land deities occupied a lower tier in the divine hierarchy, their status was still significantly elevated compared to ordinary officials. Unless one held a high-ranking position imbued with a slice of national fortune, such as a prime minister or a general, one would not be able to disregard ordinary divine officials. The middle-aged man before him clearly did not reach such a level. "My name is Xie, a 6th-rank commander of the Imperial Guard in Liang City, serving under the Tianyan Imperial Guard, responsible for patrolling the city." He introduced himself. "What is your name, brother?" "Ding, commander of the Tianyan Guard," Xie Jun's favorability towards you has increased by 25, reaching a friendly level. Upon learning of Jiang Ye's background, the middle-aged man's favorability surged. Jiang Ye reflected that Xie Jun was indeed a figure of considerable importance. The Tianyan Guard was under the direct command of the Emperor of Southern Yan. Typically, a commander would hold a rank of 7 or 8 at most. But the Tianyan Guard evidently possessed elevated standards, with a commander ranking a notch or 2 higher. Do not underestimate the 6th rank. It was already an impressive position within the official hierarchy, especially as a powerful military official at the Emperor's feet. In his former life, many players from noble families had invested significant resources to ascend the ranks, yet the highest they achieved was merely the 8th rank. Contemplating this, Jiang Ye replied, "I am Jiang, pleased to meet you, Brother Xie. I would have offered a token of appreciation upon our first meeting, but I find myself lacking in resources, which is rather embarrassing. Were it not for his current empty pockets, he would have prepared a gift for Xie Jun." Jiang Ye understood the nuances of social interactions. A 6th-rank military official responsible for city patrols was, in essence, a local power broker, adept in both legal and illicit affairs. Cultivating a good relationship with such an individual would undoubtedly facilitate matters within Liang City. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's words, Xie Jun recognized his tactful demeanor and felt at ease, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, Brother Jiang, you are too courteous. I am but a simple warrior, without such pretensions. Come, you are new here. Allow me to introduce you to the regulations and systems established by the government for individuals like you." Jiang Ye readily agreed. Subsequently, Xie Jun led him to an imposing governmental plaza, in front of a massive stone monument standing tall. The monument was divided into 4 sections, labeled A, B, C, and D. Jiang Ye recognized its significance but remained silent, allowing Xie Jun to elaborate. "Brother Jiang, this is the merit monument established by the will of heaven. It contains numerous tasks issued from various sources, which refresh periodically based on completion status. Tasks are categorized into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D, with grade A being the most challenging, offering the highest rewards in gold and merit, followed by decreasing rewards for lower grades. Grade D tasks are the basic tasks. All descenders in Liang City must complete at least 1 grade D task each month. Failure to do so will result in the cancellation of registration and expulsion from the city. Those who have completed at least 1 grade A task are exempt from this rule." Chapter 31. The Monument of Merit. A courtyard in the outer city. Today, the Monument of Merit has just been erected, and the tasks are few. However, they will increase tomorrow. Brother Jiang, your talent is exceptional, and with the blessings of the divine, you may attempt more challenging tasks, but it is imperative to act within your means, kindly cautioned Xie Jun. Although Jiang Ye was already aware of these rules, he naturally displayed gratitude on his face. The Monument of Merit is a fixture in the main city's government office. It will become one of the most iconic locations for players to interact in the main city. Completing tasks can yield substantial rewards in gold and silver, which are essential for daily living. In the main city, all expenses are rather steep, particularly for accommodation. To reside in a spacious, clean, and safer area requires a hefty monthly rent, not to mention the exorbitant cost of purchasing a courtyard. Living on the outskirts may be cheaper, yet one often faces harassment from gangs and officials, where one must yield what they possess or suffer a beating, or worse. Many male players in their previous lives were coerced into unsavory situations. As a newcomer, without any background or power, one is invariably targeted for bullying. Thus, to avoid becoming an outcast, undertaking tasks is essential. The value of merit points is even higher. Once a sufficient amount is accumulated, one can exchange them for items in the government warehouse or even in the secret vault of the Nanan dynasty, which is rumored to house countless treasures. It is said that within the vault lies a potion that can elevate players to the pinnacle of power, level 99. Various invaluable equipment, items, treasures, and curiosities abound. Although the merit points required are immense, merit points are only awarded for completing tasks of grade C or higher. Therefore, there exists a significant divide between the difficulty of C-grade and D-grade tasks. Fortunately, D-grade tasks are plentiful. Jiang Ye recalled that in the great wasteland city's government office, players would crowd even before dawn, eager to seize D-grade tasks. Conversely, A-grade tasks can be accepted at any time one wishes. A task can accommodate up to 10 participants. If completed as a team, all rewards in gold, silver, and merit points are either evenly split or distributed at will. If not part of a team, each must rely on their own abilities. Thus, for certain tasks involving item exchanges or escorting goods, even if one successfully acquires the task items and approaches the destination, safety is not guaranteed. A sudden ambush could occur at any moment, creating quite a spectacle. However, such occurrences typically arise only in tasks of C grade and above, as they are deemed unworthy otherwise. A and B grade tasks are often significant in nature. To avoid complications, one must prove their qualifications upon acceptance, and any malicious attempts to claim tasks will result in severe penalties. However, there are no such restrictions for C and D grade tasks. At that time, the aristocratic families in the main city monopolized tasks due to their numerical and strength advantages, often bribing government officials, which left other players in dire straits. Xie Jun continued, "By the way, my brother, when you take on higher-level tasks, be sure to carefully read the task descriptions. Some tasks, while offering generous rewards, may inadvertently involve you in intricate entanglements or even attract foes, so caution is essential." Jiang Ye nodded. This was indeed crucial. Generally, players do not receive such warnings. Tasks are not solely issued by the government or the court. Many tasks, such as exterminating monsters or escorting goods, are relatively neutral in nature. However, numerous tasks originate from the city's noble families or indigenous factions. The rewards they offer, lacking merit points, are often significantly more lucrative than those from the government or the court, such as direct gifts of treasures or high-grade equipment. Yet, these tasks can be quite troublesome, often leading to conflicts. There was a player in the Great Wasteland City who merely completed a D-grade task of beating someone up, only to find himself relentlessly attacked by the victim's influential family, leading to severe injuries and ultimately exhausting his revival opportunities, resulting in his account being deleted. The following day, when reality and the game merged, he, still an ordinary person, could not withstand even a day before passing away. This served as a stark reminder to everyone not to treat chaos as merely a game. After explaining everything, Xie Jun took Jiang Ye to the dental office to rent a modest 2-entry courtyard in the inner city. It was not overly large but boasted tranquility and comfort. Upon opening the back door, one could view the renowned Orange Lake of Liang City, named for the fiery trees unique to Nanyan that bloom with orange flowers, reflecting beautifully upon the lake. Many dignitaries from the imperial city often visit Orange Lake for leisure. The main city is generally divided into two sections: the inner city, where high-ranking officials, nobles, and the royal palace reside, and the outer city. The courtyard Xie Jun secured for Jiang Ye is considered one of the finest locations in the outer city, being close to the government office. The landlord, recognizing Xie Jun's esteemed presence, was understandably anxious, as this gentleman held considerable influence in the outer city. Gang leaders and industry heads all had to regard him with deference. Thus, he hastily waived 6 months of rent. Had it not been for Jiang Ye's insistence that it was unnecessary, he would have never dared to mention rent, and would have allowed Jiang Ye to stay as long as he wished. Additionally, the landlord arranged for domestic servants and essentials, bringing in numerous new wooden furnishings. As per Jiang Ye's request, he only hired a capable middle-aged steward named Shui Sheng, opting not to employ a female servant from the Peacock Kingdom. It was not that Jiang Ye was averse to women, but rather that he wished to focus on more pressing matters and avoid distractions. He also preferred companions who could protect themselves. Otherwise, entanglements could arise in future confrontations with the aristocratic powers. After everything was settled, the sun began to set. Jiang Ye was acutely aware that Xie Jun's assistance was a deliberate investment, both out of respect for the divine priest and recognition of Jiang Ye's extraordinary potential among the arrivals. Although the local populace generally harbored a sense of aversion toward newcomers, those of a certain status and information network often displayed a different attitude. Ultimately, the most crucial factor was the value one could demonstrate, as long as this value could be swiftly cultivated and realized. The bond between Jiang Ye and Xie Jun would only strengthen. With this in mind, Jiang Ye inquired, "Brother Xie, could you enlighten me on the process of establishing a faction in Liang City? Factions vary in rank and influence. For instance, a player-established faction, guild, must possess a certain level of influence, such as a designated territory and personnel, to thrive." Chapter 32. The Rules of the Gang. Random tasks. Those belong to the inconsequential gangs. Players in reputable gangs, in addition to the aforementioned conditions, must also possess a defined set of regulations and be able to provide their members with a basic salary. But what constitutes a top-tier gang? It is one that has connections to influential figures, perhaps even governmental backing, such as the Salt Gang or the Slaughter Gang, which are indigenous factions with significant power. Spanning multiple nations, they can profoundly impact local livelihoods and even sway national politics. What Jiang Ye aspires to create is not a trivial gang that merely skirmishes in the streets, but rather a formidable organization rich in resources, influence, and wealth. Having recently made the acquaintance of a patrol officer, he senses a promising opportunity. Xiejun, taken aback, inquired, "A gang? Jiang, are you truly interested in those violent factions?" Jiang Ye chuckled, shaking his head. "My dear brother, you jest. While I do wish to establish a gang, my intention is to connect individuals like myself, those who have descended here, with the authorities. As you know, the number of arrivals will only increase, leading to more intersections in various spheres. Should I succeed in forming such a gang, it would not only aid in maintaining order, but also—" His meaning was clear. "You provide me with your support, and I will establish a force that keeps the players in line. In return, I will engage in activities that are not overly excessive, and once profits are generated, you will surely benefit." Xiejun understood him well. He glanced at Jiang Ye with a hint of surprise, seemingly astonished that the other was contemplating such matters so swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke with a hint of reluctance. "Brother, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. It's just that gaining government approval for establishing a gang involves numerous complexities. As a newcomer, navigating these connections is, frankly, quite difficult." He paused, and Jiang Ye, sensing that more was to come, patiently awaited. Xiejun continued, "However, if you can accumulate a certain level of merit, perhaps I could facilitate some introductions and advocate on your behalf." Jiang Ye grasped the implication. "In simpler terms, you have yet to prove your worth. Once you do, I will gladly support you." This was a reasonable stance. Gaining governmental support for forming a gang was no trivial matter. Furthermore, he expected Xiejun to outright endorse his proposal. His intention was merely to plant a seed. As long as Xiejun was willing to express conditions, it would be manageable. He aimed for the stars while shooting for the moon. In truth, he was not overly concerned about obtaining governmental support. Securing the backing of Xiejun and his associates would suffice. Elevating the matter too high would only complicate things, especially since he was not an indigenous person. Ding! You have triggered the random task. Xiejun's trial. Task description. Accumulate a total of 1,000 merit points within a month. Task reward. Unknown. The system notification rang out abruptly. Jiang Ye was not particularly surprised. Their conversation had led to the establishment of certain expectations, prompting the emergence of a random task. This clarity in objectives was welcome, as the requirement to achieve 1,000 merit points within a month meant that he would undoubtedly secure Xiejun's support for forming his gang thereafter. Thus, in the coming month, he had two primary tasks. First, to visit the government office to accept the task on the merit board and gather sufficient merit points. Second, to identify the initial batch of suitable gang members. These members need not be exclusively players. They could include indigenous individuals. At this stage, indigenous people might be more reliable, as his gang would likely target aristocratic factions. However, the current players harbored a relatively mild aversion to these factions, making recruitment challenging. Once the aristocrats began to assert their dominance and the concept of new humanity emerged, their actions would become increasingly brazen, prompting the populace to recognize their greatest adversary. Yet, before that occurs, Jiang Ye still had a portion of potential allies to unite. After clarifying Xiejun's residence for future visits, Jiang Ye escorted him out before returning indoors. He had to admit that the establishment was quite dependable, perhaps owing to Xiejun's influence. The premises were well-equipped and maintained in a tidy manner. The steward, Shui Sheng, approached respectfully, saying, "Young master, shall I prepare hot water for your bath?" Initially, he had referred to Jiang Ye as young master, but at Jiang Ye's request, he altered his address, which sounded somewhat awkward. Jiang Ye noted that the sky had darkened and replied, "Very well, do prepare it." After a brief interval, he immersed himself in the steaming wooden tub of the bathhouse, relishing the comfort. Although the southern regions were often sweltering in spring and summer, the current winter brought a chill, complemented by the seasonal winds from the Wanyao mountain range. The temperature was quite low, making a hot bath exceedingly pleasant. With his eyes closed, Jiang Ye contemplated the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, needing to organize his plans meticulously. In the ancient context, people retired early. Despite the city having numerous establishments that shone brightly through the night, they were all somewhat distant from his residence. Hence, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, with only the faint sounds of Shui Sheng arranging firewood echoing. That night, he rested in his bedroom. To his surprise, the bed was quite comfortable, not inferior to his own mattress back home. One of the advantages of having a residence in chaos was that he need not log off to rest. Otherwise, in areas outside the safety zone, he could not log out, and if he ventured into the city without a secure dwelling, he would be beset by beggars and thieves, facing various disturbances, with even his safety at risk. At 6 o'clock the following morning, Jiang Ye awoke feeling refreshed. Shui Sheng had risen even earlier. Though there were no maids in the courtyard yet, he had instinctively prepared hot water and a basin for Jiang Ye's morning wash. Jiang Ye couldn't help but lament the evils of a feudal society. However, it must be said that hiring a skilled cook for the household was indeed necessary. It wouldn't do to have Shui Sheng fetching meals daily from outside, especially with the need to entertain guests occasionally. He instructed Shui Sheng to seek the recommendation of a skilled cook from the establishment. Afterward, Jiang Ye donned the casual attire that Shui Sheng had prepared and stepped outside for a stroll. Although the hour was early, several food stalls along the street were already open for business. Before Xie Jun departed yesterday, he had slipped Jiang Ye 50 taels of silver, advising him to use it for the time being and to send someone if he needed more. Jiang Ye initially intended to decline, but upon reconsideration, he realized that the 50 copper coins he had on hand were insufficient for his needs in Liang City, so he accepted it. This also added a layer of obligation to his relationship with Xie Jun. Although Xie Jun's goodwill was somewhat of an investment, his actions were genuine. It echoed a saying prevalent in society: do not heed what they say, observe what they do. Jiang Ye kept this in mind, knowing that he must reciprocate when the opportunity arose. It was the best way to maintain a favorable relationship. Customer, would you like a roasted chicken? Chapter 33. The Stormy Ranking of Dongzhou. Zhu Rongmu. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's commanding presence and unfamiliar face, the shopkeeper eagerly called out, "Roasted sesame chicken?" Early in the morning. This establishment is already bustling with customers, several of whom appear to be servants from noble families in the imperial city. The roasted chicken, with its golden, slightly charred skin and succulent meat glistening with juices, was evidently cooked to perfection, seasoned with crushed pepper, cumin, and sesame seeds. The aroma of the chicken leg wafted through the street. Next to the sign of Sun's Sesame Chicken, a line read, "A century-old establishment, personally endorsed by the emperor." Indeed, it piqued interest. Jiang Ye stepped forward and requested, "One, please." "Certainly, esteemed guest." The shop assistant, brimming with enthusiasm, retrieved a roasted sesame chicken while enthusiastically sharing. "You must be from out of town. Our shop is the most renowned eatery on Pushing Street, frequented by the nobility of the imperial city. Did you notice the emperor's endorsement? It's written by His Majesty himself. You must enjoy it while it's hot. Our chickens are specially selected 6-month-old mountain-raised birds. Those too young are not ready, and those too old are tough. They are marinated in Sun's secret seasoning before roasting. I assure you, it will be unforgettable." Jiang Ye found the assistant's fervor amusing. He was clearly too gifted for mere sales. After receiving the roasted sesame chicken wrapped in oiled paper, Jiang Ye handed over 2 pieces of silver. The price was rather steep, yet the portion was substantial. The chicken from the southern Yin kingdom was unique, with fiery red feathers and a large build, reminiscent of a turkey. Yet, he had only tasted turkey once in reality, finding it tough and unpalatable. He tore off a piece of meat and took a bite. To his surprise, it was remarkably delicious. The flavor was savory and fragrant, with a tender, slightly springy texture. Initially, he had assumed that the culinary offerings in this ancient setting would be limited by cooking techniques and seasonings, falling short of modern gastronomic delights. However, he discovered a unique charm, harmoniously blending the natural taste of the ingredients with the limited seasonings available. In reality, Jiang Ye had a penchant for culinary experimentation. However, as a gamer engrossed in his virtual world, he rarely found time to cook, resorting instead to instant meals and takeout. Noticing the assistant's commendable knowledge, he inquired, "What other delectable establishments can be found on Pushing Street?" With a beaming smile, the assistant replied, "Oh, there are plenty. Almost all the delicious delicacies in Liang City can be found right here. Let me list a few. Not far ahead, there's hot sugarcane juice, sweet yet not cloying, crystal crab meat buns, seaweed shrimp rolls, sauced pig knuckles, and plum sauce roasted goose. For banquets, you should head to Baixian Tower or Ingqing Tower. They offer a wide variety of dishes with authentic culinary craftsmanship. Jiang Ye nodded in appreciation and subsequently indulged in all the dishes the assistant recommended, relishing every bite. He had to admit, each dish was delightful. Continuing along the street, he asked several passers-by and shopkeepers until he arrived at the Liang Academy, located in another district. This was the only official academy of the Southern Yan Kingdom. Young scions of royal lineage, including princes, princesses, and sons of high-ranking officials, were all educated here. The curriculum encompassed not only classical texts and strategies, but also martial arts and various disciplines. The academy's head, Zhu Rongmu, was a direct descendant of the royal family and the younger brother of the current emperor of Southern Yan, a pinnacle of power and a formidable superhuman. His most illustrious title, however, was as one of the top figures on the Dongzhou Stormy ranking, where he held the 14th position. Dongzhou refers to the region of eastern nations as recognized by players from the Daxia Kingdom, including the Sakura Kingdom and the Cold Abyss Kingdom. In reality, the continent is divided into 4 regions: Dongzhou, Nanzhou, Shizhou, and Zhongzhou, with the northern expanses being the eternal night ice fields. Beyond the continent lies the endless sea, an infinite expanse said to be insurmountable even by those who have ascended to divinity. Players from various nations spawn in the eastern, western, and southern regions, while Zhongzhou, located at the heart of these 3, is a place of great prominence, accessible only through numerous treacherous obstacles. Few players have ventured to Zhongzhou, rumored to be a realm of the divine, where various arts flourish and formidable beings abound. However, even within a single region like Dongzhou, the vastness is overwhelming. The kingdoms of Mang, Jiang, and Southern Yan are already incredibly powerful, yet collectively they cannot claim dominion over all of Dongzhou, as there are numerous sects, great teachings, powerful tribes, and uncharted territories beyond human reach. The Dongzhou Stormy ranking is the brainchild of Wancher Tower, an influential intelligence organization across the continent. The ranking records the top 100 figures in Dongzhou, based on their ability to sway the world, dominate their territories, and their individual strength, power, prestige, and influence. The list is published annually, and any changes in rankings or new entries are substantiated with detailed accounts and reasoning, earning a reputation for its authority. Most individuals listed are prominent rulers or nobles, with Zhu Rongmu being one of the most distinguished figures, even surpassing the emperor of Southern Yan in ranking. His rise to prominence was marked by a singular event. 30 years ago, upon entering the pinnacle of power, he single-handedly confronted a grave crisis facing Southern Yan. At that time, 3 demon emperors from the Wanyao Mountains descended with a legion of demon kings and a million-strong horde, threatening to sweep through the land. In the face of impending doom, Zhu Rongmu broke through his limits, employing ancient secret techniques to summon a demigod's form, unleashing a cataclysmic strike from miles away with his heaven-slaying blade. The 3 demon emperors, in their attempt to withstand this blow, suffered catastrophic losses, forcing the demon army to retreat. This victory catapulted Zhu Rongmu into the spotlight, securing him a place among the top 20 on the ranking. However, he soon retreated into seclusion, leading to speculation that he had exhausted his essence in the process, perhaps facing a dire fate. Yet, a year later, he emerged unscathed, even stronger than before, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of power. As time passed, he steadily climbed the rankings, stabilizing at the 14th position. With such an extraordinary figure presiding over Liang Academy, who would dare to act recklessly? Even princes tread lightly in his presence. For players, Liang Academy holds immense significance as a vital institution. Chapter 34, The Academy. A dazzling array of hidden professions. Every player's transition and skill acquisition inevitably revolves around the Academy, including secondary professions. The multitude of arts and crafts is not merely a conceptual phrase. Within the Academy, there exists a plethora of instructors, far exceeding 100, each specializing in diverse disciplines such as forging, alchemy, formations, talisman crafting, prohibitions, culinary arts, butchery, fishing, even including poetry, wine, flowers, tea, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There is truly an abundance of knowledge. The learning is inexhaustible, and combinations can yield unique secondary professions. Mastery of any one of these skills can result in formidable capabilities. In his previous life, Jiang Ye chose the relatively accessible path of cooking, later accompanied by butchery. The integration of the game with reality proved exceedingly practical, enabling him to deconstruct the corporeal forms of monsters into food imbued with beneficial effects. At one point, he endeavored to merge the two secondary professions, yet his efforts were in vain. The significance of the academy is thus self-evident. Any transgressions within its bounds could lead to dire consequences, ranging from temporary bans to the revocation of one's qualifications, effectively severing a player's path to enhancement. Therefore, only the most prudent individuals dare to stir trouble within the academy. Even a casual altercation with its resident students could lead to significant repercussions, as even the least of them may wield considerable influence within the imperial city. Before Jiang Ye stood the grand entrance of the Liang Academy, towering over 10 meters high, wide enough to accommodate 8 horse-drawn carriages simultaneously. He arrived from the Puxing Street in the Eastern District, while the academy sprawled across the Western District, occupying a vast expanse of land. Upon entering the main gate, 2 scholars clad in deep blue uniforms approached him to inquire and guide him. These scholars, having secured a fixed instructor within the academy, possessed a formal status that allowed them to remain there for extended periods, freely entering and exiting. After confirming Jiang Ye's identity as a newcomer, the scholars displayed neither overt warmth nor hostility, leading him to a side hall adjacent to the plaza. After registering, Jiang Ye received a wooden token inscribed with the word apprentice, symbolizing his status within the academy. Apprentices are permitted to pursue their primary profession transitions and skill acquisition solely within the academy, where the cost of learning skills is measured in gold and silver. Those who invest more are naturally rewarded with more potent skills. Upon achieving the status of a scholar, one may embark on the path of a secondary profession, seeking their own instructor within the academy, while the gold and silver required for primary skill acquisition diminishes significantly. Moreover, certain areas within the academy are exclusively accessible to those of scholar status, such as the Tower of Ascendance and the training rooms. The training rooms accelerate skill cultivation, offering immense benefits, albeit at a considerable cost that most scholars cannot afford. The Tower of Ascendance, a monumental structure since the academy's inception, boasts 36 floors, each presenting various challenges and obstacles. Each level conquered yields substantial rewards, making it an ideal venue for scholars to assess their progress and engage in friendly competition. To attain the status of scholar, one must meet a singular requirement: to advance to the 3rd transition within 2 months of entering the academy, thereby automatically becoming a scholar. Otherwise, future opportunities become exceedingly scarce. These considerations formed the basis of Jiang Ye's subsequent actions, yet presently, he had but one objective: to transition. Upon expressing his intentions, one of the scholars escorted him to another grand hall, wherein 4 statues stood majestically. After outlining the fundamental procedures, the scholar departed. This scene was all too familiar. The same grand hall, the same arrangement as that of the Shadow Mountain Academy in the Great Wilderness City. The 4 statues represented the deities who pioneered the 4 fundamental professions, reputedly powerful beings who ascended to divinity in corporeal form, though their specific names remain unknown. Their visages obscured. This is a custom of the Origin continent. The true forms of deities are not to be casually revealed. Among the deities within the realm of chaos, the images of ancient gods from various nations abound, yet many diverge, making direct comparison challenging. In any case, these 4 deities are undeniably formidable. At that moment, the statue on the left, second from the left, emitted a soft glow, signifying the deity of the warrior profession. Jiang Ye stepped forward, grounding himself and closing his eyes in attunement. Descendant, Knight Emperor, currently undergoing the 2nd transition for the warrior profession, allocating to the temple's officiant. Suddenly, a ripple manifested in the space, and amidst the distortion of light, a robust figure materialized before Jiang Ye. The figure, surveying him with curiosity, spoke. "I am Su Jin, the officiant of the War God Temple. Are you the talented descendant mentioned by Brother Lu Zheng?" Jiang Ye clasped his hands and smiled, replying, "It is an honor to meet you, Su Officiant. I am unworthy of the title of genius." The demeanor of the officiant holds great significance, as they possess a degree of discretion in the selection of one's profession. Should their mood be unfavorable, they may limit the options presented, resulting in a rather unfortunate predicament. Moreover, corporeal deities are far more potent than those whose essence remains solely as spirits. The officiants, such as Su Jin, often hold a status that surpasses that of ordinary priests. Su Jin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Zheng and I hail from the same homeland, and our temperaments align well. I am genuinely pleased for him to reclaim his position as an officiant. You have aided him greatly, and he has often spoken of your talents before me. This time, I shall grant you access to all subsequent professions within my purview." With a wave of his hand, an array of vocational options materialized in the air. There were ordinary second transition professions alongside numerous hidden ones. The options were abundant and overwhelming. Heavy armored warrior, shield warrior, berserker, armored knight, samurai, swordsman, blade master, weapon specialist. Breaker, Shinsu army, iron guard, armored master, breakthrough master. The list was endless, almost impossible to comprehend. Jiang Ye inhaled sharply, astonished. He had never anticipated that the officiant at the academy could present such a multitude of transition paths. This revelation shattered all conventional understanding. If hidden professions were available within the academy, why would anyone bother seeking out hidden profession quests? However, Jiang Ye understood that this was a unique circumstance tailored for him. The officiant's offering of transition paths surely came at a cost. Typically, they would provide only 4 or 5 ordinary paths, with perhaps a couple more on particularly good days. The notion of hidden professions was utterly implausible, yet here, he beheld over a dozen. For a moment, even he was momentarily bewildered. Su Jin, anticipating his reaction, chuckled heartily. "Come now, this is no time to be indecisive. Let us first assess your attributes, and I shall assist you in selecting the most suitable profession." With that, he invoked his magic, his eyes shimmering with light as he scanned Jiang Ye's form. Before Jiang Ye could utter a word, Su Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your physical strength, how can it be so formidable?" Clearly, he was perplexed as to how Jiang Ye could possess such impressive strength attributes at this stage. Chapter 35, Su Jin's Astonishment. A premier profession. A look of curiosity surfaced on Su Jin's face as he murmured to himself, "Could it be the innate divine power talent? Allow me to examine further." As he spoke, he appeared to summon all his strength to channel his magic, his eyes shining with brilliance. The source of this magic was the breaking illusion's divine light, a genuine divine spell capable of shattering all illusions and penetrating the mysteries of heaven and earth when mastered to its zenith. Of course, Su Jin was merely performing a preliminary version of this spell, yet it was still remarkably effective. Peering into the essence of a mortal was an effortless task. However, when he delved into the depths of Jiang Ye's bloodline, an extraordinary spectacle suddenly unfolded before his eyes. It was a boundless chaos, devoid of time, space, or anything else. After an indeterminate span of infinite epochs, the chaos was shattered, giving birth to the cosmos. An immensely majestic figure emerged from within. At this moment, Su Jin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Jiang Ye in front of him. "What is this?" Su Jin's face turned pale as he struggled to regain his composure, his expression one of profound shock. In that fleeting instant of witnessing that presence, he felt as if he were gazing upon the martial god emperor, to whom he had willingly pledged his eternal servitude. The sense of awe and insignificance he experienced was utterly familiar. Indeed, he harbored an unsettling feeling that the pressure emanating from that being surpassed even that of the martial god emperor. Yet, this must surely be an illusion. After all, what he had encountered was merely a projection of the martial god emperor. Su Jin could scarcely fathom what existence could possibly surpass the martial god, who already occupied the apex of physical divinity. What was certain, however, was that this young man was entangled in secrets beyond his comprehension. Jiang Ye, observing Su Jin's sudden bloodshed and his complex expression, deduced that the latter had likely uncovered hints of the Pangu bloodline. He then spoke softly, "Su Miaozhu, are you all right?" Su Jin took a deep breath and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. However, your bloodline is truly astonishing. It would be a waste of your talents to employ a typical profession. Even among hidden professions, you are uniquely suited for the rarest varieties. I have selected the 5 most formidable hidden warrior professions I can offer. Take a look." The 5 most formidable? Jiang Ye's interest was piqued as he examined the options one by one. Dragonblood Warrior, transfer difficulty, for stars, description, a powerful warrior bathed in dragon blood, possessing formidable regenerative abilities and a robust physique. As the bloodline is purified, one may even gain a portion of the dragon race's powers. Destruction Sword Saint, transfer difficulty, for stars, description, an obsession with swords that elevates offensive capabilities to their zenith. Life's creed, to unsheathe the sword and strike forth, until the sword cleaves the stars. Bloodthirsty Lord, transfer difficulty, 4 stars. Description: a terrifying existence driven by a thirst for blood and slaughter. Merely consuming fresh blood allows one to grow ever stronger. Mountain respected 1. Transfer difficulty: 4 stars. Description: a colossal and heavy body akin to a mountain, serving as the most resolute bulldozer on the battlefield. Its defensive prowess is unimaginable, rendering it nearly impervious to harm. Ancestral demon bloodline. Transfer difficulty: 5 stars. Description: originating from an existence predating time itself, its capabilities are unfathomable and immeasurable. No one has ever withstood this bloodline. When it awakens, the universe trembles. As Jiang Ye scrutinized these 5 professions, his breath quickened. To be honest, he had never encountered such professions even in his previous life. The transfer difficulty directly corresponded to the intensity of the profession. When he had chosen his subsequent career path during his second transfer, he had opted for a 2-star difficulty weapon expert. This profession specialized in mastering various weapons, heavily reliant on adaptability and personal physical prowess, with a vast disparity between upper and lower limits. Those who could reach the pinnacle within this profession could rival some of the weaker hidden professions. Among ordinary professions, it was indeed a rarity. 3-star difficulty professions were undoubtedly hidden ones. In his past life, only a handful of players from influential factions had access to such high-level professions, with the rest being exceedingly scarce. The 5 professions before him, however, were all rated 4 stars or higher, with one being a legendary 5 stars. Moreover, the descriptions indicated that they were all exceptionally powerful. In the parlance of earlier games, they were the definitive answers of the version. Su Jin, noticing the expression of this young man, who was so visibly affected, could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction within. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Take your time to examine these. They are all top-tier professions, each with its unique strengths. It is crucial to select the one that suits you best." Jiang Ye nodded in understanding, deep in contemplation. As Su Jin had pointed out, in terms of strength, these professions were undoubtedly top-notch. What remained to be considered was compatibility. A profession that suited oneself often allowed one to reach, or even exceed, their limits. Among the 5 professions, the first to be eliminated was undoubtedly Mountain Respected 1. While this profession was indeed tanky, Jiang Ye had no interest in becoming a frontline tank. Furthermore, such formidable physical defense made him wary that the Pangu bloodline might not manifest effectively, as that was his strongest asset. Next to be discarded was Destruction Sword Saint. Maximizing offensive capabilities implied a compromise in defensive and regenerative abilities. While extreme offense could yield sufficient impact and occasionally produce remarkable effects, Jiang Ye understood that to progress far, balance was paramount. This meant minimizing vulnerabilities against the formidable factions, which were not to be trifled with. Naturally, balance did not equate to mediocrity. It entailed achieving a high level across various aspects before honing in on one's specialties. With 2 professions eliminated, Jiang Ye found himself torn between the remaining 3. According to their descriptions, both Dragonblood Warrior and Bloodthirsty Lord were highly suitable for him. One offered immense physicality and regenerative prowess, while the other grew stronger with each act of slaughter. Whichever he chose would perfectly complement his Pangu bloodline talent, effectively granting him an edge. Yet, Jiang Ye's gaze fell upon the last profession, Ancestral Demon Bloodline. This was the sole 5-star difficulty profession among the many transfer paths Su Jin had provided. The name alone exuded an oppressive aura, and the description was enigmatic, seemingly omitting any mention of the profession's characteristics. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable allure in those words, as if they resonated with a longing from the depths of his soul. Unable to resist, he inquired, "Su Miaozhu, might I ask what this ancestral demon refers to?" At that moment, Su Jin's pallor had begun to fade. He chuckled softly and replied, "The origins of this profession are indeed shrouded in mystery." Chapter 36. The 3 Black Suns. The Faceless Ones. Su Jin remarked, "Although the name contains the character for demon, it bears no connection to the extraterrestrial fiends. I am not entirely clear on its origins, but the esteemed martial god emperor once mentioned that the bloodline of the ancestor demon is of great significance, one that even he could not fathom." His expression grew solemn as he continued, "This profession is undoubtedly formidable and brimming with potential. Yet I advise you to choose with caution. Should you select one of the other professions, given your talents, you should have a substantial chance of success. However, this particular path bears immense difficulty and considerable risk. I must warn you, should you fail in this transition, There is no opportunity for a second attempt. You will be confined to a basic profession. Jiang Ye understood this clearly. Should he fail in the transition, he would forever remain a mere foundational warrior, devoid of unique skills, and his attribute gains upon leveling up would be significantly diminished compared to others. Yet, encountering such a powerful option, to hesitate would be illogical. If he, possessing the Pangu bloodline, could not overcome this challenge, who else could? He gazed at Su Jin, his expression tranquil, and smiled. Su Miaozhu, I have chosen the ancestor demon bloodline. Please initiate my transition task. Upon seeing Jiang Ye's imposing figure, Su Jin was aware that this choice was inevitable, and his prior reminders were merely formalities. Thus, he was not taken aback. Those with such bloodlines were destined to scale the heights of greatness. He nodded and said, I shall now open the transition space for you. Good luck, Jiang Xiaoyu. Su Jin formed a series of intricate seals, and in an instant, the elaborate changes were complete. Ding. Descendant. Night Emperor, your transition space is now opening. Transition difficulty, 5 stars. Transition space, primal domain, ancestor demon star, projection. In the next moment, Jiang Ye found himself in a different dimension. As he steadied himself, his pores instinctively tightened, as if sensing an overwhelming terror. The ground beneath him was a dim, oppressive hue, devoid of even the smallest blade of grass, an environment utterly bereft of life. This desolate landscape stretched endlessly, resembling a realm of death. Jiang Ye looked up, his gaze trembling. There were 3 suns? No, not suns, but 3 pitch-black celestial bodies. Suspended in the ashen sky were these 3 entities of profound darkness. They absorbed all light, energy, and even life around them, rendering the entire domain eerily silent and desolate. As if no living being had existed for countless eons, Jiang Ye stared at the 3 black suns, a sense of the bizarre swelling within him. They appeared to possess consciousness, yet had long since perished eons ago. Through the relentless passage of time, even their last vestiges of true spirit had been erased. Beneath their vast, endless forms, the interiors of these celestial bodies were decayed and hollow. Unbeknownst to him, 2 tears streamed down Jiang Ye's face. Surprised, he wiped his cheeks. Why did he feel such a profound sorrow? He quickly realized that it was some form of energy or existence within this barren space affecting him. Jiang Ye steeled himself, aware that a transition task marked with 5 stars demanded utmost caution. Despite his attributes far exceeding normal second transformation levels, he could not afford to be complacent. The absence of task prompts indicated that exploration was required, and currently, the only reference point was the black suns above. He drew his heavy axe, setting his sights on the direction of the 3 black suns, and began to advance. The vast, silent earth seemed uniform in all directions. After walking for several minutes, Jiang Ye felt as though he had not moved an inch. However, he remained calm. Maintaining composure was essential, and changes were bound to occur soon. He continued his steady pace for half an hour, then an hour, and finally 2 hours. Just as he began to question whether he was going in circles, silhouettes of several figures came into view ahead. Jiang Ye was astonished that this place could harbor any semblance of figures meant they were undoubtedly not alive. He gripped his axe tightly, approaching cautiously. The figures turned in response to the sound, their movements unnaturally stiff, as if their muscles and joints had long since decayed. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Ye gasped. These beings bore no features, no noses, eyes, or mouths. Their faces were mere gray, featureless surfaces. Yet these eerie faceless beings seemed to be fixated on him in some peculiar manner. There were 6 or 7 faceless figures surrounding him, slowly advancing. Despite their awkward, sluggish movements, Jiang Ye distinctly sensed a strong malevolence emanating from them. This malevolence felt less like a desire to kill and more akin to a thirst for conquest. Exercising caution, Jiang Ye swiftly dashed out of their encirclement. Although endowed with the Pangu bloodline, he had no intention of risking harm from these strange entities. It was wiser to leave them behind and continue forward. However, the faceless beings showed no inclination to let him go. They followed closely behind, their movements becoming smoother after their brief adaptation, their pace quickening. Damn it, is this how you repay my mercy? For reasons unknown, Jiang Ye felt a surge of irritability. An impulse surged within him. He swung his heavy axe violently behind him. With a resounding crack, he cleaved through the 3 closest faceless beings. Yet, judging by the sensation from the axe blade, these beings did not seem to possess flesh and blood, but rather felt akin to striking a mass of unyielding rubber. After being struck, the three faceless figures wobbled back to their feet, not a single injury evident upon them, and once more joined their fellows in advancing toward Jiang Ye. What the hell? Jiang Ye's heart raced. His powerful strike had left them entirely unscathed. Were their physical defenses exaggeratedly high? He could not perceive the attributes of these faceless beings, indicating that this realm was not quantified by the chaotic will of the heavenly laws. Perhaps it was futile to apply previous reasoning to comprehend their existence. If he could not harm them, then surely he could escape. Jiang Ye began to jog, attempting to distance himself from these bizarre entities. However, the moment he ran, the faceless beings matched his speed, silently pursuing him across the desolate land, an unsettling sight. Jiang Ye swung his axe again, sending several faceless beings flying. Yet their recovery was even quicker than before. They continued to shadow him relentlessly. Damn it! They truly are relentless. Jiang Ye spat, realizing that these beings posed little actual threat. Chapter 37. The Ancient Battlefield. The Faceless One's Transformation. However, being relentlessly pursued by them with no viable solution is indeed quite vexing. Strangely enough, as his speed diminished, so did that of the Faceless Ones. Conversely, when he accelerated, they matched his pace. Bound by the constraints of mobility, he found it impossible to create a significant distance between them. Thus, the Faceless Ones lingered in an ethereal manner, maintaining a fixed distance behind him. Each time one or two attempted to make contact with Jiang Ye, he would swiftly sever them with a decisive swing of his axe, sustaining a peculiar equilibrium as he pressed onward. Fortunately, the Faceless One seemed incapable of inflicting any genuine peril upon him. Time passed without him noticing. Suddenly, the scene ahead shifted. A vast valley emerged in his line of sight, stretching east to west, flanked by mountainous ridges resembling pockets. Within this pocket, an expansive plain lay strewn with countless small mounds. As he drew nearer, Jiang Ye discerned the truth. These mounds were grave markers, remnants of battle. Alongside colossal war chariots and scattered weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, lying in disarray. Countless years had weathered these once mighty instruments of war, leaving them rusted and decayed. Yet, the skeletal remains partially exposed from the earth glimmered with a jade-like luster, hinting at their remarkable past. This was indeed a battlefield relic. Upon entering this hallowed ground, Jiang Ye suddenly realized that the Faceless Ones had vanished without a trace. From a distance, the atmosphere felt uneventful, but stepping into this realm, an intangible aura of malevolence instantly enveloped him. In a daze, it felt as though blades were striking him, accompanied by the wails of lost souls. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Ye's skin bore the marks of unseen forces, manifesting as faint wounds. You have entered the ancient battlefield, a place rife with malevolence and vengeful spirits. It is ill-advised to linger here. You have sustained damage from malevolence. Life -10. You have sustained damage from malevolence. Life -10. It became evident that the pervasive negativity in this location continuously harmed Jiang Ye, the intruder. Every few seconds, his vitality diminished slightly. However, his Pangu bloodline was also awakening. Current life -10, talent activated, strength 10. Current life -10, talent activated, strength 10. Observing the gradual decline of his health, Jiang Ye knew he could not afford to be complacent. He promptly consumed a true vitality pill to maintain his health. To his surprise, the damage he sustained did not diminish the strength he gained. This was indeed promising news, allowing him to reap the benefits of his situation. Yet, he faced two choices: to retreat for safety from this perilous ancient battlefield or to delve deeper into its mysteries. With little time to deliberate, Jiang Ye made his decision within mere seconds. He would continue to explore further. He set a condition for himself. Should he find that only 2 true vitality pills remained, he would return immediately, ensuring a margin for error should any unforeseen events arise. Jiang Ye pressed onward into the depths. The remnants of broken blades, armor, and bones increased in number, reflecting the intensity of the battle closer to the epicenter. If there were any discoveries to be made, they would surely lie ahead. Just then, amidst the previously solemn silence of the environment, a faint sound broke through. Though subtle, it stood out starkly in the stillness. Following the sound, Jiang Ye navigated around a mound of earth. Before him, in front of a desolate grave, a former Faceless One writhed, its hands tearing at its featureless visage. What on earth was it doing? Jiang Ye gazed in bewilderment. Then, a bizarre and terrifying transformation occurred. A youthful male face suddenly materialized upon the Faceless One. First the eyes, then the nose, and finally the mouth. Within mere seconds, it was fully formed, appearing as if it had been parasitized. The youth then turned to face Jiang Ye, his expression a tumult of confusion, rife with unexplainable emotions, as though he were disoriented and unaware of his surroundings. After several seconds of this state, the youth suddenly roared in fury, uttering an incomprehensible phrase. Before Jiang Ye could decipher its meaning, the figure lunged towards him like a bolt of lightning, wielding a sword wreathed in flames. Jiang Ye's pupils constricted. It was astonishingly swift. Upon acquiring a face, this faceless one's speed had surged tremendously. The oncoming gust of wind exerted immense pressure upon him, indicating that its physical prowess was far superior to before. Knowing he could not afford to be lax, Jiang Ye swung his massive axe, engaging the youth head-on. Clang! The collision generated a tremendous shockwave, sending sparks flying. Jiang Ye stumbled back a step to regain his footing, while the youth was forced to retreat several paces, his gaze now brimming with rage. Fortunately, Jiang Ye's strength remained distinctly advantageous. With a sense of reassurance, he resolved to confront the bizarre circumstances with the utmost ferocity, seeking a swift resolution. He charged forward once more, his axe whirling in a frenzied dance akin to wild strokes of ink, aimed at the youth. With over 1,500 points of strength backing each strike, the force was formidable. The youth, brandishing the flaming sword, parried furiously, managing to deflect most blows. Yet, even a few grazes inflicted considerable distress upon him, igniting his fury as he seemed unable to accept his predicament. Ahans Mirasifa. An unintelligible incantation erupted from the youth's lips. Suddenly, the flames upon his sword surged violently, splitting into two serpentine fire streams that twisted and writhed through the air, resembling enormous fiery serpents. The searing heat rushed toward Jiang Ye's face, forcing him to lean back to evade the onslaught. However, just as Jiang Ye thought he had evaded the attack, the fire serpents lunged forward, crashing into his chest. He was violently thrown back, the burning sensation and excruciating pain blossoming from his torso. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his life force plummeting by 1,000 points. Damn it, it has this trick up its sleeve too. Spitting out blood, Jiang Ye hastily consumed another pill to stabilize his health. The faceless one, having acquired a face, had experienced a significant enhancement in power. If it were to unleash another fiery assault, he would have no choice but to evade. Fortunately, after casting that spell, the flames on the youth's sword noticeably waned. Yet he continued his relentless advance towards Jiang Ye, suspecting a deliberate feint of weakness to lure him in. Jiang Ye adeptly employed the long-range advantage of his wolf's jaw battle axe. While retreating, he anticipated the youth's movements, effectively keeping him at bay. Maintaining a distance of 2 meters, the youth roared in frustration, unable to reach Jiang Ye, while his body became riddled with wounds. The flaming sword in his grasp failed to unleash any of its prior prowess. Chapter 38. The Holy Son of the Fire Demon Clan. A remarkable harvest. After the faceless being manifested a face, it lost its previous ability to remain unscathed regardless of the blows it received. Jiang Ye felt a sense of relief. Maintaining a careful distance, he discerned certain clues. This faceless entity resembled a lifeless shell overtaken by a young man. However, complications during the possession process left the entity's consciousness in a state of utter confusion. Wounds continued to appear, and though the young man's aura remained potent, his movements clearly slowed and deteriorated. The moment had arrived. Seizing the opportunity created by the opponent's sluggishness, Jiang Ye ceased his retreat and surged forward. He swung his long axe in a horizontal arc. With a swift motion, the young man's head was sent soaring, blood arcing through the air. Thud! The corpse collapsed, and the human visage on the head gradually faded until it vanished. Ding! You have killed an unknown entity. Experience 5,000. An unknown entity. It seems it cannot be classified? The experience gained was indeed substantial. As Jiang Ye pondered, a red light suddenly floated from the faceless corpse, colliding with his body. A myriad of alien memories flooded his mind, accompanied by a desperate roar. I refuse. I refuse. Had I not been buried here for an entire cyclical epoch? My divine platform collapsed, and my physical form decayed. How could I, the holy son of the Fire Demon Clan, be rendered powerless to even a billionth of my strength? How can such insignificant ants as you dare to humiliate me? I refuse. These anguished cries reverberated in Jiang Ye's mind, articulated in a language he could not comprehend, yet the meaning transcended through the barriers of understanding. The holy son of the fire demon clan seemed to possess no more strength than to emit his final screams, as fragments of his soul shattered into various images within Jiang Ye's consciousness. Most of these depicted his cultivation journey and numerous battles. Among these visions, the young man's face reappeared, revealing his formidable prowess, evidently at a divine level. With a mere gesture, he could incinerate mountains and boil seas, even extinguishing falling stars. If these memories were indeed authentic, then the final cries of this individual before his utter obliteration were not mere boasts. It was likely that even a godly priest would be crushed beneath his fingertip. Among those deities who had achieved physical divinity, he was undoubtedly a supremely terrifying presence. Jiang Ye's heart trembled as he beheld these visions. Subsequently, the powerful techniques and spells of the young man's race converged into a torrent, transforming into a tome. The true spirit of the holy son of the fire demon clan dissipated entirely. Ding! You have acquired the secret scroll of the fire demon Azura fragment. What? This is his technique? Jiang Ye was astonished, but soon realized that this skill had not materialized in his system space, but was inscribed within his mind. He attempted to communicate with the system, but there was no response. Very well, he would address it after completing his mission. He had no recollection of being able to cultivate within chaos. That was a feat achievable only after the game merged with reality, a secret mastered by only a select few. He had never encountered it in his past life. Now, faced with a seemingly similar occurrence, excitement bubbled within him. He swallowed another medicinal pill. The task did not indicate completion, suggesting further advancement was necessary. Jiang Ye resolved to traverse the ancient battlefield, seeking an exit through the valley. Yet, he had taken only a few steps when another faceless being, now bearing a human face, charged at him with a roar. This time, Jiang Ye was filled with exhilaration. Having experienced the feedback from the previous memory fragments, he understood that had another player encountered these entities, they would not have endured even a single strike. But for him, they represented tremendous treasures. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, unsure of the disparities in strength among these beings. Adhering to his prior strategy, Jiang Ye initiated a test. However, he quickly discerned that this faceless entity was considerably weaker than the last. In just a few strokes, he felt it. After witnessing another round of visions, he received further memory feedback. Ding! You have acquired the 36 sword techniques of Lijiang fragment. This was the signature sword technique of the Lijiang sword sect, the sect to which the defeated being belonged. Yet from the memories, it was evident that the technique's master was no match for the holy son of the fire demon clan. However, in Jiang Ye's estimation, it was not inferior to the pinnacle of the ninth transformation. Could it be that in this ancient battlefield, the ninth transformation was merely the lowest tier of cannon fodder? Afterward, he encountered several more faceless beings, dispatching them all. Ding! You have acquired the star-shattering hammer technique, fragment. Ding! You have acquired the 9 transformations of Tung Jiao, fragment. Ding! You have acquired the 1000 phantom slaughtering scripture, fragment. Ding! You have acquired the Mingtai Emohi scripture, fragment. Throughout this process, he witnessed firsthand the final moments of some powerful beings on this ancient battlefield, many of whom were slain in a single blow, often without even seeing their assailant, perishing in the aftermath of battle. These powerful entities were all at least of the 9th transformation. Beyond that, there were demigod priests or physical deities whose strength Jiang Ye could not discern. This battlefield was indeed terrifying. Even a being of the explosive star-level strength like the holy son of the fire demon clan had fallen. Any mere cannon fodder drawn from here could likely dominate in the eastern continent. The techniques they unleashed, if understood, could immensely benefit Jiang Ye. After vanquishing these faceless beings, he finally arrived at the valley. He consumed the last remaining true vitality pill. At this moment, the power bestowed by his Pangu bloodline talent surged his strength attribute from nearly 1,500 to an astonishing 5,000. Even Jiang Ye was astounded by the incredible potential of this gift. It transformed the 5-star difficulty job change mission into a supercharging station for him. Who could dare to question that? Strolling through the valley, the surroundings remained desolate, with bare mountain rocks devoid of any life. In the distance, a platform-like elevation came into view at the valley's end. It seemed that the ultimate goal lay there. As he approached steadily, the scenery became increasingly clear. It turned out to be a large square altar. Each of the altar's 4 corners featured a significant recess, yet the objects that once occupied them had vanished without a trace. Surrounding the altar were numerous intricate engravings, now faded. However, It was vaguely discernible that the images depicted a multitude of people venerating a profoundly great being. This entity bore a human face, yet its form appeared non-human. The stone carvings were too weathered for Jiang Ye to make out further details. However, behind that magnificent being, 3 great suns floated clearly in the air. Could this be the 3 black suns in the sky? Jiang Ye gazed upward toward the heavens. Chapter 39. The Black Heart. The Twisted Shadow. Undoubtedly, these 3 black suns symbolized the ancient power. Jiang Ye could hardly envision the grandeur of that era. Yet now, they exist merely as hollow, cold shells suspended in the heavens. The once solemn and sacred altar has also succumbed to the ravages of time. Ascending the stone steps, Jiang Ye approached the altar. As he reached the center of the platform, an overwhelming force suddenly gripped him. You have discovered a new scene. The void, the void? Jiang Ye gazed around in astonishment. True to its name, he felt as if he were enveloped in an abyss. There was no discernible direction, up, down, left, right, front, or back. He could not even ascertain whether he stood or floated. What, then, distinguished the void from the void realm? Logically, the void realm should be rife with violent void turbulence. Unless one stumbled upon a relatively mild fragment of the void realm, any living being that inadvertently entered would be instantly torn apart, without the chance to utilize teleportation tools. This was a conclusion drawn from the sacrifices of several 7th or 8th tier powerhouses. However, within the void, Jiang Ye felt an unsettling calmness. It was not merely the tranquility of his physical surroundings, but also a profound peace within his mind. This sensation was peculiar, as if his thoughts had slowed. Could it be that in the void, time and space were at a standstill? This thought suddenly crossed his mind. Yet, what was he meant to do now? He scanned his surroundings. Since he had been transported here, there must be some object of significance. At that moment, he noticed a faint black dot in a certain direction. Visually, it appeared to be merely a tiny speck. Yet, the intensity of that black light was overwhelming, as if it were drawing in all surrounding light. And Jiang Ye felt an undeniable pull towards it. Without hesitation, he gravitated toward that point. To his astonishment, he found that with a mere thought, his body did not walk but glided swiftly towards it. What had seemed a distant black dot was suddenly close at hand. He looked up at the colossal entity before him, his expression one of shock. This was no mere black dot. It was a massive black heart. Unlike the great black suns above, which appeared hollow and decayed, this heart pulsated vigorously, its intricate veins clearly visible. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Ye's face paled as he pressed a hand to his chest. With each beat of the black heart, all of his internal organs felt as though they were being struck by a heavy hammer, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. He yearned to step back, to escape the realm influenced by the heart's pulsation. Yet, this time, despite his will, his body remained immobilized, as if bound in place. Jiang Ye felt as if his organs were convulsing violently, threatening to expel themselves. This was dire. If it continued, he might very well explode. Panic flickered in his eyes. He did not wish for his transition to fail. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a surge of ancient and formidable power erupted from within him, calming the turmoil that had been raging inside. This force began to beat in a new rhythm, like the harmonious resonance of a great Tao, alleviating his discomfort in an instant. As if responding to this newfound energy, the continuously throbbing heart began to compress, shrinking until it transformed into an infinitely dense black, causing rifts to appear in the surrounding space. The black dot hovered momentarily in the air before swiftly darting into Jiang Ye's chest. His mind clouded, and he lost consciousness. From his heart, tendrils of black threads began to extend, eventually forming a cocoon of pulsating black light that enveloped him completely. Yet, as Jiang Ye entered this state of darkness, a bizarre creature emerged from an unknown origin. It was a spherical entity adorned with numerous writhing tentacles, exuding a grotesque and repulsive aura. Suddenly, a bloodshot eye and a mouth filled with jagged teeth opened on the sphere. Within the eye, various decaying larvae writhed ceaselessly. It fixated greedily on the black cocoon, its gaze brimming with insatiable hunger and excitement. After an era of chaos, had a living being finally garnered the recognition of this accursed entity? Yet, it mattered not. Ultimately, everything would belong to it. All would be its. Jiang Ye found himself in an interminable dream, transforming into another being. He wandered through endless chaos, where everything remained unchanged, spanning countless epochs. Just as he grew weary and contemplated self-termination, an immensely powerful figure emerged, parting the chaos, obliterating the void, initiating all beginnings, and concluding all ends. Then, it vanished. Next, Jiang Ye beheld many of his kind, yet they were distinct from him. Instinctively repelled, they launched an assault against him. He retaliated, engaging in countless battles. For uncounted chaotic epochs, the terrifying aftermath of their conflicts continuously expanded the chaos. At some point, stars emerged, proliferating rapidly. After several epochs, the universe was illuminated. After a few more epochs, new life appeared and multiplied swiftly. In time, the horrific wars came to an end. He emerged victorious. His kind either perished, scattered, or fled. Their fates unknown. Feeling unfulfilled, he began to traverse the infinite universe. He witnessed life and civilization, engaging in countless acts of creation and destruction. He grew ever more powerful, with scarcely a corner of the universe beyond his dominion. Yet, this was still insufficient. He sensed an elusive void. He surveyed his form, a majestic figure spanning multiple star systems. He needed to trace everything back to its origins, a journey necessitating sacrifice. Thus, he inflicted a wound upon himself. At this juncture, Jiang Ye's consciousness detached from this being, observing from a distance a mark upon it. It was the emblem of the three black suns, alive upon its form. There, the cycles of creation and destruction unfolded, the birth and rebirth of the universe encompassed within. However, under the horrific self-inflicted wound, all grandeur was stripped away. Jiang Ye witnessed the collapse of the three black suns and saw a twisted shadow detach from it, enveloping the endless universe. The vision ceased. Jiang Ye opened his eyes as the black cocoon gradually dissipated from his being, an extraordinary sensation enveloping him. He looked down to find the triangular formation of the three black suns imprinted upon his chest, fading with the rhythm of his breath. Chapter 40, Bloodline Fusion. The true blood system. Jiang Ye was astounded. How could the three black suns manifest upon him? Could this be the legacy of that towering existence from his dreams? Indeed, it must be the black heart that surged into his body. As he pondered, he failed to notice countless tentacles shooting towards him like arrows, piercing his back. Jiang Ye felt a sharp pain stab through him. Cackling, "My heart is not something a mere mortal can covet. This body shall be my vessel." The creature, through its tentacles, forcefully invaded Jiang Ye's very being. He stood frozen, sensing an incomprehensibly cold and malevolent presence invading his body. In an instant, a cacophony of anguished wails from countless beings flooded his mind, causing excruciating pain and rendering coherent thought impossible. Yet, he was utterly immobilized, controlled by this malignant entity. A terrifying realization gripped him. Should this monster seize his body, it would not merely signify the failure of his mission, but rather the true death of his soul, transforming his body into something entirely other. Jiang Ye's eyes widened in fury as he strained against the onslaught of wails, screams, and negative emotions assailing his consciousness. "Get out of my body, now." At that critical juncture, the ancient and formidable power that had previously surged within him reemerged. This time, the force surged into the black sun mark on his chest, igniting it like a flame. The black light of the three suns exploded violently. An immense gravitational pull acted upon the cold, malevolent distortion within Jiang Ye. The creature in Apo's voice echoed in disbelief. "Damn it. How can a mere ant's body perfectly merge with the heart of the ancestral demon? And this power, how can it be on par with the ancestral demon? Even capable of awakening the primal black sun? What manner of being is this? Cursed be the day. I have waited an entire chaotic era, only to be thwarted by an insignificant insect. Just wait, I shall drag you out from the 9 heavens and 10 earths." The icy, malevolent presence let out one final venomous scream before its body was torn to shreds, dissolving into a formless, unconscious energy that was absorbed by the black sun mark. In an instant, all wails and screams, all negative emotions vanished as though they had never existed. Only Jiang Ye understood that his Pangu bloodline had helped him survive this dire calamity. He took a deep breath, calming his lingering fears. The three black suns, having consumed the tentacled monster, seemed to awaken slightly, replenishing him and restoring him to peak condition while signaling a need for more energy. Jiang Ye carefully examined his inner self. Deep within, a chaotic substance suppressed all, emanating wisps of mist. Above it, the three resplendent black suns floated. A peculiar connection appeared to have formed between them, establishing a cycle. The chaotic mist rose under the pull of the black suns, only to descend again under the influence of the chaotic substance. Throughout this process, Jiang Ye experienced an illusion of omnipotence, accompanied by an intense thirst. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. "You have completed the current job transition task. and successfully become a descendant of the ancestral demon. Subsequent levels are now accessible. You have awakened the true blood system. You have acquired the true demon talent, merging with your original talent. You have undergone infinite transformations. Please carefully inspect after leaving the transition space. Had it been completed? Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, and in the next moment, the scene before him returned to the grand hall where 4 statues stood. Su Jin, who had been waiting inside, stared at him in astonishment. He had just learned of Jiang Ye's successful job transition, although he had anticipated this outcome. He was still profoundly shocked, especially by the aura emanating from Jiang Ye, which left him utterly perplexed. How does it feel, this new profession? Su Jin could not restrain his curiosity. Jiang Ye, coming back to himself, replied almost as if in a trance, "It is extraordinarily unique." He opened his status panel. Ding. Your current profession, descendant of the ancestral demon, originating from the supreme existence of the chaotic ancestral demon, creator of the true blood system, capable of transforming all things in the universe into true blood resources. Infinite devouring leads to the attainment of the Great Way. Ding. Job transition successful. Temporary experience pool unlocked. You have risen to LV24. You have gained 2,000 true blood. During the second transition phase, you will gain 500 true blood for each level up. On the panel, the previous 4 basic attributes, strength, agility, physique, and spirit, vanished, replaced by a singular, true blood, attribute. His innate talent underwent remarkable changes as well. Descender, Knight Emperor level, LV24 profession, descendant of the ancestral demon attribute, true blood 7,500 health points, 75,000 mana points, 75,000 resurrection count, 2 innate talent, Pangu true demon, transcendent level talent, merging the 2 mightiest bloodlines of the primordial universe. The Great Way of Strength and the ancestral blood. Each time you take damage or slay an enemy, you gain true blood in return, with a chance to plunder the memories and skills of the slain. Your bloodline harbors the most fearsome, forbidden techniques in the universe, which will gradually unlock as your strength increases. Talent, skill, strength, mountain moving, description, an evolution of the Great Way of Strength, consuming true blood to move mountains and crush foes. The size and weight of the mountain depend on the amount of true blood consumed. Talent, skill, demon body, description, ignite your bloodline to unleash the demon body, obtaining the most brutal form in existence. At its peak evolution, it can crush all special physiques. Your bodily functions receive a comprehensive enhancement, with the duration dependent on the amount of true blood. Talent, skill, demon, cycle of life and death, description, I return from hell, and all enemies shall perish. Upon death, you can resurrect in full state at the same spot and enter an invulnerable stance for 10 breaths, immune to all damage and negative effects. This can be activated once every 30 days. Jiang Ye felt an unprecedented strength coursing through his body, struggling to suppress the urge to shout in exhilaration. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Upon comprehending his newfound abilities, Jiang Ye could only describe it with those 2 words. His fundamental attribute had transformed into the singular, true blood, with health and mana points skyrocketing and directly correlated to true blood. His talent evolved into an entirely new form. What once was an enhancement from taking damage now expanded to include gaining benefits from slaying enemies, along with the ability to plunder their knowledge and skills. This talent effect was utterly domineering, with no limits to plunder as long as he remained alive. Furthermore, as his strength grew, he could progressively unlock talent skills and even forbidden techniques. Now he possessed 3 talent skills, each derived from the Pangu and ancestral demon bloodlines. Mountain moving provided him with long-range area damage capabilities. Chapter 41. The Brahmin Court. The 12 Demon Heavens. The demonic body significantly enhances physical capabilities, amplifying the prowess in melee combat. This ability is undoubtedly Jiang Ye's favorite. The visceral satisfaction of flesh meeting flesh, his entire form drenched in the blood of adversaries, with scattered remnants of limbs around him, embodies the aesthetic of battle that resides in his heart. With the might of a mountain and the power of a demon body, he has rectified the vulnerabilities he previously possessed in combat. The third skill, the Wheel of Life and Death, is nothing short of extraordinary. Upon death, it unreasonably resurrects him. Fully restored. Following resurrection, he is granted a brief period of invincibility. This is the most audacious skill Jiang Ye has ever encountered or heard of. With this ability, as long as he does not face 2 life-threatening crises within 30 days, his margin for error is maximized. It surpasses the resurrection opportunities found in games, where even if one is revived, they typically lose all possessions and suffer significant losses in levels. In contrast, the Wheel of Life and Death offers unconditional revival. When confronted with Su Jin's inquiries, Jiang Ye elucidated his occupational traits, albeit withholding crucial details concerning his talents and skills. Nevertheless, this revelation left Su Jin astounded, marveling at the merits of a hidden profession rated at 5-star difficulty. Su Jin did not harbor doubts. For Jiang Ye, retaining a secret card is simply a matter of prudence, unrelated to trust in others. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, countless realms away, lies an exceedingly dark and frigid locale. Numerous galaxies orbit a sinister crimson celestial body at its core. From this star emanate countless bloodlines, linking to an innumerable array of life-bearing planets, continuously siphoning a colossal, concentrated energy substance. It takes trillions of beings to extract even a single drop of the essence of life. This domain, known as the Brahmin Court, instills terror in all races throughout the infinite universe. It is also revered as the most sacred ancestral land by the demon clan. The countless life-bearing planets serve as sustenance for the supreme entities of the Brahmin Court. Upon the dark crimson star, known as the ancestor star of the demon clan, outside the supreme demon hall, 12 figures shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy kneel upon the ground. They are the most formidable beings of the demon clan, blood-soaked demon lords who have slaughtered millions of life-bearing planets. Each one, upon appearing in the universe, instills fear in the hearts of emperors, collectively referred to as the 12 demon heavens. All possess peak celestial emperor-level combat prowess. Yet, at this moment, their beautiful and captivating faces are marred by unmistakable dread. Serpent Demon Heaven, you have been the most favored among the demon heavens since this chaotic era began. Do you know why our master has summoned us? The foremost woman among them raised her head, her figure and beauty capable of bewitching even the gods, leading the mightiest to their downfall. Countless emperors have bowed before her, willingly becoming vessels, only to be drained to mere skeletons. She rebuked, "Speak carefully. Should our master impose punishment, you risk annihilation." One of the demons, previously defiant, was about to retort when a terrifying and malevolent wave suddenly surged from within the Supreme Hall. The 12 demons turned pale, collectively spewing blood. Countless galaxies in this domain were obliterated instantaneously, with billions of lives evaporating in an instant, the thick blood mist spreading through the darkness. The 12 demons trembled, increasingly reluctant to gaze upon the hall. Under the overwhelming pressure capable of shattering celestial bodies, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, a voice resonated within the hall, cold, ancient, and tinged with madness. It sounded as if a singular entity were speaking, yet also as if countless entities were voicing their thoughts simultaneously. "Where are the demon heavens?" The 12 demon heavens replied in terror, "Master, we are all present. You are to personally lead the entire demon clan in continuing the conquest of the realms. Ensure that this individual is captured." With that, the voice fell silent. An image appeared in the minds of the 12 demon heavens, a visage of a human. This insignificant creature, seemingly unremarkable, has garnered the attention of our master? The same thought flickered in their minds. Yet it was but a fleeting moment before the determination to seize their target consumed their spirits. Even the countless demons scattered across the infinite cosmos were simultaneously infused with this singular thought. The demon clan is, without exception, the progeny of their ancestor. Once the ancestor's will is stirred, it instantaneously transmits to all demons. At this moment, a frenzied monologue echoed across every corner of the universe. "Capture him. Bring him back to the ancestor star." In the transmutation temple, after a brief conversation with Su Jin, Jiang Ye expressed his gratitude and took his leave. Before departing, Su Jin invited him to visit the martial god temple on the sacred mountain outside of Liang City next time he had the opportunity, also to enjoy the scenery. Jiang Ye naturally acquiesced. Upon leaving the academy, he promptly made his way to the government office. His agreement with Du Wei Xiejun was his foremost priority. In terms of establishing a faction, Jiang Ye believed he could not match the 4 major organizations. This was quite reasonable, as the 4 major factions possess immense influence and possess various intelligence advantages in the realm of chaos that seem to have come from nowhere. Once they enter the main city, their development speed would be exceedingly rapid. However, securing official support is his advantage. Therefore, completing the random task from Xiejun is imperative. He must accumulate the requisite 1,000 merit points. This means he needs to promptly complete the tasks listed on the merit tablet. Arriving at the government office, he found that the tasks on the merit tablet had been refreshed. Compared to the few tasks available upon its initial establishment yesterday, today's tasks had multiplied several times over. Each of the 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, boasted numerous tasks. Jiang Ye naturally made his selections, prioritizing those that offered the highest merit points. To meet this criterion, the tasks must be issued by the government or the court. The A-level tasks offer the highest rewards. Yet he is aware that the difficulty of such tasks necessitates a minimum strength of at least 7th turn to attempt. Although his strength has surged since his class change, it still falls short of this level. Only some relatively easier B-level tasks are within reach. He scanned the options and quickly identified one. B-level task, retrieve the stolen official silver. Description: a month ago, the local chieftains of Xie County collected taxes amounting to 200,000 taels of official silver, which was intercepted during transport along the Pingnan Road. The perpetrators are the notorious 9 Hawks of Lingxi, a brotherhood of 9, claiming to command 100,000 warriors, who have occupied the Tiger Ridge of Pingnan Road for over a decade. The Xie County government has attempted to organize multiple encirclements, all in vain. Experts are now being summoned to venture into Lingxi and recover the official silver, with generous rewards promised. Chapter 42, The 9 Fiends of Lingxi. Task: recover the stolen official silver. To be frank, this task is decidedly challenging. Huling, the longest mountain range of the Southern Flame Kingdom, stretches across the 4 prefectures of Xie, Anshan, Fujian, and Danzhou, intersecting with the Wanyao mountain range. Continuing northward, it connects to the sacred mountain of Chaosheng in the far west of the eastern continent. The journey from Liang to the western side of Huling, near the Southern Flame border, would take several days of relentless travel, both day and night. The 9 Fiends of Lingxi have managed to operate in the local green forest for many years, evading numerous military campaigns led by the prefect of Xie, which have all ended in failure. While they may have the geographical advantage of Huling's natural defenses, their bandit force is undoubtedly formidable. The claim of 100,000 warriors is surely an exaggeration, but it is reasonable to estimate that they command over 10,000 subordinates. For mountain bandits, a force of over 10,000 is exceedingly powerful. They are intimately familiar with the mountainous terrain, able to navigate it with ease, and can even encircle the governmental troops attempting to infiltrate their domain, making eradication exceedingly difficult. According to the intelligence gathered, previous attempts to suppress them have cost the Xie prefecture hundreds of soldiers, resulting in significant casualties. If the task were to eliminate the 9 fiends entirely, it would undoubtedly be classified as a top-tier mission, one that Jiang Ye would be unable to undertake due to lacking the requisite strength. However, since the task requires the recovery of the stolen official silver, the situation changes. The stolen sum amounts to 200,000 taels, and it is improbable that the 9 fiends would simply hoard the silver without utilizing it. Given the volume of silver, it would be cumbersome to store within their mountain stronghold. If they were to encounter a military purge, it would likely become a liability. Thus, it is certain that a significant portion of the silver will be exchanged for goods, treasures, and other valuables. Essentially, they will be liquidating their ill-gotten gains. To do so, they will inevitably need to venture into the towns within the prefecture. Although the 9 fiends have established deep-rooted connections in the area over the years, information cannot be completely contained. According to the reports from the infiltrators, the 9 fiends intend to send several of their members, along with their most skilled brothers, into the city to dispose of their plunder. They have chosen a remote county town within Xie Prefecture, known as Zixian. This area has been under the control of a powerful local chieftain for generations. While the county magistrate is appointed directly by the court, his authority is limited. Although Zixian may not be prosperous, it is renowned for producing a type of jade known as purple jade. This jade, characterized by its deep violet hue and mysterious allure, is highly coveted by the nobility and officials of the Southern Flame Kingdom, serving as a valuable currency among treasures. Therefore, Zixian has become an ideal location for the 9 fiends to conduct their illicit transactions. The court, incensed by the theft of the official silver, has ordered the Blood Serpent Guard to collaborate with the Xie Prefecture, mandating the recovery of the silver within a month. However, to avoid alerting the bandits, they cannot mobilize a large army. Instead, they must assemble experts to infiltrate Xie. Additionally, due to the possibility that the 9 fiends' journey to Zixian might be a diversion, It is essential to reinforce surveillance in other county towns as well. As the foremost covert organization of the Southern Flame Kingdom, the Blood Serpent Guard cannot deploy all its members, necessitating the recruitment of martial experts from the Jianghu. This task, issued by the court, offers a substantial reward in merit points, along with tiered bonuses. Completing the basic objective will yield 1,000 merit points. Further achievements will result in additional merit points based on the level of success. This aligns perfectly with Jiang Ye's aspirations. As long as he can fulfill the task, he is assured a minimum of 1,000 merit points, which meets Xie Jun's requirements, while also providing the opportunity to earn more. He is acutely aware that the degree of task completion will significantly influence the attitudes and decisions of NPCs, akin to a hidden task evaluation mechanism. Tasks may be graded as passable, good, excellent, or perfect. If he can secure merit points far exceeding 1,000, it would undoubtedly reduce obstacles in establishing a guild later on. Other Tier B tasks either do not reward merit points or offer higher rewards, but with much lower earning potential. Thus, this is the task for him. Jiang Ye took down the task plaque and proceeded to register it at the government office. The clerk, a young man, seemed surprised by the task Jiang Ye had chosen, but did not inquire further, merely instructing him to affix his seal. The system notification chimed simultaneously. Ding! You have accepted the Southern Flame Merit Stone task. Recover the stolen official silver. Task level B. Task objective. Report to the Blood Serpent camp. Then set off for Zixian in Xia Prefecture. Recover more than half of the stolen official silver within 10 days of arrival, with a participation rate of no less than 15 to be considered complete. If the time limit is exceeded or any conditions are unmet, it will be deemed a failure. Task rewards: 1,000 merit points, 300 taels of silver. Additional tasks: kill Lingxi bandits for 100 merit points per person, kill a 9 fiend for 1,000 merit points per person, recover additional official silver for 1 merit point per 10 taels. Jiang Ye nodded, realizing that there is indeed a participation requirement for merit points. It is only logical. Individual participation prevents players from exploiting loopholes. His primary focus is on the additional tasks. The rewards are quite generous, earning merit points for slaying bandits, with a bounty of 1,000 merit points for each leader taken down. Additionally, recovering silver yields merit points for every 10 taels retrieved. If one could recover 10,000 taels, that would also amount to 1,000 merit points. This encourages those accepting the task to take the initiative. However, Jiang Ye does not intend to act recklessly. Upon arrival, he will first assess the strength of the 9 fiends before prioritizing the completion of the minimum task requirements. After accepting the task, he is required to report to the Blood Serpent camp within the same day and set out that evening, leaving no time to spare. Without delay, Jiang Ye hurried home. Shui Sheng and the newly hired cook greeted him upon his return. Jiang Ye acknowledged them, but time did not permit him to sample the cook's culinary skills. The cook, known in the neighborhood as Sun Yang, previously operated a restaurant on another street and was said to have had a prosperous business until the local gang began demanding exorbitant fees and harassing her establishment, forcing her to close. She appears gentle and amiable, in her 30s, still possessing a certain charm and elegance. He handed Shui Sheng the 50 taels given to him by Xie Jun, instructing him to quickly procure several jars of fine wine and a few pounds of sliced beef. Upon their return, Sun Yang understood Jiang Ye's intention to embark on a journey. She skillfully wrapped the provisions in thick cloth and added padding to ensure warmth during the not overly frigid winter of Southern Flame. Before departing with the bundle, Jiang Ye reminded Shui Sheng, "Go to Xie Dui's residence and have the doorman relay a message that I have accepted a court task and will be heading to Xie Prefecture, returning after some time." Shui Sheng noted this and replied, "Understood, young master." This notification to Xie Jun was meant to convey his seriousness about the matter and to create an anticipation for his return. Having made the arrangements, Jiang Ye proceeded to the Blood Serpent camp. Located within the Imperial City, it is a formidable mansion on Zhuke Street. Halt! Who goes there? 2 stern sentinels at the entrance challenged him. Chapter 43, The Blood Serpent Guard. The Trial of 3 Blades. Jiang Ye presented the mission token obtained from the government office. A sentinel accepted it, glanced at it, and instructed him to wait in place while he went to make a report. After a brief moment, the sentinel returned and escorted Jiang Ye into the estate. Inside the estate lay an expansive courtyard, with halls constructed in accordance with the ceremonial standards of a first-class duke. exuding a deep crimson hue that conveyed an air of solemnity and menace. The master of the Blood Serpent Guard had always been the most trusted individual of the Southern Flame Emperor, and invariably, a master of unparalleled skill. The current commander of the Blood Serpent Guard, Han Sha, was a peak practitioner of the 9 transformations, ranked 37th on the Eastern Continent's Storm ranking. Although his rank fell short compared to Zhu Rongmu, the head of the Liang Academy, when it came to instilling fear, none in the Southern Flame Court could surpass him. Han Sha lived up to his name, having built a fearsome reputation solely through bloodshed. He possessed a savage and brutal disposition, yet his loyalty to Emperor Zhu Rongyan was unwavering. Over the years, he had eliminated numerous adversaries, including more than one esteemed duke. It was even rumored that he orchestrated a recent assassination attempt on a prince. The nobility of Liang trembled at his name, and several ministers had united in a futile attempt to confront him in court, only to be quelled by Emperor Zhu Rongyan. Given Han Sha's formidable prowess and his effectiveness in serving the emperor, he commanded the loyalty of 4 other 9 transformation commanders, notorious for their own brutality. This made him an individual who could not be easily challenged. Consequently, the Blood Serpent Guard stood as the preeminent institution among the current court's agencies. Donning the garb of the Blood Serpent, wielding the serpent wing blade, one became a figure both detested and feared by the nobility. Jiang Ye was led into a conference hall where several members of the Blood Serpent Guard and fellow martial artists awaited. Upon his entrance, aside from a few glances at his youthful and handsome visage, he received little attention. Several Blood Serpent Guards stood together, their expressions cold. Even when approached by other martial artists, they remained unresponsive, seemingly regarding these individuals with disdain. One man, feeling snubbed, chuckled awkwardly and retreated, unwilling to say anything further. Even the lowest-ranking Blood Serpent Guard possessed at least 5 transformations of strength, and with their unique martial arts, their combat capabilities rivaled those of an ordinary 6 transformation practitioner. Moreover, clad in the Blood Serpent attire, even those with lesser strength would be treated with caution. The various martial artists did not congregate but awaited their turn individually. Much like Jiang Ye, the incoming martial artists were akin to bounty hunters, each vying for their own interests. After about the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, a man in his 30s, with an indifferent demeanor, entered. Several Blood Serpent Guards approached him, addressing him as Sir. The indifferent man nodded and stepped forward, addressing Jiang Ye and the others in a cold voice. I am Yin Shan, the Deputy Banner Officer of the 7th Banner of the Blood Serpent Camp. I have summoned you martial artists to assist in retrieving official silver. Do you understand? The gathered individuals, recognizing him as the commander of the operation, dared not show any disregard and replied in unison. Yes, Sir Yin, we understand. Yin Shan continued. Time is of the essence. 3 groups have already set out ahead of you. There is no time for pleasantries, so I shall outline 3 points. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Anyone who embezzles official silver will be killed. Anyone who flees in the face of the enemy will be killed. After stating these 3 deadly commands, Yin Shan's icy gaze swept over the assembled martial artists. Although this was an employment arrangement, the lack of unified training among the martial artists posed a risk for potential disorder, and he would be the first to act should any trouble arise. Thoughts varied among the crowd. Some felt indignant or dismissive, yet none dared to show it, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. Observing their expressions, Yin Shan internally scoffed, knowing well that not all would be obedient. Confident in his own prowess, he believed he could suppress anyone who dared to harbor ulterior motives. Finally, counting the present individuals, Yin Shan coldly stated, quality is more valuable than quantity in warfare. There are 7 of you, but not all may meet the standard. He pointed to a young Blood Serpent Guard nearby, saying, he has only recently joined, with early stage 5 transformations of strength. If you cannot withstand even 3 strikes from him, you may leave on your own. Thus, the trial was revealed. Jiang Ye thought to himself that while loyalty might not be assessed, strength certainly had to meet expectations. Otherwise, what was the point of recruiting martial artists? The new recruits in the Blood Serpent camp possessed a minimum of 5 transformations, indeed a gathering of elites. Jiang Ye had anticipated that taking on a B-level mission would not be straightforward, and he had contemplated his approach. However, he believed that with some clever maneuvers, he could manage the task without much difficulty. Yin Shan surveyed the room and declared in a deep voice, who will step forward first? The martial artists exchanged glances, some appearing conflicted. Clearly, they had underestimated the difficulty of this mission, failing to consider that they would immediately face such formidable blood serpent guards. Several, calculating that the earlier they acted, the more strength the blood serpent guard would possess, hesitated, hoping to let others take the lead. The young blood serpent guard perceived their thoughts, disdain evident on his face and in his eyes. Were it not for the emperor's command, they would never allow a group of martial artists to share in their glory. After waiting a moment, Yinshan coldly stated, "If no one dares to step up, then all of you can leave now." "I will." Jiang Ye stepped forward, wielding a heavy axe. The gathered martial artists were astonished, scrutinizing him. Initially, they had thought him merely a naive scholar and had not taken him seriously. Yet, here he stood, displaying audacity, leaving them to wonder if he was merely putting on a brave front. Several exchanged glances, sensing that he was not simply a foolhardy youth, but likely possessed genuine confidence in his own abilities. They resolved to observe closely, even if he lost. They would glean insight into the strength of the blood serpent guard. The young blood serpent guard noted Jiang Ye's approach and shrugged, saying, "Finally, someone with a semblance of courage." He turned to Yinshan, who acknowledged him with a glance. The young blood serpent guard then faced Jiang Ye, drawing his serpent wing blade, and declared, "As per Sir Yin's instruction, endure 3 strikes from me. This is the first strike." With a swift motion, he drew the slender serpent wing blade, its cold glimmer slicing through the air towards Jiang Ye's neck. The air compressed violently, creating a wind blade that stung the faces of those nearby. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted. Truly, this was the most formidable strike he had encountered in this life within the chaos. Both in speed and explosive power, it was nothing short of breathtaking. In the face of such an imminent threat, his body instinctively reacted. The mercury-like blood within him surged forth, transformed into true blood after becoming an ancestor demon bloodline. This true blood, while existing in a liquid form within him, was more than mere blood. It was a superdimensional high-energy substance, capable of immense transformation and miraculous changes upon release. Although Jiang Ye currently harbored a limited quantity of true blood, under the threat of imminent danger, it ignited instinctively. Chapter 44, Crafty and Astute. The arrival of various individuals. Within the grand hall, an oppressive aura suddenly enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it suffocating. Even the cold-faced officer, possessing a 7th-tier cultivation, furrowed his brow in surprise, casting a glance towards Jiang Ye. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ye wielded his massive axe, opting for an offensive maneuver rather than a defensive block, launching an attack with the intent to save himself. With the prowess of the blood flood guard and the superior quality of the serpent wing blade, to block would risk his weapon being severed. The heavy axe surged forth with astonishing speed, defying expectations for such a formidable weapon. This strike arrived before the opponent could react, enveloping the young blood flood guard in a lethal aura. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. As he hastily drew his blade, although he did not employ any martial techniques, he summoned all his cultivation to swiftly subdue this young man and assert dominance over the assembly of martial artists. However, this seemingly assured strike was inexplicably interrupted by a strange force. Before he could comprehend, he saw the axe blade slicing through his guard, aiming directly at his chest. Reluctantly, he returned to his serpent wing blade, positioning it to intercept. Clang! The impact did not budge the young blood flood guard, yet Jiang Ye's arm trembled slightly. Indeed, a disparity in strength was evident. Jiang Ye realized this truth. Though his abilities had been remarkably enhanced upon integrating his attributes into true blood, allowing him to unleash a force comparable to that of a 4th-tier practitioner, he was still outmatched against a 5th-tier adversary. His initial attack had merely caught the opponent off guard through the application of true blood energy. Should he allow his opponent to execute a second strike without interruption, he would find himself in dire straits. However, after their brief encounter, Jiang Ye discerned that this young blood flood guard, possibly due to inexperience, bore little blood on his hands and lacked combat experience. Hence, he resolved to endure 3 of his strikes without revealing his innate skills, employing unorthodox tactics for each. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye enacted an unexpected maneuver that astonished all present. The young blood flood guard, sensing the disparity in power during their clash, felt a surge of indignation. Having lost face before Lord Yin and his peers, he sought to reclaim his honor. For his second strike, he would employ his family's ancestral blade technique, the 13 waves of blade, each stroke aimed at the throat, ensuring success. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash his second strike, Jiang Ye unexpectedly tossed aside his long axe. What was he thinking? Seeking death? This thought barely crossed his mind before it was shattered by Jiang Ye's next move. Like a monkey leaping forth, Jiang Ye dashed forward, seizing the young blood flood guard's sleeve and crashing into him. The assault caught the young blood flood guard entirely off guard. He had never anticipated such a response amidst the perilous clash of weapons. Struck with such force, his blood surged. And although the true energy of a fifth-tier practitioner swiftly shielded his internal organs, he felt an overwhelming nausea. Filled with astonishment and fury, he bellowed, channeling his true energy to its utmost, breaking free from Jiang Ye's grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he struck again. However, as he moved, Jiang Ye had already retreated swiftly, narrowly evading the blade's edge. The young blood flood guard, now agitated, lunged forward in pursuit. Enough! A commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, infused with undeniable energy, causing all present to shudder. The young blood flood guard froze, gazing at Lord Yin as he approached, feeling the urgency rise within him. My lord. Lord Yin shook his head. You have already struck 3 times. The young blood flood guard stood in a daze. I have struck 3 times? Lord Yin's voice turned icy. Your strikes were riddled with flaws, your responses as clumsy as a chicken. Du Ming, given your martial lineage, you would have perished countless times in a life-or-death battle. Learn from this action. Du Ming, the young blood flood guard, blushed with shame and indignation, yet dared not retort. Lord Yin then turned to Jiang Ye, stating coolly, You have passed. Next, Jiang Ye cupped his fists respectfully. Thank you, my lord. The remaining martial artists, previously engrossed by Jiang Ye's cunning and resourceful tactics, now regarded him with newfound respect. This young man appeared to be in his early 20s. Yet his combat skills surpassed those of seasoned veterans. Having underestimated him, they now realized their folly. Upon Lord Yin's urging, another martial artist stepped forward. A burly man wielding twin hammers. Du Ming steadied himself, mentally vowing to avoid any further grave mistakes. Otherwise, the Du family's reputation would be tarnished by his actions. Subsequently, all martial artists took their turns to accept the challenge, with Du Ming exerting his full strength. His formidable ancestral blade technique showcased remarkable lethality. Although other martial artists matched his cultivation level, none could rival the martial heritage he possessed. Ultimately, only 5 managed to withstand 3 strikes, alongside Jiang Ye, making a total of 6 who were required to introduce themselves. Despite the court's temporary recruitment of participants for this endeavor, which disregarded backgrounds, the established protocol needed to be followed to foster initial trust among the group. Among these 5, 3 were brothers, known as the Mu brothers, each skilled and wielding unique exotic weapons. The remaining 2 comprised a seemingly downcast middle-aged scholar, named Mr. Liu, adorned in a patched green robe and wielding a gentleman's sword. His swordplay was refined and immaculate, effortlessly parrying Du Ming's 3 strikes, suggesting he possessed a legacy from a Confucian sword sect. The last was a graceful woman of mature beauty, known as Sister Chu, whose skin resembled smooth jade, with nearly invisible wrinkles. Aside from her eyes reflecting the passage of time, her age was difficult to discern. She was the most agile among the martial artists present, wielding a flexible whip that rendered Du Ming incapable of landing a blow within 3 strikes. Sister Chu was somewhat renowned, often accompanied by her disciples in the Anshan and Fujian regions, championing justice and punishing wrongdoers. Her beauty earned her the moniker Silver Whip Goddess. She had come to participate in the court's mission, claiming her disciple had been gravely injured and needed merit points to exchange for healing elixirs. When it was Jiang Ye's turn, being an outsider, he had little to introduce unless he obtained a local identity, as all NPCs would recognize his status. Hence, he had no need for further introduction. By this time, night had fallen. Chapter 45, Sister Chu's Favor. A Relentless Journey. Inshan issued orders for the Blood Flood Guards to escort Jiang Ye and other martial artists to the stables to procure horses and other necessary weaponry and supplies. He, along with 7 of his Blood Flood Guards, set off ahead, instructing them to regroup in half an hour at the southern part of the city. Jiang Ye and the others first arrived at the armory, collecting the supplies that had been prearranged for them. Upon receiving permission, Jiang Ye also acquired a standard Blood Flood Guard's Jiao Wing Blade. This weapon, primarily crafted from meteorite iron and blended with various high-quality metals, was forged by the elite blacksmiths of the Armory Division. Despite its slender and delicate appearance, it could slice through iron with ease, making it a formidable instrument of slaughter, comparable to divine weapons in the martial world. If it were not for his collaboration with the Blood Flood Guards on this mission, he would not have been able to borrow such a weapon. According to the system's assessment, the Jiao Wing blade was classified as an emerald-grade weapon, possessing attributes such as armor breaking, which allowed it to ignore any armor below emerald grade worn by opponents, lightning speed, which increased the speed of strikes by 30, and steel hardness, ensuring it would never be severed unless the opponent wielded a weapon of a higher grade. Additionally, it came with an active skill, although it could only be executed by someone trained in the unique techniques of the blood flood guards, rendering it useless to Jiang Ye. Nevertheless, in narrow and intricate terrains, the Jiao Wing blade would undoubtedly prove more effective than a heavy axe. Jiang Ye secured the blade at his waist. The 6 others then approached the stables, each leading a warhorse provided by the stable master. Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback by the horse's impressive stature and robust build, its horns gleaming. Could it possess traces of draconic blood? Observing the onlookers, one of the Mu brothers remarked, "Ah, how generous the blood flood guards are. This horse likely bears a hint of earth dragon lineage, qualifying it as a semi-demonic beast. Its endurance and explosiveness far surpass that of ordinary steeds. It would fetch 5,000 to 6,000 taels on the market, and maintaining it would cost at least 100 taels a month." The stable master scoffed. "You, a mere grassroot of the martial world, seems somewhat knowledgeable. Listen well, this horse is exceptionally precious. If it weren't for orders from above, it would never be lent to you. If anything happens to it outside, you will face dire consequences." Mu'er chuckled, unperturbed by the stablemaster's disdain. However, the younger Mu San's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, which Jiang Ye perceptively noted. The 6 mounted their horses and rode out of the city. Jiang Ye, although he had ridden before, had grown somewhat rusty due to the long hiatus. Moreover, the spirited nature of the horned horse nearly threw him off, if not for his firm grip with his legs. Sister Chu, noticing his struggle, rode closer and advised, "Young Master Jiang, you should having spent years traversing the world." Her horsemanship was undoubtedly refined, and she imparted some tips to Jiang Ye. With a keen understanding, he quickly grasped the techniques she shared. "You have received equestrian instruction. Equestrian skill 50. With the game mechanics in play, the advantages gained would remain permanent. However, once the game merged with reality, the improvement in skills would depend solely on personal insight and effort." Jiang Ye smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Chu." Sister Chu smiled radiantly. "You are too polite, young master." They then engaged in light conversation, primarily sharing tales from the martial world. However, she subtly probed Jiang Ye regarding his intentions for forming alliances. Jiang Ye responded ambiguously. Sister Chu did not press further, exchanging a few more casual remarks before creating some distance. Jiang Ye remained vigilant. While the blood flood guards exhibited a cold demeanor, they were relatively trustworthy. The intentions of the martial artists, however, remained unclear. The martial world was a realm rife with deceit and treachery. Even the disciples of prestigious sects were not immune to malevolence, let alone the wandering heroes of the martial world. Jiang Ye suspected that among 10 such heroes, at least 9 would be far from virtuous, himself included. After all, virtuous individuals seldom survived. Among the 5 martial artists, each warranted caution. The Mu brothers claimed to be demon hunters from the Wan Yao mountain range, not for noble causes, but for the lucrative spoils obtained from slaying demonic beasts. In essence, they were bloodthirsty individuals, their malevolence evident in their features. Mr. Liu, dressed as a scholar, remained taciturn, and Sister Chu's attempts at conversation elicited only a dull response. Yet, his mastery of the Confucian sword technique should not be underestimated. Sister Chu had the most illustrious reputation among them, being a prominent figure within the righteous martial world of southern Yin. However, after their brief interactions, Jiang Ye sensed a certain duplicity in her words. Her motivations for accepting the mission were likely more complex than she let on. In summary, it was wise to maintain distance from these individuals. Regardless of their intentions, they were of no concern to him. However, should they encroach upon him, he would not be defenseless. The group of riders reached the southern part of the city, where Yinshan and the 7 blood flood guards had changed into casual attire, awaiting their arrival. Yinshan surveyed the group and reiterated, "As we set off, I will remind you once more. We must reach Zixin in Xia County within 3 days, and thus we shall not cease our journey. Should anyone fall behind, it will be considered abandonment of the mission, and we will not wait." The others nodded in understanding, and Yinshan, with a sharp command, led the group into a rapid gallop. Jiang Ye and the others followed suit, lighting oil lamps and hanging them by their saddles. Jiang Ye produced a map, plotting their course from the Yin prefecture to the Xia County, crossing the Linghai and Dan prefectures along the way. The time frame was indeed pressing. The party of 13 traveled south along the official road, journeying day and night without rest. It was not until the following evening, just before sunset, that Yinshan signaled to stop at a nearby relay station to rest. By this time, everyone, including Jiang Ye, had gone a day and a night without sleep and was feeling quite fatigued. The relay station had been abandoned for some time, lacking any attendants. The area was overgrown with weeds taller than the travelers. They cleared a space with their swords and sat on the ground. As they chewed on their rations and started a campfire, Jiang Ye took out a package prepared by Su Nyang, distributing the wine among the others. The blood flood guards and martial artists brightened at the sight of the wine, and even the stoic Yinshan took a few swigs. Most warriors had a fondness for wine, and after sharing a few drinks, the camaraderie between the blood flood guards and Jiang Ye grew significantly. However, after a long day, no one had much inclination for conversation. They each found a spot, laid out their cloth, and Yinshan assigned the night watch schedule, with two keeping watch while the rest succumbed to slumber. After about 2 hours, Jiang Ye awoke, now on watch duty. He was paired with the young blood flood guard, Du Ming, a deliberate arrangement by Yinshan, as each group for the night watch had been carefully selected. Chapter 46. The Thick Fog? Nightmare Realm. It is a combination of the Jianghu people and the blood flood guards, fortuitously divided into 6 groups to prevent any underhanded tactics by these Jianghu individuals. Du Ming, though young and impetuous, possesses a considerable temperament and a cheerful disposition. Having consumed the wine offered by Jiang Ye and encouraged by the latter's desire for conversation, the two quickly grew familiar with one another through mere exchanges of words. Jiang Ye contemplated that to achieve greater success in this mission, it was imperative to foster a good relationship with the blood flood guards. Given that Du Ming was youthful, had recently joined the blood flood guards, and harbored minimal suspicion, he was an ideal point of entry. Brother Jiang, if the opportunity arises, let us engage in a friendly duel. My family's swordplay is quite exceptional. Haha. That is certainly the case. Although our previous encounters were brief, I can already discern the depth of your family's martial arts, Brother Du. You are not to be trifled with. Indeed, you speak the truth. The Du family, not only in Danzhou but throughout the entire southern Yan, ranks among the foremost martial arts families. Having lived a second life, Jiang Ye was astute and, with just a few words, had lifted Du Ming's spirits. As the night deepened, the cold wind rustled through the wild mountains and forests, echoing eerily like a ghostly wail. They had now entered Linghai County, where the terrain was rugged and mountainous. The abandoned post station stood beside a mountain path, surrounded by dense woods, with no moon in the sky tonight. The area beyond the campfire was utterly shrouded in darkness. Were it not for his formidable skills, one would inevitably feel apprehensive staying in such a location. Du Ming engaged Jiang Ye in casual conversation, when suddenly, a melodious yet rustic bell toll resonated through the forest, distinctly reaching their ears. The sound jolted Du Ming, who had been somewhat dazed from the drink, back to full awareness. How peculiar. In this desolate wilderness, where could the sound of a temple bell be coming from? Brother Jiang. Du Ming's heart raced as he turned to look, but Jiang Ye had inexplicably vanished from sight. All that remained was the flickering campfire, which, for some reason, failed to illuminate the surrounding darkness. Where could he be? Panic gripped Du Ming as he recalled the tales of mountain spirits and ghosts he had read about, coupled with the strange occurrences before him. A torch. Yes, a torch. In a flurry, he fumbled in his pocket, retrieved a torch, and ignited it, dispelling a fraction of the surrounding gloom. Damn it! Why has such a thick fog suddenly rolled in? Du Ming noticed the grayish-white mist had seeped into the station, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. Lordine! Lordine! Brother Zhao, are you there? He called out loudly, yet his comrades, who should have been resting nearby, offered no response. Sweat began to bead on his palms. Coming from a martial arts family, he felt an inkling of the ominous tales passed down in his clan. If he truly found himself in perilous circumstances, being alone could spell disaster. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye sensed something amiss as he observed the eerie silence surrounding him. He drew his jiaoqi knife slowly, mentally retracing every detail from his watchful vigil. He had been assigned to a squad with a blood flood guard nicknamed Li Jiao and Mu's third son. He recalled the expressions of both men, Li Jiao's disdain and aversion, and Mu's restrained anger, none of which had suggested anything unusual. Their conversation had flowed seamlessly, with Du Ming sharing tales and anecdotes from martial arts families without issue, until the moment he vanished. Jiang Ye felt a certainty that this disappearance was not the result of human intervention. He exhaled softly. If it were not due to human actions, then matters were indeed troubling, as this situation evoked a sense of déjà vu. However, he had never encountered such an occurrence before the merging of his former life with this reality, leaving him uncertain. Holding his knife in one hand, he grasped a torch from behind him and ignited it using the campfire, raising the torch to illuminate his surroundings. Jiang Ye discovered he was enveloped in a thick gray-white fog. A sudden chill gripped him as a haunting sense of familiarity washed over him. The fog. A demon? He murmured involuntarily. This scenario was all too familiar from his previous life. This was unmistakably an omen of a demon's emergence. Demons, or extraterrestrial fiends, are terrifying and enigmatic entities that elude definition by any living being, existing outside the realm of human comprehension. They embody a conceptual life, capable of manifesting in any form. Their abilities as diverse as they are bizarre. In his past life, he had documented the capabilities of demons, which numbered in the thousands, each unique. Most alarming was that once certain conditions were met, a demon's abilities could yield utterly illogical effects, wielding conceptual power. Furthermore, demons are exceedingly difficult to eradicate entirely. Such incomprehensible traits rendered humanity utterly helpless against the ravages of demons. Even many indigenous strongmen within the games, including those ranked among the elite, perished at the hands of these entities. However, according to the timeline, demons should not have appeared at this juncture. Jiang Ye inhaled deeply, casting aside any thoughts of luck. No, it could only be said that he had not encountered such phenomena at this stage in his previous life, but that did not imply their absence. The disparity in progress between his two lives was substantial. Triggering certain butterfly effects was hardly surprising. Jiang Ye's association of the fog with demons stemmed from a shared ability among all demons to create nightmares. They could fabricate a nightmare space, drawing their targets in without their awareness. Within this space, grotesque visions would manifest, ensnaring the minds of those trapped. The longer one lingered, the higher the likelihood of a demon's attack. Once ensnared, one would be slain by the demon, becoming nourishment for the nightmare space. The more lives taken, the stronger the deceased, the faster the demon would grow. A powerful demon could even pull an entire nation into its nightmare in an instant. All nightmares spread through a single medium, the very grayish-white fog before him. For the first time since his rebirth, Jiang Ye felt a profound sense of tension. He had faced demons numerous times in his past life, each encounter fraught with peril and nearly fatal. A peculiar characteristic of battling demons is that having more allies does not necessarily guarantee safety. Moreover, this group was inherently distrustful of one another. Apart from the blood flood guards who banded together, the others fought alone. Thus, in the end, it would all come down to relying on himself. Jiang Ye swiftly organized his thoughts, determining his next course of action. Although the nightmare space is a dire situation for most, maintaining composure often yields clues that can assist in combating the lurking demon. What Jiang Ye could ascertain with certainty was that the demon's absolute strength was relatively moderate. Chapter 47. The Toll of the Bell. It was she. A swift assault would typically ensue after ensnaring a target within the dreamscape, provided the entity possessed overwhelming power. The current inertia, however, suggested otherwise. Of course, absolute power remains a relative concept, as even the most feeble of demons harbor considerable danger. Complacency could spell disaster even for a 9th-level expert. Jiang Ye recalled a detail. Both he and Du Ming had simultaneously perceived the bell's resonance, followed by the latter's vanishing from sight. Thus, the chime represented the sole piece of information, a critical clue. The sound bore a resemblance to that of a Buddhist temple's bell, but did such a sanctuary exist within these desolate hills? As an outsider, he remained ignorant of this fact. The bell's toll heralded the initiation of the dreamscape, implying a correlation between the chime and the demon's offensive strategy. Vigilance was paramount upon hearing the bell. Availing himself of the interim before the bell's second peal, Jiang Ye scoured the dimly lit environment. He refrained from vocalizations, even softening his footfalls. Within the dreamscape, calling out would only betray one's presence, and any response to such a plea could prove treacherous. For the respondent's true nature remained uncertain. Wielding his dragon-winged saber, Jiang Ye slashed at the surrounding space, soon striking a solid object. Whumph! A clod of earthen material cleaved away beneath the keen edge. Jiang Ye kneaded the particles between his fingers. Indeed, he remained within the confines of the post station. He recalled that the station comprised 6 chambers arranged in a lateral fashion. During their respite, the Crimson Flood Guard had congregated in the left-hand chambers, while the martial artists occupied those on the right. Although he had not entered the rooms himself, his position while on watch should have been on the right. With this in mind, Jiang Ye continued to grope his way towards the right, raising his torch to illuminate the path ahead. He beheld a mold-flecked, dilapidated wooden door swinging back and forth amidst the dense fog, emitting creaking sounds. Indeed, this was the first chamber on the right. Jiang Ye approached cautiously, using the tip of his saber to pry open the door and enter. After closing the door behind him, the dense fog remained at bay, and the room's interior appeared somewhat clearer than the outside. A dust-laden bench and a small cot, along with a table missing a leg, illuminated by a flickering candle, comprised the room's contents. Nothing else was present. If memory served, the candle was a relic unearthed from the post station by the Crimson Flood Guard, still functional despite its age. However, the room stood devoid of occupants. Jiang Ye rummaged through the drawer of the dilapidated table, finding only a few sheets of rough paper. Presumably, the trio of Mu brothers had previously resided in this chamber. Yet, the absence of bloodstains or signs of struggle left their whereabouts a mystery. Finding nothing of note, Jiang Ye turned to depart the room. Just then, a fleeting shadow flickered past the paper window of the wooden door. The shadow had passed directly in front of the door, else it would have been obscured by the dense fog. Simultaneously, Jiang Ye discerned the sound of labored breathing, a panting that seemed laced with trepidation. As Jiang Ye prepared to give chase, clang, the second toll of the bell resounded, its timbre noticeably closer than before, likely emanating from within the post station itself. Moreover, the chime was distinctly accompanied by the sound of a woman's weeping. Wail, boo-hoo, wah. The mournful lament, amplified by the pitch-black environment and intertwined with the solemn bell, sent shivers down one's spine. Jiang Ye, who had already reached out to grasp the door, immediately retracted his hand. Recklessness was out of the question. Without a clear understanding of the demon's capabilities, direct confrontation was to be avoided at all costs. Whoosh. Once again, a shadow flitted past the door, moving even faster than the previous one. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the demon itself? Soon, he heard the clash of weapons, accompanied by a man's enraged roar. Damn it, you persistent specter, die? It was the voice of the third Mu brother. Jiang Ye recognized it instantly. Had he engaged the demon? The sounds of clashing weapons grew increasingly intense, indicating that the battle had reached a fever pitch. Clang. The bell tolled once more, but this time, the woman's weeping was absent. The sounds of combat ceased abruptly. The voice of the third Mu brother then rang out. Big brother? Is that you, big brother? Have you seen second brother? Tear. A subtle sound of fabric tearing emanated from the dense fog, followed by a thud, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. Silence descended once more. Jiang Ye suppressed his breathing, knowing that the third Mu brother had likely met his demise. His grip on the dragon wing saber tightened. Within mere moments, hurried footsteps and panting could be heard in the corridor outside the door. A shadow pressed close to the door, its voice filled with urgency. Brother Jiang, I've found Lord Yin. Hurry and come out. Let's leave this cursed place together. It was Du Ming's voice. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment, then spoke softly. How do you know it's me inside? The shadow outside also fell silent, as if suppressing something. Subsequently, Jiang Ye observed the shadow on the paper window begin to change. The figure's hair grew longer and longer until it reached its shoulders, fluttering haphazardly on both sides, accompanied by a series of hissing sounds. A terrifying tone, simultaneously resembling that of a young woman and a wild beast, echoed into the room. Come out. Hurry and come out. I want to drain you dry. Shriek. The only response was the swift thrust of a long blade from within the paper window. The blade pierced directly into the woman's pupil, exiting from the back of her head, black blood oozing from the ruptured eyeball tissue and the blade itself. Aya! It emitted an incomparably shrill scream of agony, recoiling backward and withdrawing the blade. A gruesome hole, traversing the brain, marred its right eye. However, this horrific injury, which would have been fatal to even a 9th-level expert, did not seem to truly harm it, merely causing it pain. Crash! The wooden door shattered into a shower of splinters as a frenzied figure burst forth. Demonic transformation. In the midst of the charge, Jiang Ye activated his innate ability. His form instantly elongated, increasing from his original height of slightly over 1.8 meters to a towering 1.95 meters. His physique broadened, muscles bulged. An intricate black pattern spread across his skin, enveloping his entire body. A cloud of black gas swirled around his form, exuding an ancient, primeval aura. "Aya!" Jiang Ye roared, feeling that his destructive capabilities had reached their zenith in this state, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to tear everything asunder. His body, launched like a cannonball, collided violently with the woman, accompanied by a series of cracking bones. As the black gas made contact with her, her body instantly ignited, emitting sizzling sounds. This time, the woman emitted a scream far surpassing the previous one, as if the touch of the black gas was even more excruciating than being stabbed through the head. Now, Jiang Ye could see clearly that this person was none other than Sister Chu from their group. Her once charming face was now contorted in a hideous manner. Chapter 48. The Retreat of the Fiend. Inquiry by Yinshan. The area on her chest, where she had been struck by Jiang Ye, was caved in with broken ribs. The once fitted dress torn apart, revealing an unexpected glimpse of spring. Her eyes were entirely white, devoid of pupils, presenting a frightening visage. Sister Chu, devoid of humanity, fixated her lifeless gaze upon Jiang Ye, emitting a low, beast-like growl. Jiang Ye smirked maliciously, having just discovered that the demonic aura clinging to his body during the release of his demonic form had a surprisingly potent restraining effect on this fiend. Sensing the true blood within him rapidly depleting to maintain the demonic form, Jiang Ye resolved to eliminate her swiftly. His sinewy muscles contracted suddenly. Unleashing a terrifying surge of power, Jiang Ye charged forth once more. Meanwhile, Sister Chu and Appo's chest, previously caved in and scorched by the demonic energy, began to astonishingly heal. With a piercing shriek, she lunged towards Jiang Ye, intent on tearing apart the audacious human who dared to harm her. Boom! The two figures collided violently, sending Sister Chu flying once again, crashing against the earthen wall of the station and creating a large hole, tumbling outside. Jiang Ye, seizing the advantage, pounced after her. Pinning Sister Chu down, he summoned his strength, raining down blows upon her, as if tenderizing garlic. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, dozens of punches were unleashed. Despite Sister Chu's body, now overtaken by the fiend, exhibiting remarkable resilience, her face was rendered unrecognizable, yet he still could not shatter her. The demonic energy burned numerous craters into her visage, releasing the stench of charred flesh and exposing her veins. One of her eyes was obliterated, presenting a ghastly sight. Suddenly, she let out a sharp, agonizing scream. Ah! Jiang Ye felt his head reel, a metallic taste flooding his nostrils. Pain surged through his skull, and instinctively, he stumbled backward. Sister Chu regained her footing, her right hand transforming into a gray claw, fiercely swiping at Jiang Ye. Caught off guard, he was struck, crashing through the already weakened wall and landing in the courtyard. Sister Chu roared twice in place, but her pursuit slowed. Her stark white eyes spun frantically for a moment before she ceased the chase, her form vanishing into the mist. Jiang Ye leaned on his body, intently gazing at the crumbled wall. Yet, the bizarre aura gradually receded, and the surrounding fog seemed to dissipate. Had it departed? Jiang Ye exhaled a sigh of relief as his body automatically reverted from the demonic form to its normal state. At that moment, the intense pain coursing through him began to ignite his nerves. He felt the throbbing of the vessels in his forehead, his head swimming. His true blood was nearly depleted, and his vitality had entered a precarious state due to the fiend's claw. The wounds on his chest appeared ghastly, 3 deep gashes oozing blood. Hastily, Jiang Ye returned to his previous chamber, sitting cross-legged on the bed to await recovery. After a quarter of an hour, the once dry true blood gushed forth from the depths, nourishing his body. The chest wounds had yet to heal, but the sense of weakness and pain had significantly subsided. Phew! The fusion of bloodlines truly enhances my recuperative abilities. If I could cultivate at this stage, acquiring superior techniques from both systems of the native world, my combat prowess would surely ascend to new heights, and my recovery would be even more formidable. However, cultivation is an endeavor that can only be achieved once the game merges with reality, and acquiring such techniques poses a significant challenge. Wait, a sudden thought struck Jiang Ye. During his time in the ancient battlefield of the job transition space, hadn't he obtained numerous techniques by defeating the faceless beings possessed by the souls of fallen warriors? He had attempted to recall those techniques, and although he remembered their contents, he found himself unable to cultivate them. It seemed that the will of the heavenly Tao of chaos imposed certain restrictions. The true blood system he now commanded through the ancestral demonic bloodline appeared to be an entirely independent framework. If he could integrate it with the two systems of the native realm, what wonders might emerge? The recent battle with the fiend had been exceptionally perilous. Even he had not anticipated the formidable display of power from the demonic form. Yet, faced with the current combat prowess, he remained inferior in a one-on-one confrontation with the fiend. Were it not for his initial advantage, coupled with the demonic energy's restraint on the fiend, causing it to retreat, the outcome could have been vastly different. Just that one claw strike had severely injured him. Moreover, the fiend's regenerative abilities were equally monstrous. Jiang Ye felt that his full-strength strike in the demonic state could obliterate a fifth-turn adversary, yet despite landing so many blows, the fiend had swiftly recovered. Reflecting on the despair those fiends had brought upon humanity in his previous life, it was hardly surprising. Outside, the fog began to thin. And after another quarter of an hour, sounds of footsteps and shouting emerged. Count the numbers and inspect for suspicious activity. A familiar stern voice. Yes, Lord Yin. Oh, it seemed that Yin Shan was unharmed. After all, he was the only seventh turn present, and the fiends would not prioritize him as a target. Soon, footsteps approached, and the door to the chamber was flung open. A blood serpent guard entered. If memory served, it was Li Jiao. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, Li Jiao called out, "My lord, there is one alive here." He then drew his serpent wing blade, brandishing a torch, standing at the entrance, vigilantly observing Jiang Ye. Yin Shan entered immediately, his cold, scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye raised both hands, signifying his harmlessness. Yin Shan stepped closer, grasping his wrist to check his pulse. Jiang Ye maintained his composure, controlling the true blood within him, concealing it deep, creating an extremely weak pulse. After a moment, Yin Shan's expression remained unyielding. And from his superior vantage point, he stated, "Since the fog appeared, what have you seen, and what transpired? Speak plainly." Jiang Ye sensed that the troubles he had encountered were not limited to the fiend alone. Thus, he refrained from revealing his full strength too soon. Contemplating his subsequent narrative after retreating into the chamber, he recounted his time spent with Du Ming without alteration. He truthfully described the emergence of the fog, his initial entry into the chamber, and the sounds of shouting outside. As he narrated his encounter with the fiend, he claimed to have been struck by its claw. But fortunately, he had managed to divert some of the force with his serpent wing blade, thus avoiding immediate death. While recounting this, Jiang Ye's complexion paled, as if still recalling the harrowing scene. He then spoke of his retreat back to the chamber, noting that the fiend had not pursued him. Following that, he had heard a loud commotion in the courtyard, seemingly indicating that others were battling the fiend. Eventually, he concluded with the dispersal of the fog and Yin Shan's entrance. Yin Shan squinted, saying, "You mentioned that the fiend resembled Sister Chu? Did you catch a glimpse of the person battling the fiend?" Chapter 49, Blood Pill. For corpses. Jiang Ye's complexion was ashen, his eyes betraying lingering trepidation. He shook his head. "No, I was in excruciating pain at the time, almost losing consciousness. I thought I was surely done for. I could hear the sounds of second Sister Chu and the others fighting outside, but I dared not look. By the way, Lord Yin, why would second Sister Chu act in such a manner, and her strength?" Yin Shan remained silent for a moment, evading the question. He produced a porcelain vial from his robes, pouring out a medicinal pill and tossing it to Jiang Ye. A blood pill, secretly concocted by the Bloodscale encampment. Consuming it will alleviate internal injuries. Yin Shan paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, that was not second Sister Chu. Second Sister Chu is already dead, as Jiang Ye had anticipated. Yet he feigned shock. Yin Shan had evidently interrogated the others before coming to this chamber. While Jiang Ye's responses and demeanor were not entirely flawless, they were without obvious fault. He had no choice but to depart with Li Jiao, seeking out the remaining individuals. Jiang Ye, who had been reclining on the wooden bed, straightened up, his complexion no longer ashen. It seemed that Yin Shan was indeed aware of the existence of fiends. Judging from his reaction, those who attained a certain level of prominence in this world would, to varying degrees, come into contact with fiends. Yin Shan was a centurion in the Bloodscale Guard. Not of particularly low status, but certainly not among the elite. It was likely that those at higher echelons possessed a far deeper understanding of fiends, perhaps even having access to ancient texts pertaining to them, especially the three kingdoms of Eastern Continent. And those grand sects and venerable institutions that had thrived for millennia in a world teeming with fiends, they must possess extensive knowledge of hidden secrets. Conceivably, there existed clandestine groups dedicated to contending with the powerful entities among the fiends. Jiang Ye clutched the blood pill in his hand. Blood pill, grade 7 elixir, Description: crafted from the essence of 17 high-ranking demonic beasts, this elixir possesses potent healing properties. It is effective in all situations except for irreversible injuries, such as a pierced heart or a shattered skull. Jiang Ye mused that the Bloodscale Guard's benefits were indeed lavish. A grade 7 elixir, with grades ranging from 1 to 9, was already considered a high-grade pill. The materials required were precious and rare. Not to mention the alchemists capable of concocting high-grade elixirs were highly sought after in any imperial nation, grand sect, or monastic order. Consequently, the supply of elixirs of this caliber was exceedingly scarce. Yet, judging from Yinshan's demeanor, blood pills seemed to be a staple within the Bloodscale encampment. However, it was also true that the Bloodscale Guard, being the special agency most trusted and relied upon by the Southern Flame Emperor, would naturally receive such treatment. He had underestimated the abundance of resources within an imperial nation. Jiang Ye stored the elixir away, intending not to consume it. Although he did not believe Yinshan had any reason to tamper with it, he lacked the ability to detect toxins and preferred to err on the side of caution. Furthermore, the dual bloodlines of Pangu and the ancestral demon had already granted him an exceptional physique, allowing his internal injuries to recover significantly. The wound on his chest appeared gruesome, but was, in fact, not of great consequence. Simultaneously, he received a notification: True Blood 7000. This was the feedback received after being severely injured by the fiend disguised as Second Sister Chu. Although the increase in True Blood was not in a 1:1 ratio with the damage sustained, True Blood itself was far more potent than mere strength attributes. It was a concentrated essence of mysterious and refined matter. Now, the True Blood deep within his body was continuously growing, nearly doubling in volume compared to before, nourishing his flesh, blood, and every bone in his body. Sounds of voices and wailing emanated from outside. Jiang Ye, leaning on his dragon-wing saber, limped out of the chamber. By now, 4 corpses had been laid out in the open space within the station. 3 of them were placed to one side, clearly including the eldest and third of the Mu family, while the second of the Mu family knelt beside them, his expression grief-stricken, his fists clenched white. The other corpse was dressed as a Bloodscale Guard, but was not Du Ming. Strangely, their faces had been completely flayed off, revealing the horrifying blood vessels and muscles beneath. Another corpse was placed separately, completely naked, its skin fair. Judging from its build and the long whip clutched tightly in its hand, it was undoubtedly Second Sister Chu. Her face had also been flayed off. Du Ming stood not far away, his eyes still filled with fear, though he forced himself to appear composed. The last remaining member of the Jianghu group, the scholar-like Mr. Liu, gazed calmly at the 4 corpses, seemingly lost in thought. His clothes, though faded from washing, were neat and tidy, showing no signs of a struggle. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, reconstructing the scene in his mind. Before the Mu family brothers' voices were heard outside, the fiend must have first killed one of the Mu family brothers, either the eldest or the third. It then flayed off their face, disguised itself, and killed the unsuspecting other. It then repeated the process. However, whether it transformed into Second Sister Chu's appearance due to accidentally encountering her and killing her, or for some other reason, remained unknown. Flaying off faces to disguise itself, each fiend would have its own specific habits, or perhaps certain rules they had to follow. Fiends were different from humans. Humans could break their habits at any moment, but fiends would invariably adhere to their own habits, perhaps because it involved something on a deeper level. For example, this fiend might need to flay the faces of its prey to enhance its own strength. In his past life, people often named fiends based on their specific habits. For example, this fiend could be named the Skin Thief Fiend. Du Ming approached Jiang Ye at some point. He glanced around, ensuring that none of his comrades were paying attention. Then, in a slightly trembling voice, he said, You fought that fiend?" Jiang Ye shrugged. "Not really. I just managed to survive." Du Ming took a deep breath, forcing a wry smile. "I never imagined that my first mission would be to encounter it." Sensing that the other party's words seemed to imply something, Jiang Ye asked curiously, "Could it be that you know the origins of this fiend?" Du Ming actually nodded, saying, "I also mentioned it to Lord Yin just now. It seems that an elder in my family encountered it before." "Oh?" Jiang Ye's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence. Judging from his words, this elder had also survived the encounter with the fiend. Du Ming, having recovered from his shock, seemed to need someone to confide in, and he soon opened up. "There was an uncle in my family who, in his youth, was quite chivalrous, enjoyed making friends, and loved to travel to Jianghu. Starting from the age of 14, he often went on adventures. To the north, he had reached the borders of the Mang kingdom and glimpsed the eternal night ice plains from afar. To the west, he had crossed the sacred mountain and was about to set foot on the boundless sands of the barren Emperor Desert when bandits robbed him of his belongings, forcing him to give up. To the south, he had been to the Peacock foreign land, and within the southern flame, he had traversed countless mountains and rugged terrains. Such extensive experiences. Chapter 50. The Journey of Du's Family. Tales of the Temple. After my uncle turned 35, he meticulously chronicled his 2 decades of travels, compiling them into a tome titled The Extraordinary Travels of the Du Family. Due to the enlightening nature of its content, the elders of our clan deemed this work worthy of inclusion in the family library. In my childhood, this book captivated my imagination. I perused its pages until several copies became tattered. Among its accounts, the tales of supernatural creatures both terrified and fascinated me the most. Du Ming recounted the story, and Jiang Ye listened with rapt attention. My uncle, named Du Wu, was indeed an extraordinary individual. His vast experiences, remarkable courage, and fortuitous encounters left others in awe. Among the myriad of supernatural events he encountered, there was a particular incident during a journey where he took a rest at an inn within Ling Mountain County. Restless in the dead of night, he found himself unable to sleep and decided to admire the shadows of the bamboo under the moonlight. It was then that he suddenly heard the distant sound of a temple bell. Could it be that such a desolate place harbored a temple? Coming from a family of martial artists and possessing some spiritual connection to both Buddhism and Taoism, Du Wu's curiosity compelled him to follow the sound. To his surprise, he indeed discovered a temple. Though it occupied a considerable area, it lay in ruins, collapsed walls, and crumbling structures, with the gilding of the Buddha statues peeling away, and the main hall overgrown with weeds. Intrigued, Du Wu ventured inside and located the source of the bell. The bell ringer was an elderly monk, whose gaunt face bore an expression of profound sorrow. Upon noticing the visitor, the monk was startled and hastily urged Du Wu to leave, warning him that lingering there could invite calamity. The combination of factors, midnight, desolate mountains, a dilapidated temple, and a bell-ringing monk, only intensified Du Wu's already heightened curiosity. He asserted that he was no ordinary person and possessed means of self-protection. After some persuasion, the old monk reluctantly revealed the truth. The temple, once bustling with worshippers from nearby counties and villages, had been a place of rich offerings and charitable acts, providing medical assistance during times of famine. However, an incredibly bizarre and horrifying incident had transpired. A wealthy young lady, seeking blessings for her ailing mother, had chosen to stay at the temple for several days without her maid to demonstrate her devotion. This was not unusual, as the temple welcomed affluent patrons. Yet, a week later, her family came seeking her, realizing she had not returned home as expected. The monks, puzzled, consulted the monk responsible for guest management, who claimed that the young lady had departed after 3 days. Alarmed, her family quickly reported her disappearance to the authorities. Their family wielded considerable influence in the local county, prompting the constables to investigate the temple thoroughly. To their horror, they uncovered a grave issue. Not far from the mountain path, they discovered the lifeless body of a young woman, completely naked, bearing signs of violence. Her face had been gruesomely mutilated. The lead constable deduced that the perpetrator was likely familiar with the mountain's terrain, having killed the woman and disposed of her body in a moment of panic, resulting in various injuries from the fall. The identity of the assailant was highly suspected to be one of the monks. The wealthy family, having sent someone to await news on the mountain, recognized the body of their missing daughter and wept in despair. Consequently, the constables promptly stationed guards at all temple exits and reported back to the county magistrate. Enraged, the magistrate ordered the county lieutenant to personally lead a contingent of soldiers to seal off the mountain, ensuring that the culprit would not escape. The lieutenant and constables cleared the temple of all visitors, apprehending the anxious monks for interrogation. The assailant, lacking cunning, soon displayed signs of panic. The constables swiftly apprehended him, and after a severe beating, he confessed. He was a kitchen monk who, one evening, while fetching water from the back mountain, had encountered the young woman reciting scriptures by the stream, preparing to leave the mountain. Enchanted by her beauty, he was consumed by an uncontrollable desire. Dismissing all thoughts of virtue and morality, in a moment of madness, he assaulted her, thinking he would escape without consequence. However, the young woman, fierce in spirit, bit his hand, prompting him to drown her in the stream in a panic. Realizing her demise, he was overwhelmed with regret, but quickly devised a plan to conceal his crime. He disfigured her body and hid it in a secluded area, hoping to evade discovery. Days later, an opportunity arose for him to dispose of the body. Yet, as fate would have it, a worshipper, engrossed in conversation with the abbot, unwittingly descended the mountain at the wrong time. The kitchen monk, spotting the figure, panicked and discarded the body down the ravine, escaping through another path. The sound of the body rolling should have alerted the worshipper, but the darkness and dense foliage obscured their view. The incident caused a significant uproar, and the kitchen monk was swiftly condemned, while the remaining monks narrowly escaped being implicated as accomplices. Chapter 51. A Succession of Calamities. The Origin of the Skin-Stealing Demon. Were it not for the abbot's connections with several wealthy gentry families, more than one head would have rolled. However, the temple's incense offerings naturally dwindled after this incident. The surrounding populace spread rumors of licentious monks on the mountain, and they were no longer willing to offer incense. Helpless, the abbot had to dismiss a group of monks, organizing the remaining ones to till the fields and live humbly. Little did they know that this scandal was only the beginning of a greater disaster. Less than a month later, a monk, rising in the night to relieve himself, discovered his fellow disciple collapsed in the latrine. He reached out to help him, only to find that the man had already breathed his last. His entire face had been torn off, the bloody tissue still steaming. The monk was so terrified that his soul nearly departed his body. This alarmed all the monks in the temple. Seeing this gruesome sight, everyone thought of the woman whose face had been torn off that day. A sense of dread washed over the monks, and rumors of a vengeful ghost quickly spread. The abbot dared not delay and promptly reported it to the authorities. The constables came up the mountain to investigate, but this time they could not find the real culprit. Moreover, the deceased monk had no other injuries besides the tearing off of his face, which was extremely strange. In the end, they arrested the monk who had first discovered the body, beat him severely, and threw him into prison, leaving the matter unresolved. The monks in the temple remained apprehensive, and as expected, misfortunes followed one after another. A month later, another monk died a violent death, his face torn off. Moreover, more than one person heard a woman's weeping within the temple that night. The fear could no longer be contained, and the next day, several monks bid farewell to the abbot and descended the mountain. This time, when they went to report to the authorities, the constables refused to come. The abbot was helpless, as the temple had no martial arts tradition, and the monks only knew how to chant scriptures. Who wouldn't be afraid in such a situation? At this moment, he suddenly remembered that his late master had once served under a Zen master at Zhenda Temple in his youth, giving them some connection to Zhenda Temple. Zhenda Temple was the foremost Buddhist temple in southern Flame, with a 1,000-year heritage and many eminent monks who were skilled in both Buddhist teachings and martial arts. Stories of eminent monks descending the mountain to vanquish demons and subdue evil spirits often circulated. Now that they had encountered such a strange event, they could seek help, considering they were both disciples of the Buddha. However, Zhenda Temple was located in Guangwu Prefecture in the northern part of southern Flame, near the Myriad Demon Mountain Range, which was quite a distance from Ling Mountain Prefecture. Therefore, the abbot entrusted the temple to his two most senior disciples and set off with a young disciple. Upon arriving at Zhenda Temple, he explained his identity and the events that had transpired in his temple. Zhenda Temple took the matter seriously and sent an inner courtyard Zen master to accompany him back. The journey took nearly half a month. To their dismay, the two disciples had taken a portion of the temple's gold and silver, sold off the deeds to fertile land, and disappeared without a trace. The abbot was furious. But monks soon discovered their bodies on the mountain path. Their faces had been torn off, but the gold and silver on their bodies remained untouched. This further indicated that it was not the work of bandits or thugs. The abbot had no choice but to ask the Zen master to subdue the demon. The Zen master stayed for a week, and nothing happened in the temple. One day, he suddenly approached the abbot, saying with a grave expression that the matter was thorny and could only be resolved by using the Buddhist treasure brought from Zhenda Temple to suppress the demon. He sealed the Buddhist treasure inside the temple's great bell, saying that monks must strike the bell every night at midnight to ensure the temple's safety. Otherwise, not only would the temple be poisoned, but even the surrounding populace might suffer. After giving these instructions, the Zen master left on his own. The abbot had no choice but to follow his instructions, striking the great bell every night. After doing so, it seemed that no more misfortunes occurred. However, after the violent deaths of several monks, the disciples in the temple had long harbored thoughts of leaving the mountain, either returning to secular life or seeking other places. The abbot could not stop them. In the end, even the young disciple who had been attending to him left the mountain to seek a new life. The abbot was a man of virtue, and fearing that the demon might emerge again to harm people, and unwilling to abandon the legacy passed down by his predecessors. He stayed on the mountain alone, striking the bell every night. As time passed, he did not encounter any misfortune. However, after the news that all the monks had left the temple spread, some vagrants, beggars, and even bandits came up the mountain to plunder. Everything that could be moved was taken away, and everything that could not be moved was smashed. Soon, the temple fell into disrepair, and no one came to offer incense anymore, and it became a completely desolate place. Dewu said in his travelogue that he felt quite sympathetic after hearing what the old monk had said. At the same time, he remembered that there were similar records in his family. He was a chivalrous man. So he instructed the old abbot that he would find a way to completely eliminate the demon after returning home. The old abbot merely waved his hand, saying that he was afraid his days were numbered and did not want to involve unrelated people. Dewu did not pay attention and quickly returned home after leaving the mountain. However, after the elders and his family heard him talk about this matter, they immediately placed him under house arrest. Dewu was puzzled, but the elders only said that if he got involved in such matters, it would inevitably implicate the family. He was released from house arrest 3 months later and immediately rushed back to the old place. However, the old abbot was no longer there. He found the nearby villagers, who said that the person responsible for delivering supplies to the mountain had discovered last month that the old monk had died violently in the temple, his face torn off. The county government had issued a notice forbidding the surrounding populace from going up the mountain. Dewu felt a chill in his heart and dared not go up the mountain again. Afterwards, he recorded the matter in its entirety in his travelogue. Du Ming finished telling the story of his uncle, his voice trembling slightly. He looked around and said, "The post station, the temple bell ringing, the sound of a woman crying. When the incident happened just now, my memories were suddenly stirred up. This place is the desolate mountain that my uncle visited." Jiang Ye also sighed. It was indeed such a coincidence. Then, according to the narrative in the story, the so-called Buddhist treasure of Jinda Temple should have indeed played a role in suppressing the demon, but it only delayed it for some time, and in the end, the old abbot was still killed. Moreover, judging from the bell ringing before the demon appeared, that Buddhist treasure eventually became its nourishment, making it even more powerful than before. This is the terrifying aspect of demons. Everything within the nightmare dimension, whether it be living beings, magical artifacts, or divine weapons, can become the demon's sustenance if they ultimately fail to escape. Afterwards, the area covered by the thick fog when the demon appears will become wider and wider. Those top-tier demons can envelop an entire city in an instant when they release their nightmare. If all the living beings in the city are devoured, the increase in strength is unimaginable. In the previous life, after the game merged with reality, there were several demons of this level. Their range of activity was called a forbidden zone, and the demons themselves were called lords of the forbidden zone. The thick fog in the area never dissipates, and once someone enters, even a 9th transformation expert has a near certain chance of death. The skin-stealing demon can only be considered relatively nascent, but if it is allowed to develop, it may eventually evolve into an even more terrifying existence. But with his current strength, Jiang Ye can only retreat and preserve himself. If something terrible really happens, the local powerhouses of Southern Flame will naturally appear. After Du Ming finished speaking, he calmed his mind and began investigating the corpse with his fellow soldiers. Soon, they made a new discovery. Chapter 52, True Identity. Task Allocation. The Blood Serpent Guards discovered certain items and letters from the body of Sister Chuer. Among these items was a human skin mask. From the artifacts, it appeared that this woman was not the genuine Sister Chuer, but rather a notorious female demoness, adept in the art of Qiyuan Dafa. This demoness referred to herself as the celestial fairy of colorful clouds, while the martial world derisively dubbed her the lustful fairy. Originating from the demonic sect Hahuan sect within the borders of Mang Kingdom, she had defected from her sect. She had previously drained the life force from over 10 male warriors, leading them to their demise. However, the letters bore the name of Sister Chuer, indicating that the recipient was likely one of her disciples. This raises the grim possibility that Sister Chuer fell victim to this demoness. For reasons unknown, this demoness then masqueraded as Sister Chuer, infiltrating the group tasked by the court, only to meet her end at the hands of a demonic creature. The intricacies of these events remain shrouded in mystery. However, such acts of impersonation and treachery are not uncommon in the martial world, and the Blood Serpent Guards remained indifferent. Seeing no further clues regarding the demonic creatures, Inshan ordered a halt to rest, intending to depart at dawn. Most demonic creatures seem to prefer nocturnal activities, a fact documented within many powerful factions. In this tense atmosphere, everyone gathered around the campfire. Fortunately, the fog gradually dissipated, and after nearly 2 hours, the first light of dawn broke. The remaining 9 hurriedly set forth, leaving the area behind. Traveling southward, Yinshan refrained from allowing the group to camp outdoors again, opting instead for brief respites in villages and towns. No further incidents transpired along the way, though time was inevitably lost. The atmosphere within the group grew increasingly somber. Mu's second son, mourning the loss of 2 brothers, remained silent throughout, his head bowed and expression dark. Mr. Lu, known for his reticence, was similarly taciturn. The blood serpent guards, having lost a comrade, exhibited signs of anxiety. The experience of confronting demonic creatures was starkly different from encounters with bandits. The grotesque and despairing memories of witnessing such brutality lingered long in the minds of survivors. Even martial artists of 5th rank and above felt vulnerable before these creatures, often meeting their end in an instant. 4 days later, the 9 finally arrived in Zixi County of the Xia Prefecture. Upon entering the county town, the attire and appearance of the pedestrians markedly contrasted with those in Liang City. According to prior intelligence from the Blood Serpent Guards, the local authority was dominated by the Shimin tribe from the southern barbaric clans. Aside from the county magistrate, all local officials, including the county constable and deputy, were of the Shimin lineage. This tribe's members generally exhibited a lean physique, dark skin, and visible snake tattoos on their exposed skin. The tribal elders and leaders often adorned their faces with distinctive serpent god paint, representing their deity, which was depicted as a creature with a serpent's head and a human body. They claimed descent from the serpent god, asserting the ability to control myriad snakes. After the establishment of the Southern Yan state, multiple wars were waged against the southern barbaric tribes, leading to the eventual assimilation of most. However, the Shimin remained notably defiant, only succumbing to allegiance 30 years ago due to heavy losses, with their youth reduced to less than 1/5 of their pre-war numbers. They thus accepted the imperial decree, earning the disdain of the former emperor. Although publicly aligned with other tribes, the Shimin were granted a mere 4th rank viscountcy, with territory limited to less than 100 miles around Zixi County. Consequently, internal grievances against the Southern Yan government festered, leading to covert conflicts despite their ostensible compliance. Prior to entering Zixi County, the Blood Serpent Guards had received a warning from their supervising officer to avoid conflicts with the Shimin. Upon entering the city, Yinshan and his companions arrived at a well-prepared 3-courtyard residence, divided into front and back sections by a wall. The premises contained 7 or 8 rooms, some partitioned for privacy. The kitchen was stocked with various non-perishable foods. After a brief absence of half an hour, Yinshan returned, gathered everyone in the main hall, and outlined the forthcoming operations. Including themselves, there were 4 action teams in Zixi County, each assigned to a different quadrant. They were the last to arrive, with the northern district designated as their responsibility. Yinshan unfurled a map of Zixi County and its surroundings, pointing out the details. Zixi County had only 2 city gates, located to the north and east. Should the 9 crows wish to exchange stolen goods within the county, they would inevitably have to enter through these gates. Thus, their mission bore significant weight, requiring constant vigilance at the gates while monitoring internal movements. The group exchanged glances, having also noted the unusual demeanor of the Shimin upon entering the city. The subsequent capture of the 9 crows would likely incite unexpected turmoil within the city, necessitating caution. Yinshan continued, stating that he and several other flag officers had conferred. The task of monitoring the city gates would fall to the brothers. The local merchants dealing in purple jade and the movements of the Shimin would require the attention of the martial heroes. His tone had grown more courteous, recognizing the arduous nature of the mission, especially given the loss of 4 members en route. Concerned that others might withdraw, leaving them short-handed and unable to maintain control, he entrusted the crucial task of monitoring the city gates to the Blood Serpent Guards, whose skills in reconnaissance and tracking surpassed those of ordinary martial artists. Seeing no objections, Yinshan proceeded to allocate internal operations. These plans had been established prior, and the distribution among the teams would occur post-entry. Yinshan himself had no specific tasks, opting instead for independent action to adapt, provide support, and supervise. Subsequently, through a drawing of lots, the destinations of Jiang Ye, Mu's second son, and Mr. Lu were determined. Jiang Ye drew a lot indicating he would be responsible for gathering intelligence in the northern inns and taverns while keeping watch on the Shimin's higher-ups. Mu's second son and Mr. Lu were assigned to monitor the various jade shops in the northern district, where purple jade was sold. Purple jade comes in various grades, with the highest quality being worth 100 taels of silver for a piece the size of a fingertip. The 9 crows, seeking to offload their stolen goods, would undoubtedly prioritize such high-quality purple jade for its ease of transport. Thus, the larger jade shops would be focal points. The local stone warehouses, which stored vast quantities of purple jade, were under tight security, manned not only by shaman warriors but also by individuals from the southern Yin. In truth, purple jade has gained considerable favor among the nobility and officials of southern Yin in recent years, making it a popular commodity. Therefore, in a purple jade-producing region like Zixi County, numerous non-shaman merchants and external forces, including branches of premier trading houses, had established a presence. Such a substantial market share could not be monopolized by the shaman alone. Without external parties facilitating sales, the shaman would struggle to find buyers for any purple jade they unearthed. Consequently, a semblance of harmony persisted among the various factions. Chapter 53, 7 days later. There are movements. Everyone received their orders and hastily prepared. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment, realizing he needed to create an identity for himself. A way to infiltrate the information network surrounding the trade of ZU in Z County. If that were the case, if Zhou Xiao exchanged official silver for ZU in Z County, whispers would undoubtedly emerge. 7 days later. Brother Jiang, if I may say, ZU should be transported northward now. There is an overabundance of it in Nanyin, and prices are bound to plummet soon. The savages from Mang country have yet to see such a novelty. Haha, Boss Li, your foresight is commendable. Brother Jiang, do not heed old Li's nonsense. Those wild men from Mang country would hardly value jade. The price of ZU there would plummet. Moreover, my cousin has long resided in Jiang country, and with the ongoing strife between Mang and Jiang, the journey would be perilous. If we truly brought goods there, our lives would be in jeopardy. Is Brother Lu speaking the truth? Would I dare deceive you? Jiang Ye chuckled as he refilled their tea, engaging in casual conversation. During the past week, he had often mingled in the busiest tea house in the northern part of the city, a hub for numerous merchants. There were small traders as well as those who owned treasure shops, or representatives dispatched by large trading houses, all coming here to select materials and procure goods. Initially, Jiang Ye struck up conversations, claiming that his family had been in trade for generations, but had fallen into decline, prompting him to seek new opportunities. This immediately piqued the interest of many merchants. In the days that followed, he became well acquainted with merchants in their 30s and 40s, learning the rules and amusing anecdotes of the jade trade, while also subtly gathering gossip. However, he had yet to uncover any news regarding the suspected appearance of Zhou Xiao. The others had not reported any developments either. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of anxiety, with only 3 days remaining of the 10-day deadline for his task. These forest bandits were remarkably patient. As the afternoon wore on, approaching dusk, Jiang Ye planned to find a place for dinner. While walking down the street, someone brushed past him. Slowing his pace, he moved to a secluded area and retrieved a note from his pocket. Upon opening it, he recognized the agreed-upon mark from Yinshan. The content indicated that 3 suspicious individuals had been spotted in the northern part of the city, prompting the locals to pursue them. Yunxing Street, he noted, was in that direction, so he hurried towards it. Upon arriving at Yunxing Street, he quickly spotted Mr. Lu, who exchanged a brief glance with him. However, Mu's second son was absent. Jiang Ye refrained from approaching Mr. Lu, as it would easily expose them. He pretended to browse various stalls, feigning interest in trinkets while keenly observing his surroundings. At that moment, 3 individuals resembling the descriptions from the note entered his line of sight. They had ordinary appearances, medium builds, and all bore weapons resembling crude knives wrapped in cloth at their waists. Their faces were weary, and mud clung to their boots. Most conspicuously, one of them carried a long, rectangular box that seemed to contain something heavy. The trio appeared anxious, glancing around nervously before swiftly turning into an alley. Jiang Ye exchanged a covert nod with Mr. Lu and entered the alley from opposite ends. In the alley, the 3 walked leisurely. Jiang Ye stood at the entrance, watching their retreating figures without pursuing them immediately. The trap was too obvious. The 3 seemed like hooks concealed beneath bait, their intentions glaringly evident. Jiang Ye even suspected that the box contained no official silver at all. Just then, Mr. Lu intercepted the trio. They appeared to have anticipated this, sneering as they drew their knives and launched an assault. These men were clearly not ordinary thugs. Their strikes were swift and fierce, demonstrating a notable level of skill. They coordinated seamlessly, forcing Mr. Lu into a defensive position. Despite maintaining his composure and employing his scholarly sword technique, Mr. Lu found himself cornered, the situation dire. Jiang Ye sighed. His intelligence was too limited. Even knowing these men were mere decoys, he had to intervene. He surged forward, but one assailant broke off to intercept him. However, Jiang Ye did not draw his jiaoqi knife. Instead, he unleashed his demonic form. Instantly towering at 6 feet 5 inches, his muscles bulged, covered in intricate demonic patterns, dark energy swirling around him. Upon seeing this transformation, the assailant's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, Jiang Ye charged forward with unprecedented speed. In a moment of realization, the man attempted to block with his knife, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, Jiang Ye's massive frame collided with the bandit, propelling both into a dilapidated house, walls crumbling and dust billowing. Even before hitting the ground, the bandit felt 3 of his ribs snap, and upon landing, blood gushed from his mouth. Terror filled his eyes. Who was this person? And how could his physicality be so formidable? Struggling to draw upon his energy to flee, he found no respite as Jiang Ye seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful knee strike to the bandit's chest. Without pausing to gauge the man's reaction, Jiang Ye swiftly lifted him and slammed him into the ground, repeating the motion 5 times. By then, the bandit's body had grown limp, bones shattered, eyes bulging, limbs twitching. He was beyond saving. Jiang Ye marveled at his own destructive power. This mountain bandit was clearly an elite within Jiao Zhao's ranks, possessing 5th transformation strength. Yet, in his current demonic state, he was akin to a mere rag doll, dispatched in moments. This demonic form was indeed terrifying. As he felt the intense drain of his true blood, Jiang Ye wasted no time and charged towards the other 2 bandits. Hearing the commotion, they turned back, their faces paling at the sight. Their companion, of similar strength, had not survived a single exchange against this monstrous figure. The black energy swirling around Jiang Ye was an enigma. What manner of being was this? A bandit cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Lu pierced the shoulder of one of them. Run! Scatter! The last bandit bellowed, and before he could finish, he bolted from the alley. His speed was remarkable, clearly possessing excellent lightness skills, and in an instant, he had vanished from sight. The injured bandit sought to escape, but Mr. Lu's swordplay transformed, flowing like a relentless rain, ensnaring him in place. The bandit cursed internally, unable to break free. Jiang Ye roared as he charged forward, his fist propelling towards the bandit like a cannonball. This was a living merit point. He could not let it slip away. With a resounding thud, Jiang Ye's first punch connected, striking the bandit's arm with a crisp sound. The brigand's right arm hung limp, the bones within completely shattered. His face was ashen. But before he could utter a scream, a second blow landed on his abdomen. Thwack! The brigand's eyes bulged as his abdomen was pierced through. His terrified gaze shifted downward with difficulty, only to see a massive fist protruding from his front to his back. Ha! Ha! The brigand struggled to breathe, his lips twitching weakly, unable to speak. His eyes were filled with nothing but fear and pleading. With the third blow, the brigand's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering blood mist across the stone wall behind him. His headless body collapsed 3 seconds later. Nearby, Mr. Lu remained silent, though his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his loss of composure. Ding! Eliminated Lingxi, Brigand 1, 100 merit points. Team elimination of Lingxi, Brigand 1, 80 merit points. Eliminated 2 5th-rank martial artists, Siphoned Essence, True Blood, 20,000. Current True Blood, 35,000. Recalibrating Strength, Current Strength, Initial First Blood, Base Form. Peak First Blood, Demonic Physique. Jiang Ye noticed changes in his interface. Levels had vanished, replaced by realms. He found this quite surprising. This was a change that was supposed to occur after the game merged with reality, yet it was happening to him prematurely. But it was all for the best, saving him a lot of trouble. However, he was puzzled by this First Blood. Could this be a unique realm of the True Blood system? Initial First Blood. This First Blood must be the first realm of True Blood. But he felt that even without using his demonic physique, he was at least comparable to a 5th-rank expert. Once the demonic physique was activated, even a peak 6th rank might not be a match for him. He just didn't know how the True Blood system corresponded to the 2 indigenous martial arts systems, True Force and True Qi. There was also the Divine Sense system, which was the domain of mage-type players. These 3 indigenous systems, in theory, were not inherently superior to each other, merely different in focus. But his True Blood system, forged through the fusion of the ancestral demon and Pangu bloodlines, was excessively powerful. Its starting point was far higher, and it could directly siphon the essence of enemies to replenish and rapidly strengthen his own true blood. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt something. He looked inward, through his clothes, at the dark space within his body, where a single, exceptionally dense and heavy drop of blood floated, radiating boundless power. Was this the symbol of the first blood realm? Looking again at the merit information. He received 20 fewer merit points for the second brigand he killed. That must be because Mr. Liu had injured the opponent's shoulder first. So it was counted as a team kill, and the points were distributed based on contribution. Jiang Ye felt a bit of regret. He was still too weak. If he had been a bit faster, he could have taken it all. Mr. Liu tightened his patch-long robe. For some reason, he suddenly felt a chill in the air. The last brigand had been extremely decisive in his escape, not even glancing at the box. Now it lay discarded on the ground. Mr. Liu, why don't you open it? Jiang Ye suggested. Mr. Liu sighed. He knew what would be inside when he opened it. But like Jiang Ye's earlier thought, even if he knew it was just a feint, he had to do it. Clang. Mr. Liu still drew his sword, severing the iron lock on the box. The box opened, revealing a layer of cloth. When lifted, it revealed nothing but heavy iron blocks. Though he had expected it, Mr. Liu still shook his head helplessly. The two stood in the alley, speechless for a moment. Tap, tap, tap. Rapid footsteps approached. The two turned to see Yinshan entering the alley. He glanced at the iron blocks on the ground, his face ashen. A diversion. A brilliant feint. The enemy had clearly exploited the fact that Zixian County was difficult for the imperial court to govern. And the Blood Python Guard was facing a shortage of manpower. Often, you knew it was likely a trap, but you had to try. One try required dispersing manpower, thus falling into the trap. In this passive situation, there was really no good way to avoid it. Jiang Ye guessed what had happened and asked, Lord Yin, did you perhaps see that Mulao heir? Yinshan said grimly, indeed. He has most likely been bought off by the 9 vultures in the city these past few days. He came to me just now, covered in injuries, saying that you were ambushed and that the official silver was here. Enough, let's not talk about this. The thieves must be trading outside the city now. There's no time to delay. Before he finished speaking, he turned and hurried towards the north of the city, without telling the two what to do. Clearly, he couldn't trust them. Jiang Ye understood the situation. He had thought before that the 9 vultures would most likely not bring the official silver into the city to sell. They were all registered by the imperial court, with bounties on their heads for many years, their faces well known in the martial world. Furthermore, 20,000 taels of official silver, no matter how it was transported into the city, would be too conspicuous. So there was only one way, to contact a buyer in advance and have them bring jade out of the city for the transaction. And the side bringing the jade would ensure safety by holding the transaction somewhere not far outside the city. It seemed that in the end, they would have to fight for real. The 9 vultures must have ambushed a lot of men outside the city. The Blood Python Guard had been under their control from the moment they entered Zixian County. And with an unknown number of martial artists within the various teams turning traitor, this battle would be quite difficult. But no matter how difficult, they had to fight. Being listed as a B-level mission meant that it had unavoidable difficulties. Besides, each brigand was a merit point, and there was also the crucial true blood to be plundered. There was no reason to back down. Jiang Ye chased after Yinshan's figure, while Mr. Liu followed silently, his gaze equally determined. Outside Zixian County, in a dense forest beside the official road, a giant with a height close to 2 meters and a face full of black beard watched his subordinates count several exquisite embroidered pouches. Behind him, there were nearly 100 men, each with a fierce aura, clearly a band of desperados. Beside him was a tall, thin, beardless man with triangular eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing. Soon, the subordinate nodded to him. The giant laughed heartily and looked at the middle-aged man dressed as a plump merchant. Steward Wan, a pleasure doing business with you. This time, we've really troubled you. The middle-aged merchant stroked his beard and said with a smile, not at all, not at all. If it weren't for the time constraints, I would have had the girls from the steaming Jade Pavilion entertain the 3rd leader and 9th leader properly. The black-bearded giant laughed and patted the triangular-eyed man's shoulder. He joked, Old 9, you're as horny as they come. Why don't I return to the mountain to report to the big brother first, and you can stay in the city and have some fun. The plump merchant smiled without saying a word. He knew that this 9th of the 9 vultures was nicknamed Ghost of Lust. It was said that he was originally the son of an official family when he was young, but he was extremely lecherous by nature. Not only did he have more than a dozen concubines. Chapter 55, Golden Jade Pavilion. That reprobate, Liu, not yet content. extended his depraved grasp toward the women of his own household, resulting in his expulsion from his family. Later, having acquired martial prowess from an unknown source, he turned to banditry, notorious for abducting young women of remarkable beauty, whom he subjected to nightly torment. Numerous affluent families and even daughters of county officials in the surrounding towns fell victim to his cruelty, yet there was no recourse. This burly brute was no better, albeit with a preference for women who had already borne children, claiming that virgins would perish within a day from his brutal assaults, while women who had given birth could endure his torments for a longer duration. However, this band possessed formidable strength. Even the lecherous fiend, the lowest ranked among the 9 vultures, possessed the power of an early-stage 7th-grade cultivator. The burly brute, as the third in command, had martial cultivation that had reached the late stage of the 7th grade. Although he had a mountain to rely on and a background no weaker than his adversaries, he would not easily offend such a formidable force. Despite knowing the matter concerned the imperial court, he accepted the commission, for such were the tenets of the Golden Jade Pavilion. Lose your head if you must, but never turn away business. Furthermore, there were no strangers to such dealings. The Golden Jade Pavilion, as the preeminent mercantile house in the land, wielded terrifying influence. With branches spanning the 3 kingdoms of the eastern continent and various tribal khanates, with even a presence in other continents, such a vast commercial network generated staggering annual profits. Without sufficient military might, it would be impossible to safeguard this treasure-laden vessel. Wan Shinkai, one of the Golden Jade Pavilion's stewards in the Southern Flame Kingdom, dared to assert that unless the Golden Jade Pavilion sought to usurp the throne, even the emperors would not dare to provoke them. Were the sovereign of the Southern Flame Kingdom to personally arrive, even Emperor Jiang Ye would have to show due respect. For the Southern Flame imperial family received annual disbursements from the Golden Jade Pavilion amounting to tens of millions of taels of silver. The 9th chieftain with triangular eyes, overhearing the burly brute's jest, found his mind consumed by images of delicate figures. Having lurked outside the city for days to dispose of stolen goods, he was consumed by pent-up desires. Had it not been for his fear of the chief, he would have already indulged in his predilections. He demurred. Third brother jest. If I were to bungle the chief's orders, even 3 heads would not suffice. Let us return to the stronghold first. Wan Shinkai, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, wore a smiling visage, his small eyes concealing unfathomable emotions. Suddenly, he turned his head, as if having detected some movement, and addressed the 2 chieftains with a smile. It appears that some individuals are unwilling to let you return so easily. I wonder if you require the assistance of the Golden Jade Pavilion? Rest assured, the price will be equitable. A businessman through and through, he did not forget to conduct business even at such a juncture. The Golden Jade Pavilion possessed dozens of affiliated security agencies and countless martial artists in its employ, making it a premier provider of bodyguard and mercenary services. There were even rumors in the martial world that the top assassin organizations were secretly supported by the Golden Jade Pavilion. Although Z County was situated on the frontier, its presence of amethyst jade mines justified the Golden Jade Pavilion's deployment of several top-tier 8th-grade experts in the area. The burly brute and the triangular-eyed chieftain twitched their ears, evidently sensing the distant commotion. The brute spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground and declared, "Thank you for your kind offer, Steward Wan. But we have no need to expend a fortune on your men to deal with these imperial dogs." Wan Shinkai guffawed. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to the chief." With that, his figure vanished into the dense forest. The burly brute unslung the great iron hammer from his back, its dark surface exuding a pungent odor. This was the weapon that had made him famous, having been used to crush 3 7th-grade imperial court experts to death. It was said that he was born a blacksmith, and after being reprimanded by his master, he had struck him dead with a hammer and fled with the silver. Endowed with extraordinary physique and innate strength, coupled with such a heavy weapon, his combat prowess was formidable. The triangular-eyed chieftain drew a slender longsword. Although he was a lecherous and audacious individual, he had mastered a sinister and swift sword technique, coupled with remarkable agility, enabling him to infiltrate official residences and steal women unscathed on numerous occasions. The brute slammed the iron hammer heavily onto the ground and roared, "Lads, give it your all. If these imperial dogs dare to pursue us, break every bone in their bodies. Kill, kill, kill." The bandits roared with excitement in the forest. For them, killing these imperial martial artists was no less stimulating than seizing women. Swiftly, 4 figures appeared in the clearing, followed by the blood serpent guards and martial artists from various factions. Shan was among the 4, all of whom were flag officers sent by the Blood Serpent Guards for this mission. All 4 possessed the strength of 7th-grade experts, coupled with advanced martial arts, making them elites amongst 7th-grade cultivators. Shan was the most accomplished among them, having reached the late stage of the 7th grade. From the perspective of top-tier combat strength, the Imperial Court held the upper hand. However, the bandits outnumbered them, and each possessed considerable strength. The brute and the triangular-eyed chieftain wore sneering expressions, showing no fear. Shan stepped forward and roared with a cold face. Lu, the reprobate blacksmith, and Lu Hua, the lecherous fiend. You have been wanted by the Imperial Court for many years, yet you dare to seize official silver and enter the city to dispose of it. You are truly audacious. Surrender, and you may be spared the agony of dismemberment. Jiang Ye, who had come from behind, wore a peculiar expression. How could the brute's name be so plebeian? What were his parents thinking when they named him? The burly brute's face twitched, and a murderous aura emanated from his body, evidently enraged by Shan's words. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My name is Lu Yong. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Yong? Shan scoffed. "So you've changed your name? But your name is Lu, the reprobate, and I haven't mispronounced it. You're courting death." The brute roared in fury, and his massive frame, nearly 2 meters tall, leaped up, wielding the heavy hammer. The sky was engulfed in shadow, even the sunlight was obscured, and the air was rapidly compressed, causing everyone to feel a momentary cessation of breath. A late-stage 7th-grade expert exerted his full strength upon making a move, coupled with Lu Yong's ferocious physique, placing immense pressure on the Imperial Court side. Well done. Shan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Provoking Lu Yong was precisely his intention. The enemy possessed a numerical advantage, and if they were to engage in a formal battle, his side would easily be routed. He had to utilize the terrain of the forest to stall for time and eliminate the 2 chieftains before securing victory. He exchanged glances with the other 3 flag officers, and according to their prior plan, Shan and 2 flag officers would join forces to besiege Lu Yong, while the remaining comrade would engage Lu Hua, the lecherous fiend, in a one-on-one duel. Lu Yong was the most crucial factor influencing the battle, and he had to be taken down first to make things easier later. Shan dodged the first strike, used his serpent wing saber to deflect the flying gravel, and soared up with the other 2 comrades. Swift and powerful saber strikes assailed Lu Yong from different directions. Meanwhile, Lu Hua had also engaged the flag officer. Chapter 56. Chaotic Battle. Mass Exodus. These standard-bearers were the veritable powerhouses of the Blood Serpent Guard, each proficient in superior true force or true chi techniques, as well as the most practical combat maneuvers. Upon their initial assault, the dense forest reverberated with various force energies, sword chi crisscrossed, and a large number of branches were severed. Reaching the 7th cycle marked a transition into a new realm for martial artists. For true chi practitioners, the 7th cycle enabled them to project their true chi from their bodies, imbuing it into their weapons for formidable power. For true force practitioners, the 7th cycle allowed them to cultivate their force within their organs, condensing it into a core of energy. A casual strike could unleash this core force, resulting in astonishing destructive capabilities. Lu Jiango followed the true force path, complementing his innate divine strength physique. Now, facing the siege of 3 7th cycle experts from the Blood Serpent Guard, the heavy hammer in his hand was like a siege engine, causing the entire dense forest to tremble under his core force, which was exceedingly terrifying. For a time, the 3 standard-bearers' sword chi could not penetrate his defenses, only restricting him from the periphery. The lecherous Lu Hua narrowed his sinister triangular eyes, channeling true chi into his slender sword. He launched a rapid series of thrusts towards the Blood Serpent Guard standard-bearer, blocking his path, aiming exclusively at the lower body. The surrounding bandits shouted their support, swarming towards the others to engage in close combat. Their average strength was around the 4th cycle, but they possessed a numerical advantage. Jiang Ye and Appos' side had fewer than 15 martial artists. However, Jiang Ye was particularly excited, charging out first. He was determined that no one would steal his merit points. With true blood coursing through his body, his initial true blood realm was comparable to the early 5th cycle in strength. He drew his serpent wing blade, slashing at the first bandit who charged at him. Although he had not cultivated any specific swordsmanship, the true blood enhancement to his body was very similar to that of a true force practitioner, yet subtly different. Each of his strikes contained a force from the depths that surged like overlapping waves. This was the ferocious power released when true blood burned. Clang! As their weapons clashed, the bearded bandit's expression instantly changed. The immense force transmitted through the blade caused a sweetness in his throat, and he staggered backward, unable to stop himself from retreating several steps. Before he could react, a sharp blade light dazzled his eyes. A line of blood spurted out as the bandit clutched his throat, which had been neatly severed, and collapsed. Killed a 9 Vulture Bandit 1. Merit points 100. True Blood 2000. Continue. Jiang Ye charged towards the most densely packed area of bandits, disregarding the encroaching bloody aura. Clang. He deflected a long saber slashing from the right, and thrust into the abdomen of the bandit in front of him, pulling out the serpent wing blade as the bandit stared in astonishment. Blood and viscera poured out, and Jiang Ye darted to the right, grinning at the bandit who had swung his saber at him earlier. The blade in his hand slashed out violently. Without any need for technique, just speed. The blade light shattered the bandit's resistance, severing his wrist in midair. Barely had the scream escaped when his head was cleaved off. A fountain of blood gushed out, splattering across Jiang Ye's face. Suddenly, Jiang Ye felt a sharp pain in his back. He instinctively rolled forward, and a blade struck down again, cleaving the air where he had been. The bandit roared, following up with a step, slashing at Jiang Ye, who had not yet risen. Jiang Ye deftly parried, reaching out to grab the man's collar, and yanked hard. The bandit lost his balance, falling towards him. Jiang Ye clenched his fist, slamming it into the bandit's chest with a thud. The bandit's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before kneeling and falling face first into the dirt. One punch had shattered his heart meridians. However, while Jiang Ye displayed such valor, the other martial artists were mostly in dire straits. Although these bandits were individually weaker than them, the group brought to the dense forest was clearly well-trained and coordinated. As soon as they engaged, they immediately dispersed the outnumbered martial artists, isolating them before encircling and attacking. This forced each martial artist to face the siege of at least 7 or 8 bandits. The situation immediately became one-sided. Several screams echoed through the dense forest. "Ah, my hand. My hand is broken. There are too many of them. We can't fight them at all." On the other side, a standard-bearer involved in the siege of Lu Jiango, noticing the situation, roared, "Deserters will be executed." The 3 of them had initially thought they could quickly suppress Lu Jiango, thereby injuring or even killing him to secure victory. However, after engaging, they realized they had misjudged his strength. His immense power, combined with the heavy hammer, had created a vacuum around him that they could not penetrate. Additionally, true force practitioners drew their strength from the resonating vibration of their organs and skin. In terms of skillful techniques and sustained endurance, they were inferior to true Qi practitioners, but their burst power was superior. Lu Jiango knew their intentions, so he unleashed his full power with unyielding ferocity, aiming to injure or kill one of them in a short time. Besides Yin Shan, the other 2 were experiencing some internal pain, realizing they had sustained internal injuries. Seeing the martial artists beginning to retreat, they became anxious. Once this group of martial artists fled, the remaining Blood Serpent Guard would certainly be unable to hold out and would be slaughtered. At that point, they would all be buried here. In the original plan, the magistrates of nearby counties would send troops to assist, but the message sent out 3 days ago had not yet received a response. This had led to their current isolation. The standard-bearer's roar not only failed to suppress the martial artist's desire to retreat, but it also had the opposite effect. A man with a saber shouted, "I'll cut your horse. I'll cut it. What can you government officials do if I run? Third brother, retreat." He called out to his companion, fighting his way out. With this man leading the charge, the morale of the remaining martial artists completely collapsed. One by one, they shouted and ran outwards. The scene immediately descended into chaos, with over a dozen martial artists breaking out, pursued by nearly 100 bandits. Screams rang out as at least 7 or 8 martial artists were cut down in the chaos, becoming stepping stones for the others. Several martial artists escaped, but the bandits were clearly disciplined and did not continue the pursuit. During this time, Jiang Ye was having a blast. Taking advantage of the bandits' diverted attention, he slashed wildly through the chaos, felling over a dozen bandits in succession. Only then did the others realize something was wrong. "Damn it, there's still one here. Let's take him down first, then go help the 2 leaders. Kill him. He took advantage of the chaos to kill several of our brothers. Kill him." Seeing that this kid was so audacious, not running at this point, the bandits were filled with murderous intent, wanting to chop him into mincemeat. Jiang Ye looked at the approaching swords and murmured to himself, "Damn, there really are a lot of people. But I like it. Come on." He suddenly roared towards the sky, throwing the serpent wing blade in his hand. The bandits were all stunned. Damn, is this kid crazy? A bandit rushed forward, raising his saber high, grinning menacingly. Scared out of your mind by us grandpas. Die. Just then, the handsome young man's body began to undergo drastic changes. Chapter 57. The Blood Serpent Guard in Grave Injury. The might of the demon body. His stature surged, garments taut against his frame, only to be rent asunder by the explosive growth of his muscles. Jiang Ye's physique resembled iron forged in fire, bursting forth with raw power without a trace of bulkiness. Each muscle undulated with the transmission of terrifying strength. Internally, his tendons, bones, and skin had undergone exaggerated transformations. The hardness of his corporeal form had more than tripled, accompanied by sinewy, resilient bones. His skin had become more tenacious than that of a wild bull. The essence of his true blood energy was compressed and amplified at every juncture, while intricate magical runes adorned his exterior, rendering Jiang Ye both enigmatic and intimidating. An ancient, primal aura erupted from within him. The mountain bandits stood frozen, as if confronted by an ancient beast. What manner of being is this? The physical prowess of a true martial artist? But is it not the domain of an 8-turned true martial artist? Before they could regain their senses, Jiang Ye let out a furious roar, his muscles swelling as his arm, resembling a raging dragon, reached out and seized the mountain bandit poised to strike with his raised blade. The bandit's neck was ensnared with inexplicable force, leaving him gasping for breath. As he met Jiang Ye's cold gaze, his face flushed crimson, swiftly shifting to shock and terror. Death! Jiang Ye exerted pressure, shattering the bandit's neck, his fingers piercing through to the vertebrae. The bones crumbled under his immense strength like clay. The bandit's eyes dimmed, blood erupting from his sockets, creating a gruesome spectacle. Roll! Jiang Ye bellowed, casting the lifeless body into the throng. Like a beast, he lunged towards the crowd. The mountain bandits, momentarily stunned by the sight, scrambled to evade the hurled corpse, their formation shattered. Many gazed upon the imposing figure of Jiang Ye, now resembling a towering beast, their legs trembling as they forgot their own numerical advantage of 70 or 80 men. Kill! Jiang Ye pounced into the fray like a famished tiger. It was as if he had surrounded them, rather than being surrounded himself. Seizing 2 heads in his hands, he brought them together with a sickening crunch. Their skulls shattered, blood splattering from his monstrous fingers. This horrifying display further intimidated the mountain bandits, causing several to drop their weapons in trembling fear. Just as Jiang Ye prepared to unleash further carnage, a thunderous voice rang out. Fools! Why fear one man? Charge together and chop him to pieces. The gruff voice of the giant Lu Jiango reverberated through the chaos. Jiang Ye turned to see one of the 3 blood serpent guard ensigns, who had been attacking the giant, now pale as parchment, blood at the corner of his mouth, his movements significantly slower than before. With most of the pressure shifted to his companions, Jiang Ye was momentarily astonished. The giant's strength was formidable enough to severely injure one of the ensigns. At this rate, Inshan and the others would not hold out much longer. The giant, managing to keep an eye on the unfolding battle and rallying his comrades, revealed his growing dominance. Inshan and the other 2 were now sweating profusely, their expressions grave. Although surprised by the giant's distraction, they dared not turn their heads, fearful of a trap. One of them had been injured after they had found an opening and advanced to seize the moment, only to discover the giant had donned high-grade armor, deliberately presenting a false vulnerability. The giant had withstood a strike, gravely wounding one of his comrades. If not for the comrade's instinct to leap back just in time, that blow would have cost him his life. Their situation was becoming increasingly dire. With one member nearly incapacitated, the remaining 2 could not maintain equilibrium against Lu Jiango. Meanwhile, the surrounding mountain bandits, stirred by their leader's rallying cry, regained their focus. Brothers, charge! He is but one man. Let us slay him with a flurry of blades. Morale surged, and the tide of bodies surged towards Jiang Ye. Despite their strength, the rush forced Jiang Ye back several steps. The bandits, emboldened, swung their weapons wildly. Come on! Jiang Ye, consumed by bloodlust, seized one bandit, flipping him upside down and smashing his head into the ground, bursting it open. He then swung the hefty corpse, sending it crashing into the advancing mountain bandits. At that moment, Jiang Ye felt sharp pains radiating through his body. Blood sprayed forth as wounds opened on his back, arms, and thighs. He was bleeding, and the frenzy intensified. He was determined to vanquish this scoundrel. The sight of blood only heightened the bandits' excitement. Yet Jiang Ye felt no fear. The pain was but a fleeting sensation, quickly overshadowed by a surge of adrenaline. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: kill, kill, kill. Unnoticed by all, the slain bandits bore faint, imperceptible bloodlines connecting them to the frenzied Jiang Ye, continuously feeding him their life essence. His wounds healed rapidly, only for new ones to emerge. The power of the demon body reached its zenith, with dark, ethereal energy enveloping him like flames. Each punch he delivered was imbued with this terrifying force, rendering the flesh of his opponents as fragile as clay. Jiang Ye's eyes turned a vivid crimson, while the magical runes across his body glimmered with an ominous light, seemingly alive, conveying a sense of exhilaration. He was not merely fighting. He was thirsting for blood. The ground beneath him was drenched in the blood of the slain bandits. Yet, despite the numerous wounds inflicted upon him, they were thwarted by his incredibly resilient bones and sinews. Thus, while his exterior bore the marks of battle, his core remained unscathed. At some point, the mountain bandits finally recognized the anomaly. No matter how many blades they drove into Jiang Ye, his fighting spirit seemed inexhaustible. What had once appeared a precarious stance now stood bizarrely resilient against their frenzied onslaught, only to escalate into greater brutality. Anyone in his vicinity met with violent ends, skulls crushed, spines shattered, and bellies pierced. He was not merely killing. He was crafting a hellscape. The stench of blood thickened in the air, eliciting nausea. The grotesque bodies littered around him formed a harrowing tableau. His speed was astonishing, relentlessly charging towards the densest clusters of bandits, unleashing a wave of slaughter. One bandit staggered back, pale-faced, observing the carnage and the towering figure hunting them down. His spirit quaked. This man, this monster, showed no signs of fatigue. His blood would never run dry. Chapter 58. Flight. Upheaval. Under the sway of the herd mentality, a multitude coalesces into a singular entity, thereby infinitely diminishing individual perception and cogitation, a phenomenon exacerbated during sanguinary melees. This aptitude, characteristic of humans as gregarious creatures, metamorphoses into their death knell when confronting formidable adversaries. A verity presently substantiated. Subsequent to the initial brigands' realization of the invincibility of the fiend they faced, the tally of their fallen comrades exceeded 50. As they cast apprehensive glances about, the dwindling ranks of their brethren instilled a sense of dread, rivaling their prior exhilaration, which swiftly permeated their ranks. Conversely, the hitherto beleaguered blood python guards, emboldened by Jiang Ye's valor, rallied, turning the tide against their assailants. Jiang Ye yearned to bellow, "Desist from pilfering my spoils." At length, a brigand, unable to endure, vociferated, "Brothers, we are succumbing." The formidable presence of the third chieftain, Lu Jiango, paled in comparison to the deadly specter dominating the field. The inaugural brigand relinquished his weapon, fleeing with lamentations. This act precipitated a widespread rout, as more brigands succumbed to panic. The scene devolved into chaos, with many brigands tripping over fallen bodies and viscous blood. Swiftly pursued by Jiang Ye, they were seized by the cranium and dashed against the ground, resulting in a macabre spectacle. Jiang Ye sneered, "Flee? Heh, none shall elude me." Snatching the nearest brigand, the prodigious, demonically tattooed musculature of the man propelled him with the swiftness of a tiger, closing the distance to within a foot of his quarry's back. Overwhelmed by the encroaching shadow, the brigand, driven by a final surge of courage born of terror, retaliated with a desperate slash. "Perish, fiend," he bellowed. Blood erupted as Jiang Ye stoically endured the blow, the blade penetrating 2 inches, rending flesh. Yet, upon encountering the underlying fascia, it met with resistance akin to dense rubber, dissipating the force. The brigand's countenance shifted in dismay, only to be hoisted aloft like a ragdoll. Gazing upward, he was assailed by the reeking miasma of blood, the crimson eyes above him burning with a predatory glee. "Is that all? It barely stings." Before the brigand could utter a word, his arms were seized and wrenched asunder. With a sickening tear, the severed limbs were discarded by Jiang Ye as refuse. The man, bereft of even a scream, succumbed to unconsciousness. "A demon! He is a demon!" The brigands fled, wailing in terror. Jiang Ye roared, "Attend to your wounds. I shall pursue." The remaining blood python guards exchanged bewildered glances, then, with some hesitation, obeyed. Jiang Ye's terrifying display had thoroughly subdued them. Whether officials or vagabonds, martial artists revered strength. Jiang Ye's prowess sufficed to dispel any preconceived notions about vagabonds. Moreover, they were all grievously wounded, and their pursuit might prove futile. Du Ming, ashen-faced, bore at least a dozen wounds of varying severity, resulting in significant blood loss. Fortunately, he had managed to staunch the flow with blood pills and secret remedies from his family. A brigand had attempted to decapitate him from behind, only to be thwarted by Jiang Ye, who dispatched the assailant with 2 brutal blows. He stood in conflicted contemplation, a blend of gratitude and admiration swirling within him. No wonder Father says the martial world is vast, teeming with prodigies, and even my Du family is but a small skiff on the tide. Jiang's martial prowess surpasses even the true disciples of the great sections. His techniques are unprecedented. Du Ming resolved to cultivate this connection. With his insight as a scion of a martial lineage, he recognized Jiang Ye as a future apex predator. The cutthroat competition for inheritance among aristocratic families was fierce. As the 3rd son, he faced challenges from his elder brothers and younger siblings. Ultimately, success depended not only on personal strength and acumen but also on the quality of one's network. His enlistment in the Blood Python Guards was intended to hone his skills while forging connections with rising martial artists in Liang, potential allies for the future. Jiang Ye's extraordinary strength and humble origins made him the prime candidate. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye pursued the fleeing brigands while the 4 banner officers faced dire straits. The other Blood Python Guards, weakened and hesitant, dared not intervene. The clash of 7th-stage powerhouses was beyond their capacity to influence. Clang. Yinshan parried the blacksmith Lu Jiango's heavy blow with his python wing saber, his qi and blood surging violently, forcing him to stagger backward. Each of these blows inflicted severe trauma to his qi, blood, and internal organs. The resilience of a qi practitioner's organs paled in comparison to that of a true strength practitioner. After several exchanges, he had already sustained internal injuries. Yinshan's expression was grim. Damn it, this brute's divine strength compensates for the endurance deficiency of a true strength practitioner. Furthermore, he seized an opportunity to severely injure one of us. Our situation is precarious. Summoning their qi, he and another officer braced for Lu Jiango's onslaught. Previously, the brute had relentlessly pursued them after each repulse. However, this time, Lu Jiango watched them retreat with a sardonic glint in his eyes. Fools, the behemoth pivoted, abandoning the pursuit of the 2 officers, instead, charging toward the direction of lustful ghost Lu Hua. His immense size belied his surprising celerity, augmented by his innate strength. Yinshan and the other 2 officers stood momentarily stunned. Then, realizing the peril, their eyes widened in horror. Beware! Yinshan bellowed, lunging after Lu Jiango. His cultivation was the highest among the 4 officers, making him the swiftest. However, Lu Jiango was even faster, raising his massive hammer high, bringing it down upon his intended target. The Blood Python Guard officer, embroiled in a heated duel with lustful ghost Lu Hua, was oblivious to the impending doom. Only when the shadow engulfed him and the aura of power erupted did a premonition of danger strike him, sending shivers down his spine. Hearing the cries of his comrades, his combat experience kicked in. Without turning, he instinctively sidestepped. However, lustful ghost Lu Hua was no pushover. His slender sword danced like springtime silk, weaving a relentless web of concealed malice, perfectly obstructing the officer's path. The hammer and sword, a coordinated gambit of surprise, trapped the officer in a deadly predicament. Thwack! The slender sword pierced through the officer's body. His eyes glazed over as he instinctively recoiled, attempting to salvage a sliver of hope. However, lustful ghost's sword was lightning fast, delivering 5 more strikes in rapid succession. The qi-infused blade left 6 gaping wounds in the officer's body, his internal organs and flesh reduced to a mangled mess. Blood gushed from the officer's mouth. Chapter 59. The Realm of Blood and Flesh. The fleshly law body. His eyes widened, and his hand reached out as he beheld his furious and shocked comrade charging towards him. He wished to utter something, yet the severity of his injuries caused his life force to rapidly drain away, until it was entirely extinguished. Damn it! Yinshan bellowed, his eyes reddened with rage. The other 2 flag officers, their chests heaving, joined him in a furious assault against the 2 attackers. They had been comrades in the Blood Dragon Guard, having formed a deep camaraderie through numerous joint missions. Now, facing the mountain bandits, the death of one among them filled their hearts with shock and sorrow, rendering them irrational. The remaining members of the Blood Dragon Guard were equally astonished. They had not anticipated the demise of a flag officer amidst the fray. Lu Jiango and Lu Hua laughed heartily. Old Jiao, your swift swordplay is impressive. You and Oppos, Ve dealt a harsh blow to these court hounds. Lu Hua cackled, "Third brother. You must speak well of me before our elder brother this time." The situation, already skewed in favor of the two men, became overwhelmingly one-sided following the death of a flag officer from the Blood Dragon Guard. A pained groan escaped the lips of the flag officer, who had been injured by Lu Jianggo. He was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise for the time being. Yinshan's countenance turned ashen. "Damn it, am I really going to perish here today?" He shouted to the surrounding Blood Dragon guards. "Go quickly. Head to the county city for aid." Seeking help was futile. Yinshan merely wished to prevent his comrades from sharing the same fate. The giant let out a wild laugh, saying, "Leave? Where shall we go? Brothers, let us take care of this bunch first. Then we can have some fun with these two gentlemen." In the dense forest, apart from the furious gasps of the Blood Dragon guards, silence reigned. Why aren't my brothers responding?" Lu Jianggo and Lu Hua exchanged puzzled glances, only to realize that their subordinates lay dead around them, not a single one left standing. "Damn it, they're all dead?" Lu Jianggo's coarse face bore a look of disbelief. This group of Blood Dragon guards managed to decimate the elite of our Lingxi 9 fiends? Something felt amiss. Lu Hua cautioned, "Third brother, forget about them. Let us deal with the remaining two first." Indeed, Lu Jianggo snapped back to reality. If we eliminate these two, what other trouble could arise? At this moment, Yinshan took note of the scene unfolding in the forest, his heart filled with astonishment. He was well aware of his subordinates' capabilities. Logically, it was impossible for them to have annihilated this band of mountain thieves. Yet, as Lu Jianggo and Lu Hua charged him once more, he had no time to ponder. He could only muster the scant remnants of his true energy and prepare to fight. However, this time, they were unable to even maintain a semblance of resistance. From the very first clash, they were forced to retreat, and blood spilled from Yinshan's mouth. Du Ming and the others felt anxious. Some Blood Dragon guards, unable to restrain themselves, rushed forward to assist, but were merely sent flying by a wave of residual attack. Their fates were uncertain. In this dire moment, the only course of action was to heed Lord Yin's command and retreat. Otherwise, they would only meet a senseless demise. Du Ming clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration, lamenting his lack of diligence in martial training. If I had cultivated my family's core technique to the 7th level or higher, would I find myself in such a passive position today? Now, he felt like a stray dog, relying on the lives of others to pave his way to survival. Just as the remaining Blood Dragon guards, filled with resentment, prepared to leave, a massive figure emanating dark energy appeared in the forest. The scent of blood clung to him, bringing a wave of relief to the Blood Dragon guards. Wasn't he this the formidable stranger who had just saved their lives? Du Ming's spirits lifted as he approached. "Brother Jiang, are you well?" He offered his family's secret medicine. The towering figure, however, did not accept it but instead shook his head in dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I still let a few of these little cuties slip away. What a waste of my achievements." The figure was none other than Jiang Ye. He had just accessed the system information, revealing he had slain 72 mountain bandits, most through solo attacks, with a few classified as team kills. Of course, the true blood plunder remained unaffected. As long as he was the one to kill, it counted. In total, he had increased his true blood by 100,000 units and earned 650 points of merit. The merit aligned with Jiang Ye's expectations, but the true blood increase was significantly less than anticipated. Could it be that defeating weaker foes diminished the benefits of the plundered essence? This notion made sense. Similar to how some martial artists could only benefit from the effects of a few medicinal pills. To achieve sustained growth and strength, one required stronger stimuli, specifically, the blood and flesh of more formidable adversaries. Jiang Ye sensed that as his true blood expanded, it seemed to influence his psyche, instilling within him an intense craving for the latent energy contained within living beings. He became deeply fascinated by the act of seizing vitality. Jiang Ye was uncertain whether this situation might pose a danger, but he was acutely aware of one thing. He felt absolutely exhilarated. With over 130,000 units of true blood, his cultivation had directly ascended to the early stage of the second blood realm. Turning his gaze inward, he noticed the emergence of a second blood pearl in the dark abyss of his being. The two blood pearls drew upon each other, continually releasing a source of revitalizing energy. Though he had sustained over 100 wounds during his pursuit of the mountain bandits, they had now all healed completely. With the elevation of his true blood realm, Jiang Ye discovered that his recovery capabilities had evolved to an inhuman level. His endurance was equally astonishing. As long as his true blood was not depleted, fatigue was a foreign concept. He felt as though this true blood system represented a perfect fusion of the essence and energy systems, boasting explosive physical capabilities alongside limitless stamina, coupled with an extraordinary resilience against death, barring fatal injuries. Jiang Ye could confidently assert that he was undoubtedly invincible among his peers and capable of easily fighting above his rank. Observing the two flag officers of the Blood Dragon Guard, who were now retreating in disarray, a smile graced Jiang Ye's face. Fortunately, you cannot defeat them. Otherwise, my merit would be snatched away. He fixated on the two foes, noting that they had yet to sustain any injuries. That's worth 2,000 points of merit. Jiang Ye charged into the fray, his towering demonic form colliding with the equally sizable Lu Jianggo. Lu Jianggo was startled. Where did this fellow come from? That overwhelming black energy and intricate patterns, I've never heard of such techniques in the martial world. Could it be that he possessed the fleshly law body of a true essence warrior? Lu Jianggo recalled that the bandit leader had employed similar methods. However, the aura of this opponent clearly had not reached the 8th transformation. How could he manifest the fleshly law body? Lu Jianggo's punch sent Yinshan reeling, blood spurting from his mouth, as he swung his massive hammer towards Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye chose not to confront it head-on, but instead executed a swift iron bridge maneuver to evade, simultaneously drawing closer to deliver a knee strike. Lu Jianggo, refusing to be complacent, countered with a powerful sweeping kick. A tremendous crash resonated as both men staggered back 3 steps, with Lu Jianggo trembling slightly. Chapter 60, A Frantic Exchange. Mountain moving. He felt the tingling in his calves, inwardly astonished. Save for the chief of the stronghold, he had never encountered anyone who could match him in physical combat. It was important to note that he was not only a true force martial artist, but also blessed with an innate Herculean physique. Even an 8-revolution true force martial artist, unless employing the secret art of blood and flesh incarnation, was evenly matched with him in terms of raw physical strength. Sensing the force of the previous collision, Jiang Ye grew excited. Come, let this old man tear you to pieces. He had grown weary of slaughtering those as fragile as clay in his hands. He craved a formidable adversary, one who could, at the very least, inflict pain upon him. Lu Jianggo, sensing the burgeoning battle lust in Jiang Ye's eyes, snorted in displeasure, his bristly beard quivering. It was the first time someone had sought to surpass him in a contest of physical prowess, and he felt slighted. Cracking his neck, he produced a series of pops, his fan-like hands intertwined, twisting several times. Lu Jianggo pounded his chest and roared, "Boy, if you seek death, I shall grant it." A peculiar smile played on Jiang Ye's lips as he turned to Yinshan and said, "Lord Yin, leave that emaciated weakling to me." Yinshan paused, then nodded. He quickly added, "Be careful. This man is a true force martial artist with formidable physical strength." Before he could finish, Jiang Ye charged toward Lu Jianggo, breaching the range of his massive hammer and engaging in close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, Yinshan faced off against Lu Hua. Although he was uncertain of his ability to defeat Lu Jianggo, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Seeing that Jiang Ye dared to engage in close combat, Lu Jianggo grew intrigued. With a roar, he tore his shirt, revealing a broad expanse of black chest hair and exaggerated musculature. The two formidable figures, each nearing 2 meters in height, collided violently. Both summoned their full strength, unleashing a torrent of savage attacks upon the other. Bang, bang, bang. Their movements mirrored each other as they unleashed dozens of punches in rapid succession, each blow capable of instantly killing a 5-revolution martial artist. Spotting an opening after one of Lu Jianggo's punches, Jiang Ye launched a high sweeping kick toward his head. Lu Jianggo raised his arm to block the kick, while his right fist aimed for Jiang Ye's lower abdomen. Jiang Ye, still airborne, used the momentum to propel himself away from the heavy punch. Simultaneously, he delivered a knee strike toward Lu Jianggo's face. Lu Jianggo reached out, seizing Jiang Ye's waist, his expression contorted. He slammed him against a massive tree. Boom. The two crashed into the tree, splitting the trunk in 2. The fallen tree landed upon them. Jiang Ye's face hardened, ignoring the numbness in his shoulder, and pressed closer. Lu Jianggo unleashed a cannon punch, followed by an uppercut aimed at Jiang Ye's temple. At that moment, Jiang Ye abruptly lowered his body, tucking his head into his chest to evade the frontal punch. Simultaneously, he drove his shoulder forward, slamming into Lu Jianggo's collarbone. His cheek was also struck squarely. Lu Jiangye staggered backward, feeling a searing pain in his chest, where at least 3 ribs were broken. Jiang Ye's cheekbone throbbed with pain, likely fractured. Yet, his expression grew increasingly manic and exhilarated as he hurtled toward Lu Jiangye like a cannonball. Lu Jiangye spat fiercely on the ground and met the attack head-on. Both could sense the other's immense strength. At this point, it was a contest of willpower and physical endurance. Whoever stood last would be the victor. Bang, 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 bang. The ensuing collisions were even more terrifying. The 2 men fought with reckless abandon, their fists flailing wildly. Though seemingly without method, each blow could easily shatter a boulder. The terrifying attacks shattered countless bones in their bodies, but in their extreme excitement, the pain was suppressed. Thud! Another violent collision. This time, Lu Jiangye suddenly felt his feet weaken, and the pain in his body became more pronounced, affecting his attacks. He was startled. It was a sign that his body was approaching its limit. Yet, the young man's battle lust seemed even more intense, showing no signs of waning. Could it be that his stamina was superior? Lu Jiangye dismissed the thought. No, he must be bluffing. If I land a few more punches, he will surely falter. The giant, who had never lost in close combat, clung to this belief. His internal organs roared, working overtime to unleash even more violent force. Die. The 2 exchanged another barrage of frenzied punches, with Jiang Ye taking several hits to vital areas. He staggered. But just as his opponent thought he was about to collapse, he unleashed an even more savage attack. The battle reached a fever pitch as Jiang Ye completely abandoned defense and evasion, engaging in a simple, brutal exchange of punches. Countless trees were toppled around them, and the terrifying aftershocks of the battle reverberated through the dense forest like explosions. The spectating blood serpent guards felt their breathing become labored as they watched in stunned silence. Especially those from Yinshan's team, who had never imagined that the seemingly peaceful young man possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Du Ming's heart was in his throat. He felt that even a single punch from this level of combat would result in serious injury. Yet, the 2 combatants had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Another punch landed heavily on Lu Jiangye's chest, while his own abdomen was struck by a brutal knee. Jiang Ye staggered back 3 steps, a trace of crimson escaping his lips. Lu Jiangye was equally uncomfortable, panting heavily as pain washed over him from every corner of his body. He looked at Jiang Ye, who stood motionless, and assumed that he was at his limit. Boy, I must say, you are quite resilient, but I will be the ultimate victor, Lu Jiangye boasted. Jiang Ye simply shrugged indifferently. Is that so? Then let me show you a surprise. A surprise? Lu Jiangye scoffed. Don't try to fool me. With my next punch, I will take your life. A strange smile appeared on Jiang Ye's face. He ceased his advance and retreated a few steps, forming a hand seal. Let this be the first time you experience my ultimate move. Great way of force, mountain moving, Jiang Ye roared, pouring all of his remaining true blood into the talent skill. An incredibly terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the dense forest. Everyone felt their knees buckle. Chapter 61. The Crushing Blow. The Priest's Discussion. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended upon their shoulders. What was happening? Cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Jiang Ye's veins bulged on his forehead as he exchanged a discreet glance with Yinshan. The latter understood and lightly stepped back, retreating swiftly. Just then, before anyone could react, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky, engulfing the entire clearing of the dense forest. In the center of this clearing stood none other than the blacksmith Lu Jiangye. He looked up at the sky, his expression shifting rapidly from arrogance to shock. Clearly, a mountain was descending. At this moment, Jiang Ye trembled all over, exerting the secret technique of moving mountains, draining all the true blood within him. Fearing the power would not suffice. If his cultivation level were to rise by 1 or 2 significant tiers, the mountain he summoned could potentially weigh dozens of billions of tons. Although it was merely a small hill now, it still bore the terrifying weight of millions of tons. The weight, coupled with the acceleration of its descent, caused a violent shockwave that sliced through the numerous trees in the forest. Those present felt a tightness in their chests, as if struck by a hammer, their faces quickly swelling red and purple, blood oozing from every orifice. Lu Jiangye stared in disbelief, his spirit shaken. Accustomed to overpowering his opponents with brute strength, he was experiencing, for the first time, the meaning of being utterly powerless in the face of such might. Wasn't this supposed to be a close-quarters brawl? Why was there a mountain coming down upon him? He scarcely had time to ponder the origin of this mountain or whether a powerful being was behind it. All he knew was how insignificantly small he felt beneath its looming presence. Lu Jiango let out the most mournful roar of his life. Refusing to accept his fate, he was determined to shatter this mountain. Boom! The small hill crashed to the ground, effortlessly smashing through the earth, triggering a violent earthquake within the forest. The ground shattered, the underlying rock layers were breached, and the earth cracked, causing the onlookers to sway left and right, struggling to maintain their balance. Their faces were filled with shock and terror at the display of such divine power unleashed by Jiang Ye alone. It was completely beyond their comprehension. In Shan, Du Ming, and others, despite their exceptional experiences, found their minds utterly blank at this moment. They had witnessed some priests before, but such overwhelming power was beyond the capabilities of any ordinary priest. It resembled a deity who had achieved physical divinity. The tremors spread rapidly, soon reaching the city of Zixian. Everyone on the streets within the city panicked, shouting and searching for shelter, believing a natural disaster was upon them. In a realm invisible to mortals, the air rippled ominously. The local land deity and the city priest appeared, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the direction of the chaos outside the city. The land deity, an elderly man with a slightly hunched frame, stroked the few remaining hairs on his chin and turned to the city priest. "Should we intervene?" he inquired. The city priest pondered for a moment before responding. "Let it be. They have not violated the heavenly principles. This is merely a normal contest of power, albeit with a rather grand display." The land deity sighed softly, saying, "Indeed, but I wonder about the origins of this individual capable of summoning such a mountain. Logically, this would fall under the earth's divine arts. Yet I feel no fluctuation of elemental energy emanating from it." "Oh." The city priest's expression shifted to one of surprise as he hesitated momentarily, suddenly contemplating. Could this individual be from the immortal sects of the central continent? It is said that their lineage traces back to ancient times, having produced legendary figures akin to the Tao Lords. Their teachings delved deeply into the Tao, profound and mysterious. Any disciple from their sect could likely easily overpower us lowly priests. The truth of it remains uncertain. The land deity was at a loss for words, shaking his head. "It's hard to say. We, as incense priests, are bound by our divine positions, lacking freedom, and ultimately have limited insight. During the next gathering of priests from the southern Yin provinces, if any great cultivators attend, we might discuss this matter further. Perhaps we can uncover some clues." The city priest's eyes brightened as he recalled the last gathering of priests held 6 months prior. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "What a splendid idea! Each time we attend these gatherings, we most eagerly anticipate the arrival of great cultivators to share their teachings. Although their paths to enlightenment differ from our incense-based divine path, their aspirations are remarkably lofty, leading all things back to the self. Even a few words of truth from them would greatly benefit us. Perhaps we should bring some gifts. If we can cultivate a good rapport with the great cultivators, it would be most advantageous," suggested the land deity. "Let us bring incense treasures then," replied the city priest. "Alas, as mere lowly priests, our offerings are limited. Anything we can offer is but a mere trifle compared to those great figures who have achieved divinity and ascended." Indeed, the two figures began to fade into the distance, their voices growing ever more distant. In the northern part of Zixian, the crowd stared in astonishment at the flattened forest. Had they not previously distanced themselves from the overwhelming aftermath of the battle, they would surely have perished beneath the mountain's weight. Jiang Ye panted heavily, gazing at the small hill he had summoned. In truth, it could only be described as a small mound. Yet even so, its terrifying weight had effortlessly reduced the once mighty Lu Jiango, the third commander of the 9 fiends, into a mere pulp. Blood pooled beneath the stones of the hill. Jiang Ye, however, wore a satisfied expression. The essence of life he had claimed from slaying a late-stage 7-turns warrior had expanded significantly compared to before. It was now continuously nourishing his body, further propelling his cultivation higher. Mid-stage blood realm, late-stage blood realm. Ultimately, he felt he was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the pinnacle of the blood realm. His true blood count approached 300,000. His demonic physique also underwent transformation, surpassing 2 meters in height, and his body was undergoing further metamorphosis. Jiang Ye raised his hands, observing that his wrists had thickened considerably, and the joints of his fingers had enlarged, with a layer of exoskeletal material faintly emerging at his fingertips. He touched this layer with his other hand. sensing its extraordinary hardness and resilience, sharper than even a dragon's wing blade. Excitement surged within Jiang Ye. If this enhancement continued, could he transform his entire being into a weapon of slaughter? Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. But he had a task to fulfill. Killing Lu Jiango meant he also needed to recover the official silver. Was it possible that Ziyu did not possess it? No, there was still one other person present. Yinshan and another Blood Dragon Guard officer, still bearing some combat prowess, had already charged towards the ghostly path of Hualu. The triangular-eyed figure's expression changed drastically. Though he had narrowly evaded the mountain-moving technique, he was thoroughly frightened. Chapter 62, Mission accomplished. Yet not enough. Though he could not fathom how that young man could wield such terrifying demonic arts, the horrifying scene had left him trembling with fear. With a shriek, Lu Hua turned and fled. Jiang Ye shouted, "Stop him! Seize the purple jade from him!" Without hesitation, he charged forward. Now, with the elevation of his realm and the evolution of his demonic physique, Jiang Ye had grown over 2 meters tall, his powerful build imposing. Yet his speed had increased significantly compared to before. He surged ahead, surpassing Yinshan. Witnessing this, Lu Hua was gripped by panic, aware that he was utterly doomed. His subordinates were nearly all dead, and most crucially, his third-in-command had been crushed to a gruesome death. If he returned empty-handed, he could only imagine the fate awaiting him at the hands of his superior. But there was no time for regrets. Lingering over his possessions would surely lead to his demise. Feeling the overwhelming presence of the pursuing demon behind him, Lu Hua helplessly shouted a few times, then pulled out a cloth bag from his bosom and tossed it backward. Jiang Ye halted, extending his hand to catch it. The mission notification immediately chimed. Ding! B-Class Merit Mission. Retrieve the official silver, now completed. Participation, 85. Reward, 1,000 merit points. 300 taels of silver. Additionally retrieved 100,000 taels of official silver. Rewarding 10,000 merit points. The mission time has not yet ended. Killing the 9 fiends will yield further rewards. What a tremendous windfall. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. As long as half of the official silver was reclaimed and the participation rate exceeded 15, the mission would be deemed complete. The bag contained all the purple jade exchanged for the 200,000 taels of silver brought by the 2 fiends, effectively retrieving an additional 100,000 taels, which, at a ratio of 10:1, granted him a reward of 10,000 merit points. Including his previous merits and those earned from crushing the blacksmith Lu Jian and completing the mission, Jiang Ye's merit points now totaled an impressive 12,830. What was the merit requirement that Xie Jun had mentioned for establishing a faction? 1,000 points? He could only wonder what expression the other party would wear upon witnessing his current merit. Moreover, Jiang Ye believed this was not his final tally. He felt he could still reach greater heights. The deadline for the mission to retrieve the official silver was 10 days. Initially, he had thought it was merely a time frame for reclaiming the silver, but now it seemed otherwise. Killing a single 9 fiend would yield 1,000 merit points. Yet the 9 fiends would not mobilize their entire force simply to dispose of stolen goods. The fact that 2 main leaders had already been dispatched showed the seriousness of this operation. Thus, was it possible to convert the remaining 9 fiends, including ordinary bandits, entirely into merit points for Jiang Ye? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. At this moment, Yinshan and the blood flood guards approached. Jiang Ye, without glancing at the bag in his hand, handed it over. After inspection, they were overjoyed, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The numbers matched perfectly. Everything was accounted for. The expressions of Yinshan and his companions were filled with excitement. They had initially feared that all would perish and the mission would fail. Unexpectedly, a figure of such frightening prowess emerged from their ranks, transforming their fortunes like a sudden ray of light piercing through the darkness. Jiang Ye, now returning to his usual stature, stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, his striking features making it hard to believe that the previously terrifying demon was indeed he. The blood flood guards regarded him with awe. Even the usually stoic Yinshan wore a smile, a hint of humility evident in his demeanor. He clasped his hands and said, "Young Master Jiang, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. My comrades, and I shall never forget your life-saving grace." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yinshan's sincerity. Jiang Ye's strength was such that even if they had all fallen, he could have easily dispatched their adversaries alone. Yinshan contemplated how he must report the entire incident truthfully to the commander. Surely not only the four commanders, but even Lord Governor Han would take an interest in Jiang Ye, exerting every effort to recruit him. Du Ming, too, was filled with excitement, pondering what he could offer that would be of utmost value. Previously, he had considered enticing Jiang Ye to join the Du family as a guest elder for assistance. Now, however, he had entirely abandoned that notion. A figure of such magnitude was beyond the capacity of the Du family to accommodate. Even his father, the head of the Du family and a prominent figure in the Eastern continent, would treat such a talented young man with the utmost respect. All he could think about was how to forge a good relationship with Jiang Ye. In the future, Jiang Ye was bound to become a figure of unparalleled stature in the Eastern continent. Investing now would not be too late. Yet at that moment, Jiang Ye appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze fixed on the fleeing Lu Hua. He turned to Yinshan and inquired, "Officer Yin, could you tell me how far the Nine Fiends' stronghold in the Western Ridge is from here?" Yinshan was momentarily taken aback by the question, instinctively responding, "Young Master Jiang, we are currently east of Tiger Ridge. If we travel west toward Floating River County, it's a journey of about 300 miles to reach the Western Ridge where the Nine Fiends are stationed." As he spoke, his expression shifted suddenly, realization dawning upon him. "Young Master Jiang, you do not intend to storm Tiger Ridge, do you?" His first reaction was that such a thought was exceedingly reckless. However, the next moment, he considered that Jiang Ye might very well entertain such an idea. Yet he could not help but urge, "Young Master Jiang, I understand your extraordinary prowess, but the Nine Fiends command at least 10,000 bandits. Their chief, Tu Minghu, known as Flying Tiger, possesses early-stage 8 transformation martial arts and has mastered the physical secrets of true energy, making him exceedingly formidable. The county had once summoned a late-stage 8 transformation expert to hunt him down, yet that expert barely escaped with his life. Just that one person is already a tremendous challenge. The Western Ridge of the Nine Fiends is akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Even for my blood flood camp, unless a commander personally intervenes, no one dares to claim they can breach the stronghold alone." The other blood flood guards echoed their concerns, equally astonished by Jiang Ye's audacious plan. "We agreed to retrieve the official silver, yet you wish to charge into their lair?" They could hardly believe it. This was a feat that the Westview County had failed to achieve for many years. "Indeed, young Master Jiang, you have already accomplished a significant feat by slaying the third of the Nine Fiends. There is no need to take such a risk. Hero Jiang, if you are inclined, it would be better to wait until my blood flood guards mobilize a full force against the Western Ridge before you join us." However, Jiang Ye seemed undeterred by Yinshan and the others' concerns. He stated resolutely, "Officer Yin, I would appreciate it if you could draw me a rough map of the Western Ridge and also lend me a swift steed for my use." Sighing, Yinshan regarded his determined expression and reluctantly replied, "Very well. Our blood flood camp has a detailed map of the Western Ridge, and I happen to have a copy with me. I will fetch it for you. As for the horse, you may take my mount. I will wait in Zhixiang City. I hope, young Master Jiang, if you find yourself unable to contend, do your best to retreat." He was already contemplating how to rescue Jiang Ye should the situation turn dire. Chapter 63, The Pigeon Post, The Tome of All Things. At that moment, the plan was to promptly dispatch a message via pigeon to the overseer, clearly articulating the events that had transpired here. The overseer, despite his bloodthirsty nature, was fiercely protective of his own and held a deep appreciation for talent. He was also the direct disciple of the esteemed Governor Han. Should he learn of the blood flood guard's losses at the hands of the Nine Fiends, his wrath would undoubtedly be incensed. Furthermore, the emergence of such an exceptionally gifted young warrior daring to venture into the Western Mountains would compel the overseer to personally intervene and rescue him. With this thought, Yinshan felt a sense of reassurance and instructed Du Ming to bring forth his steed, simultaneously presenting him with a map. Du Ming led the horse over, handing the reins to Jiang Ye, his eyes filled with admiration. The audacious, unrestrained aura exuding from Jiang Ye had completely captivated him. Having just slain the third of the Nine Fiends, now he was set to confront an entire stronghold alone. Such was the spirit of a true man. Du Ming clasped his fists and said, "Brother Jiang, take care." Jiang Ye reciprocated the gesture to the crowd, uttering no more words before mounting the horse and galloping away in another direction. Alas, one could only hope that the young hero would recognize the peril and return safely. Some shook their heads in lament, clearly doubtful of Jiang Ye's audacious undertaking. Yet, as Yinshan and Du Ming gazed at the retreating figure, An absurd thought began to burgeon within them. Could he truly succeed? Shan shuddered, casting the notion aside, and turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Bring the carrier pigeon and writing materials." With fervor, Jiang Ye wielded the whip, striking the horse's flank. The steed, feeling the sting, immediately surged forward. Aware that its rider was not its original master, yet it dared not show any defiance. The aura emanating from Jiang Ye instilled a primal fear within it, akin to encountering a formidable predator. As Jiang Ye scrutinized the map provided by Shan, he discerned the fleeing direction of Seizhongui Lu Hua and raced forward. What appeared to be a reckless and potentially fatal endeavor to the onlookers was, for Jiang Ye, not a mere whim. He had his reasons. Upon breaking through to the late stage of the Second Blood Realm, Jiang Ye had inherited a legacy from his ancestral demonic bloodline known as the Tome of All Things. Unlike the fragmented techniques he had previously acquired from the Faceless Ones, this inheritance stemmed from the memories embedded within his bloodline. Once unearthed, it became comprehensible to him in its entirety. This tome did not contain incomprehensibly powerful secrets, but rather an array of lesser techniques. Though these techniques were minor, they originated from the ancestral demonic lineage, and even a single one could serve as a foundational legacy for a grand sect. The techniques encompassed various categories and utilities, including reconnaissance, manipulation, disguise, and confusion. Some were exceedingly complex, beyond Jiang Ye's current capabilities, yet others he had already mastered. Seated upon the horse, his hands intertwined in an intricate and unique hand seal, Jiang Ye invoked the vitality trajectory. In an instant, a multitude of fine crimson threads manifested in his vision, each varying in thickness but all indicating a singular direction. Moreover, these blood-red threads carried a unique essence of life. Jiang Ye meticulously discerned the threads, and after a moment, his eyes narrowed. "Found you." This vitality trajectory was an exceptionally practical tracking method, among the most advanced of its kind. Conventional tracking techniques often relied on footprints or scents to deduce an enemy's path. However, such methods could easily lead to misjudgments or loss of leads against seasoned practitioners of the martial world. Yet, the vitality trajectory utilized the essence of life from all beings that had traversed the path, and different creatures emitted distinctly identifiable vitality signals. As long as the target was a living being, their attempts at concealment or disguise would have no effect on the vitality signal. Furthermore, regardless of how many beings had walked that path, as long as the characteristics of the target's vitality were remembered, they could not escape detection. This vitality characteristic could be as minute as a single hair from the target or merely an object they had touched. Given that Jiang Ye had closely encountered Seizhongui Lu Hua, he was intimately familiar with his essence. Now, beneath the multitude of crimson threads, he instantly recognized the one belonging to Lu Hua. "This direction." "Huh? Running? I'll see where you think you can escape." Jiang Ye fiercely cracked the whip, and the robust stallion, feeling the sting, dared not express any dissent, charging forward with wild abandon. Panting heavily, a gaunt man with triangular eyes stumbled along a secluded mountain path. Having just expended every ounce of his strength to dash several dozen miles, he was left breathless. Though he bore little injury, the sight of Lu Jiango, who had been far stronger than himself, being crushed to oblivion instilled a paralyzing fear within him. In his terror, he fled frantically, gasping for breath. Where did that monster come from? I must return to the mountain and inform Big Brother. The image of the small mountain descending from the sky and obliterating Lu Jiango played repeatedly in his mind. Such a method was not only unseen but unheard of. He recalled that there were practitioners of the mind system capable of employing similar techniques, but those with such power were invariably above the 8th transition. Where could one find such figures in the Western Yu County? As he had heard from his boss, Tu Menghu, the number of mind system practitioners at the 9th transition was likely less than a tenth of those in the true Qi realm. If later players were aware of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly resonate with him. The mind system among players was akin to the mage class. Mages were synonymous with potent skills, yet the barriers to advancement in the later stages were exceedingly high. Even within the various royal academies, the mind system heritage was sparse, with limited options for career transitions. Once the game merged with reality, the difficulty of self-cultivation escalated further. Only a select few could embark on the path of mind cultivation and reach the 7th transition. These individuals held a high status, for incomparable tiers. The mind system held a significant advantage over the true Qi system, making it commonplace to fight multiple foes or challenge higher tiers. However, upon reaching true pinnacle realms, It was said that each system excelled in its own right, with no player from the past ever achieving such heights. As for Jiang Ye's mastery of the true blood system, it currently stood alone in the chaotic world, unparalleled and unfathomable, verging on the miraculous. Sejong Lu Hua's expression darkened. Once I return, I shall undoubtedly uncover the origins of that young man. Chapter 64 Capture. Map making. This young man possesses a terrifying talent, lurking in the shadows, undoubtedly a grave concern for us Nine Hawks. I must persuade my elder brother to take action personally, striking with thunderous fury to eliminate him. Resolute in his thoughts, Lu Hua's eyes glinted with a sinister light. As he gazed at the increasingly familiar scenery on either side of the road, he let out a slight sigh of relief, his mood easing. These court hounds, driven by the lure of official silver, once they secured their bounty, were unlikely to pursue relentlessly. This area was close to the Nine-Hawk stronghold in Lingxi. Fortified with numerous defenses, even an 8th transition martial artist would find it a perilous venture. It was infuriating, that 200,000 taels of official silver. At this thought, Lu Hua's face twitched in anger. So many had perished, even the third had fallen, yet not a single hair had been salvaged. How detestable, he muttered in frustration. However, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly echoed from the hillside. You seem rather leisurely. What? Lu Hua was startled, instinctively leaping to the left before turning to face the slope. There, descending with a leisurely gait, was a young man with a long knife at his waist, strikingly handsome. Shaking his head, he remarked, Your speed in fleeing is quite slow. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. It's you? Lu Hua trembled like a frightened rabbit. How did you catch up to me? Before Jiang Ye could respond, Lu Hua suddenly darted in the opposite direction, channeling all his true energy, fleeing with all his might. Having witnessed the other's combat prowess, he had no thoughts of confrontation. Only one thought resounded in his mind. Escape. Quick escape. Once he reached the confines of his own stronghold, the sentries would see him and relay the message back to the camp, summoning his elder brother to rescue him. Jiang Ye remained casually rooted in place, shaking his head. Too slow, too slow. Why can't you run a bit faster? The final words erupted into a thunderous roar, bursting forth from his powerful form. Instantly, Jiang Ye activated his demonic physique, his height surging to 2 meters, his body cloaked in intricate demonic patterns. His muscles exploded, sculpted like a masterpiece, each sinew resembling twisted steel wire, transmitting a terrifying energy. With a single stomp, he cratered the ground beneath him, cracking it like a spider's web. Boom. An unfathomably furious speed combined with his towering stature allowed him to cover several meters in less than the blink of an eye. Feeling the air behind him compress violently, Lu Hua turned in terror, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes. A fist the size of a bowl descended from above. Desperately attempting to twist his body to evade the blow, Lu Hua heard the sickening crack of bones as Jiang Ye's iron-like fist crashed into his shoulder. In an instant, Lu Hua's arm shattered from the shoulder down, a spine-chilling cacophony echoing as fractures extended to his fingertips. His entire arm was rendered to splinters, the bones piercing through like shattered glass. The jagged remnants were exposed to the air. Simultaneously, Lu Hua's body was sent reeling by the sheer force, flipping in the air before crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Strangely, his arm transmitted no sensation of pain. No, to be precise, there was not a shred of feeling. Terror filled Lu Hua's triangular eyes. He realized that his arm was utterly ruined. Only a thin layer of skin remained connecting the shattered bones, which had all turned to dust. Even with miraculous healing elixirs, it was unlikely his arm could ever be restored. His thoughts raced like lightning when another large foot descended from above. Before Lu Hua could react, his chest caved in. His eyes widened, blood gushed from his mouth, and he clawed helplessly at the air, resembling a wretched monkey. Finally grasping Jiang Ye's boot, he stammered through blood and foam, Master, little master, grandfather, spare my life. I can serve you like a dog, truly, I excel at being a dog. Jiang Ye burst into laughter. Huh, is that so? Then why don't you bark like a dog for me? I'll learn. Lu Hua, his face smeared with mud and blood, forced a pained smile, striving to imitate a dog's bark. Woof, woof, woof. He barked several times before proudly adding, Master, grandfather, do you think I'm doing it well? Jiang Ye roared with laughter, relishing the sensation of becoming more villainous. The thrill of humiliating and tormenting his foes was exhilarating. No wonder those despicable noble families took pleasure in tormenting ordinary folk. He resolved to try it on them in the future. Lu Hua, typically a seventh transition martial artist, had previously held his own against a blood-crawling Sentinel officer, yet here he was, utterly cowed, not even attempting to resist. Jiang Ye lifted Lu Hua as if dragging a dead dog, holding him aloft with one hand. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a lust for slaughter, his voice chilling. Do you wish to live? Tell me everything about your stronghold. Every personnel, every building's layout. Leave nothing out. No, draw it all out for me. Lu Hua was taken aback, but under Jiang Ye's icy gaze, he dared not hesitate, nodding frantically. Yes, grandfather, I'll draw it. I'll do it right away. Jiang Ye smirked, pleased that coaxing the coward was saving him energy. He tossed Lu Hua to the ground like a dead dog, producing paper and pen to hand to him. Stain it with your own blood and draw it clearly. Lu Hua trembled uncontrollably, nodding vigorously. Yes, master. He dipped the brush in the blood streaming down his face, unsteadily spreading the paper before him, trembling as he began to draw. Jiang Ye squinted, adding, You worthless creature, remember to be thorough. Even a single well on the mountain must be depicted, otherwise, I'll send you to meet your ancestors right now. Lu Hua hastily agreed. After a full half-hour, a bloodstained map was finally completed. His face was ashen, his body drenched in his own congealed blood. He felt as if he had never sustained such grievous injuries in his life. His internal organs had suffered multiple ruptures from that kick. If not for his robust true energy preserving his life, any other person would have perished from such wounds. However, he could not afford to delay. If he lingered, he would exhaust his true energy and still meet his demise. Yet he dared not utter a word, his mind in chaos, desperately hoping Jiang Ye would spare his miserable life. Chapter 65, The Secret Art of Plant Spirits. The Demise of the Colorful Ghosts. Jiang Ye took the map and scrutinized it meticulously. It was densely annotated with the various placements within the Nine Eagles stronghold, including watchtowers, camps, granaries, the main hall, and the residences of the Flying Tiger and Fierce Tiger. Additionally, it contained information on the entrances and exits of Tiger Ridge, as well as the number of guards and their shift changes. Clearly, the fear had truly overwhelmed him, for there were many details Jiang Ye had not mentioned. Yet he laid everything bare. Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes, gazing at the undulating Tiger Ridge in the distance. The mountain range indeed resembled its name, akin to a crouching tiger poised between two counties. If Lu Hua had drawn the map correctly, the first watch post of the Nine Eagles lay less than 50 miles from their current position. However, a crimson gleam flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. He would not easily place his trust in the other party. He once again formed the ancestral magic hand seal, casting a new spell, Wanshang, Plant Spirit. In the forest, a hawk resting on a large tree branch suddenly trembled. An instant of confusion appeared in its sharp gaze, quickly followed by a surge of blood-red essence. It let out a piercing cry towards the mountains and took flight. Simultaneously, the vast expanse of its vision synchronized with Jiang Ye's, granting him a shared sight. This plant spirit technique was a method of controlling living beings from the compendium of all things. For creatures of lesser intellect, embedding the essence of flesh and blood into their souls allowed for manipulation. The essence stemmed from Jiang Ye's own true blood, enabling him to perceive all sensory experiences of the controlled creature. While this was ineffective against humans and other highly intelligent beings, it could prove valuable in certain contexts. Moreover, as a secret technique within the ancestral bloodline, its potential exceeded mere limitations. With continued development, it could control even more powerful beings, rivaling the highest legacies of ancient beast-taming sections. The hawk, a formidable aerial predator among terrestrial creatures, soared under Jiang Ye's command to an altitude exceeding 7,000 meters. Appearing as a mere speck from the ground, its keen eyesight allowed it to spot every small creature flitting beneath the trees in the mountain's underbrush. Based on the map drawn by Lu Hua, Jiang Ye began assessing the authenticity of the watchpost patrols. The vision relayed back to him, revealing numerous dark figures scattered across a range of over 10 miles in the mountains. Indeed, there were a significant number of knife-wielding bandits present. After surveying all the watch posts and the expansive buildings in the mountainous clearing, Jiang Ye noted the comings and goings of various individuals. Though it was highly unlikely that there were any martial artists with spiritual awareness within the stronghold, those with advanced true energy could significantly enhance their senses. To avoid raising alarms, Jiang Ye had the hawk circle around before flying off into the distance. At that moment, atop a stone tower on Tiger Ridge, a scar-faced man was concluding his hangover, stretching his limbs. He squinted at the hawk in the sky, which ordinary people would overlook, muttering a few words. Too bad my archery skills are lacking. Otherwise, I would surely shoot down this thieving creature. To sustain the numerous bandits, the stronghold not only had a dedicated supply chain to various counties, but also established pastures on the mountain, raising chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep to supplement their meat supply. The primary threats they guarded against, aside from weasels, were the hawks that preyed upon their livestock. This scar-faced man was the 8th leader among the 9 eagles, who, prior to joining the bandits, had been an outer disciple in a sect, specifically tasked with tending to the sect's beasts. Thus, aside from martial prowess, he possessed some minor agricultural spells. After becoming the 8th leader, he was put in charge of the pastures on the mountain. However, he had no inkling that this hawk was now targeting something far beyond mere chickens. After observing for an hour and completing a thorough inspection of the 9 eagles' encampment, Jiang Ye released the blood essence, granting the hawk its freedom. He cast a glance at Lu Hua, who was still cowering on the ground, and remarked with a cold smile, "It appears you are not daring enough to lie to me." Lu Hua, upon hearing this, mistakenly thought it was a compliment and smiled broadly, nodding vigorously. "Grandfather, how could I dare deceive you? If I uttered a single falsehood, may I never have a son." Seeing Jiang Ye's seemingly amused expression, he cautiously continued, "Grandfather, though I am the 9th in the western ridge of the 9 eagles, I was coerced into the mountains by them. I was an honest citizen, forced to become a bandit. Witnessing their heinous acts of murder and arson torments me day and night, yet I have been powerless to stop them. Now that you have arrived, surely it is your intention to cleanse the world and bring justice to the common folk. I, Lu, may be timid, but before this great righteousness, I am willing to act as your informant, to deceive those 8 bandit leaders. Together, we shall mount a surprise attack and annihilate these rogues." He showered flattery upon Jiang Ye, attempting to distance himself from blame. He realized that Jiang Ye seemed intent on taking on the entire stronghold single-handedly. Although he believed such reckless ambition amounted to suicide, Lu Hua felt the looming threat of death and knew he must swiftly demonstrate his worth. Logically, Jiang Ye should not be foolish enough to believe that one man could defeat an entire stronghold. If his scheme as an informant convinced Jiang Ye to release him, it would be ideal. Then he could inform his older brother to swiftly subdue Jiang Ye, allowing him to torment the man for 3 days and nights in revenge. Lu Hua's thoughts raced, but his face betrayed no emotion, maintaining a servile demeanor. Jiang Ye, with a half-smile, replied, "So, you claim to have committed no crimes, nor done any evil?" At this, Lu Hua's face twitched, and he quickly responded, "Grandfather, I do have blood on my hands. But it is merely the blood of those 8 bandit leaders who forced me to sign a blood oath, lest they take my life. Beyond that, I have harmed no common folk. I am aware of the gravity of my sins and wish to atone for them, knowing that denying any wrongdoing would be farcical." He began to construct a favorable narrative. Jiang Ye nodded, applying pressure to crush the blood map in his hand into powder, and softly remarked, "Indeed, your map is quite well drawn." A sense of foreboding surged within Lu Hua as he lifted his gaze, ready to speak, but before he could utter a word, a large foot descended upon him. Crack! His skull was crushed, and the colorful ghost met its demise. Chapter 66. Extracting Memories. Insights into Cultivation. Ding. Extracting the essence of blood and flesh. Extracting memories now. Jiang Ye was taken aback. This was the first time he had seized a memory from a victim after fusing with the ancestor demon bloodline during his initial kill. Previously, despite slaying numerous foes, including the giant Lu Jianao with a boulder, he had never triggered this ability. He pondered the unexpectedly low probability of activation. Now, having dispatched the colorful ghost, it seemed more than mere coincidence. It likely correlated with his elevated cultivation level. Fragmented memories flooded Jiang Ye's mind, and it took a full incense stick's worth of time to absorb them completely. His expression turned peculiar. A significant portion of these memories depicted various scenes of seduction, featuring women of all ages and appearances, all eagerly welcoming him. Disgusted, Jiang Ye spat on the corpse. The vivid images flashed in his mind, truly unsettling. This vile individual had a penchant for debauchery. Among the remaining memories, he discerned the origins of Lu Hua. To his surprise, Lu Hua's background was quite remarkable. He was not a native of the eastern continent, but hailed from a certain celestial sect in the central continent. Originally, Lu Hua was the scion of a noble family, cast out due to his lustful indiscretions. By a twist of fate, he entered a celestial sect as a menial worker. This celestial sect was grand and resplendent, nestled amidst swirling clouds and ethereal light. Occasionally, luminous figures darted through the air, Each silhouette seemed infinitely more powerful than a 9 transformations warrior. Jiang Ye was astounded. In the aftermath of the game's integration with reality, most players had yet to encounter the mysterious central continent. The legends of that realm were indeed true. Formidable beings were commonplace, and 9 transformations were as numerous as grains of sand. As a mere menial, Lu Hua was entitled to receive a single qi-gathering pill, a defective spirit pill meant for new disciples in the Danding Pavilion. Upon ingestion, Lu Hua's internal energy surged, propelling him to the 7 transformations realm. However, due to his poor aptitude, he soon lost his position and was expelled from the sect upon reaching a certain age. The fragmented memories provided no clarity on how he traversed countless miles to arrive in the eastern continent. However, the martial arts Lu Hua practiced after becoming the colorful ghost were indeed present in the memories. Yet, his martial prowess was not cultivated through diligence, rendering the information incomplete. Just as Jiang Ye finished sifting through these memories, a notification chimed. Qi Insight 25. What is this? Jiang Ye was perplexed as a new section appeared on his interface. Insight, Qi 30, True Strength 5, Divine Will 5, Ironworking 0, Forging 0, Painting 0, Planting 0, Beast Taming 50. This is my comprehension of various skills and cultivation systems? But what purpose does this insight serve? Is it merely a record? At that moment, the system provided clarity. All insights pertaining to cultivation speed can feed back to the true self. What? Jiang Ye's mind swirled, as if struck by lightning. He could scarcely believe his eyes. The term true self implied that he could potentially attain the extraordinary in reality ahead of time. The true self referred to the player's physical form in the real world, while the corresponding entity in the chaos realm was termed chaos body. Ordinarily, prior to the game's integration with reality, no abilities from the game could translate into the real world. Yet, exceptions existed, with the key held by the aristocracy, although he was uncertain how they accomplished it. There had been traces of the extraordinary in reality long before. At that time, individuals were unaware of the connection to chaos. After his rebirth, Jiang Ye speculated on this phenomenon. It was likely that the aristocracy possessed certain methods to bridge the two realms, extracting extraordinary objects from chaos, such as pills, tools, and techniques, even bringing out native inhabitants. They then would deconstruct and study them using contemporary technology. The aristocracy must have achieved some results, albeit facing numerous obstacles, which slowed their progress. Otherwise, they could have revealed their fangs much earlier. Rather than waiting for the game to merge with reality to unify the chaos body with the true self and gain strength feedback, the underlying reason was evident. Practicing in reality was exceedingly arduous. The 3 primary cultivation systems, true strength, qi, and divine will, were measured by numerical values. Skipping the comprehension phase. Aside from innate talents enhancing cultivation speed, most individuals would progress at a comparable pace through time and effort. In gaming terminology, it meant that one could grow stronger simply through perseverance. Thus, those with exceptional innate talent, such as S rank and above, would naturally develop their chaos body more effectively. However, even those with average talents could achieve significant results with sufficient dedication and investment of time and energy. In his previous life, Jiang Ye had been such a case. Boasting a B rank innate talent, he still reached the 7 transformations level. To summarize, the gaming phase was a period of bountiful returns. As long as one was willing to endure, progress would be rapid. Once the game fused with reality, numerical values vanished, and all advancement would depend on personal cultivation and real combat, rendering the difficulty exponentially greater. Regardless of the cultivation system, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Now, Jiang Ye discovered that he could gather cultivation insights, which could directly benefit his true self. What did this signify? It meant that Jiang Ye would be the first to cultivate in reality. Furthermore, as long as he continued to collect insights, his innate talent would grow stronger, and his cultivation speed would accelerate. A hazy vision of the future unfurled before Jiang Ye. Perhaps he could settle accounts with the aristocracy before the game merged with reality. The thought of this previously unconsidered possibility made him tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Suddenly, a blind spot struck Jiang Ye. Why was the bloodline system absent from his insights? Was it because this system did not belong to the original framework of this world, and thus lacked the acknowledgement of the will of heaven? Or was there a deeper reason? Wait, Jiang Ye pondered a possibility. Perhaps the bloodline did not belong to a cultivation system at all. Or rather, This path was so peculiar that it could not be understood by conventional means. His entire enhancement process stemmed from plunder, with the foundation of this plunder rooted in the bloodline talents possessed by the chaos body. If that were the case, it would make sense. His true self had not yet fused with the bloodline, hence the lack of feedback. Chapter 67. The Perilous Tiger Ridge. Within the tent, the seven hawks. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He realized he had been overly ambitious. The fact that his martial comprehension could manifest in the real world at this stage was already an unexpected delight. What he needed to do next was to gather as much martial insight as possible while simultaneously attempting to cultivate in reality. Jiang Ye focused his mind and gazed at the dusk sky. First, he would dismantle the lair of the 9 hawks in the western ridge. After surveying the situation atop Tiger Ridge and cross-referencing it with the information relayed by Lu Hua, he identified a potential point of attack. This particular watchtower was situated on a steep incline, rising over 500 zhang, nearly vertical and shrouded in mist. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Although the leader of the 9 hawks, Tu Minghu, bore a rough name, he favored the establishment of bureaucratic structures. He had self-appointed himself as the governor of Tiger Ridge, with each of the 9 hawks assigned specific duties. Among his aides was Hua Yusheng, the second in command among the 9 hawks. His cultivation was only on par with the 9th-ranked Lu Hua, but he had been with Tu Minghu the longest. He also possessed some knowledge of military strategy and had trained several bandits, earning Tu Minghu's trust, hence his position. This towering cliff, reaching 1,000 meters high, was a natural fortress, making the establishment of a watchtower seemingly unnecessary. However, Hua Yusheng argued that this path led directly to crucial points at the mountain summit. Should a formidable opponent ascend this way while a large force attacked from the front, they could be caught in a pincer maneuver. Tu Minghu accepted his counsel and set up a watchtower, but due to the perilous terrain, even 7th-turn warriors found it difficult to ascend. Tu Minghu did not take it too seriously and only assigned 3 or 5 men to guard it in rotation. When Jiang Ye had previously controlled the hawk to observe, he noticed that the guards were quite lax, their defenses weak. Thus, he resolved to launch a surprise attack from this location at night. Although he intended to single-handedly eliminate the 9 hawks of the western ridge, he did not plan to brazenly assault the main gate. If the enemy discovered his overwhelming strength and fled into the mountains, it would spell trouble. As dusk fell, Jiang Ye's figure transformed into a shadow, whirling into the night. Myriad forms, ghostly mist body, melded him with the darkness, greatly enhancing his speed and adaptability to the terrain. A treacherous cliff? Under this technique, it felt as easy as walking on flat ground. At this moment, atop Tiger Ridge, the central stronghold was indeed distinct from typical bandit encampments. Its layout was organized, with a functional division of roles and regulations that, while not overly strict, maintained a semblance of order. For gates were established in each direction, constructed with walls patrolled by armored bandits. Oil lamps illuminated the walls, casting light over the surroundings. At first glance, it resembled a military camp. In addition to the 4 main paths descending the mountain, there were also several smaller routes for emergency retreats. However, the last large-scale evacuation of the Western Ridge bandits had occurred a decade prior, when the 9 hawks were only 5 in number. Now, they had grown in strength, with 9 formidable warriors of the 7th turn or above overseeing nearly 10,000 bandits. Since establishing their stronghold here, they had never faced a crisis requiring retreat. Numerous attempts by the local government to subdue them had all ended in failure, with the last 2 attempts resulting in significant losses for the authorities. Thus, they grew increasingly arrogant. Every structure within the camp was guarded, with patrols changing every 2 hours, leaving no gaps in their defenses. In the central, lavishly adorned tent, a lively banquet was underway. At the main table sat a burly man with a rugged beard, his appearance unremarkable yet exuding a commanding presence. Upon entering the tent, one could feel a palpable aura of menace. Ordinary people would tremble in his presence. Skilled warriors would surely gasp, recognizing that he had already accumulated a formidable momentum. This man was Tu Minghu, the leader of the 9 hawks, known as the Flying Tiger. He held a whole leg of lamb in one hand, tearing into it with gusto while pouring wine from a jug into his mouth, flanked by 2 scantily clad, youthful maidens who massaged his arms. Their expressions pained yet masking forced smiles. He unabashedly seized their forms whenever he had a moment to spare, eliciting muffled cries and bruises that were met with his raucous laughter. "Damn it, this life is fit for an emperor," he boasted. The women attending him were all daughters of prominent families, and many hailed from martial arts lineages, possessing their own cultivation at the third or fourth turn, making them more resilient to his excesses. This debauchery was his life, and he reveled in it. Sitting at the long tables were 6 other members of the Nine Hawks, enjoying the same indulgences, surrounded by women dressed in nearly transparent veils, serving them drinks and submitting to their whims. The tent was filled with hedonistic revelry, punctuated by cries of pain and moans of desire, reaching a fever pitch. Only one middle-aged scholar sat apart, drinking alone, seemingly uninterested in the carnal pleasures surrounding him. Tu Minghu raised his cup and called out, "Brothers, let us toast to the people of the Western Rich. Fill your cups." The crowd of bandits cheered excitedly in response. "Fill our cups. To the Nine Hawks. To our elder brother. Without our elder brother's leadership, we wouldn't live like lords today." As they drank, their spirits lifted, and emboldened by Tu Minghu's high spirits, they shared their stories. A one-eyed man shouted, "Damn it, back in the day, my parents were driven to death by the officials. I killed one of their lackeys in the street and was sentenced to death. It was the elder brother who saved me from the execution grounds and brought me up here to be a hero. 15 years have passed. My life was given to me by the elder brother." Another burly man slammed his cup on the table, exclaiming, "Me too. I merely took the county clerk's daughter, and they wanted to throw me in jail. I refused and killed 7 or 8 constables. What a thrill. I thought I would die at the hands of the local soldiers. But the elder brother saved me. Now I live this life of drinking, feasting, and taking women. Ha ha ha. I'm enjoying things I never even dared to imagine before. May the elder brother's skills continue to improve, and may he lead us into the government offices to wear their robes." The bandits, their faces flushed, began to loosen their clothing, getting carried away, with some even pressing nearby women down to engage in debauchery. Tu Minghu laughed heartily, buoyed by the heartfelt words of his comrades. As he observed the debauchery unfolding in the tent, this villain of no scruples made no effort to stop it. Instead, he continued to drink while savoring the spectacle. Chapter 68, Revelry. Fire. As the banquet reached its zenith and the sun descended behind the mountains, the night deepened into inky darkness. Yet, the grand tent remained aglow with countless lights, and armed bandits patrolled diligently, their murmurs echoing in the air, stirring the thoughts of the brigands. Although there were many women captured from raids, the sheer number of brothers left them insufficient to share. The personal guards of the chieftain enjoyed the highest privileges among the bandits, yet even they could indulge in meat only once or twice a week, leaving them filled with pent-up desires. Within the tent, Tu Minghu, his gaze clouded by inebriation, noticed that his brother Hua Yuxing seemed to lack enthusiasm and inquired, "Second brother, do you harbor concerns?" Hua Yuxing clasped his fists and replied, "Eldest brother, the 3rd and 9th brothers have yet to return, and their absence renders the banquet rather desolate." "Aha." Tu Minghu laughed heartily. "I knew that was what troubled you. Fear not. They descended the mountain together, accompanied by over 80 of our most elite brothers. In these county towns, they can come and go as they please. Although the blood serpent guards are formidable, they are understaffed and pose little threat." Hua Yuxing hesitated, however. "According to our previous plan, they should have returned 2 hours ago. Their absence is worrisome. I fear." In truth, Hua Yuxing's concerns extended beyond the potential misfortunes befalling the 2 brothers. He also contemplated the possibility of their betrayal, absconding with the silver. It was essential to note that 200,000 taels of silver represented a considerable sum. With the growth of their stronghold, they had attracted many refugees, even from distant counties. Though the stronghold appeared robust, the expenses were exorbitant, and the treasury was depleted. Besides the crops they cultivated, there were no supplementary industries to support them. Should the supply of resources falter, the discipline of the brigands and the newly joined refugees could easily lead to rebellion. Even if they resorted to forceful suppression, it would provide the imperial court with an opportunity to intervene. Securing the 200,000 taels of silver was imperative for the continued operation of their stronghold. As the one responsible for managing internal affairs, Hua Yuxing comprehended the gravity of the situation far better than Tu Minghu, who had grown increasingly arrogant after years of evading government crackdowns. The recruitment of unnecessary bandits and the imitation of government structures underscored Tu Minghu's ambition. He sought to rebel. Tu Minghu had hinted on several occasions that his next step was to seize the county town, conquer the surrounding counties, and ultimately target the prefectural city. Yet, Hua Yuxing remained skeptical. Despite the internal strife and external threats facing the southern Yan, the nation was still a dying dragon, capable of crushing ants with merely a shift of its limbs. Their ability to stand against the formidable powers of the East Continent and suppress the major sects was testament enough. In Hua Yuxing's view, the reason the 9 bandits of Lingxi had not been eradicated over the years was that their disturbances were insignificant in the eyes of the true powers, who could not be bothered to intervene. Should they provoke a formidable figure or noble, annihilation would be swift. Thus, he believed that expanding to a certain scale and then accepting the imperial court's overtures would be the prudent course of action. However, Tu Minghu was obstinate, and Hua Yuxing, fearing to oppose him, could only seek an escape route in secrecy. Upon hearing Hua Yuxing's words, Tu Minghu waved dismissively, "No worries." The 9th brother's impulsive nature likely led them to some village or town to abduct women. Once they return with the 200,000 taels, we can purchase ample armor and weapons for our fine lads. In the future, when I raise an army from Xia County and ascend to the throne, you shall be my chancellor. Ha ha ha. He then drank deeply from his cup. The other bandits, excited by his words, clamored, "Eldest brother, what position shall we hold?" "Eldest brother, I desire a position akin to a marquis." "Ha ha ha. 7th brother, that would be a duke." "Eldest, grant me the title of prince." Tu Minghu, caught in the revelry, tore off his outer garment and boisterously proclaimed, "You lot are all, what do they call it? My vassals, yes, my vassals." The bandits erupted in raucous laughter, while Hua Yuxing lowered his head to drink alone, feeling the absurdity of the scene weigh heavily upon him. Silently, he muttered, "Not vassals of the tiger, but vassals of the dragon." Just as the atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly frenzied, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A bandit rushed in. Panic etched upon his face. Boss, it's bad." "Humph." Tu Minghu's drunken demeanor shifted instantly, fury radiating from him as he slammed his cup onto the table, bellowing, "What nonsense is this? You dare disturb my revelry at the risk of your life." The bandit, a seasoned warrior of the 8th transformation, quaked under Tu Minghu's fierce aura and fell to his knees, stammering, "Fire. It's a fire." Hua Yuxing's expression darkened, and he stood abruptly, demanding, "Where's the fire? Speak clearly." The others, including Tu Minghu, remained largely unfazed at the mention of fire. Situated in the southern region, Tiger Ridge was rife with dense forests, making fires a common occurrence that had rarely caused significant damage in the past. However, Hua Yuxing felt an unsettling jolt in his heart. His earlier disquietude had been compounded by the thought of the silver, and now, hearing of a fire, he sensed an ominous premonition. A calamity was looming. The bandit gasped for breath, hastily continuing, "It's the granary. The granary is on fire. The brothers are trying to fetch water from the well, but the oil inside has ignited, and it's spreading uncontrollably." "What? The granary is ablaze?" Instantly, the bandits sprang to their feet, and Tu Minghu's drunkenness vanished. Everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Tiger Ridge housed but a single granary to supply provisions for the nearly 10,000 bandits. The granary overflowed with a bounty of grains, oils, and salts. If the fire could not be extinguished, it would spell disaster for their supply lines. What would happen to the multitude of bandits if they were left without food? Hua Yuxing shouted, "I specifically ordered you to store the oil separately and cover it with copper skins. How could it have leaked?" The bandit stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. He could only say that when he saw the flames, the ground around the granary was already soaked in oil, making it impossible to approach. Hua Yuxing pressed further. "Did you see any signs of people? Were there government soldiers approaching?" He surmised that the fire must have been set deliberately to cover an assault by the government troops. Chapter 69, Conflagration. Premonition. Why did the outpost fail to relay any warnings? Tu Ming, in a fit of fury, roared, "Disregard the reason. Everyone, follow me and summon our brethren to extinguish the blaze." He brusquely shoved aside the attendant maiden and stormed out, his fellow chieftains trailing closely behind. Hua Yuxing hastened to follow, witnessing the southeastern sector engulfed in a raging inferno, precisely where the granary stood. Adjoining structures had also caught fire, the ravenous flames reaching out to devour everything in their path. Many bandits fled in terror, shouting and fetching water from wells and mountain streams. In this moment, Tu Ming displayed the decisiveness befitting a leader, swiftly commanding his subordinates to assemble and combat the fire. Simultaneously, he ordered the other chieftains to safeguard the remaining areas, preventing the fire's spread. Amidst the pandemonium, unnoticed, several rats emerged from the conflagration, their fur glistening with oil. A crimson glint flashed momentarily in their tiny eyes. In the surrounding darkness, a wisp of black mist swirled across the ground, coalescing into a human form. Jiang Ye, leaning against a tree, watched the towering flames with amusement. His gaze fixed on the bandit leaders. The efficacy of the plant spirit and ghost mist techniques was undeniable. He had infiltrated the perilous checkpoint with ease, silently dispatching the two bandits on sentry duty who were engrossed in their drinking and banter. Donning their attire, he patiently awaited the relief shift, nonchalantly walking past them and ending their lives. Thus, he traversed the steep mountain path to the summit, transforming into a ghostly mist and infiltrating the granary undetected. Employing the plant spirit technique, he directed wild rats to infiltrate the granary and puncture the oil barrels. The ensuing events unfolded as expected. With thousands of liters of oil seeping out, the fire was unstoppable, destined to engulf the entire stronghold. Yet, this was insufficient. Jiang Ye intended to stoke the flames further. His gaze shifted toward a building farthest from the granary. Guided by the map provided by the deceased Lu Hua, he had ascertained its nature, the armory of the 9 Ridge West bandits. Within lay swords, light armor, and even dozens of suits of heavy armor and crossbows, equipment strictly prohibited by the imperial court. Crucially, it contained a substantial quantity of gunpowder. 2 men clearly harbored treasonous intentions, aiming to raise a so-called righteous army. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the history of the Eastern continent's 3 great nations. However, Jiang Ye remained indifferent, seeking only to intensify the conflagration and create utter chaos, thereby dividing the battlefield and allowing him to reap a harvest of death. Nearby, Hua Yuxing watched as the throng of bandits hurried past him to combat the fire. Even Tu Meng, displaying his prowess as an 8th-stage true force martial artist, manually uprooted trees in an attempt to create a firebreak. Yet, Hua Yuxing remained motionless. The intertwining flames and nightfall cast an eerie glow upon his face, accentuating his uncertain expression. The unrestrained tongues of fire brought a palpable heat to Hua Yuxing, even at a distance. An inexplicable unease gradually crept into Hua Yuxing's heart, a feeling of something spiraling out of control, lurking in the shadows. He and his cohorts were merely prey in a hunting ground. This unsettling sensation took root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Startled, Hua Yuxing abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on the opposite side of the granary. He muttered, "This is bad." Instinctively, he took a step in that direction. Then, a blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The stone ceiling of the armory was blown sky-high, and the surrounding walls crumbled under the force of the blast. A torrent of fire roared forth. Bandits in close proximity were vaporized before they could even cry out. Those farther away were instantly transformed into human torches, their agonizing screams echoing through the night as they writhed on the ground. The stench of burning flesh filled the air, creating a scene akin to a hellish oil cauldron. While the initial granary fire allowed the bandits some time to react, this explosion left no room for escape. At least 2,000 were either dead or wounded. Severed limbs and body parts rained down, some landing at Hua Yuxing's feet. Gasping for breath, he was overwhelmed by the horror unfolding before him. The sight of the burning stronghold ignited a primal urge to flee. His intuition, honed over years of experience, had served him well in the past, enabling him to evade numerous imperial ambushes during the stronghold's establishment. Now, a long-dormant premonition resurfaced, so intense that it threatened to paralyze him. Escape. Flee this place. Without hesitation, Hua Yuxing turned and fled, abandoning his valuables in favor of a secret path he knew. He had to be quick. The fire was spreading rapidly, and any delay could result in the escape route being blocked by fallen trees. However, he had barely covered 30 meters when he abruptly halted, his eyes wide with shock. From the heart of the inferno emerged a humanoid figure, easily 2 meters tall. It could only be described as a creature, shrouded in a veil of black mist that obscured its features. Its limbs were unnaturally thick, rivaling even those of Tu Meng in his enhanced state. Yet, it was the creature's aura of terrifying power that truly suffocated him. A young man's voice echoed from within the darkness, laced with mockery and disdain. "Not bad, not bad. You're quite perceptive." Hua Yuxing's pupils constricted. With a swift motion, he reached into his robes and flung a pouch of lime powder forward. Simultaneously, he spun around and fled for his life. The sight of the shadowy figure had triggered an overwhelming sense of dread, causing his heart to race. Hua Yuxing knew that he was facing an opponent beyond his capabilities. What is this? Jiang Ye, despite his enhanced physique, was unlikely to be affected by ordinary poisons. However, erring on the side of caution, he manipulated the surrounding black mist to deflect the powder. Although the demonic energy seemed ineffective against martial artists after his encounter with the Sky Devil, it still served as a practical barrier against harmful substances, preventing even a single grain from penetrating. Observing his quarry's retreating figure, Jiang Ye merely shifted his feet slightly. In an instant, he teleported before Hua Yuxing. Before the man could even utter a cry, Jiang Ye seized him by the throat and lifted him into the air. Hua Yuxing's face flushed crimson, quickly turning purple. Had Jiang Ye not restrained his strength, his neck would have been crushed. Struggling for breath, he managed to choke out, "Let me go. I can." Chapter 70, A Hellish Inferno. The Fury of Tu Minghu. I could assist you in becoming. Sputter. Before Hua Yuxing could complete his sentence, his eyes bulged grotesquely, nearly dislodged from their sockets. His neck, akin to a freshly baked, soft, and scalding steamed cake, was crushed by Jiang Ye's grip. Blood, like delectable juice, seeped from between his fingers. Hua Yuxing's face contorted in a final expression of asphyxiation. Jiang Ye casually tossed the corpse into the raging flames, wiping the blood from his hands. He muttered to himself, "Assist me? You overestimate yourself. Besides, who could resist 1,000 merit points?" Profound Qi Comprehension 10. Art of War Comprehension 10. Jiang Ye curled his lip in disdain. His cultivation was truly mediocre, only granting me a mere 10 points of profound Qi Comprehension. He's far inferior to that lustful ghost, Lu Hua. And 10 points of Art of War Comprehension? Seems this one was only a dilettante. Jiang Ye traversed the inferno, extinguishing the embers that landed upon him. Hearing the distant sounds of panicked flight and cries, his form began to blur once more. The hunt had commenced. Quick! Faster! The fire is engulfing the residences. Fetch water immediately. The well is depleted. Diverting the stream is too slow. Damn it! Why did the armory suddenly explode? Has anyone sighted the officials? Not a single trace. The conflagration intensified, spiraling entirely out of control. The foothills were cleaved into numerous diminutive zones by the blaze, causing disorientation. Initially, the fire suppressors were unperturbed, but when the explosions erupted, scattering dismembered limbs hundreds of meters afar, dread began to permeate the crowd. Damn it! The armory contains a batch of heavy armor, the boss's prized possession. Brothers, follow me into the ruins to search for it. The 8th chieftain of the 9 vultures, still mindful of Tu Minghu's instructions, waved his hand, signaling his men to follow. Gazing at the raging inferno ahead, many bandits hesitated. The 8th chieftain roared, "Follow me. You cowards. You think I'll let you burn to death if we can't get in?" Compelled by his dominance, they reluctantly followed, stepping over charred corpses still enveloped in flames. The 8th chieftain entered the blast zone, the intense heat rendering approach impossible. The 8th chieftain cursed vehemently. At this rate, the fire would soon engulf him. He turned to retreat, only to halt abruptly. Damn it, where are they? The 7 or 8 subordinates who had been following him had vanished. A stray flame suddenly darted toward him, and the 8th chieftain barely dodged it, muttering, "This fire is insatiable. It'll burn through our stronghold in a single night. You damn cowards. Get out here." Turning into gutless wonders now, he shouted, but his steps faltered. His head, throbbing from alcohol, felt increasingly sluggish in the surrounding heat. Yet, his years of combat experience alerted him to an anomaly. At that instant, from within the fiery sea, a colossal, ebony figure erupted from his blind spot. The 8th chieftain shuddered. As he turned, he saw an enormous fist detonating before him. In a panic, he raised his arms to shield himself. He, too, followed the path of true force, possessing a robust physique. But this assault afforded him no time to react. He could only brace for the impact. However, as the fist landed upon his arms, the 8th chieftain immediately sensed something amiss. His arms, as if molded from clay, were shattered, pulverized, and twisted into knots before this fist. Before his hands were driven into his chest, carrying his body away, a horrified thought flashed through the 8th chieftain's mind. What manner of physical strength was this? The excruciating pain stimulated his nerves, yet this terrifying blow had embedded his own arms into his chest. The horrifying force ruptured his lungs, and blood from the alveoli flooded his trachea. The 8th chieftain's expression was one of agony, yet he was unable to utter a sound. Thud. He crashed into the flames, becoming a fleshy kindling. True Blood 3000, True Force Comprehension 30, Butchery Comprehension 15. As expected, after advancing to the late Second Blood realm, the true blood gain from killing 7th-rank martial artists has diminished. However, 30 points of True Force Comprehension is not bad. Butchery Comprehension? This 8th chieftain of the 9 vultures must have been a butcher in his past life. Previously, The scattered killings of bandits had only yielded generic memories of murder, drinking, and abuse, devoid of any comprehension. Jiang Ye raised his head. Next, he would seek his next quarry. Within the inferno, Tu Menghu had ceased his firefighting efforts, silently observing with a somber expression. The fourth and fifth chieftains stood beside him, their faces etched with anxiety as they implored him. Big brother, this fire is unstoppable. This stronghold is lost. We must gather the gold, silver, and valuables, and lead the able-bodied brothers down the mountain. Otherwise, if the entire forest is consumed by the flames, none will survive. Martial artists who had reached a certain level, whether through the external release of true energy or the physical refinement of qi and blood, could withstand harsh environments. Ordinary heat, cold, and toxins were ineffective against martial artists above the 7th rank. But that did not imply they could stroll leisurely through a roaring fire that had engulfed an entire mountain. If there was truly no place to stand, Tu Menghu could activate his flesh and blood avatar and charge down the mountain in one breath. But others would suffer. Furthermore, there were countless bandits whose strength had not yet reached the 7th rank. Thousands had already fled down the mountain, realizing the situation was untenable. Bandits with flames engulfing their bodies ran about, screaming like headless flies. Finally, exhausted and reaching their breaking point, they collapsed into the inferno, never to rise again. A scene of purgatory. Several others continued to urge him. Tu Menghu suddenly roared, "Silence!" The chieftains and Tu Menghu's confidants were taken aback. Tu Menghu's murderous aura surged, the intense pressure forcing them to retreat several steps. He growled, "Descend the mountain? I invested so much effort in building this stronghold on Tiger Ridge. How much blood and sweat? And you want me to descend the mountain? Where's second brother? Where's second brother?" The others exchanged bewildered glances. In the surrounding chaos, no one knew where Hua Yuxing had gone. Tu Menghu expanded his frame, a series of tiger and leopard roars emanating from within him, his expression tinged with regret. He said in a deep voice, "Second brother was right. I was too careless with the imperial court, leading to this catastrophe." The others' expressions flickered, believing Tu Menghu was no longer willing to stubbornly remain here. Then his tone shifted. "However, their numbers must be few. Before descending the mountain, I will find them and torture them to death." The others were stunned. What kind of time was this to be searching for someone? How could they even find them? Soon, they heard words that sent a chill down their spines. Chapter 71. Opening a path to survival. One by one, we strike. Tu Menghu growled fiercely. "Even if I am to make a comeback, I must first flush out this sneaky rat. You all, position yourselves in 8 directions and search for any signs. Once you detect anything unusual, call out immediately. I will rush over to crush it." A chill ran through the hearts of the crowd as they grasped his meaning. He intended for them to serve as bait. Yet, amid their hesitation, Tu Menghu's imposing presence bore down upon them like a mountain. Cold sweat trickled down their backs as they understood there was no room for refusal. Otherwise, they would be struck down by Tu Menghu's hand in an instant. The few rogues among them quietly lamented, fully aware of Tu Menghu's nature. Once he became enraged, he would disregard all ties. In the past, their second-in-command, Hua Yuxing, could offer some counsel, but Tu Menghu had grown increasingly obstinate over the past 2 years, and Hua Yuxing's whereabouts were currently unknown. Though they were not weak, they were not afraid of the hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. However, the flames encroaching around them created a hellish scene, leaving little time to search for others. They feared they might perish in the fire. As Tu Menghu's icy gaze swept over them, their scalps tingled, forcing them to clasp their fists in submission. "Yes, boss." The group scattered, searching in every direction. The mountains erupted into chaos, with bandits aflame and others frantically fleeing downhill. Due to the sheer number of people, many paths were blocked by fire and fallen trees, leaving only a handful of routes available to escape. In the crush of bodies, some were trampled underfoot. "Damn it, everyone. Stop pushing. Let me through. I have an 80-year-old mother waiting for me at the bottom. Your mother's grave grass is 2 meters high. Does she even know you exist? You wretched son." Amidst the pandemonium, the true nature of the bandits emerged. They drew their long knives and indiscriminately slashed at those in front of them. "Who the hell is cutting me? That hurts." Once the first strike was made, the desire for bloodshed ignited in everyone's minds. Armed with weapons, they turned on their former comrades, hacking away with abandon. The bandits of Lingxi had long been divided across various hills, and the existing conflicts erupted. Survival was forgotten as they fought amongst themselves. "I've wanted to take you down for ages, Dai. You dared to fight me for a woman last time. Now you will pay." The sounds of slaughter and screams echoed in the air, an absurd spectacle unfolding at the mountain's base. Elsewhere, a group of scantily clad women huddled together, trembling in fear. They watched the raging inferno, uncertain of their fate. Some wept softly, others were in a daze. Were they truly to perish in this fire? Had they possessed any martial prowess, they might have fought for a chance to escape. Yet most of these women were delicate, skilled only in arts and music, with no training in combat. Even if they had some minor abilities, they were insufficient to withstand the flames. Only one woman maintained a semblance of composure. She comforted the others while seeking a way out. The daughter of a local magistrate, she had been unfortunate enough to be captured and subjected to torment on the mountain. Yet she never relinquished her hope of escape. Her spirit was unyielding. However, as the flames grew fiercer, the space they could stand in diminished. Her gaze dimmed with the realization that hope for survival was fading. Suddenly, a massive shadow appeared amidst the fire. The woman gasped, fearing that the bandits had returned to capture them. Yet, to her astonishment, the flames parted before the shadow as if bowing to a sovereign. Jiang Ye, shrouded in dark energy, stood before the women. Their initial fear caused them to recoil, save for the magistrate's daughter, who sensed no malice in him. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ye declared, "I have opened a path for you. Those who wish to escape should do so quickly. I cannot guarantee your safety for long." Startled, the women beheld as the dark energy surrounding him pushed back the flames in mere moments. Joy surged through them as they rushed to follow the magistrate's daughter. "Get up. We must go." They scrambled to their feet and followed her at a brisk pace through the passage, which led directly down the mountain. Jiang Ye had cleared this route beforehand, untouched by the flames. As they descended, disbelief lingered in their hearts. They glanced back at the tall figure stepping into the inferno. Tears welled in their eyes as they bowed in gratitude before fleeing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye transformed into a merciless demon, hunting down those around him. His targets were not the chaotic bandits engaged in their fray. While he could have easily dispatched a multitude with a single strike, the rewards from them were too meager. However, not seeking to kill them did not mean he would spare those who crossed his path. Each kill was worth 100 points of merit. Colliding with a dozen disoriented bandits, Jiang Ye soared past them, unleashing a flurry of punches that obliterated them. In an instant, he amassed thousands of merit points. Damn it! If I weren't after more insights into martial arts, I would wipe you all out. With blood-red eyes, Jiang Ye greedily eyed the clump of bandits hacking away at one another. Though these common brigands yielded little in the way of martial understanding, he recognized the critical importance of enhancing his comprehension, which was essential for his cultivation. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the 9 hawks one by one. Currently, only the 4 hawks were searching for him amidst the chaos of flames and panicked crowds, drenched in sweat as they scurried about. Jiang Ye weaved through the inferno, swiftly dispatching them. Killing these early to mid-stage warriors became increasingly effortless. The noise they made could not even drown out the cacophony of slaughter from the bandits. Tu Minghu was completely oblivious to it all. The last of the 4 hawks, witnessing the surrounding chaos and Tu Minghu's disappearance, spat on the ground in frustration. Damn it, searching for what? He pivoted and charged towards the nearest escape route, effortlessly punching down a few brothers who stood in his way as he bellowed. "Get out of my way, I'm going first." Some bandits turned to curse him, but upon recognizing his face, their words faltered. The 9 hawks commanded a certain level of intimidation, especially the 4 hawks. At that moment, a massive figure loomed before him, a sinister laugh echoing forth. "Leaving? Did I grant you permission?" The 4 hawks' expression darkened with fury as he raised his fist, believing this individual to be a newcomer from the stronghold. Chapter 72. Carnage. A clash of titans. "You insignificant cur, daring to obstruct my path." He unleashed a palm strike. Yet the anticipated spectacle of the hulking figure being sent flying backward in a bloody heap never materialized. His hand was ensnared, seemingly out of nowhere, by the adversary. The immense force emanating from the grip felt like an iron vice, threatening to crush his bones and eliciting a stifled cry of agony. The 4th chieftain broke out in a cold sweat. When had such a formidable figure, a complete stranger, appeared on this mountain? Wait a moment. It was him. He lifted his gaze, a look of utter shock etched upon his face as he beheld Jiang Ye's countenance obscured by the encroaching darkness. "You're the one who set the fire." Jiang Ye merely shrugged, replying, "Correct, but no prize for you." A maelstrom of terror and rage coursed through the 4th chieftain as he bellowed in defiance. With unwavering resolve, he retaliated, his other hand hurtling towards Jiang Ye's chest, while simultaneously driving his knee towards Jiang Ye's groin. The attack was executed with ruthless precision and unwavering resolve. He knew that one of his arms was already compromised by the adversary and that the latter's physical prowess far exceeded his own. Attempting to forcefully break free at this juncture would undoubtedly seal his doom. He was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate tactic, hoping to create an opening for his escape. A flicker of admiration momentarily flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes, solely based on this immediate response. The man surpassed the other chieftains he had slain. However, it was all in vain. With equal ferocity, Jiang Ye launched his own fist and knee, colliding with the assailant's strikes in an instant. A sickening crunch reverberated through the air as bones shattered into fragments. The fourth chieftain's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his limbs succumb to numbness. His arm hung limp, while his leg was utterly incapable of bearing any weight. He collapsed, barely managing to maintain a kneeling posture with the aid of his remaining leg. His complexion turned ashen as he recognized the gravity of his situation. If the pain had been intense, there might have been a glimmer of hope for recovery. However, the complete absence of sensation indicated that not only had his flesh been pulverized, but his tendons and ligaments had also been irrevocably destroyed. The fourth chieftain's face was etched with despair as he lifted his head, his eyes filled with unyielding resentment. He implored, "Would you deign to reveal your name, so that I may at least die with some semblance of understanding?" Jiang Ye responded with a dismissive tone, "You are already on the precipice of death. What significance would my name hold for you? Simply embrace your fate." With that, he delivered a decisive blow, crushing the fourth chieftain's skull like a ripe melon, causing his lifeless body to slump to the ground. The surrounding bandits were paralyzed with fear, ceasing their internecine squabbles. They were incredulous that their esteemed fourth chieftain, a figure of such influence, skill, and valor, second only to a select few within the stronghold, had been so easily dispatched. A chilling realization washed over them as they recognized the dire circumstances in which they found themselves. Desperate to conceal themselves, they frantically pushed and shoved their way into the throng of bodies. However, the already congested space within the inferno could scarcely accommodate such a surge of terrified individuals, resulting in a chaotic and grotesque spectacle. Jiang Ye advanced, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "It seems that only your chieftain remains. In that case, you had best scream with greater intensity." Observing the sheer number of bandits still present, he promptly abandoned his pursuit of Tu Meng Hu. By exterminating this horde, Tu Meng Hu would undoubtedly be drawn to the commotion. Then I shall proceed without reservation. Enveloped in an aura of demonic energy, Jiang Ye was consumed by exhilaration as he plunged into the mass of bandits like a reaper of souls. No, my entrails are spilling out. Let me retrieve them. Mercy. Jiang Ye's laughter was laced with malice as he unleashed a barrage of ruthless attacks. With each strike, he either shattered skulls, twisted heads, or pierced through chests and abdomens. Some succumbed instantly, while others clung to the vestiges of life, writhing and wailing on the ground as their life force rapidly ebbed away. Corpses were flung skyward in a macabre display. Jiang Ye, a veritable demon incarnate, reveled in his unrestrained consumption of life. Occasionally, after slaying a bandit, he would glean fragments of their memories, invariably revealing tales of pillaging, murder, and the violation of the innocent. They were all deserving of their fate. The bandits wept and wailed, desperately clinging to those around them, yearning for someone to serve as their shield. Before long, the unbearable pressure of impending doom overwhelmed one of them, who emitted a blood-curdling scream and plunged into the heart of the inferno. However, this was merely a transition from one circle of hell to another. They stumbled only a few steps before collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Jiang Ye continued his relentless assault, claiming 2 or 3 lives with each strike. He had already dispatched over 100 bandits. "Run, keep running," he taunted. "I'll see how far you can escape." He continued to slaughter the bandits around him. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance of 100 meters. "You villainous cur, I've got you now." A figure radiating murderous intent hurtled towards him, parting the flames in its wake. The figure's speed was astonishing. The sound of the roar had barely reached Jiang Ye's ears when the figure was already upon him. Tu Meng Hu was consumed by unbridled rage. This was the culprit who had decimated his life's work. Prepare to meet your end. He unleashed a ferocious palm strike, channeling boundless energy that flattened the surrounding flames. Jiang Ye sneered, "You're too late." As he spoke, he unleashed a devastating roundhouse kick. In his current demonic form, towering over 2 meters in height, the kick possessed enough force to shatter a half-meter-thick granite gate into dust. The kick collided with the energy of the palm strike, unleashing an explosive impact. The resulting shockwave pushed the flames back by more than 10 meters, clearing a space around the two combatants. Jiang Ye staggered backward, feeling a slight tingle in his calf. He shook his leg, his expression composed, but his mind was filled with apprehension. After the seventh transformation, the disparity in strength between each major breakthrough was indeed immense. The physical resilience and destructive force of a true strength martial artist in the early stages of the eighth transformation were even greater than he had anticipated. After receiving the kick, Tu Ming who swayed slightly but maintained his footing. However, he was equally astonished. Upon reaching the eighth transformation, a true strength martial artist's blood, muscles, bones, tendons, and ligaments would coalesce into a unified force, resulting in an astonishing surge of power. The force they wielded was known as Dan Strength. Each strike was an embodiment of the body's compressed power, capable of inflicting devastating damage. That was why it was said that the peak of a true strength martial artist's power was reached from the eighth transformation onward. Before the eighth transformation, true chi could often slightly suppress true strength. However, after the eighth transformation, true strength could overwhelm true chi. Tu Ming, whose palm strike had been fueled by rage, almost fully unleashing the power of Dan's strength. Yet, it had only managed to push his opponent back a few steps, seemingly without inflicting any significant injuries. A typical seventh transformation martial artist, even at the peak of the seventh transformation, would not have been able to withstand such a strike so nonchalantly. Could it be? It was only then that Tu Ming, who noticed Jiang Ye's unusually large size, his 2-meter height, his muscles as strong as steel, and the rolling dark aura. He exclaimed in surprise, "A flesh-body avatar? You've mastered a flesh-body avatar as well." His expression instantly became grave. He had initially dismissed his opponent as a cowardly rat, assuming that he could crush him with a single palm strike. Chapter 73, Fleshy Avatar. Fierce Battle. However, the situation now appears more intricate. To Tu Ming, who, Jiang Ye's physical characteristics distinctly indicated the employment of a fleshy avatar. The fleshy avatar is an exceedingly precious secret art, exclusively reserved for true force martial artists above the 8th rank. The restriction to those above the 8th rank stems from the fleshy avatar's complete stimulation of the body's bone marrow and bloodline potential. It involves the vigorous dredging of blood marrow to achieve a substantial augmentation of the physical body. Failure to condense energy into a core. Failing to coalesce the body's energy and blood into a unified force would result in overstimulation and depletion of one's essence during the cultivation of the fleshy avatar. The practitioner would meet a premature demise before even mastering the technique. However, once mastered and the fleshy avatar is unleashed, the true force martial artist's power would surge dramatically, encompassing speed, physical strength, power, explosiveness, and regenerative capabilities. This is the most crucial factor enabling true force martial artists beyond the 8th rank to, in turn, suppress true energy martial artists. Nevertheless, the cultivation methods for the fleshy avatar are exceedingly valuable, accessible only to certain major sects, great religions, or martial arts families that follow the true force path. It is invariably their most confidential inheritance. Even direct disciples may not have the opportunity to learn it. It is already rare for a bandit like Tu Ming who to cultivate to the 8th rank of true force and condense energy into a core. Acquiring the secret art of the fleshy avatar would indeed be a stroke of immense fortune. In the past, he had slain a direct descendant of a martial arts family who was traveling abroad, obtaining this inheritance from him. However, the family disciple only possessed the first half of the inheritance. Consequently, while cultivation was possible, numerous flaws existed after mastery, rendering it merely a pseudo-avatar. Upon observing Jiang Ye's appearance, he naturally presumed that the latter had mastered such an inheritance and possessed an extraordinary background. Tu Ming, who inquired in a frigid tone, "Are you a direct disciple of the Giant Spirit sect? Or a scion of the Blaze sect? Or perhaps a direct descendant of some esteemed family?" Jiang Ye was taken aback, realizing that this individual had mistaken him for someone with connections. Seeing his silence, Tu Ming, who sneered, "You people have always been haughty. When did you start heeding the court's commands? Or could it be that you are a lackey cultivated by the court?" He was aware that, besides these factions, the Southern Flame dynasty, which overshadowed all other forces, also possessed such inheritances. However, they often maintained a low profile, and information about them was scarce in the martial arts world unless one held a high position. Tu Ming, who coldly stated, "Regardless of your origins, possessing such cultivation at such a young age suggests an extraordinary identity." For the court to dispatch a prodigy like you to apprehend me, too, is quite flattering. Growing impatient with his lengthy discourse, Jiang Ye shook his head and retorted, too much drivel. Let's settle this with action. Upon hearing this, Tu Ming, whose eyes narrowed, his killing intent intensifying. 10 years ago, he could slay a direct descendant of a martial arts family to acquire half an inheritance. Why couldn't an amp Oppos, he slayeth another one today? Moreover, with such strength, escape was impossible. One of them had to fall. He harbored no fear, for over the years, his advancement to the 8th rank as a first-rate bandit demonstrated his exceptional disposition. He was ruthless and scrupulous, but his martial will was sufficiently resolute. Since facing a formidable adversary, he would engage in a decisive battle. Tu Ming, whose life had been a series of gambles, and today was simply another one. With this resolve, Tu Ming, who promptly unleashed his fleshy avatar, Blood Chi Furnace, Xian Copper Avatar, arise. Ugh! Accompanied by a ferocious roar. Tu Ming, whose bones emitted a violent cracking sound. The energy and blood within his body surged rapidly, audible even to Jiang Ye. His body swiftly swelled and elongated, surpassing Jiang Ye by an inch, approaching 2 meters 1. At this moment, Tu Ming, whose body surface exhibited a dark copper hue, exuding a metallic texture. The explosive energy contained within surged within him with each breath. This was the inheritance he had scavenged from the family disciple years ago. The complete inheritance should have enabled the cultivation of the Xian Gold Avatar, but due to the missing half, the technique was incomplete, allowing only the Xian Copper Avatar to be cultivated. Although weaker than the complete version, it was still a fleshy avatar's secret art, with formidable effects. Tu Ming, who now gazed down slightly at Jiang Ye, sneering, youngster, look forward to being torn to pieces by me. Since advancing to the 8th rank of true force, he had rarely had the opportunity to use the secret art. The last time was against an 8th rank true energy expert from the court. After unleashing the Xian Copper Avatar, he had injured and forced the opponent to retreat. Now, upon unleashing it once more, Tu Ming, who felt the surging power within his body, completely suppressing his previous hesitation. In this physical state, he felt capable of vanquishing any existence. This is the fleshy avatar. Jiang Ye was also somewhat astonished. He had heard of this high-level secret art in his previous life but had never witnessed it. It was indeed extraordinary. Judging from its appearance and the perception of its energy fluctuations, it was not inferior to his own demonic physique. However, this was only a preliminary assessment. The true extent of its augmentation would only be revealed in a fierce battle. At this moment, Tu Ming, who exuded a palpable aura of brutality, his martial momentum. Ordinary individuals would be paralyzed with fear in the face of this aura, as if encountering a mountain tiger. This was the martial aura that martial artists of a certain caliber could condense. Now, Tu Ming, who had fully released it, and with various enhancements, he had elevated his state to its peak. He not only intended to win this battle, but also to do so swiftly. Without further ado, the 2-meter-1 Xian Copper Avatar violently charged towards Jiang Ye, like a metallic hill. Jiang Ye's expression turned solemn, and he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, roaring as he collided head-on. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two exchanged 3 blows. Their figures intertwined, briefly clashed, and then separated once more. Jiang Ye felt a piercing pain in the bones where they had collided. He had already sustained injuries after just exchanging blows with the full-powered Tu Ming, but this sensation excited him greatly. Pain is reality. Again, the Xian Copper physique and the Black Energy demonic physique clashed fiercely. Tu Ming, who employed the most brutal fighting style, raining punches and kicks like heavy artillery on Jiang Ye's face and body. His attack frequency was extremely dense, temporarily forcing Jiang Ye to merely parry. Tu Ming, whose expression was savage as he maximized his output frequency. Dia. Boom, boom, boom. Multiple bloody holes erupted on Jiang Ye's body. He retreated continuously, eventually being struck in the abdomen by a heavy punch. His body flew backward, crashing into the sea of flames. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Ye wiped his face, only to realize that he had coughed up blood. At least a dozen bones were fractured throughout his body, and he also suffered varying degrees of internal organ damage. Exhilarating, so exhilarating. Jiang Ye's expression contorted as he supported himself on the ground and stood up. Chapter 74, Grievous Wounds. Bone Claws. Since the fusion with the ancestral demon bloodline, his strength had burgeoned at an almost unbelievable rate. Each victorious battle against a formidable adversary resulted in exponential progress, a sensation to which Jiang Ye had become thoroughly addicted. To wield such power was to invite the impulse to dominate through carnage, to enforce justice through sheer brutality. Thus, he harbored no fear of pain, nor of opponents mightier than himself, for such adversaries were merely the finest nourishment for his growth. Tu Minghu, in particular, exerted a pressure far exceeding that of the previous Lu Jiangwo, despite Jiang Ye's own enhanced strength. Consequently, Jiang Ye steadied himself, the shattered organs within him swiftly mending, the fractured bones miraculously reforming. To Tu Minghu's astonishment, Jiang Ye's aura returned undiminished. A chilling voice emanated from his lips. "Fierce tiger? I see only a mangy, moribund feline, soon to be crushed beneath my heel." Tu Minghu responded with a furious laugh, his fists clenching so tightly that the displaced air emitted a metallic screech. "So eager for death? I shall oblige." His Xian bronze avatar flared to life, its metallic sheen intensifying as he propelled himself towards Jiang Ye like a cannonball. Having discerned his opponent's extraordinary regenerative abilities, he resolved to obliterate him with the utmost violence. Die! The formidable fist, seemingly forged from molten bronze, hurtled towards him with the force to shatter city walls. Jiang Ye merely grinned, meeting the assault head-on with a single, unyielding fist. Another miniature cataclysm erupted amidst the mountain foothills, the surrounding flames recoiling in retreat. A figure was sent hurtling through the air. Jiang Ye crashed heavily into the fiery sea. Tu Minghu, seizing the advantage, pursued relentlessly. Intercepting Jiang Ye mid-flight, he seized both arms and wrenched them violently. With a sickening tear, Jiang Ye felt excruciating pain as his arms dislocated at the shoulders. Yet, his gaze only intensified in its ferocity. He lashed out with a kick aimed at Tu Minghu's groin, while simultaneously using his other leg to pivot on the ground like a top, regaining his footing. Noticing Tu Minghu's instinctive avoidance of the blow, he lunged forward, delivering a savage, sweeping kick towards his temple. In desperation, Tu Minghu raised an elbow to deflect the attack. Following the resounding impact, Tu Minghu staggered slightly, though seemingly unfazed. However, his Xian bronze avatar visibly dimmed for a fleeting moment. Jiang Ye understood. While the avatar was undoubtedly formidable, it likely suffered from a flaw in its technique, rendering it unable to fully protect its vital points. Otherwise, Tu Minghu could have ignored the attacks to his groin and temple, enduring them without concern. He also observed that the avatar's maintenance was intermittent. Any disruption to Tu Minghu's rhythm caused fluctuations in the avatar's metallic luster. Though these lapses were brief, seizing such an opportunity could potentially shatter the avatar. With this realization, Jiang Ye scoffed, "Too fierce tiger, your avatar seems rather unimpressive. After all this, I remain unscathed." Tu Minghu's expression darkened, though he remained silent. Aware that Jiang Ye was deliberately provoking him, his opponent's regenerative capacity was indeed astonishing. Despite being significantly weaker physically, he seemed impervious to lasting harm. A sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. His cultivated fleshly avatar was deeply flawed, not only leaving vulnerabilities but also suffering from excessive essence extraction due to the absence of a crucial innate locking technique in the lower half of the inheritance. Prolonged use would thus damage his very foundation, potentially hindering his combat ability for a month or two, or worse, causing a permanent regression in his cultivation or even a significant shortening of his lifespan. The latter was utterly unacceptable. With this in mind, Tu Minghu redoubled his efforts, attacking Jiang Ye with unrestrained ferocity. Jiang Ye, with his dislocated arms, struggled to defend himself and was soon pummeled by a series of blows. He coughed up blood as Tu Minghu hammered him back and forth. Finally, a devastating punch to the chest sent Jiang Ye hurtling deep into the fiery abyss. He lay amidst the inferno, every inch of his body screaming in agony. At least a dozen bones were broken, the ribs piercing his lungs, making it difficult to breathe. His limbs were contorted unnaturally, riddled with comminuted fractures, bone fragments protruding from the skin. The scorching flames seared Jiang Ye's flesh, the unbearable pain threatening to overwhelm him, eliciting a primal roar. Such injuries, even with a complete fleshly avatar, would likely prove fatal without immediate administration of top-tier healing elixirs. Yet, within Jiang Ye, his true blood surged with renewed vigor and purity. His physique was already formidable. His demonic form capable of suppressing even 8th Revolution True Force martial artists who had not mastered their fleshly avatars. Thus, the blessings conferred by his Pangu true demon talent were amplified by the severity of his injuries. Deep within, 2 droplets of dark, Abyssal blood essence pulsed with increasing intensity. Like twin black hearts, true blood continuously gushed forth, infusing every corner of Jiang Ye's body. A third droplet flickered into existence, seemingly poised to fully manifest with just a single additional step. Within the fiery sea, Jiang Ye's eyes snapped open, suffused with crimson. His horrific wounds began to heal at an even more accelerated pace than before. With a series of involuntary twitches, Jiang Ye's twisted limbs realigned under the influence of an unknown force. Then, a strange rustling sound emanated from within him. It was the sound of bones rebuilding, of flesh regenerating. And all of this transpired in less than 3 minutes. Demonic energy billowed from Jiang Ye's body. He raised his hands, now covered in an incredibly sharp, chitinous substance. Previously, this substance had only been present at the tips of his fingers. Now, it enveloped his entire hand, extending outward like 10 gleaming, razor-sharp claws. These were bone claws, a unique manifestation of true blood energy. Jiang Ye flexed his hands, the air around him audibly tearing like fabric. Even he was slightly taken aback. These bone claws were sharper than even the middle-grade treasured saber, the Jiaoqi wing blade. A mere swipe could likely cleave through heavy armor. He raised his eyes, peering through the inferno at Tu Menghu's silhouette. Though his vision was obscured, he could sense the potent, blood-rich aura, even more prominent than the flames themselves. A cold, cruel smile crept across Jiang Ye's lips. Now it was his turn. Chapter 75, Breaking the Dharma Body. Defeated, Tu Menghu, supporting his Xian copper Dharma body, searched frantically amidst the orange-red spectacle dancing in the darkness. He had just rendered Jiang Ye half-crippled, the latter plummeting into the sea of flames, vanishing without a trace. Yet, Tu Menghu was certain his adversary had not perished. That terrifying vitality stirred a sense of dread within him. He had never heard of any Eastern continent lineage whose flesh and blood Dharma body possessed such regenerative prowess. But he knew one thing. If he failed to seize this opportunity to slay him, he would surely be beheaded in the future. However, Tu Menghu faced a predicament. He was now completely engulfed in intense flames, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the Xian copper Dharma body. If he couldn't locate his foe, he would have to retreat swiftly, fleeing Xie County, perhaps even the Southern Flame Kingdom. Tu Menghu cursed inwardly. Damn it! If only I were a divine sense cultivator. A mere sweep of my divine sense would reveal the enemy's location. There would be no need for this frantic search. Just then, a playful voice echoed from behind. Tu diseased cat, are you looking for your grandpa? Tu Menghu abruptly spun around, simultaneously unleashing a cannon punch without hesitation. Thud! A violent metallic clang erupted as Tu Menghu beheld a ghastly white claw colliding with his fist, which was enveloped in the luster of Xian copper. An overwhelming force surged forth, and for the first time, Jiang Ye's attack forced Tu Menghu back 3 steps. He steadied himself, raising his right hand. Upon the back of his hand was a distinct claw mark, fresh blood seeping out. A look of horror dawned on his face. His Xian copper Dharma body had been breached. Jiang Ye rejoiced inwardly. During his previous battle with Tu Menghu, he had come to appreciate the resilience of the copper skin. Even with a ferocious cleave from the flood dragon wing blades, he might have broken the blades without breaching the defense. Now, a single strike from the bone claw had shattered his Dharma body. Such power! It was exquisite. This true blood system was clearly evolving him into a monster. He no longer required weapons. Although his appearance grew increasingly grotesque, a smile appeared on Jiang Ye's face, followed by uproarious laughter, increasingly manic. I truly adore this sensation. Tu Menghu's expression soured. Why had this brat's strength surged again? And this demeanor? Had he gone mad? For the first time since the battle began, Tu Menghu felt the urge to turn and flee when facing Jiang Ye. But Jiang Ye would not grant him that opportunity. He raised his left hand, flicking his bone claws. The sound of a blade scraping against metal echoed. Jiang Ye's voice was gentle, as if conversing with Tu Menghu, yet also speaking to himself. Listen to this sound. How exquisite. Tell me, wouldn't this exquisite sound be even more sublime if accompanied by your wails of anguish? Tu Menghu, gazing at the manic figure shrouded in black mist amidst the orange-red flames, suddenly shuddered. Some become weak-kneed with fear, while others instinctively unleash rage to suppress their emotions. Tu Menghu belonged to the latter. With a roar, he charged toward Jiang Ye. The two engaged in a fierce battle as before. Attacks that could severely injure or even kill a 7th-stage peak martial artist were unleashed with abandon. Shik. Streams of energy, like swift blades, shot out in all directions. Even the raging fire retreated. Soon, Tu Minghu felt an even deeper terror. Jiang Ye, who had previously been sent flying with severe injuries after only a few blows, now faced his attacks with greater ease. However, he could no longer wound him. This was a monster, an unkillable monster. The grotesque thought invaded Tu Minghu's mind and could not be ignored. No, I can't keep fighting. Once the thought of fear arose, hesitation crept into Tu Minghu's mind. At this point, he realized more clearly that his condition had deteriorated significantly compared to before. The Xian copper Dharma body flickered more and more frequently, and he felt a surge of soreness in his spinal dragon. This was a sign that his bone marrow essence blood was being extracted excessively. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to once the Dharma body could no longer be maintained. With this in mind, Tu Minghu unleashed a series of rapid attacks, forcing Jiang Ye back. He growled, "Enough. Neither of us can overcome the other. I've been outmaneuvered by you today. Consider it my loss. We'll settle this another day." As he spoke, he slowly moved backward, as if he were truly about to depart. Jiang Ye paused. Then a grotesque grin stretched across his face. He mocked, Neither of us can overcome the other?" In the next instant, Jiang Ye's expression turned sinister. His blood-red pupils filled with a savage desire to tear the man before him to pieces. A metallic voice, like the clash of gold and iron, issued from his throat. "Who gave you the audacity to say that I can't overcome you?" At this moment, it was as if a more bloodthirsty persona, hidden deep within him, had been provoked by Tu Minghu's words and taken over his body. Jiang Ye's vision was filled with crimson, his murderous intent surging as he shot toward Tu Minghu. Tu Minghu cursed inwardly, "Damn it." But at this moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. It was impossible to escape by turning and running. He could only brace himself for another battle. Jiang Ye's fighting style was even more frenzied than before, completely abandoning parries and footwork, focusing solely on brute force. Bone claws, knee strikes, elbow strikes, and whip kicks, a torrent of savage blows rained down on the figure before him, who was slightly larger than himself. The claws sliced into the Xian copper Dharma body, producing a series of grating sounds that made one's teeth ache. Sparks flew as Jiang Ye clawed relentlessly, feeling as if he were striking a bronze statue. Now, he would shatter the copper skin completely, exposing the flesh and blood within, so that he could feast to his heart's content. Tu Minghu's expression grew increasingly grim as he felt his body nearing a critical point. Just then, the Xian copper luster on Tu Minghu's body flickered violently, and the relentless claw strikes were already tearing through. Tu Minghu's expression changed drastically, and he heard several tearing sounds. Blood splattered as a domineering force pierced through, and Tu Minghu spat out a mouthful of blood in terror. His body shrank rapidly, returning to its original size. Although he was already 6'3", he was now dwarfed by Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye raised his hand, gazing at the crimson blood on his bone claws, Tu Minghu's blood. He looked up and smiled. Xian copper Dharma body, just scrap metal. Tu Minghu felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his spinal dragon utterly limp. His expression changed drastically as an icy chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. "It's over, all over." For a fleeting moment, hesitation flickered across Tu Minghu's face. A second later, he turned and fled, desperately seeking escape. His mind had raced through countless thoughts, but in the end, fear overwhelmed everything. Chapter 76. The Abyssal Demon Eyes. The Man in Gray. Run, run, run fast. Tu Minghu had not felt such terror for many years. His mind was a muddled mess, driven purely by instinct as he frantically sprinted in one direction. This reaction was typical for most creatures when faced with a lethal adversary. Yet, at this moment, it became Tu Minghu's death knell. The flames scorched his body, yet the adrenaline suppressed the pain as he raced onward, until an enormous shadow loomed, unavoidable and menacing. The power of the eighth transformation heightened Tu Minghu's senses beyond the ordinary, and the terrifying pressure of impending death caused him to scream in despair. The next moment, whoosh! Tu Minghu halted abruptly, his immense momentum propelling him forward. However, a far greater force from behind pinned him firmly in place. His expression turned to one of panic as his gaze involuntarily dropped. At his lower abdomen, 5 ghastly white claws protruded through his back, emerging from his abdomen, still smeared with unidentifiable flesh and blood. The metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils. It was only then that he comprehended the horror of his situation, letting out a chilling scream as his limbs flailed in a desperate dance, akin to a giant insect skewered by a steel fork. A voice of impatience echoed from behind him. "Who told you to move?" Immediately after, an even colder sensation pierced through Tu Minghu's body. Jiang Ye withdrew his hand from where it had been embedded, only to thrust it into Tu Menghu's heart. Tu Menghu's eyes widened, filled with regret and confusion. With another pull, there was a dull thud, and with endless reluctance, Tu Menghu collapsed. In that moment of killing, Jiang Ye experienced an unprecedented intensity of feedback from both memories and the essence of flesh and blood, almost overwhelming him. His true blood surged within him, as if some hidden spring from the ocean floor was gushing forth. The third drop of blood finally solidified, elevating him to the early stage of the three-blood realm and unlocking the abyssal demon eyes. In an instant, Jiang Ye's pupils transformed from blood red to profound black. This was an abyss of absolute depth, chaos before chaos, the cycles of life and death revolving within his gaze. With a mere blink, he could witness the collapse of grand principles or the birth of new rules. Deep within, swirling vortices could be discerned. All light seemed to be drawn into Jiang Ye's eyes, giving him the appearance of a deity wielding darkness. He closed his eyes and then reopened them. The sights before him were still somewhat unfamiliar. Wherever his gaze fell, he could clearly discern a solitary eagle perched on a ridge miles away beneath the night sky. The movement of its wings appeared agonizingly slow. Each feathers quivered distinctly observable. Jiang Ye's focus sharpened on the eagle, which suddenly shuddered, as if it had been marked by some great terror. Just as it prepared to take flight, an invisible force abruptly yanked its right wing, causing it to lose balance. The eagle scrambled to stabilize itself on the cliff, glancing around in fear, yet oblivious to the source of its peril. Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze, and within the vortex of his abyssal pupils, two mysterious symbols flickered dimly. 3 black dots formed a triangle, connected by a line, symbolizing the primal laws of the nascent universe. The information coursing through his blood was instantaneously revealed to Jiang Ye. It turned out that these abyssal demon eyes belonged to a magnificent being, the ancestral demon, embodying the power of creation and destruction. In the ancestral demon's possession, these eyes could penetrate the heavens and earth in a single glance or unravel the primordial universe. They could also evolve the myriad paths of existence and open the cycles of reincarnation. This was the most formidable ocular technique in the cosmos, representing supreme authority. Yet, what Jiang Ye had awakened was merely the most primitive form of the abyssal demon eyes, capable of wielding only a fraction of their power. Nevertheless, even this scant ability was sufficient to elevate his strength to a new realm. The forest was eerily silent, save for the crackling of flames, as if all living beings sensed the emergence of a great existence and withdrew into the shadows. Jiang Ye extended his hand, drawing the vibrant orange flames toward him, which swirled around his body and ignited his form, transforming him into a fiery deity. He marveled at how this previously tumultuous fire now radiated only a gentle warmth in his palms. A sense of shock coursed through him. The awakening of the abyssal demon eyes granted him the capacity to connect with the elemental forces of nature. He sensed a nebulous consciousness emerging from the flames, bowing in submission to him. To be precise, it was not the consciousness of the flame itself, but rather the elemental consciousness of fire in the world. This revelation promised to vastly enrich his combat strategies in the future. However, it was evident that fully unlocking the power of the abyssal demon eyes would require a considerable journey. What he had thus far experienced was merely the tip of the iceberg. At the same time, the true blood consumed to activate the abyssal demon eyes was greater than that required for the demonic body. With a thought, Jiang Ye retracted the 2 ancestral demonic powers, restoring his body to a normal state and his eyes to clarity, though upon closer inspection, the 2 mysterious symbols continued to rotate within the depths of his pupils. Simultaneously, after slaying Tu Menghu, the memories and insights flowed back into him. True Essence Insight 90, Blacksmith Insight 70. It turned out Tu Menghu had also been a blacksmith. From the memories, it was evident that his blacksmithing skills were quite proficient. The martial insights from an 8th transformation True Essence warrior were substantial, instantly boosting Jiang Ye's True Essence Insight over 120 points. He sensed that an insight level exceeding 100 points was equivalent to that of an ordinary genius. The remaining memories, stripped of the more unsavory aspects of violence and vice, contained fragments of martial arts inheritance. However, these were meaningless to Jiang Ye. The most precious techniques of blood and flesh embodiment from this man were mere refuse to him, let alone anything else. After entering the 3-blood realm, Jiang Ye's claws became even more formidable, extending up to 3 feet in length, each akin to a divine weapon, indestructible. Once unleashed, he became a veritable humanoid beast. Jiang Ye glanced at Tu Minghu's corpse before casting it into the flames. With that, the 9 bandits of Lingxi were eradicated by his hand. While a number of thieves escaped, they would not pose a significant threat. Whether they fled to other regions to continue their banditry or became refugees would be left for the counties and prefectures to address. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, turned to leave, but suddenly halted. Before him, a man appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Clad in gray, his face appeared to be in his 40s, with unremarkable features. Such a man would easily be overlooked in a crowd. Yet, in Jiang Ye's increasingly acute senses, the man's presence sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 77, Lu Xiangtu. A conversation. In the depths of night, the presence of the man in gray loomed as formidable as a mountain. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to that of a bottomless abyss, enveloped Jiang Ye. This individual was extraordinarily powerful. The thought struck Jiang Ye immediately, even in the face of Tu Minghu. Though clearly at a disadvantage, he had never felt such a profound sense of fear. It was a terror that suggested any slightest misstep could lead to instant annihilation at the hands of this man. The very environment around him seemed to be under the control of this figure, including his own body, which was tense yet restrained from unleashing its demonic form. He understood that even in his demonic state, he would not stand a chance against this gray-clad man. Who was he, and why had he suddenly appeared atop Tiger Ridge? Was he here for the 9 fiends of the Ridge West, or was his target Jiang Ye himself? Jiang Ye steadied his mind. If this individual had come to kill him, he could only rely on the life and death wheel and the Wu Tu Ling pearl to save his life. Whether he could escape the ensuing pursuit would depend on fate. The man in gray halted 10 steps away from Jiang Ye, illuminated by the flickering orange flames that cast light upon his unremarkable face. He appeared to be a man in his early 30s. Yet his visage bore the weight of hardship. His eyes seemed devoid of emotion, as if they had witnessed the collapse of mountains and seas, and the sight of countless corpses. A strange semblance of a smile crept upon his face, indicating that he was not accustomed to humor. With a raspy voice, he began. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Xiangtu, the commander of the South Flame Blood Flood Camp. Might I inquire if you are surnamed Jiang? Lu Xiangtu? Is it truly him? Jiang Ye's pupils constricted as he recalled a conversation with the lieutenant, Xie Jun, who had mentioned individuals one ought to avoid in Liang City. When it came to the Blood Flood Camp, the foremost figure mentioned was naturally the Blood Flood commander, Han Sha. Under Han Sha's command were 4 trusted and esteemed commanders, collectively known for their ruthless and violent reputations, making them some of the most feared figures among the major powers of South Flame. If Han Sha was the sharpest blade wielded by the South Flame Emperor, Zhu Rongyan, then these 4 men were the most lethal among Han Sha's arsenal. Wherever they went, heads would roll, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Countless noble families and sects had been suppressed by them. According to Xie Jun, even the mere mention of one of these 4 could topple the gates of a renowned sect. Among them, Xiang referred to Lu Xiangtu, while the others were Luo Sha, Bao Yuxing, and Kong En. Rumor had it that these 4 were exceedingly cruel and bloodthirsty, capable of exterminating entire families without leaving a trace. Within the imperial city, merely mentioning their names could silence a child's cries at night. Lu Xiangtu was recognized as the most formidable among them, also a disciple of Han Sha. Having received his direct teachings, he was the only one among the 4 to be listed on the Eastern Continent's renowned figures list, ranking 96th. The other 3, while not on the list, were perennial contenders for the 100th spot. Yet, the number of candidates for the last position on the list was indeed considerable, making it difficult to secure a place. Nevertheless, the prowess of these 3 was not significantly inferior to that of Lu Xiangtu. It was primarily his illustrious achievements that distinguished him. Lu Xiangtu earned his place on the list after being dispatched to quell the first major sect of Guangwu County, the Stone Fist sect, which had defied the imperial edict. He single-handedly fought, and, within 100 exchanges, killed the sect leader and eradicated all high-ranking members of the sect. The leader of the Stone Fist sect had previously held the 99th position on the renowned figures list. Thus, his demise naturally propelled Lu Xiangtu onto the list. It was clear to Jiang Ye now why this figure instilled such an insurmountable feeling of dread in him. Although his own strength had significantly increased, Lu Xiangtu belonged to the upper echelon of martial artists below the pinnacle of 9 transformations, far beyond what Jiang Ye could contend with at present. At this moment, Jiang Ye relaxed slightly and clasped his fists. I am indeed Jiang Ye. Lu Xiangtu nodded, a glimmer of surprise and admiration in his expression. My subordinates informed me of the unfolding events, and I must say, I have witnessed quite a spectacle. Young Jiang's cultivation is truly remarkable. Jiang Ye shook his head, responding, I dare not take credit. I am still far from your esteemed presence, Lord Lu. Lu Xiangtu neither agreed nor disagreed. I initially thought I had come to save a genius, yet it appears you are a prodigy capable of slaying the 9 fiends of the Ridge West. You have genuinely astonished me, for at your age, I could never have achieved such feats. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, feeling no need for excessive modesty at this juncture. Lu Xiangtu's words were sincere. In his experience, even the most gifted disciples of major sects could not match this young man. Having observed the situation unfold, Lu Xiangtu felt a sense of regret at the thought of such a talent with a simple background not joining the Blood Flood camp. Thus, he proposed, young Jiang, would you consider joining my Blood Flood Guard? If so, I can immediately provide you with a position among my ranks. Once your strength surpasses 9 transformations, you will certainly have a commander's position, standing shoulder to shoulder with me, sharing the burdens of the commander and the emperor. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment before responding. Lord Lu, I have heard that the Blood Flood Guard serves as the emperor's personal army, upholding the law of the land and punishing those who act unlawfully. Therefore, I have a few questions I wish to pose. Lu Xiangtu nodded calmly. Feel free to inquire. Apart from state secrets, I shall answer all. Jiang Ye continued, though the 9 fiends of the Ridge West possess power, their strength is limited. If the court wished to eradicate them, a single expert could easily accomplish it. Why, then, do they allow these fiends to terrorize the local populace? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangtu fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ye, who met his stare without flinching. After a moment, Lu Xiangtu shook his head. I understand what you are implying. However, the affairs of this world operate under certain rules. The larger the system, the more pronounced these rules become. Concepts of fairness and justice often operate within these confines, and what many perceive as justice may not be true justice at all. Jiang Ye pressed further. Then may I ask you, Lord Lu, how do we define true justice? Lu Xiangtu replied, have you heard of the lesser chivalrous acts, where one draws their sword to assist those in need, and the greater chivalry, which is for the nation and its people? Jiang Ye nodded in comprehension. Lu Xiangtu continued, the path of chivalry is akin to that of justice. Justice under order constitutes true justice. However, justice detached from order may devolve into crime. Your confusion regarding why the 9 fiends of the Ridge West remain unchecked stems from a lack of understanding of the broader picture. All counties of South Flame are constrained by the influence of noble families, as is the case for Xia County. Chapter 78 Departure. The ladies. Within the county, there exist several prominent families, alongside a handful of tribal leaders from foreign lands, not to mention numerous sections. Under the pressure of various powers, the authority of the court has dwindled to a mere shadow. In the vicinity of Tiger Ridge, the land is predominantly under the control of these factions. The wealth extracted from the land and the common folk has become sustenance for their own indulgence. Yet, those stripped bare and consumed by these forces have lost their homes, left to wander aimlessly. This is the primary source of the bandits plaguing the realm. Relying solely on slaughter is an ineffective solution. I am aware of the numerous atrocities committed by these individuals. However, true judgment does not merely consider the extent of their wickedness, but rather whether they have disrupted the order. When order is shattered, justice becomes mere empty rhetoric, a hollow concept, perhaps due to the rarity of such extraordinary talents. Or perhaps stirred by the conversation, Lu Xiangtu spoke extensively. Were his subordinates and outsiders to witness this, they would surely be astonished that this stern figure, a living embodiment of the underworld, could express himself so freely. Jiang Ye pondered deeply, grasping Lu Xiangtu's intent. For the Southern Yan court, these bandits are, in essence, the embodiment of the common people. Their extermination would yield no benefits. The optimal strategy would be to persuade and integrate them. Furthermore, these outlaws inadvertently serve to restrain the power of local aristocratic families, alleviating certain pressures on the Southern Yan court. This explains why the court merely seeks to recover the stolen treasury without dispatching formidable forces to eradicate the 9 bandits of the Western Ridge. Nonetheless, understanding does not equate to agreement. Jiang Ye did not endorse Lu's ideology. He responded, Lord Lu, in my view, justice is justice. It need not be entangled with any notion of order or overarching strategy. While it is true that these bandits are driven by desperation and lack of alternatives, their rampant wrongdoing and the wails of the souls they have claimed are equally real. Are not the victims they slay primarily the unfortunate commoners? They are merely pitiable yet detestable beings who wield blades against the truly vulnerable. To halt such atrocities, to eradicate treachery and uphold fairness, is the most fundamental and rightful form of justice. If justice must be coerced into submission by so-called order, then the order itself is likely flawed. Jiang Ye's words were remarkably audacious, bordering on treasonous discourse. In truth, he had even more candid thoughts left unspoken. The Zhurong clan of southern Yan is, after all, the most powerful family in the realm. One cannot definitively claim that the eradication of all other families and sects would lead to a better life for the common people in this land. Only in the absence of these families can everyone rise to greatness. However, such notions were unnecessary to voice, as the concept of equality among all beings is not embraced by the majority. A peculiar expression crossed Lu Xiangtu's previously placid face. A blend of anger and approval intertwined with myriad emotions. After a moment, he spoke, in truth. I once posed a similar question to my master. He replied with a single phrase, and Appos. Only by sharpening the blade can one sever ties completely. And Appos. I then inquired if my master and Appos' own mastery could be considered a sufficiently sharp blade. He responded that it was still far from adequate, for no such blade has yet graced this world. Pausing briefly, Lu Xiangtu turned to Jiang Ye and remarked, given your talent and disposition, I believe my master would take a liking to you. Should you wish to join the Blood Flood camp, I could recommend you to my master. You might even become my junior apprentice in the future. Such a statement, if heard outside, would surely prompt an immediate acceptance from any listener. Who is Lu Xiangtu's master? It is none other than Han Sha, the commander of the Blood Flood camp, a figure ranked 37th on the Eastern Continent's list of influential figures, one of the top 5 powerhouses within southern Yan, aside from a few reclusive mighty beings. Han Sha's last notable achievement that elevated his rank occurred a decade ago. In the intervening years, he has largely remained in seclusion, delegating affairs to his 4 subordinate commanders. No one knows what realm Han Sha has attained at present. To have such a person as a master would undoubtedly provide one with a formidable backing. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye displayed no hesitation, clasping his hands in gratitude and stating, I appreciate your kind offer, Lord Lu, but I am accustomed to honing my own blade and have no intention of joining any faction. Lu Xiangtu showed no surprise. He understood that such exceptional individuals often possess lofty aspirations and cannot be coerced. He replied, very well, then. However, the individuals under my command are indeed lacking. It is thanks to you that we could recover this treasury. Should you reconsider and wish to join the Blood Flood camp, you are always welcome. I promise you a position as an officer, which will never change. He then produced an iron token from his bosom and tossed it to Jiang Ye. Upon catching it, Jiang Ye observed that the front bore a blood-red flood dragon entwined, while the reverse displayed the character for Lu. Lu Xiangtu explained, holding this token signifies you are my confidant. In Liang City, most will afford you some respect. If you encounter any trouble, it may come in handy. Jiang Ye accepted the token without hesitation, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Lu. Lu Xiangtu waved his hand. If that is the case, may we meet again by fate. With that, he vanished from his original position in an instant. Jiang Ye could not even discern how he departed. When he looked up again, he saw a figure soaring into the sky in the distance. The ability to fly through the air is a privilege reserved for the 9 transformation warriors. Indeed an enviable skill. Yet, Jiang Ye knew that attaining such a realm would not take him long. He cast one last glance at the charred ruins of the Tiger Ridge stronghold before descending a narrow mountain path. Upon reaching the midway point, he encountered the group of women he had previously rescued, numbering over 50. They appeared to be waiting for him. Jiang Ye suddenly realized that in the deep of night, these women would struggle to descend the mountain alone. Recognizing him, the crowd hurriedly approached and knelt in reverence, exclaiming, We have met our benefactor. Each of them looked upon Jiang Ye with excitement, their eyes sparkling. After enduring such torment in the stronghold of the 9 bandits of the Western Ridge, they never anticipated encountering a savior. Jiang Ye, lacking in conversation, instructed them to follow him down the mountain, assuring them that he would escort them to a relatively safe location before they could return to their homes. However, after descending, several women hesitated, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Jiang Ye had no choice but to inquire about their reluctance. The women replied, Benefactor, our families have mostly fallen victim to the bandits, leaving us all alone. Returning home, we fear we would have nowhere to stay. We humbly request that you take us in. We are willing to wash clothes, clean, cook, and perform any menial tasks. Jiang Ye surveyed the group. These women did not hail from affluent households, so they were likely accustomed to labor. They all appeared to be of above-average appearance. Possessing basic manners, they could certainly be employed as attendants. Yet, he did not require so many individuals in his household. However, it would not be long before he needed to establish a faction, and at that time, many hands would be required. Chapter 79. The Explosive Achievement. Wang San's response. Jiang Ye gazed at the group of hopeful young women, nodding as he said, "Very well, you may accompany me back to Liang City. However, whether you can remain there will depend on your own choices." The women were overjoyed, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes as they bowed deeply, expressing their heartfelt thanks. There were a total of 17 of them, and under Jiang Ye's guidance, they made their way out of the mountains. Jiang Ye's decision to accept them was somewhat impulsive. Initially, when he envisioned his guild-building plan, he focused on recruiting players. However, he soon realized he had fallen into a cognitive trap. In the realm of chaos, establishing a faction could indeed involve recruiting locals. There was no need to be confined to the player community. It is essential to understand that the aristocratic factions had yet to fully reveal their fangs in the real world. Their allure was particularly potent for ordinary individuals, especially those yearning to transform their lives through chaos. If he were to raise a banner against the aristocracy, it would likely be challenging to attract reliable players, leading to potential internal conflicts. Thus, he reconsidered and decided to primarily recruit locals in the early stages, with players being a secondary focus. The core members of the guild should be few yet exceptional, particularly the players. The criteria for excellence included both strength and loyalty. Initially, Jiang Ye's instinct was to refuse the women, perceiving them as weak and of little value. However, upon reflection, he realized these women had suffered great losses and endured humiliation at the hands of bandits. By rescuing them, their backgrounds were straightforward and untainted, ensuring a basic level of loyalty. As for their strength, the knowledge within his bloodline assured him that ancestral demons could easily cultivate their loyal followers. Consequently, Jiang Ye resolved to bring these women into his fold to manage various mundane affairs within the guild. Maintaining a guild required more than mere martial prowess. It also necessitated reliable individuals to oversee various enterprises. Their abilities would naturally be tested in due course. Upon descending the mountain, Jiang Ye took the women to the nearest relay station. By presenting a jiaoqi knife to masquerade as a member of the Blood Flood Guards, he frightened the station master into swiftly accommodating them. The station was isolated, devoid of other lodgers, and had ample rooms available. Jiang Ye provided a token for the station master to deliver to the awaiting Blood Flood Guards. After a night of rest, the guards arrived the following day. Inside the room, after listening to Jiang Ye's account, Shan was astonished. Although the ruthless bandits had previously mentioned a few details to him, they had not elaborated. Hearing Jiang Ye had annihilated the 9 fiends of Lingxi left him utterly speechless. "Brother Jiang, could it be that you are a reincarnated celestial being?" Shan could only entertain such a possibility. Jiang Ye chuckled, acknowledging that from a bloodline perspective, it was not entirely implausible. Du Ming, who stood nearby, was equally stunned and realized he needed to elaborate more in his correspondence with his elders. When the group learned of Jiang Ye's intention to rescue the abducted women and bring them back to Liang, they had little to add. Shan took it upon himself to procure sufficient horses, allowing the women to share mounts. However, most of them had never ridden before, presenting a significant challenge. They understood the importance of seizing this opportunity and endeavored to learn quickly. Ultimately, they managed to mount their horses, albeit with some difficulty, but their pace was evidently slow. The return journey was neither rushed nor delayed, stopping at relay stations to rest each night. Whenever they paused, the Blood Flood Guards would greet Jiang Ye with smiles, eager to exchange martial techniques. Yet, upon deeper discussion, it became clear that Jiang Ye's methods diverged significantly from theirs, leaving them to lament the disparity between prodigies and commoners. 7 days later, they arrived in Liang. After bidding farewell to Shan and the others, Du Ming persistently invited Jiang Ye to gather at a tavern in the city in a few days, to which Jiang Ye acquiesced. Subsequently, he briefly assessed his gains. The most astonishing revelation was his achievement points, which had astonishingly reached 30,000. Even Jiang Ye was taken aback by this figure. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Given that he had single-handedly dispatched the 9 fiends, and had eliminated a multitude of bandits during the fray on the mountain. In terms of wealth, he had looted the bandits, discovering they possessed a modest amount of silver notes, totaling around 5,000 to 6,000 taels, sufficient to temporarily alleviate his financial woes. He promptly instructed his steward, Shui Sheng, to secure a spacious courtyard to accommodate the women for the time being. With no urgent matters at hand, he decided to log off. Before disconnecting, Jiang Ye glanced at his inbox, which was inundated with at least 10 million private messages, a deluge stemming from the world announcements. Although the influx had diminished in recent days, it still exceeded 100,000 messages daily. He opened a message from Wang San. "Brother, I have completed my job transfer quest successfully and am now in Mangua. Where are you located?" The message was dated 3 days prior. Jiang Ye responded, "I am in the southern Yin imperial capital. If you wish, come here." He did not harbor high hopes for Wang San's arrival, as traversing from Mangua necessitated a change of main city, a daunting prospect for most. Moreover, he had recently glimpsed announcements indicating that several guilds had already been established domestically. Those capable of forming guilds at this juncture were undoubtedly affiliated with the aristocratic powers. However, such guilds differed vastly in difficulty from the one Jiang Ye aspired to create. They merely required sufficient personnel and financial backing to succeed, devoid of governmental support. Yet, in the eyes of contemporary players, these guilds were undeniably enticing, likely drawing a significant number of high-level players into their ranks as laborers. To his surprise, Wang San quickly replied, "All right, brother. I will begin the process and should be able to arrive by tomorrow." Jiang Ye was somewhat taken aback and acknowledged with an affirmative gesture before logging off. Upon returning to reality, a wave of weakness washed over him, leaving Jiang Ye feeling particularly unwell. In chaos, he had been capable of tearing apart 8-turn powerhouses. Yet now he struggled to comprehend his current state. A glance at the time caused his complexion to shift. 5 days had elapsed. No wonder he felt so drained. Even lifting his hand required effort. The nutritional four beside him had been depleted. If this continued, he would surely succumb to exhaustion. He resolved to be more mindful of time in the future. His phone displayed a plethora of missed calls and messages, the majority from his cousin, Jiang Xiao. According to her messages, she had knocked on his door several times over the past few days, only to find it locked, leading her to contemplate contacting the authorities. Jiang Ye hurriedly sent a message to reassure her of his safety. Among the remaining messages, one caught his eye: Lao Jiang. Their SA class reunion on the 17th at the Tianqing restaurant. Chapter 80, The Invitation to the Gathering. The Legacy of the Fire Demon Clan. There were a few messages preceding this. Old Jiang, I have returned to Donghai. Shall we meet up when you have the time? Upon seeing this name and title, Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. This was his dearest friend and childhood companion. The two had attended the same school since childhood, sharing classes from middle school through high school, and even continuing into university together. Their bond was profound. In his previous life, they had shared everything. However, the conclusion of Wang Yan's story in his past life was rather peculiar. After graduating from university, he was supposed to remain in Donghai for work, having signed a contract with a prominent local enterprise. Yet, due to relationship troubles, he relinquished his stable job to seek life in a big city. During that period, as various matters consumed his time, Jiang Ye gradually lost contact with him. He only learned that Wang Yan had suddenly returned to Donghai after a short while. When they met, Wang Yan appeared quite haggard and mentioned that he was deeply in debt. Subsequently, less than half a year later, Wang Yan mysteriously vanished. His parents and relatives searched high and low, but to no avail. Jiang Ye had even utilized his resources to post numerous missing person notices and disseminated information across major forums. Yet, it was as if Wang Yan had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Following that, chaos descended, demonic creatures erupted, and human tragedies unfolded, leaving no one to concern themselves with Wang Yan's fate. Jiang Ye was oblivious to the events that had transpired in his friend's life in his previous existence. However, now that he had been reborn, he naturally wished to alter the misfortunes faced by those around him, whether it be his uncle's family or his old friends. Although the potential butterfly effect might bring about unforeseen risks, doing nothing and allowing the events of his past life to unfold would render his rebirth meaningless. Judging by the time of the message, Wang Yan must have returned to Donghai for a few days, having missed the opportunity to meet him in his past life. He decided to attend the class reunion Wang Yan mentioned. This gathering referred to their university reunion. In his previous life, Jiang Ye had been too apathetic to participate in such gatherings, as the majority of his university relationships were exceedingly tenuous, hardly stronger than those of strangers encountered on the street. With only a few years since graduation, what could be the purpose of their reunion? It was merely a means to network and exchange social resources. There was nothing inherently wrong with this. For most individuals, it was even quite necessary. However, for Jiang Ye, it held no value whatsoever. Rising, Jiang Ye took a shower and changed his clothes before heading downstairs for a meal. As he ascended the stairs, his phone buzzed incessantly. It was his cousin Jiang Xiao, who had seen his reply and was frantically calling him. Reluctantly, Jiang Ye answered the call, holding the phone a bit away from his ear. A loud shout erupted from the other end. "Brother, have you been kidnapped?" Jiang Ye chuckled awkwardly and quickly reassured her. Once Jiang Xiao realized he was safe, she relaxed, only to suddenly bring up that he had yet to add her as a friend. "Brother, I now meet the requirements to go to the main city." "Which main city are you in?" "I'll bring my team to find you." Jiang Ye replied, "I am in Liang City." It seemed she had indeed obtained some funds from their uncle, establishing her own studio and forming a so-called battle team. "Liang?" Jiang Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "I thought you would choose Dahuang City or Wudu. Everyone in my team said those two would be better options. But since you are in Liang, I will come over." Jiang Ye was about to suggest that going to Dahuang or Wudu would be more advantageous to deter her, but unexpectedly, she had already hung up. He helplessly put away his phone. It was fine, not a significant issue. Today was the 15th, leaving 2 days until the gathering. Jiang Ye sent Wang a message confirming his attendance. After shutting the door to his room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. He had a crucial endeavor to attempt, real-world cultivation. Closing his eyes, Jiang Ye entered a state of mental chaos, where a multitude of chaotic information emerged. These were the martial arts techniques he had acquired from the ancient battlefield. After a while, a look of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, it was feasible. Previously, when he attempted to learn these techniques, an invisible barrier seemed to obstruct him. However, now he could discern some of the contents of these techniques. In total, Jiang Ye had obtained 6 martial arts techniques, encompassing various systems, with some not belonging to the 3 major systems of true energy, true qi, or divine thought. This surprised Jiang Ye greatly. It appeared that the number of extraordinary systems within the chaos was quite abundant. However, in contrast, within his soul's vision, some techniques glimmered faintly, while others were devoid of light. Clearly, one's comprehension of martial arts would influence the inheritance of these techniques. Among them, the most dim were 9 transformations of the Tengjiao and 1,000 phantom kill scripture, the inheriting races of which seemed vastly different from humanity, with an unclear cultivation system. The most radiant were Mingtai Mo's scripture and Fire Demon Prison Shura secret scroll. Particularly, the cultivation technique of the Fire Demon clan shone brilliantly. When Jiang Ye gazed upon it, it seemed to exude a certain jubilant emotion. Jiang Ye was astonished. The Mingtai Mo scripture was said to have been inherited from an ancient Buddhist sacred ground, following the path of combining true energy and divine thought, embodying the wrath of the Vajra and the compassion to save demons, capable of attaining the Arhat fruit position. It was only natural that this technique resonated with him. However, why did the Fire Demon Prison Shura secret scroll, which clearly did not belong to human techniques or the 3 major human cultivation systems, also resonate? He opened the scroll and meticulously examined its contents. An astonishing phenomenon occurred. Merely by observing the contents, his true blood began to circulate and boil naturally within him. It seemed to sense a certain special connection. Suddenly, Jiang Ye realized, could it be that the Fire Demon clan had some connection to the ancestral demons? However, judging by the name, could the Fire Demon clan also possess a portion of ancestral demon blood? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. At this moment, the contents of the Fire Demon Prison Shura secret scroll transformed into a series of magma-colored mysterious symbols, which were absorbed and deconstructed within his mind. It was as if he didn't need to study or comprehend at all. He immediately grasped everything about this technique. After a while, Jiang Ye opened his eyes, his expression one of surprise. It turned out that the Fire Demon clan believed their ancestor to be a primordial essence transformed by a great being known as chaotic primitive fire. After the transformation, the ancestor gained intelligence and embarked on the path of cultivation. The Fire Demon clan originated from this ancestor, who chose to disintegrate their own body after a long life spanning numerous chaotic epochs, scattering into countless fire spirits, which represented the initial source. These fire spirits were recorded within their clan, and some clansmen maintained a connection with them. This technique was based on the essence of fire, guiding oneself to continuously cultivate towards the direction of the chaotic primitive fire. It was said that upon reaching the highest realm, one could arrive at the place of the ancestors' demise, known as the fire demon hell. At that time, one would become the sovereign of fire within the universe, unparalleled and with boundless longevity. Chapter 81. Automatic Cultivation. The Magma Pool in the Dantian. As for the great being who enlightened the fire demon ancestor, no specific name was left behind. The ancestor merely knew that the other party referred to themselves as the demon ancestor. Therefore, the ancestor took on the title of fire demon, which is the origin of the fire demon clan. The fire demon ancestor claimed to have followed the demon ancestor for several chaotic epochs, yet for reasons unknown, the latter vanished from the universe, leaving no trace. The ancestor searched far and wide, traversing every corner of the 3,000 realms, but to no avail. Before dissolving into the Tao, the ancestor left behind a mental decree, stating that if one were to find the bloodline left by the demon ancestor, the fire demon clan would honor them as emperor and assist them in conquering the myriad worlds. This secret scroll also briefly mentioned that several of the top-tier races within the 3,000 realms had ancestors who had been enlightened by the demon ancestor in the past, thus sharing a common origin with the fire demon clan. Some of these races maintained a close relationship with the fire demon clan, while others were at odds. Nevertheless, all were among the most powerful races in the universe's 3,000 realms. Upon reading this, Jiang Ye realized that this so-called demon ancestor was most likely the primordial demon. Otherwise, the profound reaction of the true blood within him while observing the legacy of the fire demon clan would be inexplicable. The subsequent events further validated his hypothesis. He possessed neither the physical structure nor the comprehension required for the fire demon clan's inheritance. Yet, inexplicably, the fire demon prison Shura's secret scroll began to operate autonomously within him. Jiang Ye turned his gaze inward, witnessing a monumental transformation occurring within his body. At first, a small flame flickered into existence in his dantian. This flame, swaying gently, gradually grew in size before expanding further. Soon, a small magma pool emerged in the lower dantian. This magma pool connected to Jiang Ye's limbs and meridians, incessantly transmitting warmth throughout his being. It bore a resemblance to the Qi cultivated by true energy martial artists. Yet no one as Qi had ever manifested as a magma pool. As Jiang Ye observed in astonishment, a sudden realization struck him. How scalding! The terrifying heat emanating from the bubbling magma pool surged up from his lower dantian, instantly enveloping his entire body. He felt as though every inch of him was ablaze. In a fit of urgency, he leapt from his bed and stripped off all his clothing, only to find his skin glowing crimson, vapor rising from his body. The temperature continued to escalate. Panic gripped him. Would he be burned alive? Jiang Ye dashed into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and filled the wooden bathtub with cold water. The sound of rushing water echoed as he felt as if he were about to explode from the heat. Every pore in his body was emitting white steam. Unable to endure any longer, his eyes stinging from the heat, he plunged into the tub before it could fill completely. The moment he entered, the water erupted in a violent boil, sending plumes of steam into the air. Soon, the entire bathroom was enveloped in mist. Cold water continued to flow into the tub, yet it did nothing to diminish the searing temperature within Jiang Ye. His consciousness began to blur, every tissue and cell within him feeling as if they were being roasted alive, a torment beyond measure. In a haze of confusion, Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Rising from the tub, a knock echoed from the living room, and he noticed that the bathroom door had inexplicably shattered into pieces. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on how close he had come to succumbing to the internal heat. Now, however, he felt a profound transformation within himself, an unparalleled clarity. He glanced at the bathroom mirror, which bore cracks yet remained intact enough for him to see his reflection. His already handsome visage appeared even more rugged and defined. His skin had become remarkably refined, exuding a cool, pale glow. Previously, Jiang Ye's complexion was commendable, but now it seemed as though he had been reborn, purging all impurities and radiating a divine light. His deep, dark eyes sparkled with an enigmatic brilliance, emanating an aura of mystery. If he had previously been a striking figure, he now surpassed even the most esteemed actors in allure. Especially with that profound and compelling presence, he would surely capture attention wherever he went, as if his elevated existence manifested outwardly. Another knock resonated, persistent from the other side. It seemed the commotion had attracted the attention of neighboring residents. Hastily, Jiang Ye wrapped a towel around his waist, leaving his upper body bare, and made his way to the living room to open the door. Standing outside was a woman in her 30s, a refined urbanite, his neighbor on the same floor. This complex, all on one level, differed from his uncle's residence, as each floor housed 2 units. Beside him lived a single woman, known for her delicate appearance and fashionable attire. It was rumored she was divorced and worked at a public hospital in Donghai City. Being Sunday, she was likely at home resting. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, wrapped in a towel, she was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Although Jiang Ye rarely ventured out, she had seen him a few times since moving in. Previously, she regarded him as a rather unique, handsome man, harboring a slight fondness, but without any overwhelming feelings. However, today, she was struck by the sight of his powerful physique, perfect features, and that captivating aura, leaving her momentarily speechless. She wore sheer stockings and casual cotton pants, her legs instinctively pressing together. After a brief pause, she managed to speak, her voice tinged with a barely detectable tremor. "Jiang, I just heard what sounded like an explosion, so I came to check. Your place seemed to be filled with smoke. I was worried it might be a fire and was considering whether to call the authorities." Jiang Ye chuckled. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Yan. It's nothing serious. I just forgot to turn off the stove, and it started to smoke." She nodded in relief. "I'm glad to hear that." Suddenly, an idea flitted through her mind, and she blurted out, "Why don't you come over for dinner? You don't seem like someone who would cook." As soon as the invitation slipped from her lips, she realized the implications of a single woman inviting a man over, and a slight flush crept onto her face. Yet, she merely lowered her head, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, waiting for Jiang Ye's response. Jiang Ye was taken aback, studying Zhou Yan's face. Although it bore traces of age, it was evident she took great care of herself, her features exquisitely defined. There was an air of sophistication about her. She wore cotton pants that revealed just a hint of her ankle, while her loose t-shirt subtly accentuated her curves, suggesting a generous bosom. If she were to change her attire, she could easily incite a stir among many men. Chapter 82, The Nameless Isle. The awkward fire system of experimentation. However, he is an exception. It is not that Jiang Ye is indifferent to the fairer sex. Rather, he is a traditionalist, favoring youthful and slender forms, and is not particularly attracted to the allure of maturity. Although he has a broad spectrum of interests and could easily change his preferences, his current endeavors in reality are no less demanding than those within the realm of chaos, leaving him little inclination to expend energy on such distractions. With a radiant smile, Jiang Ye expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yan, but I will be dining at my relative's home later, so I won't trouble you." Acknowledging his polite refusal, Zhou Yan engaged in a brief exchange before refraining from further insistence. After closing the door, Jiang Ye tidied up the shattered glass door in the bathroom, deciding against replacing it since he lived alone. Upon returning to his bedroom, a look of ecstatic joy illuminated Jiang Ye's face. He had succeeded. Raising his hands, he was astonished to witness flames of intense heat erupting from them. The flames danced wildly, a deep crimson hue, distorting the air around them with their searing temperature. This was an extraordinary phenomenon. Jiang Ye had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary in reality, and quite possibly, he was the first of his kind. His fire demon Hell Azura's secret scroll had reached the threshold of mastery. Peering within, he discerned a magma vent at the lower dantian, continuously expelling raw fire energy, akin to a miniature volcano. With each breath, he sensed numerous invisible particles in the air being drawn towards his body, descending into the volcanic core, transforming into raw fire energy. The absorption occurred steadily, albeit at a modest pace. These particles were likely the fire elements of this world. Eager to gauge the extent of his newfound abilities, Jiang Ye changed into different attire, gathered a few essentials, donned a baseball cap, and stepped out of his home. Taking the elevator down to his basement, he unearthed a long-neglected road bike and set off. He refrained from driving a car, as it would be too conspicuous. Pedaling effortlessly, he journeyed to the Dajiao Pier in Donghai City. Renting a small yacht with practiced ease, he set sail. The waves surged alongside him, and the midday sun bathed him in warmth, complemented by a refreshing sea breeze, an exquisite experience. Donghai City, being a coastal metropolis, boasted a thriving yacht rental business, with numerous nearby islands, often referred to as the Land of 1,000 Islands. Many would rent boats to visit renowned tourist islands for leisure. In his university days, Jiang Ye was an avid island explorer, having traversed numerous islands. However, this time, His destination was not a bustling tourist hotspot, but a secluded isle rarely trodden by others. After nearly 3 hours of sailing, he arrived at the small island, measuring less than 1 square kilometer, less than a quarter of Donghai University's campus. The island's terrain was monotonous, characterized by a central rise surrounded by a ring of land. A modest hill of over 100 meters could be reached within a 10-minute walk from the shore. The vegetation was sparse, and the landscape was barren. Yet it was riddled with holes that housed a species of rock snake. Although non-venomous, encountering such creatures could still be unsettling, for a multitude of reasons. This island rarely attracted visitors. The yacht rental fees were steep, and most individuals would not squander time journeying to such a desolate locale for a rendezvous. For explorers, a barren island that could be circumnavigated in 30 minutes lacked allure. Nevertheless, Jiang Ye found great delight in this place. During his university years, he frequently sailed to this nameless isle, ascending the hill to gaze at the sea. At night, he could kindle a bonfire and grill fresh meat he had brought along. Due to the scant vegetation and the absence of commercial tourism, he need not worry about fire hazards. The sensation that the world had dwindled to just him captivated him. However, this visit was not for leisure, but to assess his capabilities. Upon reaching the shore, he deftly anchored the yacht and set off with his backpack to circle the island. Finding no sign of human presence, he then began his ascent towards the hilltop. Though referred to as a hilltop, it was rather modest in stature. Jiang Ye felt an inexhaustible surge of energy within him, his steps light and buoyant. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the summit. On the flat ground, scattered with a few shrubs, he noticed the remnants of a soda can he had left months prior. Observing the desolation, he realized that apart from himself, no one else had visited this place. As he surveyed the landscape, his vision extended for dozens of miles, spotting a few yachts in the distance heading towards a well-known party island. He had visited that island before. Its nights were more vibrant than the city itself, filled with revelry. Scanning the surroundings, he descended slightly to a part of the hillside where visibility was obscured. He unzipped his backpack and donned a pair of rabbit-eared masks he had prepared earlier. The abundance of loose stones here aligned perfectly with his needs. Extending his hands, he attuned himself to the small volcano at his lower dantian. In the fire demon heritage, this place was known as the raw fire wheel, the energy cycle of the fire demon's life source. The bloodline of the demon ancestor undoubtedly endowed Jiang Ye with an innate affinity toward the fire demon system, perhaps even surpassing that of the fire demons themselves. The true blood system represented an origin point, akin to the beginning of the Great Path, in relation to these chaotic beings enlightened by their ancestral demons. Within the raw fire wheel, primal and untamed fire energy surged forth, and in an instant, deep crimson flames enveloped his hands. Jiang Ye felt capable of engulfing his entire being in flames. However, such a lack of precision could result in incinerating his clothes, so he reconsidered. With a push of his palm, flames erupted upon the loose stones. The moment the flames made contact, a piercing hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a thick plume of smoke. Subsequently, the stones diminished in size, entirely reduced to a molten mass that flowed down the hillside. The temperature of these flames was astounding. Jiang Ye was thrilled. Their destructive capacity rivaled that of a 7th-tier Qi martial artist. He then proceeded to test other aspects of his abilities, strength, speed, and reflexes. 3 hours later, as night fell, Jiang Ye made an even more astonishing discovery. A faint layer of flames enveloped his body, and most remarkably, he found himself in a state of levitation. His feet slightly suspended above the ground, an experience of weightlessness. Maintaining this state for approximately 10 seconds, he gently descended, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. This was a truly astonishing revelation. The raw fire wheel system of the fire demons had granted him the ability to levitate even at this stage. If he continued to refine his control over this energy, he would soon be able to fly using the raw fire energy. In summary, his current combat prowess was slightly inferior to the 7th-tier level, yet he possessed a far richer array of energy manipulation techniques. Chapter 83, True Intentions. Jiang Ye's Helplessness. For instance, mastering the control of crude fire energy allows him to become impervious to flames, accelerate his healing, soar through the skies, and explore various applications of fire yet to be developed. This cultivation system, originating from the primordial beings in the chaotic universe, undoubtedly points more directly to the essence of the Tao than the true strength and true energy systems. However, delving deeply into either of these systems is no simple feat. In his past life, Jiang Ye had never glimpsed their true mysteries. The only challenge currently facing the Fire Demon clan's inheritance is that their cultivation relies entirely on energy absorption. The energy in this realm seems insufficient, as Jiang Ye perceives that the particles of fire elements in the air are quite sparse, leading to a low efficiency in absorbing crude fire energy from the external environment. At this rate, it is certain that his progress will be adversely affected, although having nearly reached the 7th transformation upon entering is already remarkable. Attesting to the lofty level of this inheritance, Jiang Ye is evidently dissatisfied with such a pace. Nevertheless, the secret scroll indicates that certain regions, which consistently emit high temperatures, serve as excellent sanctuaries for cultivating the Fire Demon Hell Azura technique. The powerful members of the Fire Demon clan often seek out sufficiently massive stars in the universe, delving into their cores for cultivation. Under the terrifying heat capable of instantly vaporizing a planet, they draw upon and transform an unending supply of crude fire energy. While Jiang Ye is far from achieving such a level, it provides him with an avenue to explore. In his future cultivation, he can seek out active volcanoes or hot springs. To the south of the East Sea, there are cities renowned for their hot springs, which indicate an abundance of subterranean thermal energy. This should certainly meet his cultivation needs. Jiang Ye immediately began to devise a cultivation plan that encompasses both energy absorption and training development. He also requires a spacious and secure training venue, which necessitates significant financial backing. Having essentially outlined the enhancement path for the Fire Demon Hell Azura secret scroll, he turned his attention to another technique, the Ming'ai Sutra. Upon reviewing it, he found that this Buddhist inheritance primarily comprises two aspects: the golden body method of the true strength system and the visualization method of the spiritual consciousness system. The golden body method holds no value for Jiang Ye and is likely to conflict with his demonic physique. However, the visualization method is worth a try. Visualization is a crucial component of the spiritual consciousness system. By visualizing the true intent of a powerful being, one can fortify their spirit, allowing the soul to receive continuous nourishment and growth. It serves as the foundation for the true energy system's nurturing of the 5 organs and the true strength system's circulation of vital energy throughout the body. To perform spiritual techniques, one must possess true intent and engage in visualization. The true intent recorded in the Ming'ai Sutra is the true form of a formidable Buddhist figure, the Maha-Arhat. Visualizing his true form can enhance one's spirit until they cultivate the Vajra wrathful divine aspect. Those capable of achieving such a divine aspect are invariably beings of the 9th transformation or above, signifying that this technique directly leads to the demigod realm. The Vajra wrathful divine aspect, belonging to the 9th tier of Buddhist divine aspects, may appear to be the lowest rank, yet in the Eastern continent, it is undoubtedly sought after by numerous 9th transformation powerhouses. Individuals who reach the 9th transformation are exceptionally gifted, but those who cannot transcend the divine realm ultimately cannot attain eternal life. Thus, they would spare no effort in pursuing such techniques. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ye realized that since he currently possesses no stronger techniques, it would be prudent to cultivate this one. The visualization method can be altered midway without significant repercussions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the solitary island was gradually enveloped by the night. This was an opportune moment for cultivation. Jiang Ye found a flat area, seated himself in accordance with the recorded teachings, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. He sought to locate the so-called nature light at the center of his forehead, a crucial first step in the visualization method. This also serves as an important criterion for distinguishing the levels of talent within the spiritual consciousness system. Those with exceptional talent often find the nature light as soon as they enter meditation, while those with mediocre aptitude may sit for 3 days without making any progress. 2 hours later, Jiang Ye opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness evident on his face. Alas, he had completely failed to find the presence of the nature light. However, this was to be expected. His comprehension of spiritual consciousness was too low, corresponding to his limited potential. Though he could still cultivate, the efficiency was dismally low. He estimated it would take at least a week to sense the nature light. Thus, Jiang Ye decided to temporarily abandon this endeavor. After all, visualization does not significantly enhance combat power, and spending so much time on it seems unnecessary. He stood up, glancing at the clock, 7 o'clock in the evening. At this hour, the rock serpents on the island would be emerging in droves. Consequently, Jiang Ye located his yacht and returned to the opposite shore. Upon arriving home, he did not rest, but instead activated the Fire Demon Hell Azura technique, seizing every moment to cultivate. As he operated the technique, crude fire energy continuously absorbed elemental particles from the air, transforming them into crude fire energy. In the darkness, the entire room was illuminated in a fiery red hue by the faint glow emanating from Jiang Ye's body. Although the speed of cultivation was not rapid, it was better than nothing. After a night of cultivation, the following morning, Jiang Ye awoke to find the room steaming like a sauna, refreshing his spirit. The sensation of becoming extraordinary in reality was exhilarating. With each breath, he felt his strength capable of conquering the world. His energy was boundless, fatigue eluding him. Even allowing cultivation to replace sleep, Jiang Ye resolved to embark on the first step of his practical training regimen, practicing combat techniques. At first glance, this might seem unnecessary. But Jiang Ye understood that to fully unleash the potential of an extraordinary physique, he must learn various combat styles that develop the human body. While these combat techniques may appear inferior to the various inheritances in chaos, this is solely due to the absence of extraordinary power. To illustrate, the same move executed by a 100-pound frail individual and a robust man exceeding 200 pounds yields vastly different results, especially when one has mastered a cultivation system. Following the fusion of games and reality, a wave of retro enthusiasm swept the globe after the emergence of numerous extraordinary beings. People discovered that the ancient martial arts and secret techniques of Blue Star, supported by extraordinary power, possessed the ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. Moreover, it is fascinating to note that these martial arts correspond to the three major cultivation systems and may be even more profound than the inheritances possessed by the human race on the origin continent. It became apparent that the ancient martial arts were not ineffective. Rather, the environment of Blue Star had entered an age of decline. The fusion of chaos merely returned Blue Star to a grand era long forgotten. Could you believe that a ninth transformation powerhouse could shatter a mountain with a single half-step collapsing fist from a distance? Unfortunately, at that time, all secret martial inheritances were controlled by various global factions, leaving Jiang Ye with no opportunity to access them. Therefore, in this life, Jiang Ye was determined to explore ahead of time. Chapter 84, The Fighting Gym. Squatting to break world records. In a bid to get ahead of others, he freshened up and descended to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to a nearby fighting gym. The proprietor, a familiar face by the surname of Liu, was an acquaintance with whom he shared a decent rapport, though his visits had dwindled over the past year. While the establishment was advertised as a fighting gym, it primarily catered to commercial fitness. After all, in the small locale of Donghai, true professionals qualified to nurture combat athletes seldom ventured here. Thus, the gym offered only basic fighting courses intended for novices. What was touted as boxing training was, in reality, merely a form of aerobic boxing exercise. Particularly popular were the self-defense classes for women, which not only had an appealing name but were also easy to teach and could command a higher fee. For gym owners, this was an opportunity too good to pass up. 20 minutes later, the early bus halted at a stop, and Jiang Ye disembarked. He walked 100 meters to arrive at the entrance of the gym, marked Xinxiang Fighting and Fitness Center. Ascending to the second floor, he found the door ajar. Yet the front desk remained unattended, with no one in sight. It was still before 8 o'clock. Likely the early cleaning staff had opened the door. Upon entering, he found the environment orderly and tidy, with 3 rows of diverse fitness equipment. Further inside were separated aerobic machines, and beyond that, several punching bags and wall-mounted targets. Jiang Ye stepped onto the scale for a moment. The needle pointed to 100 kilograms. He recalled that 3 months prior, he had weighed only 70 kilograms, which, at a height of 183 cm, had rendered him rather slender. Now, after the transformative effects of his training, he had evolved into a being of extraordinary physical prowess. Standing at 188 cm and weighing an impressive 100 kilograms, although his physique had not ballooned excessively, his muscle and bone density had surpassed human limits. Only by shedding his clothing could one witness the explosive nature of his form. Thus, at 190 pounds, Jiang Ye still appeared remarkably handsome, even possessing a hint of scholarly demeanor, though his gaze exuded a mysterious aura that hinted at his elevated vitality. He proceeded to the strength area, eager to gauge his current physical capabilities without the aid of his energy. To test his muscular strength, he deemed the 3 primary exercises most suitable. Approaching the squat rack, he began to add weights to the empty bar. The heaviest plate was 25 kilograms, yet it felt as if he were holding nothing at all. He loaded the bar to its maximum capacity, causing it to bend under the immense weight, reaching a staggering 800 kilograms. Jiang Ye squatted down, positioning the bar on his shoulders, and descended fully before rising again. While he felt a slight pressure, it was merely a hint of resistance. He could even jog while bearing this load. This indicated that his squat limit was at least 1,600 kilograms, 3 times the world record. Remarkable, truly extraordinary, as he merely dipped a toe into the realm of the superhuman and could already outclass ordinary individuals to such an extent. Furthermore, his training system did not primarily target physical enhancement. As he meticulously returned the weights, footsteps echoed from the entrance. A robust middle-aged man approached. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ye greeted Lu Gu. This was none other than Lu Xinxiang, the owner of the gym. His eyes brightened upon recognizing Jiang Ye. It's been a while. Ye, what brings you here so early? Jiang Ye chuckled. I haven't worked out in ages. I felt my joints loosening, so I came to stretch a bit. Lu Xinxiang handed him a bottle of drink, and they engaged in casual conversation. After a while, Jiang Ye inquired, Lu Gu, are there any great masters in our Donghai? He gestured with his fists and feet. Lu Xinxiang paused momentarily, then asked, what? You want to train in martial arts? Jiang Ye nodded yes. But I'm looking for a true master, someone with real techniques. I thought since you run a gym, you might have connections in that realm. Lu Xinxiang appeared somewhat taken aback. Techniques? You're not referring to those ancient martial arts, are you? Let me tell you, 99 of those are a bunch of frauds. If you genuinely want to learn self-defense, you're better off with a bit of freestyle fighting or Muay Thai. Jiang Ye felt a twinge of disappointment, not from Lu's dismissal of ancient martial arts, but rather from the implication that Lu likely had never encountered anyone proficient in that domain. Noticing Jiang Ye's silence, Lu Xinxiang assumed it was disdain for his perspective and retorted, Ye, don't underestimate me. Though my classes may seem like fitness routines, I've competed and even placed in provincial tournaments back in the day. Come, let me show you a thing or two. He led Jiang Ye to the fighting area and selected the heaviest sandbag suspended from an iron frame. Positioning himself, he declared, let us skip the fluff. I'll show you some practical techniques. With a swift twist of his hips, he unleashed a powerful kick, striking the sandbag with a thunderous clap. The impact reverberated through the gym, and the bag shook violently. A discerning eye would note that the bag swayed up and down rather than side to side, indicating concentrated force and remarkable penetration. Despite having retired from competitive circuits, Lu Xinxiang's solid foundation was evident in his technique. Turning to Jiang Ye, he boasted, what do you think? My whip kick was quite renowned in the circle back in the day. I've even kicked opponents' shins clean off in competitions. Jiang Ye remained silent, pondering as he positioned himself before the sandbag, gripping it for stability. Lu Xinxiang recognized Jiang Ye's intent. You wish to challenge me? He recalled that Jiang Ye had previously dabbled in hitting targets, but had never trained seriously. Today, however, he seemed possessed, inquiring about ancient martial arts and now seeking to spar. Lu Xinxiang crossed his arms, contemplating what Jiang Ye might achieve. Nevertheless, he kindly advised, be careful. This sandbag is specially made with hard sand. If your fundamentals are lacking or your technique falters, you could easily injure yourself. His warning was not intended to intimidate. Many novices had injured themselves by recklessly striking such hard bags. Jiang Ye nodded in acknowledgement, then unleashed a kick like a bolt of lightning. Boom! The gym erupted with a thunderous explosion. Lu Xinxiang's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into sheer astonishment. He stood dumbstruck. At that moment, the sturdy sandbag had been kicked apart by Jiang Ye's strike. Indeed, it was a literal explosion. The overhead chain could not withstand the force and snapped, causing the sandbag to plummet to the ground. Chapter 85. The Shock of Lu Xinxiang. Rumors of underground competitions. The seemingly unyielding synthetic leather erupted, creating a gaping hole that pierced through from front to back, scattering sand and stones all around. Many of these debris struck Lu Xinxiang, causing him considerable pain. This. Lu Xinxiang was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged out, his mouth agape as if he could fit a duck egg inside. Was this kick truly the work of a human being? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was beyond the realm of humanity. Lu Xinxiang felt parched, his mind racing with this thought. During his professional career, he had encountered fighters capable of delivering particularly astonishing single strikes. Some competitors, with their significant weight and adept striking techniques, could indeed produce a shocking effect. However, hitting a target was one thing. Real combat was another. It did not necessarily indicate anything. Yet, Jiang Ye's performance was simply outrageous. He regretted not recording it on his phone just moments ago. This was not merely target practice. It was an explosion. If the whip kicks of the world's top heavyweight Muay Thai fighters could be likened to hitting someone with an iron rod, then what Jiang Ye had just done was akin to throwing a C4 bomb. They were not even on the same level. Moreover, Jiang Ye's execution of the kick was clearly marked by exceptional skill and experience, entirely unlike that of a novice. Lu Xinqiang approached the sandbag that lay on the ground. Inhaling sharply, he had not noticed before that the sandbag was not just ruptured. It had two large holes blasted through it from front to back, as if it had been shot by a high-caliber heavy sniper rifle. The hole blasted from the back sent a shower of debris flying like buckshot, embedding itself into the wall behind with a series of unnerving tiny holes. Goodness, the penetration and explosive power. Setting aside Jiang Ye's other combat qualities, such as resilience and reaction speed, the sheer monstrous physical capabilities displayed by this kick alone could easily earn him several world championship titles. No, he might not even make it to that point, for a single strike from such a leg could easily be fatal, no matter how skilled one might be. Who would dare to face such a monster in combat? Seeing Lu Xinqiang lost in a daze, Jiang Ye cleared his throat and said, Lu Gu, I apologize for not controlling my strength. Please take a look at the damage. I will compensate you later. Lu Xinqiang finally snapped back to reality, hastily waving his hand and saying, It's fine, I'll handle it myself. Encountering such an exaggerated display of ferocity, a little damage is to be expected. Upon hearing Lu Xinqiang's description, Jiang Ye could only chuckle awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Lu Xinqiang seemed to suddenly realize something, quickly rushing to the door to lock it securely and hanging a resting today sign. Returning indoors, he took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision, and then spoke in a grave tone. Ye, I want to pry into the origins of your extraordinary physique. But can you tell me if your abilities have been displayed anywhere else? Jiang Ye sensed an implication in his words and shook his head, replying, No. Lu Xinqiang and Appo's expression wavered, and he finally said, I heard something quite outrageous recently. I don't know if it's true. There's an underground boxing match here in Donghai, you know, the kind that doesn't see the light of day. Normally, the participants in such events are rather low tier, and the prize money isn't substantial. But out of the blue, the organizers decided to raise the prize to an astonishing level. Can you believe it? The champion in our Donghai competition will receive 10 million in cash. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, surprised. This amount was indeed staggering. Typically, a city-level competition would award no more than 10,000 for a championship, even with betting revenue. Underground events rarely offered more than a few tens of thousands to the fighters. 10 million? A world champion might not even earn that much for a single bout. After all, combat sports are relatively niche compared to basketball or football. Lu Xinqiang paused for a moment before continuing, but this time, the competition is different. All participants are required to sign a death waiver. A death waiver? Jiang Ye couldn't help but ask, Lu Gu, can they really do that in this day and age? A death waiver, as the name implies, meant that once in the ring, participants bore full responsibility for their lives. The requirement to sign such a document indicated that the rules of the competition were highly unconventional, perhaps even bloody and illegal, given the strict laws of the Daxia. Organizing such events would be exceedingly difficult. Lu Xinqiang sighed. Indeed, it's quite rare, but not entirely unheard of. Furthermore, it's not just the champion who gets 10 million. The runner-up receives 5 million, and the top 4 get 3 million. Even those who make it into the top 16 will receive 20,000. In short, once this information was released, a horde of fighters from Donghai, both professional and amateur, rushed to sign up, including many from the underworld. Jiang Ye was astonished to hear that the runner-up would receive 5 million, and that even those in the top 16 could earn a prize. This is highly unusual, he remarked. He had previously followed some combat sports events and knew that while some would offer high prizes to attract viewers and participants, such bounty events typically favored the winner, with the majority of the prize money concentrated on the champion. It was unheard of for a non-champion to earn a substantial amount. There had to be something fishy going on. Lu Xinqiang nodded. Exactly, it's that absurd. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. But when I first heard this news, I nearly considered participating myself. In this small place of Donghai, I know most of the fighters who are worth mentioning. Though I had long since retired, making it into the top 16 would have been a breeze, and winning 20,000 would have been quite nice. However, thankfully, I hesitated and ultimately didn't go. Hearing this, Jiang Ye's interest was piqued. Judging by Lu Xinqiang's tone, something significant must have transpired afterward. At this moment, Lu Xinqiang's face bore a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. He lowered his voice and said, "Many people signed up upon hearing the news, including quite a few fighters from other regions. Initially, everything seemed normal when the competition began. Although there was a death waiver, there were injuries, but no fatalities. We thought we were overreacting, until during the semifinals, a fighter whose origins were unknown punched his opponent's head clean off. A single punch blew someone's head off?" Jiang Ye frowned, and before he could speak, Lu Xinxiang's voice trembled slightly as he added, "You know, that fighter exploded his opponent's head from a distance." Jiang Ye's pupils contracted. He was genuinely astonished. The shock did not stem from the notion of blowing someone's head off from a distance, but from what it implied to him. Chapter 86. Disguise Technique. Childhood friend Wang Yan. This is undeniably a manifestation of the extraordinary. Yet, in my previous life, I had never encountered any signs of the extraordinary at this juncture. Was it that I was too isolated to perceive it back then? Or has this timeline been altered by the butterfly effect, causing many events to unfold prematurely? Jiang Ye's thoughts spiraled, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lu Xinxiang, assuming he was stunned, remarked, "Does it sound unbelievable?" I didn't believe it at first either. However, this information was divulged by a rather reliable friend within the industry. So I am somewhat skeptical yet curious. Jiang Ye suddenly inquired, "Is there any footage of it?" Lu Xinxiang shook his head. Since the round of 16 commenced, spectators have been prohibited from bringing electronic devices into the venue, ostensibly to safeguard the privacy of both contestants and attendees. Such measures are quite normal in underground events. Contestants are less of a concern, but some spectators may possess sensitive identities. Nonetheless, I learned that the audience at the semifinals reportedly witnessed the rumor of a head being exploded from a distance, suggesting there is some credibility to it. Jiang Ye initially intended to ask if there had been any official response, but quickly realized the answer was likely apparent. There must be influential factions behind this. Naturally, when it comes to the extraordinary, how could it be unrelated to such powers? Lu Xinxiang, noticing Jiang Ye's silence, leaned in and said, "Ah Yi, the information I have is that another match will be held next month, with the prize money remaining the same. Given your impressive physical abilities, why not consider participating?" Jiang Ye abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on Lu Xinxiang. After all this time, was this the purpose of the conversation? His expression was one of amusement, yet he remained silent. Lu Xinxiang hurriedly added, "Let me be honest, I do have a personal interest. My friend has connections with the event organizers, and if I can assist him in finding promising talent, I could earn a few thousand from it. However, I would never push you into a perilous situation. The type of contestant you encountered last time will not be allowed to compete again. Besides, with your recent kick, what opponent could possibly withstand you? Think about it. The championess prize is a staggering 10 million. To be candid, if you reach the semifinals or higher, I would receive 5% of the earnings, which means I would pocket 150,000 if you place in the top 4. Jiang Ye chuckled, neither accepting nor rejecting the proposal, responding, "Brother Lu, allow me to ponder this." Lu Xinxiang patted his shoulder, saying, "No rush. Such matters require careful consideration. The preliminary rounds commence next week, so if you are inclined, let me know in advance." Jiang Ye nodded, engaging in a few more casual exchanges before departing from the gym. As he walked, he contemplated Lu Xinxiang and Appo's earlier remarks. The other party did not seem to be setting a trap, as there was no need to mention the rumored distant head explosion otherwise. Nevertheless, everything about this situation exuded strangeness. The signs of the extraordinary, the unusual prize amounts, and the notion that recommending promising talent could yield financial gain. Jiang Ye felt Lu Xinxiang's words bore some truth, yet it was likely he was unaware of the deeper implications. The person truly in the know must be Lu Xinxiang's so-called industry friend. However, directly inquiring about this individual would undoubtedly raise Lu Xinxiang's suspicions, making him reluctant to reveal their identity. Yet Jiang Ye narrowed his eyes. This underground boxing match undoubtedly concealed certain secrets that he could not afford to overlook. However, registering through Lu Xinxiang would risk exposing his true identity. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Jiang Ye paused in his tracks. Among the techniques he had acquired earlier was one titled Thousand Shadow Phantom Killing Scripture, which detailed various secret arts relating to disguise, stealth, duplication, and assassination. Although it did not belong to a traditional cultivation system and resembled more of a dark art, its mastery posed significant challenges. Nevertheless, it now seemed worth a try. Upon returning home, Jiang Ye entered a meditative state, mentally perusing this scripture. Indeed, the most rudimentary technique was the art of disguise. This disguise technique did not involve merely applying substances to the face. Instead, it entailed fundamental alterations to one's skeletal structure. Moreover, it was not limited to mere appearance. Height, body shape, and various external characteristics could also be modified, making it a superior form of disguise. As Jiang Ye observed the technique, his eyes glimmered with delight. This disguise technique, as an introductory skill within the Thousand Shadow Phantom Killing scripture, did not require the inheritance of its core principles. It merely necessitated a certain amount of extraordinary energy to be channeled through a predetermined pathway. Although the ultimate effect would be slightly inferior to that achieved through the scripture's core techniques, it was sufficient for Jiang Ye. He commenced his practice. With the impetus of the primal fire energy, his progress was remarkably rapid. After a full day of practice, as evening arrived, Jiang Ye stepped into the bathroom and gazed into the mirror. Reflected back was a young man in his late 20s, with prominent brow bones, slightly raised cheekbones, and a pair of pitch-black eyes exuding intensity. His lips were thin, and his skin bore a rough texture. A distinct scar extended from his chin to the right side of his face. Standing around 180 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and sturdy joints, he emanated an aura of ferocity, as if he had lived a life on the edge of danger. Jiang Ye surveyed his newly transformed self in the mirror, energy swirling within him as his hair began to shorten, ultimately settling into a crisp crew cut. Satisfied with the result, he realized that no one would recognize him now. Moreover, maintaining this appearance did not deplete too much of his primal fire energy. To ensure the stability of his disguise and to experiment with various appearances, Jiang Ye continued to practice diligently. Once his primal fire energy was significantly drained, he turned to the fire demon abyss Shura method to replenish it. The following day, just before noon, Jiang Ye concluded his training. Restoring his original appearance, he freshened up and donned a comfortable set of athletic wear before heading out. The Qinghe restaurant was not far from his home, so he decided to walk. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the restaurant's entrance when suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed Wang, and Jiang Ye chose not to answer, instead glancing around until he spotted a familiar figure by the flower bed in front of the restaurant. He promptly ended the call and approached to tap the person on the shoulder. The individual turned to reveal a somewhat haggard face. It was his childhood friend and old schoolmate, Wang. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, his eyes brightened with surprise as he seized Jiang Ye's arm. "I was wondering why you hung up. Turns out you've arrived. You rascal, you look even more handsome than in college." He gestured above his head in astonishment, exclaiming, "How do you seem taller than before? What is going on? What have you been taking?" Jiang Ye felt a wave of joy upon seeing his childhood friend and replied, "Who knows, maybe I just matured late. How have you been lately?" Chapter 87, The Gathering. Class Leader Su Jun. He could discern the weariness in Wang and due to life and Appo's burdens, yet could only inquire thus. Wang let out a gentle sigh. Do not mention it. I still have debts amounting to over 100,000, and they are pressing." Jiang Ye was aware of Wang and Appo's indebtedness, though the specifics eluded him. He surmised it was likely related to Wang and Appo's ex-girlfriend, with whom he had been involved since university until graduation. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ye offered, "If it's too much, I can lend you some money. Just remember, not all money is worth borrowing. Repaying can be arduous." He understood that those who resorted to high-interest loans often found themselves in a bottomless pit. However, after years of camaraderie with Wang, he could not stand by idly if his friend were truly in distress. In his past life, Wang had inexplicably vanished, leaving Jiang Ye with a lingering unease. In this life, he sought to uncover the truth and assist his childhood friend. A debt of over 100,000 may not be trifling, but in the context of their friendship, it seemed insignificant. Moreover, with the dawn of a new era and the chaotic world of the extraordinary approaching, such a sum would soon be rendered worthless. Jiang Ye desired not to be a solitary figure, isolated in a crumbling world. Even if he reached the pinnacle of success, the solitude would be profoundly sorrowful. He yearned for those close to him to find comfort and safety. In his heart, he aspired to journey with others toward the mysteries of longevity and the extraordinary, vowing to protect their reincarnation even if they could not attain immortality. Wang paused momentarily, then with a wry smile replied, "Old Jiang, what do you take me for? Such money is not something we would ask of you. Besides, I was the one who foolishly allowed myself to be taken advantage of. It is a lesson I must learn. In hindsight, it seems you've always been the wise one." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "By the way, have you found a partner? I've already attended more than one wedding of our classmates from high school. Jiang Ye shrugged. Not yet. Still a bachelor. Wang Yan's expression turned nostalgic. I remember you received love letters since middle school without pause. I must tell you, even now, I still have female classmates inquiring about you. Jiang Ye fell silent, not reflecting on the number of ex-girlfriends, but rather on how distant he had grown from the tranquil, sunlit life that once surrounded him. At times, the desolate visions of a world ravaged by supernatural beings from his past life would visit him in dreams. Wang Yan's remarks felt like echoes from a time long past. Memories he could no longer retrieve, no matter how hard he searched. However, in an instant, Jiang Ye pulled himself from his reverie. He draped an arm around Wang Yan, and they walked toward the restaurant, keen to inquire about each other's current circumstances. If his deductions were correct, Wang Yan had likely encountered financial troubles around this time in his previous life, leading to his eventual disappearance. Jiang Ye was determined to uncover the events that transpired during that period. Wang Yan's fatigue seemed to dissipate, if only slightly, upon reuniting with his old friend. They made their way to the elevator and ascended to the 19th floor. This reunion was organized by their class leader from university. Guided by a waiter, they entered a tastefully decorated private room, where they were greeted by a clamorous atmosphere. Suda Banzhong, I always knew you would achieve greatness. I was right to have faith in you. A resonant male voice boomed. Haha, flattery, flattery. I'm merely earning my keep, Su Jun responded modestly. As they entered the room, over 30 pairs of eyes turned toward them. Wang Yan greeted everyone warmly, while Jiang Ye surveyed the unfamiliar faces. His connections in university, aside from Wang Yan, had been minimal, and after his previous life, he had never attended any gatherings. Now, a decade had elapsed, and he found himself unable to recognize many of them. Nonetheless, a few individuals approached him with friendly greetings. Jiang Ye, you still look as handsome as ever. With you here, we all feel like mere extras. Another chimed in. Where are you working these days? Particularly the numerous female classmates, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity as they discreetly assessed him, included several who were now wives and mothers. Jiang Ye had been dubbed the campus heartthrob at Donghai University, a title he had earned through his popularity. He had engaged in various entangled stories with some of the renowned beauties on campus, yet none had culminated in lasting relationships. The female classmates were even more unfamiliar to him than the males. In the brief span since entering society, they had shed their youthful innocence, now exuding a newfound allure. Jiang Ye was taken aback to discover that several of those he had previously overlooked now possessed an irresistible charm. It was evident that skillful grooming could significantly enhance one's external appeal. With a polite and warm smile, he greeted everyone. The female classmates assumed poised and gentle demeanors, making the male classmates who had never witnessed such sides of them feel a pang of envy. While they maintained a facade of calm, their hearts fluttered with excitement. The once cherished idol had returned, and his magnetic presence was even more captivating than before. Some found themselves comparing him to their youthful crushes, even concluding that Jiang Ye surpassed them in allure. Unbeknownst to them, their cheeks began to flush with color. A sudden cough broke the peculiar atmosphere. A man in a tailored suit with gold-rimmed glasses approached, a faint smile on his lips, but scrutiny in his eyes. He patted Jiang Ye's shoulder. You and Wang Yan are late. Does this not warrant a self-imposed penalty of 3 drinks? Jiang Ye's expression shifted as he regarded the man with curiosity. Who are you? The man in Oppo's countenance darkened momentarily, a flicker of shadow passing through his eyes, yet he maintained a forced smile. Ah, even I have faded from your memory. Jiang, the campus heartthrob truly has a propensity for forgetfulness. The atmosphere shifted palpably, and silence enveloped the room as everyone sensed the tension. Some male classmates and Oppo's expressions changed, recalling events from their past. Wang Yan appeared notably anxious. He stood up, addressing the man with an apologetic demeanor, his body language somewhat submissive. Class leader, this is my fault. Yi does not usually drink. Let me take the 5 drinks myself. With that, he reached for the liquor on the table. The man in the suit observed Wang Yan's attempt to defuse the situation, his tone growing colder. Wang Yan, we are colleagues now. There is no need for such formalities. Wang Yan froze, his expression shifting as he lowered his head. Yes, Wang Zong. Around them, classmates exchanged glances, some unable to bear the discomfort. But the expression on class leader Su Jun's face forbade any intervention. Chapter 88. T&I Group. The past of Wang Yan. Still holding back his words. There was an air of caution surrounding him. Wang Yan lowered his head, reaching for his glass, ready to pour himself some wine. However, A broad and powerful hand came forth, pressing down on him. Startled, Wang An looked up and met Jiang Ye's deep and assertive gaze. Jiang Ye turned to the man in the suit and said, "I remember now. It's been a long time since I saw our class monitor, Su Jun, from university." Su Jun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Your memory truly fails you. I see you finally recollect." Jiang Ye nodded and remarked, "You know, I do have quite the impression of you. Wasn't it you who, while getting caught for washing feet outside, kneeled and wept before the college authorities, begging not to be reprimanded?" At this, silence enveloped the room. The female classmates wore peculiar expressions, while the male classmates struggled to suppress their laughter. Wang An too wore a face that wished to laugh yet could not, turning his head away. "You." Su Jun's face flushed, his expression resembling one who had just tasted something most unsavory, shattering the facade he had so carefully constructed. He pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Ye, his voice quaking. "Jiang Ye, you mustn't speak so recklessly. This is slander." Jiang Ye let out a laugh, saying, "How is that slander? Everyone saw you groveling like a dog in the office. You nearly barked." This provoked many classmates to burst into quiet laughter, unable to contain themselves. Previously, Jiang Ye's sharp tongue had gone unnoticed. It seemed that everyone present had an inkling of the incident, yet Su Jun appeared to have thrived in Donghai since graduation. Most of these classmates were locals who had remained in their hometown, naturally hesitant to offend him. Su Jun nearly gasped for breath at Jiang Ye's words, tightly gripping his tie. At that moment, a male classmate stepped in to ease the tension. "Come on, everyone, we're all classmates. Why the tension? Let us sit. Let us sit." Su Jun shot Jiang Ye a fierce glare before reluctantly following the lead of the others. He feigned ignorance of Jiang Ye, returning to his pretentious demeanor and engaging in conversation with the rest. His words revolved around work, and several classmates approached him to toast. Jiang Ye, puzzled, leaned in as Wang An whispered an explanation. "Su Jun is now a manager at the Donghai branch of TNI Group, and he has connections with many influential figures around here. So, a lot of these classmates are eager to curry favor with him." Jiang Ye was taken aback. TNI Group? Wasn't he that the enterprise associated with the Yi family? It seemed the Yi family had extended their influence into Donghai. No wonder Su Jun carried himself with such arrogance. Such powerful families often sought to establish cordial relations with local officials and influential figures. The four great families wielded significant power in Daxia, and the representative of the Yi family in Donghai would likely be treated with utmost respect by local authorities. Yet, Jiang Ye contemplated deeper motives. He instinctively felt that this had to be connected to chaos. Suddenly, the thought of the extraordinary figure that Lu Xinxiang had mentioned in relation to a combat competition offering astronomical prizes crossed his mind. His pupils dilated. This could not be mere coincidence. The appearance of the extraordinary alongside the powerful families suggested an underlying connection. Jiang Ye cast a meaningful glance at Su Jun, who was conversing with classmates, his demeanor dripping with arrogance. It appeared there was an opportunity to exploit this individual. As anticipated, the gathering devolved into a platform for exchanging resources and flattery. Su Jun began boasting about the prominent figures he interacted with in Donghai, swiftly captivating his audience. The earlier awkwardness dissipated, and Su Jun became the center of attention. After a few rounds of drinks, a buoyant Su Jun began arranging jobs for various classmates. He occasionally glanced at Jiang Ye, his eyes brimming with pride and provocation, seemingly eager to witness any hint of regret on Jiang Ye's face. Jiang Ye merely scoffed inwardly. From the moment Su Jun associated with the powerful families, he had firmly categorized him as an adversary. In his past life, he had witnessed many who served as lapdogs to the families, often treating those of similar backgrounds with particular cruelty. Within the power structures established by these families, their views on the lower classes typically warped. The scions of these houses never regarded themselves as akin to those beneath them. The emergence of chaos and the extraordinary only inflated their already grandiose perceptions. Common folk were viewed merely as pawns in their game of power, their veins coursing with a sense of superiority. Those willing to act as the enforcers of these families, turning against their own kind, ardently supported this mindset. They regarded their own lineage as inferior and were unflinching in their cruelty towards their kin, all for the sake of gaining their master's approval. Wang An, seated nearby, appeared restless. Jiang Ye stood up and patted his shoulder, signaling him to follow. Upon noticing Jiang Ye's departure, Su Jun's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, Jiang Ye, don't you seem rather impressive? Why rush off? Trying to play the big shot?" Jiang Ye maintained a calm demeanor as he led Wang An outside. Su Jun, however, cast a venomous glare at Jiang Ye's retreating figure, as if plotting something sinister. Once outside the hotel, Jiang Ye's purpose today had been to uncover the truth of what had transpired with Wang An in the past. It seemed there were clues emerging. Jiang Ye inquired. Anzi, do share. Are you seeking something from Su Jun? Earlier, during the gathering, Wang An had seemed evasive and rather subservient in Su Jun's presence, which was not the impression he had of his childhood friend. Wang An hesitated, and Jiang Ye frowned. Anzi, I'm not one to meddle in others' affairs. But since we've grown up together, if you're in trouble and it's not too sensitive, I'm here to help. Wang An sighed and pointed in a direction. Let us go, Lao Jiang, to a different place to talk. The two strolled along the sidewalk, approaching Donghai No, two middle school where they had attended together. The roads were familiar to them, lined with fallen leaves that crunched underfoot. Wang An sighed softly, finally breaking his silence. After a lengthy 15 minutes, he recounted the experiences of the years gone by. During his university days, he had met a girl and quickly fell in love. After graduation, she expressed her desire to move to the provincial capital, Jiangcheng, and without much thought, he followed her there. Everything seemed to progress smoothly until one day. She confided that she was in debt. Chapter 89, Recruiting Volunteers. The Shadow of the Ye Valve. Initially, Wang An believed he was merely indulging in frivolous spending, having incurred a minor debt that he thought could easily be settled with his salary. However, he soon discovered that the young woman in question was entangled in a web of high-interest loans. When Wang An inquired about the situation, she simply claimed that she had been reckless with her purchases and had impulsively borrowed money. Consequently, Wang An, in a display of generosity, decided to help her with his own earnings. Yet, the young woman soon insisted that her creditors were pressing her for payment and urged Wang An to lend her a sum to settle her debts. Initially conflicted, Wang An succumbed to her emotional appeals, agreeing to take out a loan. What began as a modest sum of approximately 100,000 quickly ballooned into over $1 million due to compounded interest within just 6 months. Desperate to clarify the situation, Wang An sought out his girlfriend, only to find that she had vanished without a trace, taking with her all the valuables from their rented apartment. Bewildered, Wang An realized his meager salary was utterly insufficient to repay the debt. Consequently, the loan company repeatedly harassed him, even causing disturbances at his workplace, prompting him to resign and go into hiding. Ultimately, feeling cornered, he returned to Donghai. Recently, he stumbled upon a local recruitment advertisement seeking so-called research volunteers, offering an exceedingly generous compensation package. The promise of $1 million in annual salary, with the first year's payment available as a lump sum upon hiring, piqued his interest. This meant that upon acceptance, he could receive 100,000 in one go. Initially skeptical, Wang An was reassured upon discovering that the company was indeed a reputable enterprise after verifying their certification. Further investigation revealed it to be a branch of TNI Group, one of the top 5 conglomerates in the Daxia region, affiliated with the Yi family consortium and engaged in diverse industries. Their name was well known, often visible on products in major supermarkets. Thus, Wang An cautiously attended the interview, which took place in a prestigious office building in Donghai. The entire process, from the reception to the interview itself, was impeccably professional. Online research indicated that TNI Group had made significant breakthroughs in the biopharmaceutical sector, necessitating the recruitment of volunteers. The personnel conducting the interviews were amiable and knowledgeable, patiently explaining the project. They assured candidates that the experiments posed no life-threatening risks, with the worst side effects likely being nausea or fever, which would resolve within a few days. They presented a wealth of reliable historical data, affirming that if the first phase of experimental data met the required standards, long-term contracts would be offered, maintaining the annual salary of $1 million. Should the data fail to meet expectations, the first year's salary would still be paid in full without recourse. After successfully passing the initial screening and 3 rounds of physical evaluations, Wang An was informed that he met the criteria for volunteers, a distinction held by only about 1/5 of participants, as the majority were eliminated during the physical tests. This indicated that not everyone could easily secure the lucrative sum. Gradually, Wang An's apprehensions dissipated as the company's professionalism and reputation became evident, suggesting no ties to fraudulent enterprises. Subsequently, he entered the second interview phase, where multiple interviewers would evaluate candidates. Upon nervously opening the door, Wang An was taken aback to see a familiar face, Su Jun, his class monitor from university, seated centrally among the interviewers. Clearly recognizing Wang En, Su Jun wore a cryptic expression. After the tense interview concluded, Su Jun approached Wang En, displaying unexpected enthusiasm and inviting him to dinner. Reluctantly, Wang En accepted, and Su Jun took him to the most upscale hotel in Donghai. Upon arrival, the hotel manager personally welcomed them, revealing Su Jun's newfound status and connections. Throughout the meal, Su Jun subtly implied that Wang En's hiring would be a mere formality, contingent only on his nod of approval. With the results of the second interview still pending, Wang En's desire for the promised million intensified, leading him to adopt a more deferential demeanor towards Su Jun. Following their meal, he chuckled wryly, confiding to Jiang Ye, "It's not that I'm unwilling to share, but it's rather embarrassing. I never imagined I would find myself seeking favors from this insufferable fool from university. Forget about the hotel incident. He's simply a moron." Suddenly, Wang En seemed to recollect something, his expression turning serious. "Jiang Ye, I must tell you. Su Jun has somehow associated himself with a rather formidable crowd, not exactly the law-abiding type." "Formidable?" Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed, sensing an unusual undertone. "Indeed, formidable. Much like the characters from those action films," Wang En affirmed gravely. "He has a penchant for showing off. Previously, he invited me out for drinks, likely to flaunt his connections. During those outings, several individuals he brought along claimed to be champions in various martial arts. I observed that they indeed possessed impressive physiques. However, it appeared they were also dependent on Su Jun, persistently discussing some competition. I didn't quite grasp the details, but it seemed Su Jun was one of the organizers, and they were hoping for his assistance in securing favorable placements." "Competition? A fight competition?" Jiang Ye's expression remained steady, but his pupils dilated slightly. The pieces began to align. The powerful factions, the biomedical experiments, the fight competitions, and the hints of the extraordinary. Everything was reminiscent of his past life. The events that transpired in Donghai and the tragedies surrounding those close to him were all intricately linked to the vast web woven by the vowed. It seemed the timeline was unfolding even sooner than he had anticipated. Wang En turned to Jiang Ye, saying, "Once, after a night of heavy drinking, Su Jun boasted about how he dealt with someone who had crossed him. He had his hired thugs handle it, leaving the person severely beaten, yet he faced no repercussions. I can't tell if he is exaggerating or if there's truth to his claims, but he is certainly cunning. I suspect he harbors some resentment towards you after the restaurant incident. Please be cautious." Jiang Ye recognized Wang En's good intentions, smiling as he patted his shoulder in acknowledgement. Chapter 90. The Yi clan crest. Origins unveiled. It was promptly retrieved, as the intended recipient would have undoubtedly refused a direct offering of 1 million. Wang En, it seemed, now fervently believed in this so-called volunteer program. Viewing it as a lifeline, Jiang Ye was, of course, privy to the true nature of this project masquerading as biomedical research. However, he saw no need to intervene, for a superior method of rescuing Wang En had already presented itself. A chilling glint flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes, an unconcealable manifestation of his murderous intent. From this moment forward, he would systematically dismantle the Yi clan's presence in the East Sea, eradicating every foothold they had established. After a lengthy conversation, Jiang Ye clapped Wang En on the shoulder, urging him to set his mind at ease. Wang En, seemingly relieved to have unburdened himself to a friend, appeared noticeably less troubled. They agreed to reconvene for a meal once the final results of the recruitment were announced, a proposition to which Jiang Ye readily assented. Subsequently, Wang En departed, and Jiang Ye feigned a homeward trajectory. He slipped into a small urban park, emerging with a dramatically altered appearance. Pronounced brow ridges and cheekbones, coarse skin, and a distinct scar coalesced to form a visage that exuded menace. Passers-by instinctively gave Jiang Ye a wide berth. He positioned himself in a shop across from the Tianqing River restaurant, maintaining a silent vigil. An hour and a half later, the classmates began to emerge from the private room, with Su Jun being escorted by several of his peers. Jiang Ye descended from the building and crossed the street. Upon reaching the opposite side, he observed the male classmates bidding farewell to Su Jun. He remained at a corner some distance from the hotel entrance, out of sight. Yet his enhanced senses allowed him to perceive every word as if it were spoken directly into his ear. "Class monitor, I'm counting on you for that matter. President Su, how about the day after tomorrow? I'll treat you to dinner. The day after that. All right, it's a deal." As each obsequious classmate departed, Su Jun, filled with self-importance, waved dismissively and hummed a tune. But then, his expression hardened as he recalled the incident that had caused him to lose face in front of everyone. A frigid voice escaped his lips, Jiang Ye. He took a few steps, opened the door of his luxury car, and sped away. Jiang Ye noted the direction and hailed another taxi, following in pursuit. Approximately 30 minutes later, Su Jun's car came to a halt in front of a conspicuously new building. He alighted, smoothed his attire, and strode confidently through the entrance. As he passed the guardhouse, the security guard snapped to attention and saluted. Jiang Ye exited his taxi and gazed up at the structure. Over 60 stories tall, the building was entirely clad in one-way mirrored glass, rendering the interior invisible from the outside, at least to ordinary eyes. By channeling his inner fire energy into his eyes, Jiang Ye could discern the numerous well-dressed individuals moving about within. Moreover, the building extended far beneath the surface, with over a dozen subterranean levels concealed by thick layers of earth and reinforced concrete. What immediately caught Jiang Ye's attention was the prominent, exquisitely crafted sailboat emblem atop the building. Upon closer inspection, a small traditional Chinese character could be seen beneath the sail. The instant he recognized the sailboat emblem, Jiang Ye's muscles tensed. The symbol represented everything that had been a nightmare, a source of burning hatred, and the origin of all his resentment in his past life. It was the insignia of the Yi clan, one of the 4 great clans. The deaths of all his loved ones in his previous life were linked to the Yi clan. His ultimate demise in a siege was orchestrated by the Yi clan's henchmen. His primary objective in this life was to dismantle the Yi clan, a family claiming 3 centuries of history. The Yi clan's origins could be traced back to the previous dynasty when their ancestor, a peasant, passed the imperial examination and rose to the position of a 3rd-rank minister. His descendants continued to serve in the imperial court, enjoying a period of great influence. Later, this ancestor was impeached for forming cliques and embezzling vast sums of money, leading to his dismissal and the implication of his family. However, one of his descendants, driven to desperation, turned to maritime trade, venturing overseas and, by sheer luck, discovering a gold mine. In the Yi clan's revised narrative, their ancestor had retired from officialdom, and his descendants had stumbled upon the gold mine while engaging in trade. After discovering the gold mine, the Yi clan established a formidable presence in a small overseas nation, even controlling the local political succession. Simultaneously, they used the ancestral connections brought by the Yi ancestor to establish initial shipping routes between the 2 regions. Subsequently, they leveraged the gold mine to expand their business, growing increasingly prosperous. By the end of the previous dynasty and the early years of the Great Xia Empire, when warlords were engaged in chaotic warfare, the Yi clan, with its immense wealth and maritime influence, hedged its bets on various warlords, playing them against each other. They even colluded with Western powers to manipulate puppets and seize profits. Ultimately, they heavily invested in the imperial clan when it gained the upper hand, earning its trust. They swiftly ascended to become one of the founding 4 great clans, later known as the 4 great clans of the Great Xia Empire. At the time, the Yi clan, supported by the imperial clan, was the most powerful among the other 3 clans. However, disagreements later arose between the 2 families, causing the Yi clan to side with the other 2 clans. But that would occur many years later. In essence, the Yi clan's 3 centuries of prosperity originated from maritime transport, hence their family crest featuring a sailboat. A myriad of thoughts raced through Jiang Ye's mind. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. In this life, he had attained a level of power he had never reached in his previous life. Moreover, he had gained access to information much earlier. Now, he was operating in the shadows while they were in the open. The balance of power had begun to shift. Jiang Ye was patient, observing the building from afar until sunset and nightfall. Finally, Su Jun emerged, his demeanor somewhat timid, his back noticeably hunched. He only straightened up after exiting the building, as if he had just been harshly reprimanded inside. He entered his car and drove in another direction. Jiang Ye continued to tail him in a taxi, maintaining a safe distance until he saw him stop in a brightly lit street filled with nightlife. Su Jun alighted from the car, his expression agitated. He entered a magnificent and resplendent club. A voluptuous woman with heavily applied makeup, silver high heels, and thick thighs encased in sheer black stockings greeted him with feigned delight. "Oh, Brother Su, welcome, welcome. You haven't been here for 2 days." Su Jun slapped the woman and Appo's ample buttocks, causing them to ripple beneath her tight skirt. "Damn it, Don and Appo's. Call me Brother Su, call me President Su." The woman quickly fawned over Su Jun, pressing her cleavage against his arm. "My mistake, President Su. The VIP room is ready for you." Chapter 91, Leaf Foam. Jiang Ye and Appo's dossier. With a disdainful snort, Su Jun escorted the woman into the elevator, his arm possessively encircling her waist. The woman feigned protestations, yet her countenance radiated delight. An overture of ingratiation. This man had once been merely a commonplace patron of their establishment. However, through some unknown benefactor, he now commanded the deference of even their proprietor, who had cautioned them to attend to his needs with utmost care. A quarter of an hour later, ensconced within a VIP suite, Su Jun luxuriated amidst a bevy of youthful, comely women, reclining comfortably upon a plush sofa. Damn, this is the life I never dared to dream of, he mused. When will I attain the same level of indulgence as those in positions of power? This thought served to assuage the sting of the earlier slap. It was a bestowal, an acknowledgement of his worth. Others would clamor for the privilege of receiving such a reprimand from a personage of such eminence. Recalling the entreaties of his former classmates at today's gathering, Su Jun felt a surge of self-satisfaction. I've truly struck gold, aligning myself with the Ye consortium. He resolved to serve his superiors diligently, redoubling his efforts to recruit volunteers. Avarice flickered in his eyes. Each successful recruit would yield a substantial reward of 1 million. Moreover, if the volunteer remained for a second year, an additional 3 million would be his. In truth, the evaluation of Wang and had long been concluded, his physiological metrics aligning perfectly with the company and Oppo's requisites. Yet, Su Jun intended to prolong the process, preying upon Wang and Oppo's financial duress. The more desperate the man became, the more Su Jun would delay, underscoring the disparity in their respective positions. A smug expression adorned Su Jun's features, which was soon supplanted by a somber cast. Damn that Jiang Ye, he thought, always at odds with me, usurping my limelight. And today, he dared to dredge up past embarrassments in front of everyone. Just because he possesses an attractive countenance, he presumes to challenge me. He is woefully ignorant of my current status and influence. The more he ruminated, the more his ire intensified. He resolved not to let the matter rest. Su Jun, by nature, was a man of narrow-mindedness, a trait that had frequently led to animosity. His creed was one of retribution, vowing to seek vengeance upon those who wronged him. In the past, as a mere wage earner, he lacked the means to enact his desires, relegating himself to fantasies of retribution. However, now, in service to a powerful figure, he had access to a wealth of resources previously unimaginable. Many tasks could be accomplished with a mere utterance, with others eager to cater to his whims, even those of a dubious nature. Such was the allure of power. Buoyed by this newfound authority, Su Jun grew increasingly audacious. On several occasions, he had commissioned the chastisement of those who had crossed him, facing no repercussions for his actions. This emboldened him to act with ever greater impunity. As Su Jun brooded, his countenance darkening, he assertively drew a comely woman closer, his hands exploring her person. With a coquettish giggle, the woman nestled into his embrace. Su, be gentle. The other women voiced their discontent. Su, you mustn't show favoritism. Su Jun roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, there's enough for everyone. I'll attend to each of you tonight. Upon hearing this, and recalling his previous displays of fleeting prowess, a flicker of disdain crossed the faces of several women, though they quickly masked it with forced smiles. Su, you're so virile. The suite was suffused with an atmosphere of licentiousness. After a dozen minutes, the door was abruptly thrust open, revealing a towering, imposing young man with prominent knuckles and a neck nearly as thick as his head, a man who clearly possessed physical prowess. The young man, a cigarette clenched between his teeth, startled both the women and Su Jun as he entered. He nonchalantly seated himself and seized a bottle of liquor from the table, gulping it down. Recognizing the intruder, Su Jun, feeling his authority undermined in front of the women, slammed his hand upon the table. Li Feng, do you not know how to knock? He bellowed. The young man, identified as Li Feng, finished his draft and produced another cigarette, igniting it with a flick of his lighter. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Jun. Well, Su, your retinue is growing ever more impressive, isn't it? Observing the sardonic glint in Li Feng's eyes, Su Jun suddenly recalled the man's profession. He was a desperado, and Su Jun's current status might not hold sway over him. Regaining his composure, Su Jun said, "Don't speak like that. We're in this together, for better or worse. No need for such animosity." Li Feng exhaled a plume of smoke, pulling a voluptuous woman closer and gripping her roughly. The woman, startled by the stranger, attempted to pull away, but his grip was like a vice, causing her pain. She cast a pleading look at Su Jun, who feigned indifference. Li Feng scoffed. Enough with the pretense. What do you need me for? Su Jun seized a file from the side and tossed it to Li Feng. Take a look at this. Amidst the woman's stifled cries of pain, Li Feng continued to manhandle her as he perused the file. It contained a photograph of Jiang Ye, accompanied by detailed information about his background, relatives, and past experiences. After a brief examination, Li Feng raised an eyebrow. What's this? Has this pretty boy Jiang offended our Mr. Jiang? Ignoring the jocular tone, Su Jun said in a somber voice, it's all data extracted from the company's system, more comprehensive than anything the authorities possess. His family used to have some money, but he has no real connections. So what do you say? Can it be done? Li Feng flicked his cigarette, but aside. A broken leg, then? Su Jun leaned back on the sofa, waving his hand dismissively. Broken leg or broken arm, whatever. Just make it swift and clean. Ha ha ha, Li Feng said. What's the price? The price? Su Jun frowned, straightening up. Li Feng, what are you implying? I helped you earn 3 million by getting you into the Final Four last time. Li Feng sneered, cracking his neck. Helped me? If I hadn't been spared from being in the same group as that monster, I'd be pushing up daisies by now. Besides, I've done 2 jobs for you for free. Have you gotten used to freeloading? Su Jun's face twitched, but he dared not retaliate. Name your price, he grumbled. If it's too high, forget it. I can't afford it. Li Feng grinned. No need for money. Just arrange things for me in next week's competition. Su Jun's expression changed. What are you talking about? I told you the rules beforehand. Contestants can't compete in consecutive events. The earliest you can participate is the one after next. Li Feng's eyes narrowed, revealing an ominous glint. Su, don't play dumb with me. You're in charge of the contestant roster. How hard is it to slip someone in? This. Su Jun looked conflicted, as if presented with an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 92, Pursuit. The Secret Art of the 5 Elements Sect. Seeing his hesitation, Li Feng added fuel to the fire, chuckling. To be frank, regardless of whether this person is handled or not, I am determined to participate in this competition. Brother Su, I trust you wouldn't want me spreading rumors outside, would you? Su Jun was taken aback, realizing the peril of associating with such a predatory figure. If the higher-ups discovered that a contestant had been secretly inserted into the competition through him, implicating him in collusion to siphon off prize money, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. However, it was evident that Li Feng held some leverage over him should he divulge details about the competition. The company would trace it back to him, leading to his own downfall. Su Jun found himself in a precarious dilemma. Li Feng, reclining nonchalantly with one leg crossed over the other, exuded an air of confidence as he observed Su Jun's turmoil. After a moment of conflict, Su Jun finally relented. Very well, I will arrange a new identity for you. But remember, do not reveal your true name once inside. If discovered, we are both doomed. Li Feng laughed heartily. Rest assured, Brother Su, I am here to make money, not to stir up trouble. He picked up the documents and stood, declaring, as for that pretty boy, I'll ensure he is incapacitated, but without raising the price, ha ha ha. Su Jun raised his glass, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the tragic fate that awaited Jiang Ye. Suddenly, Li Feng shifted the conversation, but Brother Su, I have a small request. Su Jun became wary. What request? Li Feng replied, please arrange for me to be placed directly into the top 16. Otherwise, I'll have to fight my way through the preliminaries, which is far too cumbersome. Su Jun's anger flared. Li Feng, you are being exceedingly greedy. Li Feng chuckled lightly. Moving toward the door, let us agree on this. I'm not asking you to guarantee me a spot in the top 4. Surely, you can manage this small favor. Brother Su? With that, he departed. Damn. Su Jun slammed his glass down, his expression shifting between anger and contemplation, his chest heaving with agitation. After a moment, narrowing his eyes, he muttered to himself, very well, the participants this time are even more complex than before. You wish to threaten me? If you seek death, then I shall oblige. Li Feng strolled out of the clubhouse, whistling. Meanwhile, a young man clad in a server's uniform had been watching him closely from the upper floors down to the entrance. Jiang Ye trailed behind at a distance of about 50 meters. Having just infiltrated the clubhouse using disguise techniques, he had overheard everything outside the private room. Upon learning from Wang and that Su Jun frequented the clubhouse and associated with various peculiar individuals, Jiang Ye surmised that he might glean some information from this visit. Discovering that this man was a contestant in the underground boxing matches and had been instructed by Su Jun to incapacitate himself, Jiang Ye devised a simple plan. Li Feng navigated through a bustling street, then veered into a series of winding alleys, where the number of passers-by dwindled and the light faded to a mere glimmer. Jiang Ye squinted, wondering if he had been detected. Yet, Li Feng's confidence was palpable. Eventually, both men entered a deserted alleyway. This neglected alley had been designated by the authorities for demolition and reconstruction, with nearby residents long since relocated. The ground was littered with scattered cardboard boxes and rusted bicycles with broken chains, while discarded clothes lay strewn about carelessly. As Li Feng walked by, a cat suddenly darted out from a box, skirting along the brick wall to a shadowy corner. Midway through the alley, Li Feng halted, tilted his head back, exhaled a final puff of smoke, and tossed the remaining stub to the ground, extinguishing it underfoot. He turned, the dim moonlight casting a faint glow on his menacing visage. A figure materialized in his line of sight, standing 5 meters away. Li Feng inhaled deeply and spoke. What a persistent bunch of phantoms. Tell me, which faction have you come from? Let me guess, are you from the Emu lineage or the Dinghua lineage? Surely, you cannot be from the Kueishui lineage. They perished over a decade ago, didn't they? Jiang Ye was taken aback. What was this man talking about? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. No wonder this individual had lured him into an isolated area. It was a case of mistaken identity. Jiang Ye remained silent, but Li Feng misinterpreted his silence. Spitting onto the ground, he declared, "Indeed, the legacy of the 5 Elements sect resides within me. You hypocrites feign righteousness, accusing me of betraying my master and ancestors. I did kill that old wretch, but so what? You were all eager for his demise, were you not? Now that he has just been buried, you persistently pursue me. 3 have already fallen. Are you prepared to be the 4th? The 5 Elements sect? A legacy? Could it be that this person was a disciple of the secret martial arts?" Li Feng's tone turned ominous, an intangible malevolence enveloping the desolate alley, suffusing it with a sense of dread. Yet, Jiang Ye, possessing extraordinary sensitivity as an extraordinary being, detected a subtle instability in Li Feng's breath during his speech. It was evident that he bore internal injuries. Moreover, Jiang Ye's own vitality surged beyond the ordinary, allowing him to sense the deliberate tracking of his presence. This man was certainly no ordinary thug. However, whether he was truly extraordinary was still debatable. No matter, once apprehended, his true identity would be revealed. Seeing Jiang Ye's continued silence, Li Feng's tension escalated. He assumed Jiang Ye was awaiting reinforcements. Damn it, they must know I am injured. Did I leave traces during the last competition? Regardless, he resolved to settle this swiftly and then flee. He decided against participating in the competition and planned to leave Donghai instead. After all, it was better to have a life to spend than to risk it all for a fight. With this thought, Li Feng coldly declared, "Let me show you why my Gangjin lineage has remained at the pinnacle of the 5 elements for over a century." Subsequently, in Jiang Ye's view, Li Feng's form tensed like a drawn bow, and with a resounding crack, he lunged towards Jiang Ye. Such explosive power! Jiang Ye, through his basic fire wheel, discerned that Li Feng was harnessing and compressing a certain elemental factor from the air, ultimately condensing it within his fingertips. Rather than being alarmed, Jiang Ye felt exhilarated. Indeed, this opponent possessed the legacy of secret martial arts. Li Feng bellowed, unleashing the secret transmission he had cultivated for 2 decades. A thunderous crack resonated in the air, accompanied by a sharp metallic slicing sound. It was the sound of Li Feng's glistening fingers cutting through the atmosphere. Gangjin energy. Such astonishing skill had undoubtedly brushed against the threshold of the extraordinary. If exposed in the real world, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. In a single strike, 3 individuals who had once attempted to intercept Li Feng had met their demise, pierced through their vital points. Yet, one among them was not inferior to him in strength. Chapter 93, Gunmetal Finger. True Chi Grandmaster. After a strenuous and arduous battle, Li Feng, leveraging the formidable offensive capabilities of the Gunmetal lineage, vanquished his adversary through a strategy of trading injuries. However, he, too, sustained considerable harm. Repeatedly invoking secret martial techniques had depleted his potential, resulting in damage to his pulmonary system. Such injuries were beyond the scope of conventional medical treatment, and could only be alleviated by the unique elixirs passed down within his sect. Yet, these elixirs demanded exceedingly costly ingredients, leaving Li Feng in dire financial straits. Fleeing to Donghai City, he sought information and learned of an underground martial arts tournament with exceptionally lucrative prize money. Despite his awareness of the inherent dangers, he had little choice. Through an intermediary, he connected with Su Jun, one of the tournament organizers, who subsequently arranged his participation. Initially, Li Feng was brimming with confidence. With his martial prowess, he believed he could dominate the underground circuit, even without revealing the Five Elements sect's secret techniques. Indeed, upon entering the competition, he effortlessly overcame all challengers, with none lasting beyond a single round. Li Feng was certain that he would easily claim the million-yuan prize. However, during the semifinals, a contestant in another bracket detonated his opponent's head with a strike delivered from a distance, sending shivers down Li Feng's spine. He surreptitiously assessed that even with his secret techniques, he would likely be no match for this individual. Consequently, he prudently withdrew from the subsequent match, avoiding a potential confrontation with the formidable fighter. He was bewildered by the presence of such a figure in this obscure location, whose abilities resembled the advanced martial arts realms described in the sect and Oppo's ancient texts, a level of mastery unseen within the Five Elements sect for centuries. Li Feng had initially intended to depart from Donghai. However, the prize money he had earned was swiftly depleted by the cost of the secret elixirs. Thus, he sought out Su Jun once more, requesting to participate in another tournament. This time, his plan was to evade the monster should he re-enter. Content with achieving a similar result to his previous attempt, 3 million yuan would suffice for the time being. Unexpectedly, members of other branches within the sect pursued him, their discovery of his whereabouts remaining a mystery. However, having eliminated his pursuers, he was now compelled to flee. Li Feng's eyes hardened, and he channeled his gung metal energy to its utmost limits, disregarding the throbbing pain in his lungs, in a bid to achieve a swift and decisive victory. The silhouette before him remained motionless, seemingly paralyzed by the metallic aura. Li Feng momentarily regretted his actions, wondering if he had misjudged the situation, and if the individual was not affiliated with the branches hunting him. He lamented expending his energy, knowing it would confine him to bed for days. However, as his fingers neared the figure's chest, poised to witness the gruesome spectacle of the cavity being torn open, the shadow stirred. It merely raised a hand and grasped Li Feng and Oppo's fingers. A cacophony of intense grinding noises erupted into the air, akin to a chainsaw cutting through granite. However, this time, the invariably effective gung metal finger failed to cleave through its target, for it was confronted with a torrent of molten fire. With the activation of the Tummo wheel, a surge of violent and incandescent energy erupted. The gung metal finger was instantly nullified, and crimson flames burst forth from Jiang Ye's palm. Li Feng's countenance underwent a drastic transformation as the terrifying heat permeated his body. He succumbed to an agonizing scream and collapsed to his knees. He stared in disbelief at the flames dancing obediently in Jiang Ye's hand, illuminating the alleyway, his expression a mixture of terror and the shattering of his worldview. Li Feng disregarded the searing pain in his hand and uttered in a trembling voice, "Marshal, Tru Chi, you are a grandmaster? How is this possible? How can anyone in this era attain the realm of a grandmaster?" Wait, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening. The monster from the tournament that day exhibited traces of a grandmaster as well. What is happening? What changes have occurred in this world that I am unaware of? Li Feng's mind was in turmoil. Jiang Ye's voice was frigid as he spoke. Reveal everything about the Five Elements sect. Refuse and die. Li Feng was taken aback, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. You are not affiliated with the other branches? That's right. If they possessed a grandmaster, they would have suppressed all opposition long ago. How could my gung metal lineage have dominated for so long? Li Feng seemed to have grasped a crucial insight, and his tone shifted, diminishing his fear. Senior, I understand. You are also seeking the complete inheritance of the Five Elements sect. The Five Elements inheritance can lead directly to the legendary divine transformation realm. I possess a portion of the Five Elements sect's inheritance, which I can give you. However, the most crucial true form diagram is rumored to be in the hands of the remaining descendants of the water lineage. As long as you spare my life, I will present the inheritance and guide you to the descendants of the water lineage to complete the legacy. As if to demonstrate his sincerity, he retrieved an object from his pocket and offered it to Jiang Ye. Senior, this is the supreme inheritance of my Five Elements sect. Please accept it. Jiang Ye accepted the offering, which turned out to be a piece of leather of unknown material. It was ancient in appearance, yet remarkably durable. A dense array of small characters covered its surface. Jiang Ye did not seek verification, but instead stowed it away before inquiring. Recount the entire process of your participation in the martial arts tournament. Li Feng was surprised by the request. However, upon seeing the intense flames in Jiang Ye's hand, he dared not hesitate and recounted his experiences. Although that monster was powerful, in my estimation, He had not yet attained the true Qi realm, and was far from your match. Li Feng concluded his account with a flattering remark. Jiang Ye then inquired, "What is the location of the tournament? Did you need to provide credentials or a password to enter?" Li Feng was perplexed, but he complied. It was held in an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts of the city. The organizers had created an underground space, and many of the spectators were individuals of considerable status in Donghai. As for credentials, the tournament organizer would provide them to me. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered as he said, "Was the organizer named Su Jun?" Li Feng was taken aback. "How did you know?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of dread washed over him. It was the instinctive perception of a life-threatening danger, honed through years of martial arts training. It had saved his life on previous occasions, but this time, boom. Crimson flames, as if connected to the abyssal inferno, erupted in the silent night in a brilliant display. Li Feng's eyes were filled with horror as he was engulfed in the conflagration before he could react. The terrifying, otherworldly heat, exceeding any earthly fire, surged into his body even before it could scorch his flesh. It instantly incinerated his nerves and extinguished his consciousness. Jiang Ye acted swiftly, retrieving a mobile phone and a document from Li Feng's person before departing. Within a minute, Li Feng's body was reduced to ashes, the flames consuming every trace. The alleyway was once again enveloped in silence, as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 94, The Lineage of Fire. Yinhongke? Jiang Ye opened the document, his gaze darkening as he perused the myriad pieces of information that even he struggled to remember. The Yi family. The Tianyi group. Ordinary individuals truly appear transparent before them. Yet, they could hardly anticipate that this seemingly unremarkable individual had already transcended the mundane realm. In fact, in comparison to the chaotic essence, his true self appeared rather feeble. A flicker of flame erupted, reducing the paper to ashes. He then activated Li Feng and Appo's phone. Searching for the chat history with Su Jun scrolling upward, the preceding messages corroborated his assertions. All that remained was to await Su Jun's reply. Ding! A reminder notification suddenly popped up on the alert panel, indicating that the lineage of fire had seemingly set its sights on him. The lineage of fire? Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. It appeared that someone indeed had their eyes on the Five Elements sect's inheritance, which now rested in his hands. Naturally, he could never relinquish it. Should they come to seize it, he would crush them without hesitation. Navigating through the night, Jiang Ye departed swiftly. 5 minutes later, a Maybach halted outside the alley, its brilliant headlights piercing the darkness and illuminating everything within. From the driver's seat emerged a strikingly beautiful woman, clad in a secretary's attire and black stockings. Appearing to be in her early 30s, she exuded a blend of professional elegance and a mature allure. Even in the night, she wore sunglasses. The woman approached the back seat, opening the door and respectfully bending down, shielding the doorframe with her hand. The crisp sound of her high heels echoed through the alley, accompanied by the sight of her slender, elongated legs, gracefully adorned in black stockings, evoking a sense of enchantment. She wore a fitted black blazer, the hem barely concealing half of her thighs. Her legs were exquisite, long and straight, yet subtly rounded. Intricate flame patterns were embroidered on her black stockings, winding their way to the part obscured by her skirt. Standing at over 175 meters. She was taller than her secretary by several centimeters, and the high heels accentuated her commanding presence. Her youthful face was complemented by an elongated, pale neck, slender lips, and slightly upturned phoenix eyes, together creating an aura of seductive maturity and latent danger. The purple pendant dangling from her left ear, coupled with her wine-red hair, lent her an air of both aggression and flamboyance. She spoke softly, her voice possessing an alluring rasp that belied her age, captivating those who listened. "Let us go inside." "Yes," replied the secretary, bowing even lower in humility. She led the way as they walked slowly in the path of the car's headlights. The woman halted in the middle of the alley, her narrow phoenix eyes scanning the empty ground, a flicker of inscrutable light flashing in her gaze. After a moment, she spoke. "Li Feng has engaged with someone here, and there is a scent of fire." She extended her hand, seemingly attuned to the temperature of the air. The secretary gasped, saying, "Miss, could it be the other members of the family have taken action?" The woman curled her lips into a cold smile and shook her head. "No, while they all wield fire, their types differ. Besides, my younger siblings likely lack the audacity to confront me, their elder sister." The secretary recalled the woman's ruthless prowess and nodded in agreement. The lady was the firstborn daughter of the Yin family. Recognized as the most gifted talent of the Ding fire lineage in 3 centuries, a top prodigy in the secret martial world of Daxia. At under 30, she had already made significant progress on the path to alchemical transformation. Were it not for the current era of dwindling spiritual energy, she might have already reached the realm of true energy. Moreover, she wielded a firm and ruthless approach. She would not hesitate to act against even her own kin. Presently, the Ding fire lineage subtly regarded her as their leader, with the sect master retreating to the background. Cautiously, the secretary asked, "Miss, do you believe the assailant is an outsider or a hidden expert from the other branches of the Five Elements sect?" "Other branches?" Jiang scoffed. "Among the Five Elements, my Ding fire lineage possesses the greatest strength in the mundane world, and even the other families must show us deference. 3 of the 4 remaining branches have long since faded into obscurity, their disciples dwindling. Only the Gung metal lineage continues to produce geniuses, managing to hold their ground against us in the secret martial realm. Yet, what advantage does that confer? In this age of diminishing spiritual energy, can they triumph against modern weaponry? Furthermore, the internal strife within the Gung metal lineage 30 years ago resulted in countless skilled practitioners perishing. Had it not been for Li Feng's master sustaining the lineage, the Ding fire sect would have already unified the 5 branches. After his demise, the remaining branches are merely a collection of weaklings. Thus, the one who engaged with Li Feng must be from another secret martial sect, perhaps even with connections to the other families. The secretary nodded in understanding, cautiously inquiring, "Miss, should we continue pursuing this lead?" Jiang snapped, "Of course. With the resurgence of spiritual energy in the contemporary world, it is a time of great opportunity for the secret martial arts. Though our Ding fire lineage was fortunate to acquire the Fire Crow inheritance and possesses formidable techniques, one can never have too much of such legacies. If we can reference and corroborate 2 divine techniques, it may enhance our chances of reaching the realm of true energy in the future. Remember, we live in an era of fierce competition. Without striving to be ahead, our downfall could come in an instant." Sweat trickled down the smooth forehead of the secretary as she replied, "Yes, Mississippi. The eastern coast is within the territory of the Ye family. I will promptly contact their local representative to enlist their aid in locating this individual while also gauging the Ye family's stance on this matter." Jiang nodded, her voice icy. "Additionally, we must expedite the purging operations within the sect. My younger siblings should remain content as pampered scions. If they fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, I shall have no choice but to act against them." The secretary felt a shiver run down her spine and replied, "Understood. I will ensure that all available resources are mobilized." A potent fragrance lingered in the alley as the car lights swept away, the sound of its wheels fading into the distance. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, someone had set their sights upon him. Upon returning home, he resumed his practice of the Fire Demon Prison Shura technique. The coming days would be spent awaiting the commencement of the underground boxing tournament, where the secrets unfolding in the shadowy depths of Donghai and the machinations of the Yi family would likely reveal themselves. For now, he needed to return to the realm of chaos, allowing his true self to perpetually cultivate, accelerating his mastery over the clumsy fire system. With a thought, he returned to his chaotic self. Jiang Ye proceeded to address the first matter upon his return. He arrived at the residence of Du Wei Xiejun, and after announcing himself at the gate, the latter came out personally to greet him. The previously stern expression on Xiejun's face now bore disbelief as he grasped Jiang Ye's hands warmly. "Jiang, my dear brother." Chapter 95. The Enthusiastic Xiejun. Sixth Prince. You have certainly given me a tremendous surprise. Ding. Random task. Xiejun's trial completed. Task requirement. Obtain 1,000 merit points within a month. Current merit. 33,540 points. Indeed, as Jiang Ye observed Xiejun's current demeanor, which was infused with warmth and even a hint of earnestness, he understood that his remarkably stunning performance had influenced the other's attitude. The rewards of this task will depend on the significance of these 30,000 merit points. Xiejun grasped Jiang Ye's hands warmly, beckoning, Come, Jiang, my young brother, please step inside." He then turned to the maidservants beside him, commanding, "Why are you standing there in a daze? Bring forth my cherished firestone brew." The maidservants, now understanding that their master truly had distinguished guests, hurried off to fetch wine, snacks, and prepare a meal. Once they settled in the main hall, Xiejun expressed, "Jiang, your reputation has spread throughout Liang City." "Oh," Jiang Yi replied, somewhat astonished. Is this matter so influential? Xiejun laughed heartily, of course. The 9 heroes of Lingxi may not be significant to those at the pinnacle of Nanyan, but for the younger generation, even among the competitive princes and the true disciples of great sects, none dare claim they could single-handedly challenge all 9 heroes. To be honest, while you were still en route back to Liyang, your tale had already circulated within the city. The nobility within the imperial city are all debating where this young prodigy has emerged from. Moreover, are you aware of the Eastern Continent's prodigy rankings? The prodigy rankings of the Eastern Continent? Jiang Ye feigned ignorance, shaking his head. Xiejun clapped his hands, saying, "The storm rankings and prodigy rankings both originate from the Qi-Yuan continent's Wanxiang Tower, encompassing the world's heroes and prodigies. The storm rankings record those above the 9 transformations in strength, martial arts, achievements, and power, with at least 100 individuals renowned throughout the world. The prodigy rankings are similar but limited by age. Only those under 30 can be listed. Those who exceed this age limit are automatically removed from the rankings. The top figures of this realm have long been established, hence the storm rankings are updated annually. The young prodigies, however, are in a period of rapid ascent. And for the sake of fame and exchange, the prodigy rankings are updated every 3 months. Tomorrow marks the update for the Eastern Continent's prodigy rankings. And your listing is a certainty. The only suspense is where you will be placed." Xiejun excitedly relayed this information, taking a hearty sip of tea from the maidservant. Oh, Jiang Ye was equally surprised. In his past life, he was indeed aware of the significance of the prodigy and storm rankings. Having heard that a mere bottom-ranking individual from the central continent could easily subdue the top-ranked from the other 3 continents, he was uncertain of the truth behind this, as he had never held the qualification to appear on any prodigy rankings. Only the heirs of the 4 great clans had once been listed. Noticing Jiang Ye's slight daze, Xiejun assumed he was taken aback by the news and mysteriously stated, "I must tell you, everyone in Nanyan is watching to see where you will place tomorrow. Currently, the highest estimation from the outside world puts you within the top 20. Do you know what it means to be in the top 20 of the prodigy rankings?" Jiang Ye, wanting to indulge Xiejun's desire for performance, shook his head and replied, "I do not know. I hope Brother Xie can enlighten me." Xiejun, satisfied, continued, "To be in the top 20. If you were to secure such a position upon your debut, I dare say that the heads of the great sects and schools in Nanyan may very well come personally to invite you to join their ranks as a cherished disciple. However, it is evident that you already have your own legacy, and I suspect you would not wish to join any sect. Thus, the princes will undoubtedly seek to court you. Securing you as an ally would undoubtedly enhance their prospects in the struggle for the throne." Jiang Ye took a sip from his teacup. The struggle for the throne. He recalled that in his previous life, the downfall of Nanyan was not solely due to external threats, but also closely tied to this very struggle. The Nanyan emperor had over 20 princes, with more than 5 being competitive. Consequently, the forces within and outside Liyang City had become entangled in a chaotic web surrounding the contest for the throne. As an outsider, Jiang Ye had little interest in such matters. However, as he sought to develop his influence, it would be challenging to avoid being drawn into it. Suddenly, Jiang Ye had a rather audacious thought. What if he waited for the situation in Nanyan to descend into chaos and then eliminated his competitors, donning the yellow robe himself? He was unsure how such a devilish notion had emerged in his mind, yet it seemed somewhat tempting. After all, as the saying goes, to wield the power of the world. However, after a brief flight of fancy, he quickly grounded his thoughts. Xiejun's preceding remarks were laden with implications. Thus, Jiang Ye did not conceal his curiosity and smiled. "May I inquire, Brother Xie, which prince stands behind you?" Xiejun's expression shifted slightly, revealing a myriad of emotions before he chuckled. "Haha, I cannot hide it from you, my young brother. I shall speak plainly. I am a member of the Tianyan army, naturally loyal to His Majesty. However, my position as a city patrol officer is under the command of Master Yu Chengfeng, a 3rd-rank imperial censor, who happens to be the maternal uncle of the 6th prince, Zhu Rongguangda. A 3rd-rank imperial censor? If memory serves, that position oversees the military regulations within Liyang and possesses the authority to summon the Tianyan army. In terms of power, it is only slightly inferior to that of the 2nd-rank prime minister, who is known as the head of all officials. With such a powerful uncle, the 6th prince, Zhu Rongguangda, indeed stands as a formidable competitor among the princes. Xiejun paused for a moment and added, "Furthermore, the 6th prince is the disciple of the head of the academy, Prince Zhu Rongmu. He is the only one among His Majesty's many offspring. Jiang Ye's gaze turned peculiar. The only disciple of Zhu Rongmu among the princes? He recalled that Zhu Rongmu seemed to hold even greater popularity among the populace than Emperor Zhu Rongyan, and his ranking on the storm rankings was also higher. Had the sixth prince secured such a substantial ally intentionally to undermine his father, the emperor? However, Jiang Ye quickly reconsidered. After all, what does it matter to him who becomes a prince? Even if one of them ascended to the throne, it is likely that the dragon throne would not remain warm for long before being threatened by the advancing army of myriad demons from the south. All he needed was a supportive figure within the court to facilitate his endeavors. The identity of that figure and the stability of such support were of little significance. Xie Jun seemed to sense Jiang Ye's concerns and continued, "Your deeds have certainly reached the ears of the sixth prince. He is, after all, eager for talent." Chapter 96. Yongxing Ward. The Three Factions. His Highness understands that this matter warrants your thoughtful deliberation. Therefore, he has instructed me to convey his message. Whatever ambitions you harbor, provided they do not jeopardize the Southern Flame Nation, you are free to pursue them. All of His Highness's affiliated powers will readily assist you. However, he will never coerce you into joining. Rest assured, I have had considerable interaction with His Highness. He is gentle, respectful, frugal, and treats others with kindness, always showing genuine concern for his subordinates. Working under him, even if one errs, His Highness is not prone to severe reprimands. Xie Jun lavished praise upon the sixth prince, Zhu Rongguangda, to which Jiang Ye responded with polite acquiescence and a smile. He mused that such rhetoric was commonplace when recruiting individuals, as no one would openly declare that mistakes would be met with execution. Xie Jun, observing Jiang Ye's smiling countenance, assumed that the latter was moved by his words, envisioning a promising future where he could enlist a prodigy for the sixth prince. In his mind, the sixth prince's willingness to facilitate Jiang Ye's endeavors without forcing him into their ranks was the epitome of treating talent with deference. This would deeply resonate with any young prodigy, if not prompting immediate allegiance, at least sowing the seeds of gratitude and loyalty. However, he was unaware that Jiang Ye hailed from a different societal milieu and was impervious to such tactics. Jiang Ye engaged in conversation with Xie Jun for a considerable duration before finally broaching the matter at hand. Xie Jun led him to an inner chamber, dismissed the maids, retrieved a map, and beckoned Jiang Ye to approach. "Brother, come and take a look." Jiang Ye complied and observed that it was a map of the distribution of Liyang City. Xie Jun pointed to each location, elucidating its significance. The area in the southern part of the center is the Imperial City, where officials of the third rank and above, as well as nobles, reside. The Imperial City is the true abode of the Emperor, off limits to prying eyes. Therefore, no faction can extend its influence here. The area surrounding the Imperial City is commonly referred to as the Outer City, which is divided into four regions: the South, West, East, and North. The South, West, and East cities have been completely partitioned by various factions. Their spheres of influence are clearly demarcated and have remained stable for over a decade, with no changes. The North City, however, is a slight exception. Xie Jun circled the largest area in the north and said, "The North City occupies the most extensive territory and is traversed by the Grand Canal, serving as a garrison. It is populated by a diverse array of individuals, making the situation complex. Consequently, no faction has been able to completely stabilize the North City. The North City can be further divided into 4 wards. The area I recommend you to operate in is this Yongxing Ward." Xie Jun pointed to a ward located in the northwest. Yongxing Ward is bisected by the canal, making it a hub for water transportation. Ships unload and load goods here before entering the city. As a result, there is a large influx of people, with merchants from Jiang and Meng congregating here. Various industries can be found here. Of course, the situation within Yongxing Ward is somewhat complex. In addition to our Yamen officials, there are 3 influential gangs: the Golden Coin Gang, the Chaobang branch, and the Incense Gang. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was surprising that there were so many gangs in the imperial capital and that they had not been eradicated by the government. It was evident that they were all fronts for those behind the scenes. Xie Jun, sensing that Jiang Ye could likely discern this, explained, "The Golden Coin Gang controls all the gambling dens, tea houses, wine shops, rice shops, and cloth shops in the ward. As its name suggests, it controls the flow of money in Yongxing Ward, and its daily income is likely to be astronomical. Its leader is named Liao Shun, a 7th-level expert. and it is backed by the Zhu family, a prominent Southern Flame clan. The Zhu family has members who serve as officials in the court, as well as martial generals with 9th-level strength, making them a top-tier clan. In the struggle for the throne, the Zhu family is openly supporting the crown prince. Jiang Ye understood that the Golden Coin Gang had considerable backing from a noble family and the crown prince. With so much money at its disposal, it needed substantial support to protect it. Xiejun took another sip of tea and continued. Next is the Chaobang branch. The Chaobang can be called the largest gang in the world, with influence spanning across various countries. The Yongxing Ward branch is just one of its many branches, but it should not be underestimated. They control the water transportation and cargo ships passing through the North City. To pass through the Yongxing Ward Canal, one must obtain the Caobang's approval. However, since the Chaobang is not a Southern Flame faction, its relationship with the government and the court is quite amicable. They never fail to pay their annual tribute. Generally, they only focus on business and do not interfere in other matters, but there may be exceptions. The leader of this Chaobang branch is named Chu Zhongyi, a 7th-level late-stage expert, who is quite formidable. I have had contact with him and found him to be an ambitious individual. Xiejun's explanation was quite detailed, which was a benefit of exceeding expectations. He would point out the key points one by one, saving trouble later. Xiejun said, "Finally, there is the Incense Gang. The Incense Gang controls the brothels and theaters in Yongxing Ward. The 100 Fragrance Pavilion is the most famous brothel in all of Liyang, frequented by many nobles from the imperial city. However, their brothels are somewhat unique, as they only sell their art and not their bodies. The women there are all incredibly beautiful and possess an ethereal charm." Xiejun seemed to sigh at this point, likely having visited the brothel but unable to obtain what he desired, only able to admire the women. Jiang Ye sneered inwardly, thinking that the notion of selling art but not bodies was nonsense. Only those in this social environment would believe such a thing. People in the internet age understood that it was merely a tactic to attract wealthy patrons, or, to put it bluntly, to inflate their value. However, the fact that the Incense Gang could use this as a selling point indicated that they had indeed attracted some wealthy patrons. Xiejun sighed and said, "The leader of the Incense Gang is named Yin Zhu. You may not believe it, but 20 years ago, she was a renowned beauty in Southern Flame. Many princes and nobles desired to be close to her, but could not. Her true identity is that of a former disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, a major sect in the Eastern continent. For some reason, she left the Yin-Yang sect and came to Liyang to establish the Incense Gang. The Incense Gang appears to be apolitical, but because of Yin Zhu and the 100 Fragrance Pavilion, it has connections to many nobles in the imperial city. Even I am unsure of how deep the water runs. If you are going to make a move, remember not to clash with the Incense Gang right away, or you will be in big trouble." These words were spoken from the heart, as Xiejun, in his position as the city patrol commander, should have been the superior to these gang leaders in the outer city. However, he did not dare to treat Yin Zhu with disrespect. Jiang Ye nodded and thanked Xiejun for his explanation, indicating that he had remembered it. However, he sneered inwardly. This Incense Gang was indeed the most troublesome. In fact, all 3 gangs were quite troublesome, and Liyang City was indeed a deep pool. The help Xiejun could provide was limited, and his so-called support was only to help him resist external pressure after he had taken Yongxing Ward or gained a foothold there. Chapter 97. 1,000 Armored Warriors. Wang Sen joins. The prerequisite is that he must establish a firm foothold in Yangxingfang. Furthermore, Xiejun added, "Since you, Brother Jiang, have given me such a grand surprise, I must reciprocate in kind." Xiejun's expression grew solemn, as if he had made a momentous decision, and he declared, "As the city patrol commander of northern Liyang, I oversee the 6th patrol camp, which consists of 1,000 armored warriors. In the coming month, the 6th camp shall be at your disposal. As long as it remains within the confines of Yangxingfang and does not involve indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, I can help you with. You may act to your fullest capacity." With that, he produced his iron badge and handed it to Jiang Ye, who accepted it. 1,000 armored warriors indeed represented a significant commitment. Otherwise, if he were to venture alone, devoid of allies and resources, he would likely face a fate akin to that of the 9 rogues of Lingxi, merely bulldozing through. This, however, posed a risk. Excessive bloodshed could render Yangxingfang a mere shell of its former self. As for Xiejun's promise to help him bear the pressure, Jiang Ye understood its implications. The deployment of soldiers within the city was not a responsibility that a mere city patrol commander could shoulder alone. It undoubtedly required the backing of the esteemed imperial censor Yu Chifeng. This meant that accepting this iron badge would effectively position him within the camp of the sixth prince, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Jun, who, aware that Jiang Ye understood the underlying. But what of public alliances? Was he to shy away from accepting it? Jiang Ye tucked the iron badge into his robe, smiling. Then I am truly grateful. If Jun intended to use him as a pawn, he too was not averse to employing the other as a stepping stone. Jiang Ye then picked up a map and inquired, by the way, Brother Xie, does your jurisdiction extend to the other 3 districts of the northern city? Jun understood his implication and replied, the northern city occupies nearly half of the outer city. Besides myself, there is another city patrol commander named Wang Jintai. He is affiliated with the 4th prince and is responsible for patrolling the other 2 districts. But rest assured, his influence does not extend to Yangtze. Jiang Ye nodded, thus clarifying the situation in Yangtze. It was time to take action. After bidding farewell to Jun, Jiang Ye opened the messaging panel to contact Wang San. The latter had already arrived in Liang City, and Jiang Ye sent him the location of his courtyard. 15 minutes later, a broad-faced young man arrived at the courtyard entrance. Ushered in by the steward, Shui Sheng, Wang San gazed in awe at the spacious courtyard. Recognizing that renting such a place in the imperial city would command an exorbitant price. Upon entering, he spotted the tall, familiar figure and hurriedly greeted, elder brother. Jiang Ye nodded and instructed the cook, Su Nyang, to prepare a splendid feast. Wang San was the first recruit among the player group he was assembling. While his abilities and loyalty would require time to assess, Jiang Ye believed in the principle of trusting those he chose to employ. He welcomed Wang San into the main hall, and, getting straight to the point, stated, let me make it clear from the outset. My purpose in forming a faction is to counter the other aristocratic powers amidst the chaos. If you cannot accept this, then I have no use for you. He refrained from mentioning the realities of the situation, as discussing them would serve no purpose and likely frighten the young man away. Wang San paused for a moment and replied, elder brother, to be candid, my parents were killed years ago in an accident caused by a scion of the CF family. This incident even made the news back in my hometown. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate. In any case, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained unaware. Now that you have, I find myself even more motivated. Jiang Ye was taken aback. A traffic accident? The CF family? He had a vague recollection of such an event. Although the CF family was not one of the 4 major families, it was indeed a legitimate aristocratic house. One of the founding families of the Daxia dynasty. Perhaps 7 or 8 years ago, when Jiang Ye was still in high school, he had seen a report about it on television. Due to the involvement of an aristocrat, the incident had garnered significant attention. He recalled the scion bowing before the cameras, expressing remorse, but after that, the matter seemed to fade from public discourse. Jiang Ye patted Wang San on the shoulder and said, I am not one to make empty promises. Those who ally with me will certainly reap benefits. As long as you put in the effort, whether in terms of levels, skills, or future advancements in the real world, you will far surpass others. Wang San was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend what Jiang Ye meant by advancements in the real world. He interpreted it as the real-life benefits that would stem from success within this groundbreaking game. Nodding vigorously, he stated, since I've chosen to follow you, I will believe wholeheartedly in your vision. Elder brother, what shall we do next? Should we gather materials to accumulate silver for the faction establishment decree? He noted that the steward and cook in the courtyard were both locals, seemingly the only members of their faction. Considering the current fervor surrounding faction establishment, he began to contemplate matters from the perspective of factional interests. While he firmly believed in Jiang Ye's capabilities, he understood the importance of not lagging behind in faction establishment. Otherwise, the best talents might be snatched away, complicating future recruitment efforts. Jiang Ye chuckled, saying, I am indeed busy with the faction establishment, but we do not require a faction decree. That is far too rudimentary for us. The faction decree is an item within the game chaos, considered a product of its regulations. It is available for purchase through government channels at a hefty price. Upon using it, the organization established can gain a degree of recognition from the will of the heavenly Tao. Additionally, acquiring a small courtyard or plot of land can serve as the faction's base. However, it lacks any unique qualities. It merely allows one to establish a presence on the platform and unlock the faction system. All operational and profit models must be discovered and developed independently, which poses substantial challenges, as it means competing with local powers for resources. Therefore, establishing a faction using a decree is merely a starting point. akin to a lone commander easily overtaken by others. Jiang Ye's approach of leveraging local backing to create an organization was vastly superior, promising far greater rewards. It was akin to the distinction between a regular army and a farmer wielding a hoe. Wang San's eyes brightened, although Jiang Ye's tone was somewhat audacious. He did not perceive it as mere bravado. This was the confidence one would expect from a true leader. If his elder brother spoke with such conviction, it must indeed be a formidable endeavor. Curiously, he asked, "Elder brother, what can I do to assist?" Jiang Ye glanced at his level, which was only at the second transition, and said, "To be frank, your current strength will not be of much help to me directly. I have 2 tasks for you." Wang San perked up at the mention of tasks, diligently noting every word Jiang Ye uttered. Jiang Ye continued, "First, you must assist me." Chapter 98, The Innate Legion Profession. The 6th Patrol Camp. You are to assist me in gathering information about the player community, as I lack the time to focus on these matters. Thus, I entrust you with the collection of crucial details, particularly those concerning the factions. Although Jiang Ye possesses the foresight of his past life, he has begun to sense the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth. It is imperative to stay abreast of the latest developments. Secondly, keep an eye out for individuals within the player community who may be worth recruiting. Their levels are of little consequence. What truly matters is their attitude towards the factions. Indeed, the 2 tasks assigned to Wang San pertain specifically to the player community. At this stage, Wang San cannot assist him in direct combat. In fact, the organization he establishes will primarily serve to gather intelligence and resources for him, as well as handle lesser nuisances not worth his involvement. Wang San diligently noted the instructions, declaring, "Understood, boss. Rest assured, my previous experience as a middle manager and assistant in a corporation guarantees that I will execute this task flawlessly." He did not underestimate the importance of these assignments. His years as a diligent worker had instilled in him a profound understanding of the significance of information gathering. The essence of being ahead lies in being informed. However, he hesitated momentarily, asking, "Boss, do you truly not require my assistance in combat? My newly acquired hidden profession, the Breakthrough Shaman, is exceptionally powerful in team scenarios." As he spoke, he shared his information panel. Jiang Ye examined it for a moment and nodded. The profession indeed seemed formidable. When in a team, it could activate a permanent buff effect. Furthermore, the benefits would amplify exponentially with the number of participants: 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Additionally, he would receive substantial experience bonuses from team kills. This was indeed an innate legion-type profession. Jiang Ye contemplated this and conceived a new idea. "How about this? After we finish our meal, I will take you somewhere to broaden your horizons." Wang San's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon after, Sun Yang presented an array of hot dishes. Once the last dish was served, she knelt and offered a polite bow. "Young master, I have prepared 8 dishes for you to enjoy. Should you desire anything else, please do not hesitate to inform me." Sun Yang felt a bit shy and struggled to meet Jiang Ye's gaze. Overwhelmed by his striking handsomeness and the irresistible allure he exuded, Jiang Ye smiled and nodded, allowing her to take her leave. As Sun Yang hurriedly retreated, Jiang Ye observed her more closely. Indeed, she was quite beautiful, a captivating woman by any standard. "Now let us taste." The 2 began to eat. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he savored the dishes. Her culinary skills were exceptional. No wonder her business had thrived before. Once they were satisfied, Jiang Ye beckoned Wang San to follow him to Yongxing Square. Upon their arrival, the streets were spacious and bustling, a testament to the thriving atmosphere. Jiang Ye was pleased with the locale. Where there are people, wealth will surely gather. Before long, this area would belong to him. After asking a passerby for directions, they arrived at the gates of the 6th Patrol Camp. Given that it was a military encampment, it occupied a vast area, with the training ground extending into another district. At the entrance, stone lions flanked 2 armored soldiers, their imposing figures and serious expressions exuding an air of vigilance as they scrutinized passers-by, hands resting on the hilts of their swords. The military discipline here appeared commendable. As Jiang Ye and Wang San approached, the soldiers stepped forward and bellowed, "Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach the patrol camp." Wang San, noting the soldiers' 5th transition levels, began to sweat profusely. He turned to Jiang Ye, puzzled. While he trusted his leader's capabilities, he questioned their purpose here. After all, these were genuine imperial soldiers of the Southern Yan Kingdom, and even one could easily outmatch any player. Seeing Jiang Ye remain undeterred, Wang San's mind raced, instinctively following behind, all the while internally pleading, Don't play with fire, boss. One soldier, noticing their disregard for the warning, narrowed his eyes dangerously and shouted, "Those who trespass in the military camp, arrest them." However, his voice faltered as a badge suddenly appeared before him, halting his words. The soldiers' demeanor shifted to one of respect as they clasped their fists and bowed, "My lord." Clearly, this badge commanded authority over individuals, quite impressive. Jiang Ye strode past the threshold without glancing aside. Huh, what just happened? Wang San was utterly bewildered. They were allowed entry just like that? Moreover, they addressed his leader as my lord? My goodness! It suddenly dawned on Wang San, shock coursing through him. What status had Jiang Ye acquired within the court to elicit such deference from soldiers who could effortlessly overpower players? Most players had only just entered the main city, yet here was Jiang Ye, seemingly on an entirely different trajectory. Wang San opened his mouth several times, at a loss for words, left with nothing but astonishment. But it was clear that his surprise would only deepen. My lord commands, assemble on the training ground. Quickly gather. All personnel. The camp erupted with the thunderous sound of marching feet, reverberating through the air. In no time, 1,000 armored soldiers formed an orderly phalanx on the training ground, each equipped with armor and swords, wielding long spears, an exemplary military formation. Wang San's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Wait, a phalanx of over 1,000 spear-wielding infantry. Though he lacked expertise in warfare, he understood enough to recognize the formidable nature of such a force. A cohesive unit of over 1,000 fifth transition soldiers, professionally trained, would be a terrifying sight. He dared to assert that any assembly of players worldwide would be no match for this military. How had Jiang Ye achieved this? It was utterly incomprehensible. Seeds of excitement began to sprout within Wang San. He realized that his earlier seemingly reckless proposal to join Jiang Ye had turned out to be a brilliant decision. Such a person was not someone just any player could attract. Timing was crucial. In other words, he need not band together with other players. With such formidable allies, why would he need any players at all? No wonder Jiang Ye deemed the construction of a faction to be a trivial matter. Through the information shared by Xiejun, Jiang Ye learned that the 6th Patrol Camp's 1,000 soldiers were divided into 5 units, each led by a lieutenant. Each lieutenant commanded 2 centurions, who in turn oversaw sergeants, and so forth, adhering to standard military organization. Jiang Ye called out, "Where are the lieutenants? Step forward." Instantly, 5 robust figures emerged from the ranks. Chapter 99. Let us go together. I shall strike you all with one hand. My lord, we are ready. The 5 individuals before me are all peak 5th tier true energy warriors, their voices booming, faces resolute, and their brows bearing a hint of ferocity. They are evidently seasoned veterans, having experienced the brutality of the battlefield. Jiang Ye spoke, "Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves briefly." The 5 exchanged glances and stepped forward as instructed. "My lord, I am Lu Dawei, commanding the 1st Division of the 6th Patrol Corps, with a total of 200 soldiers." "My lord, I am." They took turns introducing themselves, revealing their names as Lu Dawei, Qiu Shitao, Song Yigue, Tong Xiong, and Yin Qigong. Lu Dawei and Qiu Shitao led the sword-wielding troops, equipped with swords and shields. The other 3 commanded spear-wielding soldiers, utilizing long spears in formation. All 1,000 men were infantry, with no cavalry permitted. This was a steadfast rule. Beneath the Emperor's reign, aside from the Imperial Tian'an Forbidden Army directly commanded by the Emperor, no other military force could possess cavalry. Jiang Ye learned that Lu Dawei was the most senior officer in the patrol corps, having served under 4 previous captains since Xiejun. Among the others, only Yin Qigong had previously accompanied Xiejun. It appeared that the leadership within the patrol corps had changed quite frequently. According to Xiejun, these 5 were seasoned warriors who had previously clashed with the forces of the Southern Territories and the Peacock Kingdom, having witnessed their share of bloodshed. Their advantage lay in their lack of entanglement with the various factions of Nan'an. However, given the current tense situation, with the Emperor Zhu Rongyan aging, various factions might intervene in the power struggle, potentially reaching even the patrol corps. Although this group may not possess high cultivation levels, they were adept in the art of coordinated combat. In the event of a 100-man siege, even an 8th-tier warrior would hesitate to guarantee victory. Should 1,000 men unite, even an 8th-tier warrior would have no choice but to escape using the terrain of the city. If these patrol corps could be consolidated, they would undoubtedly represent a formidable force within Liang City. Jiang Ye stepped to the center of the platform, cleared his throat, and his penetrating voice resonated throughout the training grounds. "Gentlemen, You are to assist me in accomplishing a significant task. Within 1 week, no. Within 3 days, we shall annihilate 3 gangs and seize control of the entirety of Yongxinglang. I shall say no more. If the brothers fulfill the mission, all will receive triple their wages. The soldiers erupted in uproar. Most of the ordinary soldiers were exhilarated by the prospect of triple wages. Yet the few captains at the forefront displayed uncertainty. They exchanged glances, and eventually, Lu Dawei stepped forward, cupping his fists and inquiring, "My lord, according to regulations, the patrol corps cannot be mobilized without costs. Engaging in skirmishes with the underworld seems rather unwise." Oh? Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Realizing that mere authority was insufficient, he needed to take a firmer stance. He raised his hand and declared, "The strongest among you are the 5 of you, correct? Come forth. If you can withstand me for 10 seconds, I shall leave. If not, you shall either heed my command or depart without your armor." His tone was resolute, direct, and unyielding. He had no prior connection with these individuals. Appealing to sentiment or merely enticing them with rewards would not suffice. He had to overpower them. The 5 captains exchanged glances, murmuring, "What does this mean?" Lu Dawei shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. The captain did instruct us to follow this lord's commands. However, to confront 3 gangs and eliminate them within 3 days seems rather." His words trailed off, but it was clear he intended to express the impracticality of their situation. Each gang had its own background and a considerable number of members, making them formidable adversaries. While the patrol corps could likely overwhelm 1 gang individually, facing 3 simultaneously posed a significant challenge. Moreover, despite their internal strife, these gangs would not idly watch as the patrol corps obliterated one of their own, disrupting the balance of power. What should we do then? Although the others held the same rank as Lu Dawei, he was undoubtedly the most seasoned officer within the patrol corps, and his prestige among the soldiers was unmatched. With Xiejun absent, they naturally turned to him for guidance, thereby preemptively deflecting responsibility, regardless of the outcome. This young man was someone Xiejun had previously indicated they should follow, so it was best for them to remain unblemished, understanding their unspoken thoughts. Lu Dawei gritted his teeth and declared, "Then let us proceed. Shall we confront him one by one?" Lu Dawei shook his head. "No, we shall all go together. Do not think me a fool. If we strike as one, we can easily overpower him. If our skills are insufficient, the captain cannot hold us accountable." The others, having had their intentions laid bare, reluctantly agreed. Thus, the 5 ascended the platform. Lu Dawei stepped forward and clasped his hands together, saying, "My lord, we shall not hold back." The soldiers in the training grounds erupted with excitement, unaware of the underlying circumstances, only knowing that a newly appointed commander was about to be beset by 5 captains. Such a spectacle was indeed a rare occurrence. As subordinates of the captains, they naturally rallied behind their leaders. "Go, Lu Dawei. Tong, bring this brat down. Chio, this lad has barely matured. How could he command us to send him flying off the stage?" Laughter and jeers resonated from the 1,000 veterans, who, upon witnessing the confrontation between the 5 captains and Jiang Ye, showed no mercy, expressing their mockery with boisterous enthusiasm. The collective voices of 1,000 men were undeniably powerful. Any ordinary individual would likely feel their resolve waver, either in anger or bewilderment. Wang San, standing nearby, felt overwhelmed. Is the boss not being a bit too audacious? Each of these 5 is a formidable expert in my eyes. Is he truly planning to take them all on by himself? Brother, can we not play it safe? If we're being forced to put on a show, we must ensure the task is executed correctly. However, Wang San, ever considerate, refrained from voicing his concerns. At such a moment, whether success or failure, the stage belonged to the boss. He placed his unreserved trust in him. Although internally anxious, Wang San nonetheless encouraged both himself and Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye remained unfazed, having previously faced the 9 bandits of Lingxi alone. This scenario was trivial in comparison. The weakest of the 9 bandits possessed early 7th-tier strength. He let out a hearty laugh, hands resting confidently behind his back, and declared, "Excellent. The 5 of you, warriors of the military, do not delay. To avoid any doubts, I, Jiang, shall fight using only one hand. If even one of you remains on the platform after 10 breaths, I shall concede." What? The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. The soldiers gasped in disbelief. How dare he underestimate our 5 esteemed captains and us? To challenge 5 captains with just one hand? Such audacity was astonishing. Even a captain would find such a feat impossible. From where did this young lad derive his confidence? Chapter 100, The Siege. The Pressure of a Master. Oh, Soon he shall witness the might of our martial warriors. The soldiers below are already eager, many rolling up their sleeves to reveal their robust forearms, clearly itching to teach this arrogant young man, blessed with good looks, a lesson. The 5 lieutenants exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, revealing expressions of intrigue. They thought to themselves, very well, if you are so audacious, then after a few blows, do not blame us for what follows. They had all risen through the ranks of fierce soldiers, having witnessed the brutal realities of battle, and thus dismissed Jiang Ye's bravado with disdain. Yet, a flicker of anger ignited within them. 1 against 5, and with a single hand? What do they take them for? In their past encounters on the southern battlefield, they had faced the fierce warriors of the Peacock Kingdom, often fighting 3 against 1. Now, encountering such a presumptuous individual, even with Lord Xie's prior warning, they felt compelled to ensure this young man learned a valuable lesson. Beside them, Wang San was already in a daze. His expression was blank. The words Jiang Ye had just uttered echoing in his ears, just with 1 hand. My goodness, is this truly the leader? Suddenly, Wang San's eyes sparkled with revelation. Though they had only just begun to interact, he was already captivated by this man's undeniable charisma. He resolved that if his leader were to be knocked down, he would rush forward, shielding him with his own body. Not for any other reason, but because the leader had demonstrated through his actions that while one might lose a fight, one must never lose face. He was deeply moved. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, his newly recruited underling was lost in such thoughts. He extended a hand toward the 5 lieutenants, beckoning them closer. Come now, unleash your full strength, otherwise, do not be surprised if you struggle to last even 3 breaths. The 5 were simultaneously amused and infuriated by his repeated bravado. In unison, they declared, My lord, fists and feet are blind, forgive us. With that, they launched their assault. Lu Dawei, Song Yigui, and Tong Xiong charged from the front, while Qiu Shitao and Yin Qigong flanked from the sides. The moment they engaged, it was as if they were on the battlefield, combining their might. Truly, they were elite soldiers. Even though they did not wield blades during this spar, their martial arts were direct and ferocious, lacking in any tricks. Coupled with the fierce aura of battle they exuded, it left Wang San, standing behind Jiang Ye, utterly stunned. The concentrated killing intent was palpable in a vast army. It could almost manifest as a tangible force. Although these 5 could not match that level, their lethal intent was nonetheless formidable. If Jiang Ye were but an empty boast, he would surely be paralyzed with fear by the collective pressure directed at him. Yet, he remained unfazed, 1 hand casually resting behind his back. An air of tranquility enveloping him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Observing his demeanor, Lu Dawei and the others inwardly acknowledged his composure. Regardless of his martial prowess, his character was indeed impressive. However, character alone could not uphold one when faced with defeat. They pressed on, their fists targeting Jiang Ye's body, deliberately avoiding vital areas, aiming instead for more resilient flesh to ensure he would be knocked off the stage. While internal injuries were unlikely, some pain would be unavoidable. As the menacing fists drew closer, Wang San could no longer bear to watch and turned away. Although his leader was putting on a brave front, the cost could be steep. Yet, Jiang Ye, gazing at the approaching fists, merely smiled calmly and raised a single finger, his lips softly uttering, Halt. Before the 5 could grasp what sort of trickery was afoot, they felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. Instantly, their bodies lost all control, rendered motionless. This immense force left them gasping for breath, instinctively attempting to break free, only to discover they could not even twitch a finger. Lu Dawei, Yin Qigong, and the others wore expressions of horror, their eyes darting about, yet their bodies remained immobile. Their minds, however, were lucid. This powerful sensation was all too familiar. A wave of shock surged through their consciousness. This was unmistakably the pressure of a master, a force only a 9 transformation warrior could exude. The pressure of a master is not a specific martial technique, but rather an aura that any warrior attaining the 9 transformations can condense. It signifies a leap in the hierarchy of life, a complex energy field distilled from the essence of their martial cultivation. It is akin to the dominance of apex predators over lesser beings in the food chain. Just as a hawk gliding in the sky causes the ground-dwelling chickens to tremble in fear, even if they cannot see it. To achieve the strength of 9 transformations is to be a master in one's discipline. Thus, this aura is termed the Master-S pressure. It serves to intimidate foes of lesser strength. The greater the disparity in power, the more pronounced the intimidation. In their case, Their minds were entirely unable to command their bodies. A stronger aura could even render one senseless or crushed, a notion not at all exaggerated. This is precisely why the cultivation world speaks of the 9 transformations as a chasm. Without entering 9 transformations, one remains an ordinary person upon entering. One has one foot in the realm of the extraordinary. With a mere gesture, one can bring mountains and rivers to ruin, altering the very course of fate. Beginning to grasp the might of the heavens. On the battlefield, the greatest masters of 9 transformations are strategic weapons, no longer susceptible to defeat by sheer numbers of ordinary soldiers. Thus, those of 9 transformations do not fight amongst lesser beings but engage with one another to determine supremacy. Should one side boast an additional master of 9 transformations, the scales of victory would invariably tilt. While Jiang Ye had not yet reached 9 transformations, within the true blood system, he could harness an energy field akin to the Master's pressure at the 3rd blood stage through the pumping of his viscous blood. In essence, the true blood system surpasses others. Moreover, his true blood system integrates the bloodline of Pangu, making it unfathomable. The Master's pressure he emanated was remarkably indistinguishable from the genuine article. At this moment, Lu Dawei, Qiu Shitao, and the others trembled in their hearts, realizing that this remarkably youthful figure before them was indeed a master of 9 transformations. They had fought on the battlefield and understood the significance of a master of 9 transformations. Such individuals are national treasures. Should they choose to serve the court, they could be hailed as national heroes, granted titles and ranks. Their level of strength had only allowed them to glimpse a master from afar in their camp, never having the opportunity to observe one up close. Yet now, a living master of 9 transformations stood before them, and they were about to engage with him in combat.